Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see fourth part what if Harry Potter was raised by goblins and returned as an unstoppable force. Here is short summary. Raised by goblins and trained from childhood, Harry arrives at Hogwarts with no scar, full knowledge of the prophecy, and power far beyond his years. Backed by the Goblin Nation, and even Hogwarts itself, he's no longer the boy they expected, but a force ready to reshape the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Padma arrived with her family into a back garden that was very familiar to the young witch. She fairly shot through the door in search of her friends. Neville was actually waiting on her and there was no awkwardness in his hug of greeting. It was a rather nervous Parvati though who entered the Grangers' home at a much more sedate pace, and with her mother and father close for support. Neville spotted this at once and released Padma before opening his arms to her twin. With a sob, Parvati dived into them and held on as if her life depended upon it. Ever since hugging his gran in the Hogwarts infirmary saw Neville escaping the expected rollicking of his life, the relieved wizard's new mantra was to hug everyone. He thought he'd gotten it wrong here until noticing the other three Pottles were smiling at him. "I'm so sorry, Neville, for all the trouble I caused." "You didn't do anything, Parvati, it was all Tom. I'm sorry too that I never noticed what was really going on. I'm your housemate, your friend, and we had just spent a good part of the summer together. I was so wrapped up in my own world though that I ignored a friend that needed help. I really am sorry, Parvati." Parvati may have controlled her sobbing, but Neville's arms around her were proving too nice to end right away. "You came to rescue me, Neville, I couldn't ask for a better friend than that. That's what friends do, Harry and Hermione will tell you the same. Their legs still have them toddling about like babies, but they're waiting on you both in the lounge." Padma took her twin and led her there. Ramrao wanted a quick word with Neville first. "Thanks for that, Neville." Parvati was really worried about meeting people again. That was a very mature attitude to take. "Sir, to be perfectly honest, I never expected to come out of the chamber, that basilisk was bloody terrifying. Padma pulled me through, and gave me the courage to fight on. I think our time down there will change all of us. My gran certainly treats me different now." Ramrao had his hand supportingly on Neville's shoulder. "I saw that beast dead and it terrified me. I'm still not sure how you four managed to pull it off. I also saw my daughter Kiyu, and wanted to let you know I approve, assuming you remain a gentleman." "Sir, Padma is a scary witch in her own right, but have you met her best friends?" "Padma and I haven't had time to discuss anything about that day yet. When we do I can assure you I will be a proper gentleman." "Ramrao, stop trying to scare the boy. Smita, this boy, helped bring down a gigantic basilisk and then stopped Voldemort. I hardly think he'll be scared of Padma's father." The three shared a quiet laugh at that as Neville showed them where to go. Smita wasted no time in rushing over to the sofa to hug Harry and Hermione, drawing a wry chuckle from Emma. "I find myself doing that all the time too. I think I'm trying to convince myself that they are actually okay and still with us." The Pottle mother agreed. "I found myself repeatedly getting up and checking the twins' room the last couple of nights, just to ensure they were safely sleeping in their beds. I am so glad I never went down into that chamber. Just the picture in yesterday's prophet scared the life out of me. I would probably never let the girls out of my sight again if I had actually seen the beast for real." Sirius and Dan had been ferrying enough chairs for everyone into the lounge. Now that they were all seated, it was time to start the family meeting. "Augusta, Smita, Ramrao, you will hear things today that I must ask you not to speak of with anyone who isn't currently in this room." Barchoki's gaze then settled on Parvati. "I'm afraid that applies doubly so to you, Miss Pottle." She nodded her agreement at once. "I think what upset me the most was not knowing what was going on. Padma and I never had secrets from each other before. That played a big part in pushing us away from each other. As long as I can talk to Padma about anything I hear today, I'll be happy with that." Smita was pleased at any move that would keep her twins close to each other. "Are we to assume that Padma and Neville already know these secrets?" It was Harry who answered this time. "Hermione, Padma and Neville have stood beside me practically since we met. Their friendship means everything to me and keeping secrets is not a good basis for any friendship. I'm really sorry Padma, we should have realized what you keeping those same secrets from Parvati would do to your relationship with your twin sister. It's time to trust people and live with the consequences. Did you get confirmation, father? The goblin seemed to age as he answered his son. Yes, and he was working alone. Then he is a dead man. Harry, no. Let the ministry deal with it. Hermione, he attacked my family, he attacked you. The rest of the family didn't exist for the couple at the moment, they were staring into each other's eyes as they fought this battle of wills. Amelia will make sure he sees the inside of Azkaban, we could even ask he gets serious old cell. Ask your godfather if that's a soft option. But Hermione, he attacked. And you're not fit to duel anyone over the age of 3 at the moment. Let Amelia have that time to see justice done. If he's not in Azkaban by then, I'll even be your second. Harry was getting lost in those brown eyes. She can have a week, after that, he's mine. Make it 2, love. Give both you and Amelia time to get ready. 2 weeks, for me, please. When Hermione added a tender key to her plea, everyone there knew Harry was done for. 2 weeks, not a day longer. This earned Harry another key and saw a weight leave Barchoki's shoulders. He knew his son would call Malfoy out, just as the goblin knew there was no way he could have talked Harry out of it. Hermione very wisely didn't even try that tack, instead she rather cleverly bought some time for Amelia to do her work, and allow Harry to recover properly. The goblin was glad Hermione had extracted that promise before his son heard the next piece of news, even his mate would have struggled to contain Harry's anger after this. I should now really fill everyone in on exactly what's going on here. During the summer, we received a warning that a great danger would be coming to Hogwarts. That this danger would involve Harry was all the information we had, absolutely nothing specific that we could approach yourselves, Amelia or Minerva with. You would have to be a right fool not to see there was more going on here than they were being told, and Augusta was no fool. Can I ask why Amelia and the girls aren't here today? Barchok directed his answer at those who didn't yet know the full story. There are things you will hear that we wouldn't necessarily want the head of the DMLE to learn. That's in no way a negative reflection on the current holder of that post, rather as trying to offer some protection to Amelia. She will certainly hear that this was a direct attack against my son, and also that the wrong witch ended up with the Horcrux. Padma caught on at once. It was supposed to be me, wasn't it? This was confirmed by Barchok. An attack on Harry would work best if it was targeted at you, Neville or Hermione. Oh, Malfoy is so dead. This sharpened Augusta's attention. Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy. Her indiscretion saw Padma's cheeks blush. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say anything. Okay, let's get everything out in the open. I am Harry Crow, current head of House Potter. My father arranged that so no one could influence my decision on where my future lies. Funnily enough, the ministry solved my problem by awarding me an Order of Merlin, that automatically makes me an adult as far as the ministry are concerned, and allows me to call out Malfoy. His elf actually provided the warning, which is why we got no specific details. We only discovered it was Malfoy's elf when Draco's mother pulled him from Hogwarts, and we only suspected a basilisk was involved when Hermione found that information in the library on Friday night. Her hand slipped into his, knowing what was coming next. Hermione is not merely my girlfriend, we are blood-bound mates, and will officially marry when both of us become of age to do so. Parvati immediately looked to her twin for confirmation. Padma told her what she knew. Truly bonded, with an all-over glow that turned golden, I wish I could have seen it. Our father has a memory of our bonding, I'm sure he could be convinced to let you see it. We put the Malfoys under investigation, using the same method that brought down Dumbledore, and now have confirmation. Father, can we prove it to the ministry though? We certainly have enough evidence to get him arrested and standing trial for this. Letting Amelia and the minister know we're having to hold you back from calling Lucius out might just force them into action. Failing that, do you think Malfoy would accept the pit? No, not again, that can't happen again. Emma, there is not one person in this room who wants that. Just like they did in the chamber though, we have to prepare for every option. I will be putting all the pressure I can on the ministry to deal with this, and am confident that Malfoy will receive justice. I also think Harry has a better chance fighting Malfoy in the pit, rather than a formal wizard's duel. Lucius will be able to use whatever curses he wants in the pit, without any repercussions. He'll go for a big play. While Lucius is grandstanding, Harry will be on him. It was Smita who asked the obvious question. What's this pit, and why does Emma look as if she's going to pass out? With difficulty, Harry moved over to Emma. This is just contingency plans, please don't worry about it. Do you have to do this, Harry? I never want to even think about you going into that thing again. Same reason as last time, Emma, he attacked Hermione. If I don't respond, someone else may think it's worth another try. There are families who would literally kill to get their daughters next to the Potter name and fortune. Until I marry Hermione, I need to show what happens to anyone daring to make that attempt. It was left to Hermione to answer Smita's original question. The pit is the goblin way of deciding justice. Two go in, only one comes out alive. A goblin made an attempt to kill me at the end of the summer, that is why we blood bonded. Harry then fought in the pit to ensure it would never happen again. He put their champion down in seconds. Padma and Parvati moved either side of Hermione to offer comfort. Emma didn't appear to be letting Harry go anytime soon. Barchok summed the situation up for everyone. The blood bond makes Hermione my daughter too. I will do everything in my power to keep both of them safe. Malfoy needs to pay for this atrocity though, one way or another he will. The Potter elves then decided refreshments were needed, while Betsy popped in with a hanky for Hermione, and a warning not to overtire herself. As Harry shakily made his way back to Hermione, Dan tried to get everyone back on track. Are there any more questions, or can we move on to the real reason behind this get-together today? Ramrao spoke for the rest of them. If we think of anything later, Padma or Neville will probably know the answer. Happy with that, Dan continued. We watched Tonk's memory right from just before the alarm sounded. While my first instincts were for you to get out that castle as quickly as possible, you took minimal risks to collect information that could prove vital in solving this problem. Discovering Parvati's predicament clearly changed all the rules. Parvati was now sitting between Padma and Neville, and was very grateful for the support they offered. Even then, you sent for help immediately and did nothing more than attempt to open the passage. On achieving that difficult feat, you still hung back until formulating a plan. I tried to put myself in your position and discovered I would have made all the same choices. Every member of the team that went into the chamber played an absolutely vital role in ensuring we are all sitting here today to talk about this. Had you gone down there with even one person less, the outcome could have been oh so different. The four were looking at Dan as if waiting for the hammer to drop. It wasn't going to happen. Had you lot rushed in there all gung-ho, looking for trouble, we would be having a very different conversation right now. Instead, you never lost sight of the fact it was a rescue mission, and only fought when you were left with no other choice. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm so proud of all of you. The Prophet got it right, you are heroes in the truest sense of the word, you risked your lives to save someone else's. The Patils, Barchok, Sirius and Augusta heartily endorsed that viewpoint, leaving some very relieved people thinking they got off lightly. It was now Hermione's turn to toddle across the room as she hugged her father. Okay, enough of this mushy stuff. That basilisk obviously affected the beautiful Professor Hobson more than the healers thought. She actually agreed to marry me. Sirius punctuated this announcement with a key for a smiling Henrika. This news was greeted with cheers all round. Sirius of course had more to say. There will be an engagement party in Grimmauld on Boxing Day, but I would like to invite our extended family to spend the Christmas holidays with us. I want to turn the entire holiday season into a celebration of our new family, and no, Henrika is not pregnant. The way the couple looked at one another at that remark meant Sirius didn't need to say, yet, they all got the message. Emma had found that she'd been close to tears ever since Saturday. The ones now forming though were of joy, and partly relief. Since he was released from Azkaban, they had spent a lot of time with Sirius. Even when Harry and Hermione were in Hogwarts, he would visit at least once a week to tell them how their kids were doing. Henrika was also liked by everyone in the company, and thought a wonderful match for Sirius, so this news was indeed joyous. Her relief was due to their Christmas problem being so neatly solved. Emma didn't really care where they spent Christmas, just as long as they were all together. With Dan working to control his natural instinct and springing to Hermione's defense without thinking, they were slowly but surely rebuilding relationships that would eventually be stronger than they were before. Dan had sat with a glass of whiskey in his hand, and tears rolling down his cheeks, as he recounted to her the story of what their kids had faced. Emma had let him get it out of his system and then taken Dan to bed, the glass of whiskey left still untouched on the table. She was so proud of her husband for the way he handled the situation today, and now they could look forward to spending Christmas as a family. This jolted Emma out of her thoughts as a potential problem hit. Serious, Luna Lovegood has been invited to spend Christmas with us. And she's invited to Grimald too. Where is she? I thought her father was still on his research trip. His wife-to-be had the answer to that. Padma made sure Luna was with Penny, before we went looking for these two. Penny swore not to let Luna out of her sight, and was even going to take Luna home with her. They're both coming here tomorrow. Penny is bringing her by something called the night bus, and then Luna will be staying until we go back to Hogwarts. Hermione then added a little more information about their quirky friend. She also knows about our bond, apparently she can see it. Cornelius was wishing he couldn't see this as Lucius Malfoy condemned himself with his own words. We can't show that memory in the Wizengamot chamber, they would never accept evidence collected like that. He clearly didn't know someone else was watching, and it was a discussion with his wife, in his own home. If we started admitting evidence like that into a trial, half the Wizengamot would probably end up being interviewed by your department. Having known these facts beforehand, Amelia wasn't perturbed in the slightest. Then we have some serious problems, Cornelius. Barchoke has informed me that only Harry's injuries are currently stopping his son calling the senior Malfoy out. We are talking a duel to the death here. This fairly ruined the minister's day. His public approval rating had never been higher too. Anything happening to the boy who lived would soon put a serious dent in those ratings. Harry wouldn't be doing the actual fighting though, would he? His status as a centurion in his own world sees him regarded as an adult. Being an Order of Merlin, first class, recipient provides the same function in ours. He would fight Lucius Malfoy to the death. Harry was clearly the target, and his friends suffered through it. Luna Lovegood, My Susan, Hannah Abbott, Parvati Patil, and then the three of his friends that accompanied him down to the chamber for the rescue mission. His girlfriend, Miss Granger, is still recovering from the injuries she sustained. This drew an audible groan from the minister. We should be discussing how we can reward these heroes, not trying to stop them fighting duels to the death. What can we do about this, Amelia? I think we have more than enough information to arrest Malfoy. A search of his manor to ensure he has nothing else like this would also appear prudent. He obviously did it, and should then be forced to say so under truth serum. How far we want to open the can of worms really has to be decided by you. In the past, this would be the point at which Cornelius would fold, protecting his friends and his own self-interest. It was time to see if this new version really had grown a spine. The minister didn't disappoint. Acting on reliable information the ministry has received, an arrest warrant should be issued against Lucius Malfoy. Since this relates to a deadly artifact that was in his possession, a thorough search of his premises should also take place to ensure there are no more threats lurking in the background. He should be questioned under truth serum regarding this attack, and any other current or planned future attacks he has knowledge of. Will that do? Amelia could see Cornelius practically begging her with his eyes to accept this compromise. Since it was more than Amelia expected, and would see Malfoy take up residence in Azkaban, she decided to cut the minister a break. Amelia also had something up her sleeve she now wouldn't need to use as leverage, she told Cornelius anyway. That would be acceptable. It will also work for the press, since Miss Skeeter is all set to break the story. I'm looking forward to being ahead of the game for once. I'll get a team together and hit Malfoy Manor today. The minister was certainly paler when Amelia left his office than he was when she entered. Cornelius had made the right choices though, now it was her turn. She could have lost the last member of her family over this. Malfoy was going down, hard. Neville was finding his conversation with his grandmother extremely hard. Gran, do we really need to talk about a betrothal? I really like Padma but we have key ed once, that hardly means we want to spend the rest of our lives together. I know, Neville, but you have to understand that these extraordinary escapades at Hogwarts from both of you are going to attract a lot of attention. Even your mother recognized Padma as a beautiful witch. Now that Padma is also recognized as a hero of Hogwarts, Ramrao and Smita expect to be inundated with offers for their daughter. There will also be a lot of offers heading in your direction too. What we're trying to do here is see both of you happy, rather than arranging a betrothal that you don't really want. This drew a groan from Neville. His pact with Padma was supposed to shield them from betrothal offers, but that was before the chamber. Can't I just wait for a few years and see what happens? Neville, you know that's not possible. I was betrothed at your age, so were your mother and father. The Longbottoms have done this for centuries. I know two of your friends are different, but you and Padma have always known what's expected of you. If you're not interested in each other, we have to know now so Padma's parents can find the best possible match for their daughter. They really need to take advantage of all this interest. Mentioning his other two friends sparked something in Neville. As I said, I really like Padma, but neither of us know if we're suitable for a betrothal. There is a way we can find out though. This took Augusta back. Neville, surely you don't mean. Yes, we perform the blood bond ritual. That will tell us if we're a suitable match, then we could happily be betrothed. The blood bond wouldn't finalize until we were married, just like Harry and Hermione. His grandmother was well aware of what act was needed to finalize a blood bond. She spared Neville's blushes and let him off with the marriage comment. What would you do if the blood bond indicated you weren't suitable? Hug Padma and wish her luck in finding someone else. I would also promise we would always be friends. She really is a great friend, Gran. I would hate to see her stuck with me. This way, we would both know if a betrothal would work. It was hard for Augusta to curtail her exasperation and a little slipped out. Neville Longbottom, you are one of the most eligible young wizards in Britain, and that was before the Chamber of Secrets. You are certainly not someone a witch would consider being stuck with, like some kind of BP prize. Both Smita and Ramrao think Padma's sweet on you, and I know you really like her. That puts you both in the same position your mum and dad were. This made him happier about the situation, but Neville had made his mind up. I still want to try the blood bond ceremony. Like Harry, I've spent my life listening to stories of how much my parents loved each other. I want the same. This way, Padma and I can know exactly how suitable we would be for each other. Augusta really only had one more question for her grandson. And what do you hope the result of the ritual will be? This time, Neville couldn't contain his blush. He answered as honestly as he could. I hope it shows we have a strong bond, and that leads us to a betrothal. A warm smile spread across Augusta's face. She recognized her grandson's innate shyness, and also the confidence he would gain from a positive reaction to the ritual. He needed proof that he and Padma would be a good match, and his other two friends had provided such a good example of what a couple should be. Blood bond rituals were originally carried out to see if couples were suitable to wed. I've never heard of one being used as part of a pre-betrothal agreement. Any other family might take this as an insult to their daughter, but I think we'll be able to explain the situation to Smita and Ramrao, that we all only want the best for Padma. It will need to be kept secret though, whatever the outcome. Neville understood his grand meant secret from everyone except family. He was fine with that. The Granger house once more woke to the whack of practice swords being used in the back garden. Raising his head from the pillow to glance at the window drew a groan from Dan. His groan was directed at the rain he saw running down the glass. Those two are still recovering. I hardly think being out in this weather will be helping. You could see their frustration yesterday because their injuries were physically curtailing them. They're obviously not fit to go for their run yet, but this will let them get some normality back. He couldn't help but tease his wife. Emma, practicing with wooden swords in the pissing rain, mere days after being seriously injured, is anything but normal. It's normal for them. In our world, those two would have been looking at multiple surgical procedures, weeks of lying in a hospital bed, and then months of physiotherapy. They would have been lucky if they were able to practice fencing by this time next year. Those swords saved their lives. Let them practice as often as they want. You're still worried about Harry having to fight this Malfoy. Worried doesn't even start to describe it. I'm bloody terrified. He may be a centurion, but I just see my boy having to fight someone to the death. How the hell am I supposed to feel? I honestly don't think it will come to that. Barchoke was confident the ministry would take action. Remember, this thing also harmed Susan. We know how protective Amelia is of her niece. I was also watching Sirius as this was being discussed. I think he would take action before Harry could. We have an extended family now, with Harry right in the center of it. That family won't stand back and let anything happen to him. Emma snuggled into her husband, silently praying he was right, and the thwack-thwack was merely their children practicing their sport hobby. The occupants of Malfoy Manor received a much ruder awakening. Amelia led her team to arrest Lucius, and tear the place apart in their search for other dark objects. She had brought Alistair Moody along for this very purpose. That artificial eye of his would certainly come in handy when looking for hidden rooms or compartments. Lucius' heart sank as he spotted his visitors. Bones must have brought about 20 oars with her. What is the meaning of this? Amelia was in no mood to take any shit from Malfoy today. Lucius Malfoy, I have a warrant here for your arrest. Evidence has been presented that implicates you as instigating the attacks at Hogwarts. You will have your day in front of the Wizengamot as they ascertain your guilt or innocence. We also have a search warrant that includes every part of Malfoy Manor. The Ministry has no intention of allowing any more Horcruxes to make their way into the general population. This almost had Lucius reaching for his wand. The gleam of anticipation in Moody's good eyes soon changed his mind. The chances of the old Auror hitting him with a stunner were negligible. Moody liked to put his targets down harder than that. While slightly disappointed that Malfoy didn't try something really stupid, Amelia was suddenly thinking she might not need Moody after all. A rather ragged elf had silently appeared behind the Malfoys and was indicating to the floor at her feet. When Barchoke had supplied her with that memory, the goblin had also told her why they had focused their attention on the Malfoys. It was clear this elf wanted Lucius to be caught and was again providing all the help his bond would allow. Alistair, could you scan this room for hidden compartments or trapdoors? Mad Eye had of course spotted the elf and was already concentrating on the floor. There is some kind of ward on the floor, and rather heavy notice me not charms. I think our friend from the Unspeakables should start right here. By the time a cowed Lucius was in the magic inhibiting cuffs, the Unspeakable had the trapdoor open, and Dobby was ready to point them in the direction of their next find. There was enough dark objects in that room alone to ensure Lucius would be residing in Azkaban for a very long time. Draco stood beside his mother, helplessly watching as his smart and oh-so-powerful father was led out of their home in chains. The chances of him returning to that same home were nil. The family didn't even have enough gold to waste on hiring a lawyer to defend him. Thinking of family saw the realization hit that he was now effectively head of the Malfoys. It was time to make sure the family survived. Mother, I think you need to contact Lord Black over this matter. That won't help. Draco, your father and Sirius have hated each other since they were your age. I'm not asking for him to help father. We are going to need help to avoid being dragged under with father. Lord Black is our access to the only person who can help us here. A word from Crow could be the difference between us still living at the manor or begging in the streets. I don't think that will do any good either. Sirius has no reason to be merciful. He has us exactly where he wants us. We're exactly where father put us, mother. I'm hoping he'll talk to Crow about it. You're pinning your hopes on mercy from a goblin. I thought we taught you better than that. Draco gestured to their home being torn apart around them. And see where those lessons have led. Things changed the moment Crow walked into Hogwarts. Father couldn't accept that and was led out of here in chains. Dumbledore couldn't accept it and has been chased out of Hogwarts. Crow showed me mercy before when he didn't need to. This time we are actually innocent. The right word from him can protect us from this. Have you got any better ideas? That stopped Narcissa dead in her tracks. She actually had no idea what to do next. All their friends would sit back and wait to see what happened, too fearful of getting dragged into this mess to offer any semblance of support. They were on their own, and probably wouldn't survive the public backlash without some kind of protection. Do you really think Crow would help? He hates Lockhart. The man is a complete idiot, yet Crow cancelled the Torontologra's spell Slughorn had him under, before taking Sluggy apart and dangling him from the ceiling. His attitude is that of a pure light wizard, but when he chooses to act, his methods are at best gray. With Granger in danger, he would have jumped in that basilisk's mouth and slashed away with those blades of his to save her. Father's biggest mistake was to put her in danger. I half expected Crow to turn up here and personally hack him to bits. Anyone stupid enough to attack her will be shown no mercy. Luckily we weren't involved with any of it. Crow really is our only chance. She couldn't argue with anything her son just said. Those blades had just taken down the biggest basilisk ever recorded. how could you argue with that? I'll send an owl to Sirius and see if he answers. What about your sister? You might try writing to her too. Draco, I haven't spoken to Andromeda in nearly 20 years. The situation we are in at the moment, we can't afford not to take even the slimmest of chances. I've had to be civil to Crow for over a year now, not once has he rubbed my nose in it. Things are changing, Mother, we need to change too. What alternative do we have? Narcissa couldn't see any alternatives, knowing the Wizengamot had the power to levy heavy fines against Lucius too. These would be taken straight out their vaults, leaving who knows what for Draco to inherit when he came of age. If they took too much, the Parkinsons would cancel the betrothal between Pansy and Draco. They may be forced to do so anyway, to distance themselves from Lucius' disaster. It was beginning to dawn on Narcissa that, if she wanted Draco to have any kind of life, she was going to have to get her nose out of the air and do some groveling. To protect her son's future, Narcissa would do whatever it took. Emma had enjoyed her morning, she was taking a few days off work until Hermione and Harry had fully recovered. That, and she just didn't want to let them out of her sight. After Luna and Penny had arrived, and made sure Hermione and Harry were getting better, Emma had offered to take them into Crawley. When the alarm sounded at Hogwarts, there was no time to grab trunks as the evacuation took place. Luna was currently wearing some of Penny's resized clothes since her trunk was still in her dorm. Just being able to do some normal things, clothes shopping and pizza for lunch, was exactly what Emma needed. Anything really to distract her mind from the thought of Harry fighting a duel to the death. Knowing there were charms on the magical bus that wouldn't even allow her to see it, Emma entered the house as the three friends said goodbye to Penny, and was surprised to find Sirius and Henrika waiting there. By the smile Sirius was wearing, it was going to be a pleasant surprise. Knowing how worried Emma was, Sirius got straight to the point. Lucius Malfoy was arrested this morning. Amelia arrived with a team of Aurors and also tore Malfoy Manor apart. Even his own wife expects him to be changing his address to Azkaban. Emma managed to make it to a chair before she broke down and started crying, these though were tears of relief. Hermione and Harry were alarmed when they first spotted her sitting crying, that was until Sirius told them the reason behind her tears. He also told the pair he needed to speak with them, this would not be a straightforward conversation. This was the first time Narcissa had entered Gringotts in almost a year, she had no reason to go there until now. Sirius had responded to her plea, and set their meeting here. Once the news broke, she probably wouldn't be able to walk down Diagon Alley, and certainly not stroll into Gringotts Bank. She was led through a warren of tunnels until Narcissa was directed into what she considered a very strange room to hold a meeting. There weren't even any chairs, then she spotted Sirius standing beside an observation wall. I like to come here and spend some time just watching Alice and Frank recover. I always seem to pick up on some little sign of improvement that wasn't there the last time I visited. I've come to think of the Longbottoms as a metaphor for our society. We thought nothing could be done but, day by day, they are slowly proving us all wrong. She watched in astonishment as Alice carefully brushed what hair her husband had left. And then lovingly kissed him on the cheek. How is this possible? They've spent years in St. Mungo's. It's possible because of who Alice Longbottom is godmother to, the very same person who is my godson too, the same person who your husband intended to see dead. She had no answer for that, and didn't think Sirius was looking for one. He hadn't even looked in her direction yet. My godson has a good heart, but that should never be taken as a sign of weakness. Barchoke has done a wonderful job of raising my godson. The one area he was unable to teach is the workings of pureblood houses and politics. That is where I come in. Harry knows Draco is innocent, and also that he has been keeping his head down since their confrontation in the Great Hall. Harry feels a child shouldn't be persecuted for the sins of the father. She let out a long and audible sigh of relief, but that proved a mistake. Sirius now turned to face her, or should that be Lord Black? Just to be clear here, Malfoy, I don't agree with my godson on this. You may not have known the specifics of what that husband of yours was up to, but you knew enough to get your own son out of danger, leaving everyone else behind to effing die. Was your husband so precious to you that you were prepared to stand back and let him unleash mass murder onto children? Then again, his half-blood master met his end trying the same, to murder a baby. I'll bet your pureblood friends will love you when this gets out. making sure the Malfoy heir was safe while their children were left to the tender mercies of a basilisk. Gone were the funny quips and jokes. Narcissa was faced with a furious Lord Black, a quite terrifying sight. "Let me make something plain to you. Should Draco bide his time until his inheritance and then act, plot or conspire against my godson's health, I will make it my business to destroy the very name of Malfoy, and all those who bear it. Amelia actually did your husband a favor, either Harry or I would have killed him otherwise, and there would have been no saving of Draco from the consequences that." Draco had already told her Crow would come for Lucius, adding Sirius to that too would have ensured she wore widow's weeds before long. Narcissa had nothing to say because she had nothing to offer. Both she and Draco were completely at Sirius' mercy. "Harry will release a statement, condemning your husband's actions but sparing Draco from any blame. For that, we want something in return." This was how Dobby came to find himself inside Gringotts, and being given clothes by his mistress. Rita held today's profit in her hand and couldn't help but smile. She was beginning to appreciate how the goblins operated. This certainly felt like a revenge worthy of that race. Although the prophet had literally begged her to return, Rita had politely refused, and then wrung what would have been 6 months' worth of her old salary out them for the stories she had in today's paper. With no editor breathing down her neck and no deadline to meet, her byline of Rita Skeeter, independent investigative reporter, sure tasted like sweet revenge to her. All the gold in her bank account certainly helped to sweeten that feeling too. The prophet had of course led with her story on Lucius Malfoy, or, as the headline screamed, the real beast of Hogwarts. Malfoy was clearly the out-and-out villain of the piece, with the poor, innocent Pottlewitch simply unable to resist the dark and powerful compulsion charms on the Horcrux. The article posed a simple question: what 12-year-old could possibly resist the subtle manipulations of a Dark Lord? That her twin sister and her friends had not only discovered, but then broken into the fabled Chamber of Secrets, slain the gigantic basilisk that had been attacking the school, stopped Tom Riddle from being reborn and then rescued Parvati too meant there would not be one shred of blame heading in the direction of the Pottle family, quite the opposite. That Voldemort had come within a whisker of being reborn was the really shocking part of the entire sorry tale, and ensured Malfoy would be joining his fellow Death Eaters in Azkaban. The Ministry also came out of this looking good. They already had Malfoy in a Ministry cell by the time the story broke and had also ransacked his manor to ensure there were no more Horcruxes lying in wait. That Aurors had been in front of the students they were protecting and one had fought alongside the students down in the chamber left the population with the impression that their Ministry actually knew what they were doing, a most unusual occurrence. Hogwarts also had effective measures in place to deal with the emergency. The castle's evacuation was swift and efficient. Again, a Hogwarts professor had fought alongside the students, almost losing her life in the process. All in all, Rita was pleased with her articles and really pleased with the direction her life was taking. Being sacked by the prophet and then getting hired by the goblins was proving to be the best thing that had ever happened to her. Minerva was also amazed at the accuracy of the reporting, especially the article on the emergency meeting of the Hogwarts School Board. With Albus, non-arrival, the current information Amelia Bones had available pointed to him leaving Britain altogether. He was quickly dismissed as headmaster in his absence. Minerva had then refused the offered headmistress position, citing that she was in the process of introducing an entirely new method of transfiguration and would like to concentrate her efforts on that for the foreseeable future. Augusta had invited Amelia and Barchoke to attend the meeting. It was the goblin though who asked the all-important question. "Excuse me, exactly what did Headmaster Dumbledore do inside Hogwarts? All my dealings are with Professor McGonagall, which is why I asked that question. I know he didn't teach and that his deputy handled all the finances. What was his contribution to running the school?" All eyes then shifted to Minerva, recognizing that she would be best able to handle this question. She was rather uncomfortable with where the question could lead but still answered truthfully. "Albus left the day-to-day running of the school to me. He was more interested in setting Hogwarts policy, dealing with the paperwork involved, and of course hiring new staff." This was greeted with silence before Amelia offered a suggestion. Why not let Minerva continue with what she had been doing and just appoint someone to generally oversee Hogwarts? There exists some old legislation where the Ministry can appoint someone into that very position. They would be known as the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. They would also have the power to remove staff they felt weren't up to Hogwarts standard, a certain defense professor immediately springs to mind. Her idea wasn't exactly greeted enthusiastically, so Amelia set out to solve their obvious problem with this. I wasn't suggesting the ministry actually appoint someone, rather use the existing legislation to ratify whoever the school board chose to fill the role. That was certainly a lot more palatable to the board, and Augusta Longbottom was selected for the part-time position within the hour. Barchoke then explained the reason behind why he was here. Between us, Augusta and I represent 3 of the students who fought the basilisk. We also have Ramrao Patil's permission to make this offer. They propose to split the profits from the basilisk carcass into 3 pots. The first would pay for the upgrade of the Hogwarts wards that won't even allow a marked Death Eater to enter the castle, far less something as dark as a Horcrux. The remaining gold would then be split evenly between the final 2 pots, one to be shared amongst the rescuers and the other reserved for those who were injured by this situation. Since they were basically getting the best wards gold could buy for free, the school board unanimously accepted this generous offer at once. Barchoke did explain that Gringotts would be erecting these wards at cost. The Goblin Nation had no intention of making profit from protecting schoolchildren. What he didn't say was that this would be a massive advert and profitable endorsement for their new wards, and that they expected to make a fair bit of gold from protecting homes of the wealthy. To a wizard with enough gold, wards that wouldn't allow Death Eaters even access to your property were certainly worth paying for. It proved to be a very productive meeting, with everyone feeling as if they had gained something positive by the end of the night. Minerva was delighted that she would now be allowed to continue teaching the different form of transfiguration, and also have someone inside Hogwarts that might listen to her when she complained. With Augusta Longbottom in charge of hiring and firing, she didn't see Lockhart lasting much past Christmas. The only reason he might last that long was they would need to find a replacement first. Edmund Parkinson focused more on the short interview Crow had given Rita. He'd heard from Pansy that Crow could easily lord it over Hogwarts but made no attempt to do so, and apparently had no interest in doing so either. The impression given here was of a wizard who had no interest in honors, or any intention of playing a hero over this affair. He stated quite plainly they had gone down there to rescue their friend, nothing more. Crow's comment that he didn't want to see his friend being blamed for this incident, or anyone else other than the person who gave Parvati the Horcrux resonated with Edmund. They had pulled their daughter out of Hogwarts on a mere suspicion. Here was Crow publicly exonerating them, and others, of any blame. Pansy had begged him not to end her betrothal to Draco, citing this would indicate they blamed him and his mother for what happened at Hogwarts, something that could destroy the Malfoys. The smart move would be to end that betrothal now, and offer Pansy to the Longbottom lad. This was something Edmund might still do, depending on the outcome of Lucius' trial. That Lucius was bound for Azkaban seemed beyond doubt. What would happen to the Malfoy money was not. A 17-year-old Draco would still inherit, and, with Lucius out the picture, Edmund was sure he could influence his daughter's then wealthy future husband. Draco would have a reprieve, at least until his father's trial. If the ministry took over half of the Malfoy money, that would be the end of Pansy's betrothal, no matter how many tears his daughter cried. Dolores was attempting to be pragmatic about the situation, and failing miserably. Inside the witch was seething at the injustice of this, even though she understood it was nothing more than a case of very bad timing. The summer after next, she had secured the Quidditch World Cup to be held in England. Dolores had worked her ass off fighting to get the tournament to Britain, only to find the news buried deep inside the Prophet. The newspaper was still being dominated by the Basilisk, and Harry Crow. Seeing him once more cast as the hero really made her blood boil, and that was before he stole her deserved front page. It was now the following day before Albus could get his hands on a copy of The Prophet. He still thought it was worth the effort though. Now that he'd left Britain, it was vital that he kept himself up to date with just what was happening back home. The most striking thing for him was just who had ended Tom Riddle. Albus had to read it 3 times to ensure he hadn't made a mistake. It actually said Neville Longbottom. This saw Albus questioning just which of the boys was the child of the prophecy. Could he actually have gotten it wrong? This would need careful consideration, but he had time. Neither of the boys would be going anywhere for the next 5 years or so. Plenty of time for Albus Dumbledore to make his triumphant return to Hogwarts, and once more engage in the battle for influence over the prophesied one. That there were again two contenders for the position meant he would need to keep a careful eye on what was happening back home, otherwise known as getting the prophet delivered a day later than those living in Britain. The group of friends were spending time together in Crawley that Saturday afternoon for two reasons. One was simply that they enjoyed each other's company, and two was to help Parvati recover from her ordeal. Being in the company of Luna, Susan and Hannah, all of whom were petrified yet bore her no ill will, would certainly help Parvati with facing having to climb back on board the Hogwarts Express on Wednesday. Knowing her friends would be there for her too would also help, with even Lavender being invited to spend the day with the group. Hermione was holding Harry's hand as they led their friends around the town center. Her mind though kept wandering back to last night, and the events at Longbottom Manor. Oh, last night, oh. Barchoke didn't need much of an excuse to show the memory of his son and daughter's bonding, and the family had already heard Harry had to fight in the pit. Luna was clutching Harry and Hermione as the fight unfolded, sensing something bad was about to happen. Both Poddle twins screamed as the goblin blade bit into Hermione, only for her armor to deflect it away. Still hurt like a bee. Though. I had a bruise right down me. No one was surprised at Hermione's revelation, and neither were they shocked at Harry's response to the attack on his girlfriend. That goblin was just fortunate Harry dropped his blade. The girls' screams had soon turned to sighs as the bond formed, with Padma, Parvati and Luna all staring at the couple in awe. It was Neville though who reacted first. "Harry, can I borrow your sword for our bonding ceremony? I was going to use the potions knife you gave me, but I want all the help magic can give me." After insisting on the bond, Neville was now dreading a negative result, as was Padma. Hermione had worn her sword specifically in the hope Padma might ask for it. She handed it over to her friend as Neville had the sword of Gryffindor in his grasp. The rest of the world no longer existed for the pair as, with a nod, Padma indicated she was ready. They cut their hands in unison, Neville going deeper than he intended due to the exceedingly sharp blade. That was the least of his troubles though, the next few minutes could decide the course of his life. They clasped their bleeding hands together as Neville offered the incantation. "You are mine, and I am yours." Padma's eyes positively sparkled as she provided the necessary response. "You are mine, and I am yours." Not one person in the room breathed as they studied the couple's joined hands. Those collective breaths were released as a silver glow began to escape from their linked fingers. As that glow passed their wrists and began traveling up their arms, an air of euphoria amongst the watchers escalated directly in relationship to the expanding glow. As it reached their shoulders, Ramrao let out a loud yell of celebration. His wife and Parvati had already been in floods of tears from the instant the silver glow first made an appearance. It crept into their chests, stopping when it reached their hearts before slowly fading away. Neville's gaze had never left Padma's eyes. "Will that do you, Miss Poddle?" "Mr. Longbottom, I was yours the instant our hands healed." She proceeded to prove it by grabbing him for their second key, and this time Neville just might have ended up sockless. With the exception of Augusta, all the females present then mobbed the couple. The Longbottom matriarch had a wide smile on her face though as she approached Ramrao. "I believe we have some business to discuss. It will give me great pleasure to invite your daughter to join our family. As Padma's father, I can honestly say I couldn't think of a wizard better suited to one day marry my daughter than your grandson. I will be delighted to sign the documents that will formalize what we witnessed here today." Dan found himself standing next to Barchoke, a hint of sadness creeping into what was a happy occasion. "This is what it should have been like for our children, and I ruined that." He didn't get to say any more as Hermione had heard, and quickly rounded on him. "Dad, everyone today knew exactly why we were here. You had just watched some memories and then were told I was married. How else could you react? You now understand our situation and are happy for us. I can't ask for anything better than that." Barchoke was chuckling as Hermione kissed her father on the cheek. "Dan, I have to confess I've rarely known our daughter to be wrong about anything. She is of course right about this. If it makes you feel any better, Dan, we all expected to get a right roasting for the chamber. Let's now call it even and move on." Looking at the boy he was quickly coming to consider as his son, Dan nodded his acceptance of that and held his hand out to shake. "Deal." As they clasped hands, Dan had one more question. "There is something I wanted to ask though. What is your honest appraisal of what happened down there?" Neville and Padma were returning their borrowed swords, which gave the four a minute to think of an answer for Dan. I didn't want to take Hermione down there, but she was right, we needed her. We also had no plan to deal with Tom Riddle. Neville saved all our asses over that. Henrika was just amazing, otherwise we would have been in really bad trouble. I think we would all agree that we carried an amazing amount of luck, the only time it turned against us being Hermione slipping. Hermione agreed with every word of that. I certainly didn't feel heroic, lying on a wet and bloody floor with a giant snake's head in my lap. Padma and I were too worried about Parvati and Harry to feel much of anything. Our training saved our lives. That same training has also taught us just how lucky we were that day. Dan then embraced the happy new couple. Congratulations you two, I didn't mean to lower the tone of the celebrations. Neville wore a smile that nothing was going to shift, just like nothing was going to shift Padma from his side. That's fine, Dan. Without going down into that chamber, Padma might never have keyed me, and I certainly wouldn't have had the courage to ask her to blood bond. His betrothed now playfully slapped his arm. Listen Longbottom, you were always going to get keyed. That ruddy great snake just moved the timetable up a bit. The celebration was back on track when Augusta and Ramrao returned, the paperwork all dealt with. She handed a small box to her grandson and Neville's smile got even wider. He opened the box and placed the Longbottom betrothal ring on Padma's finger, before offering her the box to do the same for him. There was no need for words, their blood bond was far stronger than any betrothal agreement, something the rings recognized as a spark of magic passed between them. An impromptu party broke out after that. No one had wanted to plan one beforehand in case they jinxed the outcome of the blood bond ceremony. It was during this time that Sirius approached Dan and Emma. I have a little problem you two might be able to help me with. Setting Dobby free has created an unforeseen problem. The little guy apparently likes being free. This left Dan shaking his head. Why does everything in your world have to be so bloody complicated? How could someone wanting to remain free be a problem? House elves love to work, it's when they're at their happiest. This drew a nod of understanding from Emma. Hermione told me the same thing, says she deliberately messes up her room sometimes to keep Betsy happy. That little elf is devoted to her. Dobby still wants to work, but he now wants paid for that work. While that might seem perfectly natural to you both, it's certainly not in our world. All his fellow house elves think Dobby is crazy, a disgrace for wanting payment for doing what he's supposed to do. To put him into a magical household would cause chaos amongst the other elves. I probably could get him into Hogwarts, but the little guy was really hoping for a family. And you just naturally thought of a family that seems to be growing all the time. Emma was smiling in Luna's direction as she said this. Dan though was more business-like. I don't know if we could afford a servant and where would he live. Our house seems to be full now more often than not. He wants a galleon a month and will live in a corner of your loft. Sirius enjoyed watching his two friends' rather predictable reactions to his last statement. Indeed, he will not live in a corner of our loft. A galleon a month. That's not even pocket money. He would build himself a little cozy nest, and be very happy with that. The money thing is more about symbolism than economics. Dobby gets paid, therefore he's free, the amount he's paid is inconsequential. When I told him I was going to inquire if the family of Harry Potter wanted a house elf, he immediately dropped the price to a canute a month. Both took some convincing they wouldn't, being exploiting the little creature, and wanted time to speak with Harry and Hermione first, before making a decision. Harry found himself dancing with Hermione, Parvati and Luna. Neville and Padma weren't for being separated tonight. This gave Hermione time to talk with her parents and advise them to give Dobby a job, and a home. Hermione danced in Harry's arms, delighted they were regaining their mobility and fitness. She was also delighted for her two friends, with not a hint of jealousy at the rings they wore. Hermione already knew there would be an engagement ring on her finger, a present for her 17th birthday. That it would be joined by a wedding ring the following summer made her happier than she had the words to express. As a couple they would still disagree, argue, and might even resort to the occasional fight. What their bond did though was ensure they knew how they felt about one another. Yes, each had faults that the other could find irritating, but they loved each other, faults and all. Oh present oh. Hermione was drawn out of her musings by someone calling her name. She felt Harry tense beside her as Padma and Neville casually took up supporting position behind them. Harry and Padma had personal experience of Hermione meeting people she knew before heading off to Hogwarts, this might be 4 girls rushing toward them, but they were taking no chances. Both intended to make certain Hermione wouldn't be needing to see a healer after this meeting. Hermione Granger, is that really you? No, Melissa, I'm the Wicked Witch of the West. What can I do for you? You can tell us who your stylist and personal trainer are, you look fantastic. She studied Joanne, finding none of the sarcasm or smirks she expected to accompany a comment like that. Hermione looked to Harry for help. Hey, I always think you look fantastic. Hermione had no way of knowing just how much she'd changed in the year and a half since these girls had last laid eyes on her. The frizzy hair that was the source of so many jibes was now soft brown curls, and those 2 front teeth perfectly matched their lovely pearly white neighbors. All her exercising had also had a very desirable effect on her body, as did the confident way she walked down the street holding Harry's hand. I don't have a stylist and I exercise with Harry every day. You 4 almost got hit by a bus, running across the road in front of it to ask me that. Melissa silenced Joanne with a look before answering. No, we came over to thank you, and say hi. Things are so much better now in school since you stomped on Dudley's gang. Tony came back on crutches and then his family finally moved away altogether. Joanne and the others nodded their agreement. We searched for you all last summer to thank you, but you were nowhere to be seen. Oh, we spent the full summer traveling. I was only in Crawley at the end of August. Padma had certainly picked up on Hermione's wariness as these girls approached. She also noticed the envious glances they were stealing at Hermione and Harry. She had learned from Hermione that Muggle school had been a lonely place for her friend. Padma didn't need to be a genius to deduct that these 4 played a part in that loneliness. It was time for some retrospective payback, and provide these 4 with a real focus for that jealousy. Starting off in Florida was brilliant. Are we doing that again next summer? Susan was also no slouch, spotting the tension before figuring out what Padma was doing. Oh, I would love to go back to Japan, that was just amazing, and Auntie talks about it all the time. Sorry Susan, and I hate to disagree with my girlfriend, but Rome was the highlight of the whole summer. Lavender hadn't cottoned on to what was happening here, that made her outburst so much more believable though. She had been listening to stories of that holiday since Parvati returned from it. Lavender certainly knew which part sounded best to her. Neville, Rome was better than Harry's private tropical island, were you nuts? Harry settled the matter. This summer our holidays will have to be built around a wedding, we won't be able to do much planning until that's arranged. The 4 girls were left looking at each other in disbelief. They'd heard the wild rumors, but here was the proof. Hermione Granger, the girl who they wouldn't give the time of day to, had somehow fallen on her feet and had every girl's dream in the palm of her hand. Certainly these 4 girls' dream. A gorgeous, rich and actually titled boyfriend. Sometimes life just wasn't fair. They had been searching all summer to see if the rumors were true, and, if they were, to begin the process of working their way into Granger's good graces. Here she stood though, surrounded by friends and hand in hand with the aforementioned gorgeous boyfriend. Melissa was left clutching at straws. Will you be coming home for Christmas? Hermione's shake of her head shattered any hopes they had of ingratiating themselves into her clearly wealthy company. It was always going to be a hard task, but the girl never being in Crawley just make that mission impossible. Sorry but no. Harry's godfather, Lord Black, is getting engaged at Christmas. We will be spending the entire holiday with him in London. It was nice meeting you again, but we need to go. This is the first time some of my friends have been in Crawley. We're showing them around. None of the 4 were quite brazen enough to invite themselves along. It was a close-run thing though. As the friends walked away, Padma of course had a comment. Well, that certainly went better than the last time we met the natives of Crawley. Her sister couldn't contain her curiosity. Why, what happened? Oh, 5 guys tried to beat us up. One of them was even stupid enough to punch Hermione in the mouth. Let me guess, his name was Tony and he ended up on crutches. Why Susan, your aunt would be proud of you. That is certainly deduction worthy of an Auror. Padma couldn't hold her giggle though, she was in a very good mood. Lavender was only paying partial attention. The shops were distracting her, but she wanted to ask Parvati something. I thought Ravenclaws were supposed to be bookworms. This lot are more Gryffindor than we are. Hermione had explained to her parents that, as Betsy was her personal elf, there would be no conflict with Dobby and Crawley. The elves already considered her Lady Potter, and Dobby would be the Granger's elf. Emma couldn't get her head around having Dobby living in the loft. There was also no way he was going to walk around wearing a pillowcase. Dan and Emma were currently in negotiations with the elf. It was hard though, as Dobby was currently in floods of tears. If this isn't big enough, Dobby, we could. Oh no, Mrs. Granger, this is far too big for Dobby. This is a room. Dobby, it's a storage cupboard under the stairs. We emptied it and put that little cot in there. We thought you'd be more comfortable here than in the loft. We bought you some outfits, do you like them? Both Emma and Dan had been coached not to say clothes. Dobby may be a free elf now, but that just wasn't a word you used around house elves. There were 3 children's outfits on hangers in the walk-in cupboard. Dobby's eyes were drawn to the little track suit. It was brightly colored, had zips and pockets, and Dobby had never seen anything so fine in all his life. Dobby loves them, and Dobby already thinks he's going to really like working here. With a shake of hands the deal was done. The Grangers had just hired a very dedicated house elf. They had spent Tuesday night staying in Grimald to make accessing King's Cross easier. Breakfast was already a lively affair before the pair of Gringotts elves arrived. Both Henrika and Luna were stunned into silence at what they contained. Harry, I have a Gringotts bank draft here for 90,000 galleons. Would you care to explain why? It's your first installment from the basilisk carcass, Henrika. It will be a few months yet before the final figure is known. As a victim of the creature, Luna should have about half of that. That's simply because there were more victims than rescuers. This received a nod of agreement from Luna. Mine is for 45,000, that's an awful lot of gold, Harry. Everyone who was a victim gets the same. Luna, you, Hannah, Susan and Parvati will all get that today. Padma and Neville will receive the same as Henrika. It was a puzzled Sirius who asked the obvious question. Where are the owls with your bank drafts? Hermione was almost blushing as she answered. We sorted that out yesterday when we were at Gringotts. It was getting embarrassing. Everywhere I went there would be goblins bowing to me. I hope it dies down soon. Emma could put 2 and 2 together quicker than most, and was sure she had the right answer here. So, Parvati is terrified of facing everyone on the express later today, and those checks just happened to be delivered this morning. His ruse might have been easily read, but Harry was unrepentant. This was an attack on me and my family. I'll do everything I can to protect them. Sirius' loud laughter cut through anything else Harry was going to say. This is genius. Instead of Parvati being picked on, you'll have a train full of people wishing they had been petrified. Luna was out for about a week and the rest of them were fed the potion the same day. The news also pleased Henrika. I didn't say anything before, but I'm traveling to Hogwarts on the express with you lot. There will be a few Aurors on the train too. We were worried in case there might be trouble, but this will make the entire journey a party. Someone better tell the trolley lady to stock up well. I've a feeling she's going to be busy. There was a party atmosphere taking over the breakfast table, but Hermione noticed Luna's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Is there something wrong, Luna? I thought you were looking forward to going back to Hogwarts. Oh, I am. It's just all this talk of family. There's only me and my father. Luna, when we found out you'd been petrified, Harry was ready to take the castle apart stone by stone to find out what did that to you. When he says family, you, Miss Luna Lovegood, are certainly considered part of that family. Really? 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 Luna's eyes now sparkled to match the wide smile she was wearing. Since her mother died, Luna had longed to be a family again. It would seem she was now part of this one too, something she was very happy with. It was no coincidence that the trial of Lucius Malfoy was held on the same day the children returned to Hogwarts. Like Amelia, a lot of the Wizengamot members would have just waved their young loved ones off on the express, and then left for the ministry to try the bastard who attempted to murder every single one of those very same children. Malfoy was guilty, of that there was no doubt. In the past though, that wouldn't necessarily mean Lucius would be punished. A new wing at St. Mungo's wouldn't get him out of this one though, not that he had access to funds to even attempt a deal like that. Today was all about showing the British wizarding public they could trust their ministry to make the hard choices and protect them. Since a lot of the parents were in London anyway to see their children off, the public galleries were packed to capacity. They were currently watching a Lucius Malfoy who had certainly lost his sneer of superiority. To be fair, sitting chained to a chair inside an iron cage while awaiting trial for the attempted massacre of the nation's schoolchildren would have that effect on most people. Sirius, Ramrao and Barchok sat together at the trial, listening while Lucius under truth serum congratulated himself for slipping the diary to the wog witch that was a close friend of Crow's. It was only after returning home and reading the Dumbledore exposé that he realized the diary was a Horcrux. His house elf was then sent to infiltrate Hogwarts and retrieve the Horcrux, only to return empty-handed. It wasn't until after reading about the chamber incident in The Prophet, Lucius realized he'd slipped the diary to the wrong Pottle Witch. He confirmed that no one else knew what he had done, and it was purely concern for their son that saw his wife withdraw Draco from Hogwarts. Lucius then condemned himself to the entire magical population of Britain, including any Death Eaters still at large, by confirming it was pure self-preservation that sent his elf off to Hogwarts. While the Malfoys were denied access to their funds, the Dark Lord's return would be an utter disaster for them. It was also noticed that Lucius was the only Malfoy in the Wizengamot chamber, not even his wife was here to offer any support. With Malfoy's goose well and truly cooked by his own confession, Amelia then showed Tonks' memory to all the people crammed inside the chamber. The Ministry wanted everyone to see what the outcome of Malfoy's ministrations could have been. To those intently watching the events unfold, Tom Riddle's appearance was every bit as terrifying as the basilisk. The vote on his guilt was a mere formality, a unanimous answer quickly being returned from the Wizengamot members. It was then left to Amos to pass sentence. Lucius Malfoy, you have been found guilty of unleashing a terrible horror into Hogwarts, with callous disregard for the welfare of the children being taught there, your own son included. It is nothing short of miraculous that there were no fatalities, otherwise I wouldn't have hesitated in using the death penalty for this case. This drew gasps from around the Wizengamot chamber as people realized this was not Albus Dumbledore they were now dealing with. Amos Diggory appeared not to be the forgiving sort, even the Lestranges had escaped the death penalty. The attack on the Hufflepuff students though had badly shaken the chief warlock, his own son had been mere yards from the point of the basilisk attack. You will spend the rest of your life in the high-security wing of Azkaban. It was also my intention to find the Malfoy family rather heavily, and use that golden stalling wards at Hogwarts to ensure nothing like this could ever be repeated. Thanks to our friends from the Goblin Nation, and those 4 brave and generous students who destroyed the basilisk, our children today return to a much safer Hogwarts. I still intend to impose a financial penalty though, 20% of the Malfoy fortune will be awarded to the Ministry. This will be allocated to the DMLE, its purpose to help equip and train more brave Aurors like the ones who protected our children at Hogwarts. This proved a very popular decision, the profile of the DMLE had never been higher. Edmund watched with everyone else as a sobbing and broken Lucius Malfoy sank into the floor. Personally, he thought the death penalty might have been kinder than spending the rest of your life in Azkaban. The 20% fine meant he would leave his daughter's betrothal to Draco intact for the moment. The news flashing around platform 9 3/4 that the Longbottom lad had just gotten betrothed also affected this decision. He would call in on Narcissa before going home, give her the expected news about Lucius and then see what future concessions he could wring out of the Malfoys. If Edmund even suspected Draco was as stupid as his father, his betrothal to Pansy would be over before the blonde Ponce could spit. Lucius may have wormed his way into high society, but the Malfoy name could become poison for many years to come. Edmund would have to give serious consideration to whether he wanted his grandchildren lumbered with such a disadvantage. Thankfully he had a few years yet before finalizing any arrangements. Narcissa would know all this, and also that should Draco's match to Pansy be dissolved, she would certainly struggle to find another suitable betrothal for her son. Edmund should be able to squeeze more Parkinson control over the Malfoy fortune. Narcissa wasn't really in any position to refuse. Parvati had been pleasantly surprised at the positive reactions she'd received on the Express. Then again, she'd never ventured outside the 2 compartments they had occupied and Professor Hobson had stayed close. Now, the professor was at the staff table, Susan and Hannah at Hufflepuff while Padma, Hermione, Luna and Harry were all heading to sit at their own house table. She still wasn't alone though. Neville had offered his arm and Lavender was by her side. Ginny and Colin were leading the way to a space at Gryffindor that would accommodate the 5 of them. Unfortunately, this free space was closer to Ronald Weasley than they would usually sit. Hey Longbottom, looks like Lucius Malfoy isn't the only one who can't tell the Pottles apart. You do know your girlfriend is sitting at the Ravenclaw table, right, or did they come as a pair? Ron was laughing at his own joke, that was until he realized he was the only one laughing. The way Neville was glaring at Ron was certainly enough to deter any sensible person from laughing at the redhead's supposed joke. After all, Neville Longbottom had just fought a basilisk and killed Voldemort. This was not someone you wanted to upset. Since Padma is wearing the Longbottom betrothal ring, and Parvati clearly isn't, that should tell even someone as thick as you who this is on my arm. That same ring also makes Parvati my sister. Would you stand back and let anyone say horrible things about your sister? This had a red-faced Ron on his feet. Don't you dare say anything about my sister, she wasn't the one stupid enough to write in a cursed diary. Oh, I think the whole school knows who the stupid one is in the Weasley family, you prove it every time you open your mouth. Talk about my sister like that again and I'll call you out, this is the only warning you're getting, Weasley. Before Ron could say any more, Percy intervened. Ron, sit down and shut up. Oh, take his side again, why don't you? He's sticking up for someone who isn't even his sister yet my own brother stabs me in the back. Must be nice to have a supportive family. Perhaps if you weren't such a jerk, we just might. Parvati's been through a horrible experience. Ginny found herself being interrupted by a now snarling Ron. An experience she caused, and then got paid a bloody fortune for it too. That doesn't sound too horrible to me. Neville was just about to launch himself at Ron when his head of house made her presence known. Ronald Weasley, go to my office at once. What, and miss dinner? I shall have the elves prepare a sandwich for you. A sandwich? You have just gained an extra week's worth of detentions for your disrespectful attitude toward me, that's on top of the week I was originally going to give you. If you are not in my office inside the next 5 minutes, our new High Inquisitor can start her first day on the job by taking you home, and then explaining to your parents the reason why you are no longer welcome inside Hogwarts. It had been reported in the Prophet that the new High Inquisitor was Neville's grandmother. Ron rightly thought that he would receive no sympathy from that quarter. With his head down, he began making his way out the hall. McGonagall though made sure he still heard her address to the rest of Gryffindor. When you all arrived at Hogwarts for the very first time, I told you then that your house would be your family. One of our family was hurt by Lord Voldemort, that another member of our family made him pay for that hurt makes me prouder than I can say. Parvati needs the support of her family and friends at this time. Her Gryffindor family will provide that support, or I'll know the reason why. As McGonagall headed back to the staff table, Parvati found herself sitting between Neville and Lavender with the rest of the house rallying around. It appeared as if Ronald Weasley's was the only disconcerting voice in Gryffindor. Harry felt it was now safe to release his grip on Hermione and Padma, both had wanted to rush to Parvati's aid. The confrontation had been heard by the entire Great Hall. Ronald Weasley and Subtlety weren't exactly close friends. Harry had no intention of letting two angry witches now focus their ire on him though so quickly offered his reasoning. Neville always had the situation under control and I saw McGonagall keeping a close eye on them. She was moving the minute the mouth without a brain started speaking, or should that be shouting? We know what would have happened if Ron had been foolish enough to reach for his wand. Neville would have wiped the floor with him. By us not interfering, McGonagall was able to deal with it as a Gryffindor house matter. Can I borrow your sword, Hermione? I want to go and cut Ron's sandwich into bite-sized pieces, then ram them down his throat with my fist. You'd touch that mouth. Hermione, I'm a betrothed witch, and I wouldn't be able to eat my dinner if I even thought about shoving sandwiches in any of his other orifices. Girls, you're frightening our friends, well, at least spoiling their appetites. Relax everyone, they're only joking. We're still the same people we were before all this happened. Oh Harry, does that mean I can stop bowing every time I meet you now? Luna's sing-song voice stopped all conversation as everyone stared at her. She couldn't hold her pretense though and burst out laughing. You should see your faces. I told you we shouldn't have let her eat all that chocolate on the train. Ladies curtsy, Luna, not bow, don't get it wrong again. Harry couldn't hold his laughter either, soon being joined by most of the table as they figured out they'd been had by the little first year. The Ravenclaws had gotten used to seeing Harry or Hermione on the front page of the Prophet, It wasn't exactly a gigantic leap to add Padma to that group too, especially when the three of them just acted as they normally would. At the Slytherin table, the overwhelming emotion was that of relief. Crow's notion that only the person responsible should be blamed seemed to be prevalent amongst their fellow students. Longbottom jumping on Weasley for haranguing the main victim of these attacks suited them down to the ground. It deflected attention away from those who had fled the castle while reinforcing the belief that only the guilty should be punished. Draco was trying to blend in so hard, he was in danger of disappearing. He of course knew his father's trial was today, and no sane person questioned what the verdict of that trial would be. His concern was purely the sentence. Would his father live through this? Would the ministry punish what was left of the Malfoy family with severe financial penalties? Pansy was glued to Draco's side, understanding exactly what he was going through. Their betrothal may be hanging by a thread, but she would be here to support Draco, no matter what happened to his father, or what her father said. Lucius could have used support like that. Lucius would currently accept support from anywhere. The guards had flung him into this dark, dank cell, and the reality that he was never getting out of here completely destroyed any fortitude Lucius had left. He was crying like a baby, but his torture was just beginning. The Dementors were undoubtedly horrors, but having his mental sister-in-law in the next cell was taking things a step too far. The imprisoned Death Eaters were starved of news and had just been presented with a feast. Lucius was constantly bombarded with questions from all sides. Bellatrix though just wouldn't give up. Since neither he or Bella were going anywhere for the foreseeable future, Lucius decided that answering her was the only way to gain some respite. In his state of emotional turmoil, it never occurred to him that the crazy ch might not like the answers Lucius had to give. She could be heard screaming at him by everyone in the high security wing. Our master entrusted you with one of his greatest treasures and you gave it away, all for a bit of revenge on a boy. Why didn't you just kill the little bastard? At least then you would have ended up in here for doing something constructive and worthwhile. Our master also entrusted me with one of his treasures. I would gladly die before letting anything happen to it. The family squabble continued unabated, and in the same vein, Bella was verbally tearing strips off Lucius, and promising more if she ever got her hands on him. This was as near as the residents of the high security wing got to entertainment, and all were discovering secrets at the same time. Lucius' revelation that their master had a Muggle father though was a revelation too far for Bella. She was yelling that he was a liar while pounding the stone wall between their cells in an effort to get at Lucius and rip his tongue out for even suggesting something as vile as that about her beloved master. Augustus Rookwood lay on his thin mattress and absorbed all the information being shouted about like a sponge. He was very good at that. Augustus had entered the ranks of the Death Eaters with his eyes wide open, and his own personal goals. After suffering dragon pox as a child, Augustus had survived, but the disease left its mark, not all of them visible. While his face had enough pockmarks to make people wonder if his parents had allowed him to be used as a chew toy for their pet dog, the after effects of the potentially fatal disease ran much deeper. While Augustus' intellect was approaching the genius level, his magical power struggled to scrape average on a good day. Combine that handicap with a complexion that resembled Swiss cheese that was going slightly off, and you could perhaps understand why his time at Hogwarts was not a happy one. The ministry was also disappointing. Yes, he got to work in the Department of Mysteries, but his lack of power meant the goal of being an unspeakable was denied him. With no family name worth speaking of, and certainly no fortune, he had grasped the opportunity to don the Death Eater regalia with both hands. Wearing that uniform and mask, Augustus was just as handsome and powerful as anyone else. What a time he'd had, actually losing his purity during his first raid on a mudblood's home. Augustus soon fell in love with the double life he was leading. He'd spy for his new master during the day, then at night receive his rewards as the Death Eaters rampaged throughout Britain, wherever they wanted, unopposed. His master was smarter than he was, and certainly more powerful. Augustus didn't give two hoots if the Dark Lord's father was a Muggle or a baboon. He himself held no pure-blood superiority beliefs. Augustus was honest enough to admit that he became a Death Eater simply to access what was denied him otherwise, say in power. What Augustus heard here today provided his first spark of hope for over a decade, hope that those days of power and plenty might return once more. He of course knew what a Horcrux was, though didn't think it was possible for an individual to make more than one. Here again was proof of his master's supreme intellect and unbelievable magical power. If Bella had access to one of their master's Horcruxes, Augustus was certain he could bring their master back from the dead. With Dumbledore apparently having fled the country, and the Potter brat living as a goblin, Britain stood wide open for the Dark Lord's return. Over the years, Augustus had of course speculated on ways and means to escape from this hellhole. The stumbling block had always been a pressing enough reason to risk his life attempting to escape Azkaban, only to then spend what was left of that life trying to hide from the ministry. He'd been raised with nothing, so didn't find the physical conditions in here too severe. A Dementor really had to be parked right outside his door for their debilitating effects to penetrate his occlumency, leaving him free to reflect on those stored memories that were by far and away the happiest days of his life. If he somehow got out of here and then returned his master to life, Augustus was sure his master would reward him by allowing his most loyal Death Eater to make many more of those wonderful memories. The one memory he was really looking forward to creating was the slow, painful death of that traitorous bastard, Igor Karkaroff. Even if he didn't get to torture and kill the bastard responsible for him being in Azkaban personally, Augustus was certain a grateful Dark Lord would at least let him watch as their master carried out his own brand of retribution on the traitor. He could easily console himself in the knowledge that their master would certainly inflict a lot more pain on Karkaroff before allowing the traitor to die than Augustus ever could. With that sweet thought, it was time to plan. Augustus almost felt alive again. Harry and Hermione felt alive again as they practiced in the room of requirements with their swords. Since their bodies were now fully healed, their morning training made them feel as if things were back to normal for them that is. Bill and Sirius would both be putting in their usual appearance at the weekend, with Sirius promising to consider animagus training for the four. He was trying to gather together some reading material beforehand, with their actual training probably not beginning until the new year. It was a sweaty but happy couple who were making their way back to Ravenclaw, only to find Draco and Pansy in their path. After waiting on the couple, Draco approached, ensuring that both his empty hands were clearly visible. "Centurion Crow, it would seem I owe you my thanks more than once. I was already in your debt for speaking out about only punishing the guilty. A note from my mother has seen that debt increase. Your generosity in providing new wards for Hogwarts saved the Malfoy fortune, and probably my betrothal to Pansy. My father has been sentenced to life in Azkaban, a punishment I think he deserves. Had you not stopped his plans, the name of Malfoy would have been cursed in Britain for centuries." Harry could detect no deceit or malice coming from the Slytherin, and the concern radiating from Pansy was certainly genuine. Draco had effectively lost his father, his wealth was locked down, and it would seem Pansy's parents were questioning if their daughter should remain with the Malfoy heir. That was a lot of hits to take for anyone, far less someone who had been taught the world should bow at his feet simply because of his last name. "Mr. Malfoy, I did what I needed to do in the hope of protecting Parvati. That you two benefited from this requires no thanks. As to Hogwarts, I am her champion and had to help our friend who was trapped down there. Those wards would have already been in place if Dumbledore had been kicked out before the summer, so again no thanks is necessary. I see no debt between us, so please don't consider there to be one." With the formal part over, Harry tried a different tack. "Draco, we both got off on the wrong foot. I would also like to think we are both different people since that first meeting. I would say we are a way off being friends, but I hope have moved past the point of being considered enemies. Your father is paying for his crimes and I bear you and your mother no ill will. Goblins preach live and let live. I think we could do with some of that here." Harry offered his hand for shaking, and Draco hesitantly took it. The world shifted for the Slytherin at this point in time. Had that been a pureblood he'd just made the same offer to, Draco would have been beholden to them for the rest of his life. Crow had treated him with honor and integrity, yet logically dismissed any claim of debt between them. Hermione knew she couldn't interfere between Harry and Draco, but had also picked up on Pansy's concern. This was somewhere she could offer advice. "Pansy, I know Draco has been cast from the Black family. I also know Lord Black wouldn't sit back and watch you two parted, if you really wanted to be together. Betrothal is not an option available for Harry and me. That doesn't mean we won't fight like hell to stay together. If that is something you would consider, Sirius is in the castle every weekend. I'm certain he would at least speak to you both." Like Draco, Pansy didn't know how to handle this approach. She was as certain as she could possibly be that this offer was genuine, as was the thought behind it. As she'd been taught, Pansy was looking for the ulterior motive for making this offer, and coming up empty. This girl had everything: fame, power, smarts, looks, the heir to one of the biggest fortunes in Britain is her serious boyfriend. Hermione Granger didn't need to waste her time playing Pansy Parkinson for a fool. Thank you, Hermione, that is certainly something Draco and I will talk about. Neither couple thought this brief meeting could have gone much better. Just having two purebloods considering different opinions counted as a victory to Harry and Hermione. Draco and Pansy were left reeling. He expected to find himself beholden to Crow, instead they'd shaken hands in a tentative offer of help with their betrothal troubles, namely Pansy's father. Neither knew how Edmund Parkinson would take an approach by Lord Black on the matter, that left them thinking they would use that option only as a last resort. Hogwarts students once more adapted to their new normal, and life proceeded as usual. Classes still had to be taught and there were exams to be passed. Helena was keeping Harry informed on the progress of her fellow ghosts. The current prognosis that they would be back amongst the living for Christmas was still on track. Dumbledore's absence was barely noticed. The former headmaster wasn't exactly missed. Augusta was trying to make some sense of his former office, getting the elves to place a lot of the more outlandish knick-knacks into storage. Someone at her door halted the redecorating, only for something even more outlandish to walk into the room. Her defense professor was wearing a set of robes so bright, Henrika Hobson would have struggled to look good in them. On Gilderoy, the overall effect landed somewhere between hideous and ridiculous. "What can I do for you, Professor?" "It's these new wards, Madame Longbottom, I don't think they're working properly. In fact, I'm sure I've uncovered a serious flaw in them." The thought that this Ponce could in any way possibly be right never entered Augusta's head. All she was thinking about was a means to get him out of here as quickly as possible. That applied to both her office and Hogwarts. "You are the first person I've heard complaining about the new wards. Can you tell me specifically what you think is wrong with them?" "Oh, I know they are there to prevent all sorts of nastiness passing into the school, but I fear they may be set too severe. Since we returned to the castle almost 2 weeks ago, I haven't had one piece of fan mail. Betty Crocker has never gone this long without writing before. The wards must be filtering my fan mail out. I hardly think that letters from my fans would count as dark or evil." Augusta was going to take great delight in explaining the facts of life to this ass. Professor Lockhart, 4 young students, my grandson amongst them, went down into that chamber and fought not only a basilisk but Lord Voldemort himself. Meanwhile, it was widely reported that the castle's defense against the dark arts professor was the first person from Hogwarts to arrive at Hogsmeade Village. I ran all the way there to raise the alarm. A job that had already been done by Minerva and 2 of the Aurors using the flow system. Instead of assisting with the evacuation, you ran for your life. I would say that was the reason for your lack of fan mail, not what literally are some of the best protective wards in the entire world. You would have thought Gilderoy had been slapped by the way he reacted to that analysis. Don't be preposterous, madam, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, my fans would never desert me. I'm 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Does that sound like someone who wouldn't get any fan mail? You need to see about having these wards repaired, otherwise, I might be forced to leave Hogwarts. Augusta was delighted the new wards protected the students. If they also got rid of this useless Ponce too, she would probably key Barchoke the next time they met. I shall ask Assistant Ambassador Weasley about them when he comes to the castle on Saturday. After all, before his latest promotion, he was a Gringotts curse breaker. Mentioning Bill Weasley was perhaps rubbing Gilderoy's nose in it more than a little bit. The red-headed wizard was everything Lockhart pretended to be. He flounced out of her office in a swirl of robes and ringlets, not a happy wizard. Crow's marauders now looked upon their tutors with something akin to awe. Dumbledore at the height of his powers would have struggled to gain this level of attention from his students. The only exception to this was a heartbroken Colin. The Longbottom ring on Padma's finger was taking some getting used to for the young wizard. Padma was his first crush. Seeing her now betrothed to Neville almost had him in tears every time he saw that ring. Ginny and Luna were certainly helping him understand the Indian beauty simply didn't feel that way about him, and how could he hate Neville when his fellow Gryffindor was going out of his way to ensure the rest of the house didn't make fun of him over the situation. Fun was certainly back on the agenda as they practiced Shield's stinging hex exercises. Since they now all knew exactly what getting hit with a stinging hex felt like, they were allowed to wear dragon hide tunics as they dueled. Face shields had been made mandatory. Harry had supplied sets of face shields and tunics purely for this purpose, allowing enough that they could be swapped over while the current duel was taking place. Their aim was now to help their students increase the power of their shields. The only real way to do that was to have someone firing spells at them until it collapsed. There was no reason not to let the dragon hide absorb most of the spell that would eventually get through though. Their plans were to have them dodging and shielding after Christmas, building up experience to help with the difficult decision of when to do one or the other. They were firing 2 stinging hexes at their opponent's shield before then having to receive a couple in return. Anyone whose shield protected them from 5 or over got cheered, and a chocolate frog. The 4 fourth years were now a big part of this class too, so much so that Gryffindor, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw Quidditch practices were now arranged around it. The Slytherins had unopposed use of the pitch every Tuesday evening. Augusta stood with Henrika, there purely to observe but brimming with pride at the same time. As usual, the 4 second years were concentrating on what they were doing and had totally forgotten the adults were present. The noise being generated from the dueling meant the 2 witches didn't need to worry about their conversation being overheard. This is what defense lessons are supposed to be like, not students swinging from the chandelier because the professor ran away terrified. Even the older boys are hanging on their every word, and working seamlessly together as a team to make everything run smoothly. If every class was taught this well, there wouldn't be a need for me inside Hogwarts. This drew a wry chuckle from Henrika. Minerva said pretty much the same when she observed them. She was every bit as impressed. Can I assume you're having no luck in finding someone suitable to take over from Lockhart? Oh, I have the very person in mind. I just need the all-clear from the ministry to offer him the job. Let's be honest here, Padma, Hermione, Harry or Neville can all teach defense better than the person Dumbledore appointed. The proof of that is currently right in front of us. There was certainly never going to be an argument from Henrika on that subject. Augusta was on a rant though, her anger directed at the former headmaster. Dumbledore seemed to be building his own little empire here, rather forgetting the people he employed were supposed to be teaching students. Snape was horrible at teaching, yet the board could do nothing because Albus protected him. Harry has managed to force through some exceedingly positive changes. I would certainly include you in that list, but it's now up to me to finish the job he started. Henrika had always gotten the impression Augusta Longbottom was a formidable witch. Seeing her impassioned about her new job just confirmed that. In the best British bulldog tradition, she was going to take Hogwarts by the scruff of the neck and shake all those not doing their jobs properly right out of the castle. I could never be classed as an expert on muggles, though I'm very proud to say I have 2 very good friends who are of that persuasion. That's something our Muggle studies professor certainly couldn't claim. I doubt if she's actually met any. Even with the time I've spent in the company of the Grangers, I can recognize that most of what she's teaching is wrong. I've sent a copy of the coursework to Dan and Emma for their opinion. I'm not expecting good news. The new High Inquisitor was left shaking her head at her next revelation. Minerva refused to comment on the divination teacher, saying her own opinion was this subject should not be part of the Hogwarts curriculum. After visiting the class, I'm inclined to agree. The students are being taught the methods of divination, but, unless they have the gift, they are wasting their time. You might as well hand a stick to a muggle and tell them how to make something float. They could learn the wand movements and enunciate Wingardium Leviosa until they're blue in the face. They still won't be able to make anything float. Is this a bigger job than you expected? Henrika, I honestly can't believe the mess Dumbledore has left behind. Apart from those I've mentioned, when Neville arrived at Hogwarts there was a bigoted ghost teaching his own version of history, a Death Eater teaching potions and a Voldemort-possessed wizard instructing the students on defense. We've had trolls and a basilisk. What's next? Dementors. When it was all put together like that, it really was a damning indictment of the previous headmaster. Dumbledore always gave me the impression that he wasn't used to people saying no to him. He'd gotten his own way for so long that he began to believe he could do no wrong. More than once I had to remind him that he was not my employer, and that the course I am teaching has already been agreed upon, purposely to bring Hogwarts up to the same standard as the rest of Europe. The lesson was now finishing and all the first years sat on the floor as hot chocolate appeared in front of each student. The relaxed way they all accepted this, and the critique of tonight's lesson that followed astonished Augusta. They had started tonight's lesson by explaining exactly what they hoped to achieve, now they were all sitting and discussing whether they had achieved their goals. Questions and answers flowed easily in both directions, it appeared an informal arrangement yet respect was there from all sides. Harry then gave them a general outline of what they would be doing next week before calling it a night. The 4 fourth years then led the first years back to their dorms, Fred Weasley happily leading the Slytherins, down to the dungeons. When they had left, Augusta pulled Neville and Padma into an embrace. "I am so proud of you, all 4 of you. I have spent my time here observing professors teaching their subject, what I just witnessed was up there with the best of them. That was simply brilliant, and restored an old witch's faith that Hogwarts can once more be the premier magical school in the world." Neville was beaming at the praise, they all worked hard preparing for this class but really enjoyed passing on what they had learned. "Thanks, Gran. We were hoping to hold a Christmas party for them the last week of term, who do we need to ask for permission? You certainly have mine, and I can't see Minerva objecting. If they work like that every week then a party is certainly well deserved. First-year students casting shields, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it for myself." Padma was also beaming at the praise, and basking in the acceptance she was being shown as Neville's betrothed. "Professor Weasley taught it to us in first year, we didn't see any reason for not teaching it to them." This saw a sigh of frustration emitted from Augusta. "Have you any idea how difficult my job becomes when 3 of the best teachers in the school don't work for Hogwarts?" It was a totally serious Neville who faced his grandmother. "But Gran, there's 4 of us." This saw Hermione theatrically palming her face. "Oh great, just what we need," Neville channeling Padma. This saw a tickling hex heading in Hermione's direction, only for Padma's hex to be deflected by her bracelet shield, straight to Augusta. Neville and Harry had the counter cast in seconds, only for Augusta to burst out laughing anyway. The fact that her once painfully shy grandson now felt confident enough to joke with her was certainly an occasion worthy of laughter. There wasn't much laughter amongst the 3 people in the minister's office. Cornelius couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. Amelia spelled it out very simply. "Cornelius, I know these people. You try to give them different levels of award. They will throw them back in your face, and all the gains you've made in the last year will be for nothing." The minister was a political animal and knew what this group publicly refusing ministerial awards would do to his popularity ratings. He also explained the other side of the equation to his head of DMLE. "You may be right, Amelia, but think of the alternative. Can you really see me surviving trying to award a Swedish villa, an Indian witch and a Muggle born an Order of Merlin, first class? The Wizengamot would have me out on my ear." Amelia knew this would be a tough sell. The head of the DMLE also knew she was right though. "You're looking at this all wrong, Cornelius. Where you see a villa, I see one of Hogwarts' most popular professors, a professor who will become engaged to Lord Black on Boxing Day. I already have my invitation. Where you see a witch of Indian origin, I see a brilliant young lady of ancient magical lineage that just became betrothed to Neville Longbottom. They fought bravely together, can you honestly see him accepting a higher award than his wife-to-be?" This news had Cornelius floundering since none of it had appeared in the Prophet. With the public perception and level of adulation of this group, the last thing the Prophet wanted to do was alienate any of them by forging ahead and making any announcements. They were waiting on official notification from those involved. Amelia then went in for the kill. She was well aware which award would cause the biggest outcry in the Wizengamot chamber. Hermione Granger is certainly a Muggle-born. She is also academically head of her year group. Need I remind you who else is in that year group? This witch is also a friend of the Goblin Nation, and you weren't in the Chamber of Secrets to see what happened just after the beast had been killed. A 12-year-old girl took on the biggest bloody basilisk the world has ever seen, with a goblin sword. Every goblin down there was treating Hermione like some kind of warrior princess. I have it on very good authority that Ragnarok is strutting around Gringotts is pleased as punch that his gamble to make that award to her has paid off far more handsomely than he could ever have imagined. Do you really want to insult them too? Like any good Auror, Amelia had been trained to use her big spells when they counted most. She released them here. So, you have a brilliant young witch whose boyfriend, Centurion Crow, is totally besotted with her. Only goblin culture stands between that couple becoming betrothed too. She will be welcomed into Gringotts with open arms, and don't forget, that same boyfriend has a massive choice to make before he's 17. Surely you can see how the ministry publicly insulting Hermione must affect Harry's decision. Cornelius now had his head in his hands. Of course I can see that. How is that any worse though than trying to push it through the Wizengamot, and failing? Amos, what do you think? Amos Diggory was still getting used to being the chief warlock. What was important to him though was that he did the job properly. He had a wife and son that he loved more than life itself. Those were the two most important opinions to Amos. He already knew what Cedric would say. They fight as a team, Cornelius, whatever the battle and whoever the opponent. I had some long chats with my son over this matter. He's very friendly with all four of them. Had they asked, he would have been down there with them. He and 3 other fourth years take part in their training every Sunday, and every Sunday they get their asses kicked. After seeing what they did in the Chamber of Secrets, Cedric now thinks getting his ass kicked is a badge of honor. No one else can get near them. Again, this was something Fudge had not heard before. Cedric had only told his father after the Hogwarts evacuation sent him homeward. Did you know that once a week, those 4 teach the entire first-year defense against the dark arts? They have first years producing Protega shields. What? Preposterous. That's exactly what I said, Cornelius, until Cedric told me he helps with their lessons, and saw it with his own eyes. The first year call themselves Crow's Marauders, have an official club badge and everything. Oh, the club is also staff-sponsored by Professor Hobson, the same Vila who probably saved all their lives down in the Chamber of Secrets. They were all in equal danger, they all played their part in the victory, so therefore should all be treated the same. With a groan, Cornelius' head slumped onto his desktop. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Has either of you got any other options for me? This was what Amelia was waiting for. Cornelius, I thought the stroke you pulled with the Goblin Ambassador was masterful, so why rest on your laurels? Let's keep pushing reforms, and, if we go down fighting for what we believe in, for what is right. If it's all the same to you, Amelia, I'd rather not go down at all. I'm all out of brilliant ideas at the moment, so anything you have will certainly be listened to. Amelia just had a flash of how Cornelius must have felt trying to sell her the idea of a Goblin Ambassador. This one though was even more out there. In all this, we haven't mentioned the one name at the center of everything we've discussed. Were you just going to hand Harry another Order of Merlin? This got another groan from the minister. What happened to keeping them all the same? They will be the same. Harry's already got one. What he doesn't have is a title. Amelia held her hand up to stop the expected interruptions. Harry Potter is heir to a title, Harry Crow is not. Harry is also Hogwarts champion, a title he will hold for life. I propose we grant him a piece of land, near Hogwarts, with a house and a title. Harry Crow, Baron of Kingussie. Amos had to interrupt. Amelia had clearly overlooked something. Except that Harry Crow is a goblin, and goblins can't live anywhere but Gringotts. The words dried up in his throat as Amos realized Amelia had overlooked nothing. Are you crazy? Crazy as a fox. Who's going to give a shit about a muggle-born witch being awarded an Order of Merlin, first class, when compared to that? The minister totally agreed with that assessment. Yes, they'll be far too busy chasing us out of our offices with pitchforks and burning torches. Ah, but then we release our secret weapon. That led to a pause in the discussion, a pause that was eventually broken by the minister. Are you going to tell us what this secret weapon is? With a canny smile, Amelia revealed her idea. How about some extremely positive goblin publicity? Publicity so positive, we will all want a goblin neighbor. Don't underestimate the popularity of another summer awards ball either, especially when that ball is for the heroes of Hogwarts, and will have the new Baron of Kingussie in attendance. Cornelius was now very interested. Positive publicity always had his attention. For over a decade, 2 prominent pure-blood Aurors have resided in Ward 49 of St. Mungo's. They were alive but took no part in the world around them. They are not there anymore. A few weeks ago I visited them. I sat and had a conversation with Alice Longbottom. Amelia was renowned for her stoicism, but both men could see the emotion clearly etched on her face as she talked about this. They are currently in a goblin medical facility and have even visited a muggle hospital. The point is, Best healers could do nothing for them yet. In our arrogance, we ignored all other options. Frank and Alice will never be the people they were before, but they are already far beyond what the remaining Longbottom family had hoped for. The politician in Cornelius was very weary of this. Just what is the Goblins' angle on this? Cornelius, the answer is exceedingly simple, and nothing to do with politics. Not only is Neville one of Harry's best friends, Alice Longbottom is his godmother. Apart from you and Amos here, I have discussed this idea with no one else. There has been no goblin input or scheme. I'm simply offering an alternative to the shocking embarrassment that Miss Granger being denied her award would bring. Are you saying the goblins have no plans to publish this, rubbing our noses in the fact we couldn't heal our own people? Amelia could understand the minister's view. They really knew so little about the Goblin Nation. When holidaying with Harry over the summer, I got to know Barchoke a lot better. Susan considers him a kind of honorary uncle now. He told me that one of the dreams his nation had was that his son's wedding would see witches, wizards, muggles and goblins all in attendance. I don't see anything wrong with that dream and hope to be one of the witches invited. You better believe everyone will be treated equally by the bride and groom. Amos tried to be the voice of reason here. Amelia, I don't see anything wrong with that dream either. Dreams are good, but we have to face reality here. I think changing another law that affects the goblins is too much, too soon. Amos, I agree with you except for one glaring problem. The boy who lived deciding to remain a goblin would make our government the laughing stock of Europe, if not the world. No one present could dispute what a disaster that outcome would be, so Amelia spelled out some more facts. A wizard killed both his parents, and tried to do the same to him while he was still a babe. It was witches and wizards that placed his godfather in Azkaban and his godmother in St. Mungo's. It was also a wizard that abandoned him on a muggle doorstep as a baby. Are you seeing the pattern here? Both Cornelius and Amos were rather green about the gills at just how badly their society had failed their savior. Amelia, though, was by no means finished. Now, the other side of the coin has the goblins raising Harry to be a fine young man. They were instrumental in freeing his godfather, or totally responsible for bringing back his godmother and treat his chosen girl as a princess. Knowing all that, we need to look at our problem again. Harry thinks of himself as a goblin, and that is the side of him we need to appeal to if we want any chance of that decision ever going in our favor. He won't give a shit about being Baron of Kingusi, but he will proudly accept it, knowing the impact it will have on his nation. Is it too much, too soon? Yes. Can we afford not to do this? That is what we need to decide here. Cornelius was between a rock and a hard place. His choices appeared to be get squashed or try and blast his way out. Do you really think the goblins announcing they managed to heal people we couldn't will have such a positive impact? Absolutely not, but Augusta Longbottom announcing it would. Both she and Neville feel they owe the goblins a debt that can never be repaid. This would be her opportunity to do so. When Augusta Longbottom speaks, witches and wizards the length and breadth of Britain will listen. There are those we will never convince, just like there are those we won't have to, Harry's involvement being enough to guarantee their votes. It's the moderates in the center we need to convince. It will be hard, it will be close, but I think we can pull this off. Cornelius couldn't think of any other alternatives. With another old idiom popping into his mind, he might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. Failing to gain approval for Miss Granger's award would just as surely end his political career as Harry's supposed title would, probably not so swiftly though. He was thinking of something that might just tilt the scales more in their favor. Do you think we could get the goblins to open a Gringotts branch in Hogsmeade? That would certainly help the local businesses and might even see the village grow. Amelia privately thought she could get a lot more than that from the goblins if they could change this law. She nodded her agreement before cautiously proceeding. If we are really going to go ahead with this, can I suggest I privately approach Harry, Augusta and Barchoke on this matter? I would like to gain their opinions before we pass this over to Arthur. Cornelius looked to Amos. I've got nothing better, Minister. While I still think we're proceeding too fast, the proposal will certainly have my personal and public support. Okay, Amelia, proceed with caution and then we'll have another meeting to decide if this is definitely going ahead. At that point, we'll bring Arthur into the mix. Do we have anything else that needs to be dealt with tonight? Just one thing, Augusta wants to know if she can have ministerial backing for offering the defense against the dark arts position to a werewolf. With that, Cornelius' head was once more back on his desk. Neville was taking a good-natured ribbing from the Weasley twins. "Surely you can tell us now, we're on our way there." "We hate surprises, Neville, unless it's us that's supplying them." "Sorry guys, I told you I can't help." The three of them were arranging it all. Padma wanted it to be a surprise for me too. "You were serious about that. We thought you were pulling our leg." "What do Harry and Padma know about Christmas? They've only celebrated it once." "These are the people you let organize our Christmas party. I'm really disappointed in you, Neville." "Fred, it may have escaped your notice, but this party is for the first years. You're both invited along to help out." "We know, and we will. It's just that we never get invited anywhere. And we intend to make the most of it." The rest of the first-year Gryffindors were following on behind, and of course listening to every word. Ginny couldn't help but interrupt. "Is it any wonder you two don't get invited anywhere? This is my first Christmas party, and if you spoil it with any of your pranks, you'll both be sorry." "You don't need to worry, Ginny, we'll be on our best behavior." "Yeah, Hermione's already passed out that warning. No offense, sis, she's a lot scarier than you." They reached the doors and found they were the first to arrive, apart from the Ravenclaw trio of course who had set the room up. Neville led them in and then stopped dead in his tracks, leading to a lot of pushing behind him. The Gryffindors were soon all inside, and all now standing there with wide eyes and open mouths. Padma nervously approached them. She was watching for Neville's reaction. "Welcome to the party, what do you think of our idea?" Neville was having trouble getting his mouth to work. It was as if his eyes had commandeered all his brain power to absorb the wondrous sight that currently greeted him. Two sides of the room had tables along their edge, tables that would hold about 6 people each. The eating area was separated from the rest of the room by a railing that had a gap to be used as an entrance. Going through that entrance would lead you onto an ice rink. Harry and Hermione were currently skating around the massive fully decorated Christmas tree that commanded the center of the rink. There was music playing and snow gently falling as the laughing couple sped toward them, stopping at the railing. "Well, what did they think?" "I don't know, Harry, they haven't said a word yet." Ginny was almost hyperventilating as she tried to answer for the shocked Gryffindors. "A couple of years ago our pond froze enough to let us try skating. It was nothing like this though, this is simply beautiful." It was then Neville got his mouth to work, though his brain still hadn't quite caught up yet. "I can't skate, I mean, I've never tried to skate." This saw Padma smile. "That's why there's a railing around the entire rink, or you could always hold on to me. Oh, and there's a cushioning charm on the ice, we didn't want anyone getting hurt. There are sets of skates at every table, the room will resize them to fit." The idea was to do some skating and then stop for food, followed by more skating. At that, the Ravenclaws arrived and Luna emitted a squeal of delight. "I absolutely love skating. Oh, this is just amazing, where are the skates?" That started a rush to the tables. When falling on your bum didn't hurt, everyone was determined to give ice skating a try. Colin of course had his camera and was soon busy taking pictures. His family would never believe this. The tables and chairs appeared to be made out of ice, yet were warm to the touch. The snow falling on the rink was also amazing, since it didn't build up and appeared to just be absorbed into the ice. The other two houses had now arrived and the room, or should that be ice cavern, rang with the sound of excited laughter. The rink was filling up fast with skaters moving in a clockwise direction around the sparkling tree to avoid collisions. There were all levels of skating on display, from a few too nervous to leave the security of the railing to those performing spins and turns. Jake, a Muggle-born Hufflepuff, was clearly a very good skater and was soon trying to teach some of the others the tricks he could do. Henrika had taken one glance at the room, and headed straight back out. She returned with all 4 heads of house in Augusta. Well, was it worth leaving dinner to see this? Phileas was practically bouncing with excitement. "Oh, this is wonderful. Do you think they would allow me to join in?" This had Henrika laughing. "Phileas, I'm sure they would love for you to join them." As he shot off to find a pair of skates, Henrika spoke to the remaining staff. "The minute I saw this, I thought it was far too good to just be used for one night. If we could get some staff volunteers, we could open this every evening until they head home for the holidays." Minerva thought that was a fantastic idea but wanted to add to it. "What if we made each evening for a specific year group? Watching all the first years mixed together is something I'll never tire of looking at. We could probably easily do the same thing for the second years tomorrow, third on Thursday, fourth Friday. If we give fifth Saturday, we can have sixth and seventh on Sunday. Will Harry need to be here to open the room? Their discussion was interrupted by loud cheering coming from the rink. The students were all clapping and shouting as Phileas happily sped around the Christmas tree too. Yes, but after people were inside, he could leave. The room will disappear as the last person exits. At that, they were joined by a glowing Harry and Hermione, both of whom were clearly having a great time. Good evening, professors, what do you think of our party? Emma and Dan took the three of us skating in London last Christmas and we loved it, and are planning to take everyone there again this Christmas. Won't you join us? We're just about to eat. Minerva was delighted, glimpsing a side of Harry she'd never seen before. Here was a young man just enjoying skating with his girlfriend. The serious student who was Centurion Crow was nowhere in sight. Centurion, we would love to. They had barely moved to the nearest table when food and drink appeared. Hermione was bursting to explain their choices. We wanted to offer something different, so my mum had Dobby bring a selection of party foods to the kitchen. These are the ones the Hogwarts elves could produce. There were platters of all different foods on the table, from pork pies and sausage rolls to pizza and nachos with a melted cheese dip. There were also jugs of hot chocolate, butterbeer and goblin ale to choose from. As the skaters began making their way to the tables, Henrika, Sprout and Slughorn began mingling with the excited students. Augusta and Minerva sat with Harry and Hermione, soon being joined by Neville and Padma, both of whom were just as excited as their best friends. Nachos and goblin ale, you three really know how to throw a party. You've had these before, Neville. Oh yes, Gran, I mean. It's okay, Neville, this is a party so, Gran, is appropriate. Thanks, Gran, I first had nachos in Florida, not with goblin ale though. Minerva then put forward Enrica's idea, and got a very enthusiastic response. You mean we could do this again tomorrow? Harry, say yes. Hey, Potter, save passing out the orders for your own boyfriend. Harry, say yes. Won't it interfere with our studies, Hermione? It took a moment for the other three to realize that their legs were being pulled. Professor McGonagall, I would be delighted to let the rest of Hogwarts try this. Do you want to keep the food part too? I don't know if we could get enough ale for the whole of Hogwarts though. Since Minerva had just tried her first slice of pizza, she was keen for the rest of the school to sample these different things too. She avoided the hot dogs though, purely on the basis of their name. That would be excellent, Centurion. I think we can pencil Professor Flitwick in to be here every night. This had the three Ravenclaws chuckling at their head of house. He was clearly enjoying himself on the ice. If you'll excuse us, I think we should join him. Are you ready, Hermione? Both left, and were soon followed by their two friends, leaving Minerva and Augusta sitting watching their students having a great time. It really does this old heart of mine the world of good to see Harry behaving in a manner that would be considered normal for someone his age. Minerva, I holidayed with them over the summer and know exactly what you mean. Harry and Hermione would run for miles every morning, then start practicing with those swords of theirs. Neville and Padma would join in when they were practicing magical dueling. Their concentration levels were frightening for one so young. Then they would dive into the sea and four kids would suddenly take their place. As you can see, they do know how to relax and have fun. Put yourself down for tomorrow night and you'll see them even more relaxed. This is still Crow's Marauders in here, and they're still watching closely to make sure everyone is having a good time. They were joined by the rest of the staff present as all the students were once more making their way back onto the ice, though the head of Ravenclaw would appear to have had enough, for now. A flushed Phileas quickly downed a mug of goblin ale before releasing a sigh of contentment. I haven't had as much fun in years, nor connected as well with my students. Albus, standoffish policy seems to have filtered down through all of us too, and for that I'm ashamed. He hid himself away behind that gargoyle and lost contact with the real world. Look at those faces, that's as real as it gets. They'll remember this evening long after they've forgotten who taught them how to charm things to float. This is what their Hogwarts experience should be about, creating lasting memories and friendships, not students fighting basilisks or trolls. Phileas got no argument from the rest of the staff. they were all too busy watching the first years having the time of their lives. No student was left on their own, hands were offered and accepted with no thought to houses, blood status or even gender, they were too busy having fun. Amelia was also having fun, it wasn't every day you got to shock a goblin into silence. Wearing her brooch to Gringotts had once more seen her politely and quickly escorted to Barchoki's office. Understanding the goblin custom of getting right down to business, she had explained her idea to reward his son, leaving the goblin shocked and speechless. Finally getting his act together, the emotion was clearly decipherable in Barchoki's response. Amelia, this is a boon we certainly never expected. Hoped for, yes, in the coming decades perhaps. Forgive me, please, but would you consent to meeting the director to pass on this news? I give you my promise here and now that I will do everything possible to turn your idea into a reality. Like you, though, I need to take this higher. To be honest, the director would suspect I'd grown too fond of grog if I took this to him by myself. Barchok certainly understood the risk he was taking here. Arriving at the director's office for a meeting that wasn't prearranged was always a risky business. Arriving there with Amelia in tow was tantamount to Barchok taking his life in his hands. Amelia would be the first ministry official ever to set foot in the director's office. Barchok thought the potential gains here were certainly worth the risks. If Amelia didn't already know how unusual this situation was, the shocked glances from all the goblins they met walking to the director's office were certainly clues the former aura couldn't miss. With a minimal wait, they were both shown into the opulent office where, after a polite but short greeting, Amelia told Ragnarok why she was here. Even knowing this must be a matter of great importance, otherwise Barchok would never have dared bring this witch to his office, Ragnarok was still shocked at what they were being offered here. Unlike his subordinate though, the goblin leader was determined to get to the bottom of why this offer was being made. Amelia was actually embarrassed to admit that, due to prejudice in the Wizengamot chamber, they didn't know if they could reward all the heroes of Hogwarts equally. She was not prepared for the reaction this caused. A clearly angry goblin leader turned his ire onto Barchok. In switching to their own language, she also had no idea what was being said. The tone Ragnarok used though didn't leave much to the imagination. A bollocking was the same in any language. They disrespect your daughter yet you rush in here, flushed and excited like a pure bride on her wedding night. Do you expect us just to smile as we are shafted by those pureblood morons at the ministry? Surely this witch must have anticipated our reaction. They can't be that stupid, or did they think we are the stupid ones? Barchok had lost all of his excitement, offering an apology and explanation to his leader. Your pardon, director, I was so taken by the implications of the offer that I never looked at the reason behind it. Amelia here is unaware that Hermione is my daughter. I have kept that information away from her to protect her position at the ministry. That was a mistake. This witch should be considered an asset, and a friend. Ragnarok was once more under control as he spoke to Amelia, in English. My apologies, Madam Bones. Both for my rudeness in speaking a language you don't understand and assuming you already possessed certain information that would explain my outburst. The ministry sees Miss Granger as a muggle-born witch, we see her as a child of our nation. You were present the day I awarded her the status of goblin friend, that was before she blood-bonded with a certain centurion we all know. She is Harry's mate, therefore a daughter of our nation, and a heroine too. Treating her disrespectfully because of her circumstances would be perceived as an insult by the goblin nation. It was now Amelia's turn to be shocked. Blood-bonded, so young. Can I ask if this is a goblin tradition? Blood bonding, yes, becoming bonded so young though is certainly not. Them doing so was as big a shock to us as I can see it is to you. Barchok will gladly show you the memory to explain the circumstances surrounding this unusual occurrence. As you can see, this adds further layers of complexity to a problem that was already far from simple. Shrugging off her shock, Amelia tried to deal with the situation she now found herself in. I would like to offer my apologies for any implied slur on Miss Granger, that was certainly never my, or the minister's intention. Our whole plan to defer attention away from her blood status would still seem like our best option for pushing ahead with what we all would like to achieve from this. I hesitate to use the word mess, but this could easily turn into a disaster for all of us. This drew an answering nod of acceptance from Ragnarok. The ministry offer is a very good one, and I respect the reasons behind it. Our nation too suffers from its quota of bigots who were put in their place by Miss Granger's heroic efforts, alongside those of her mate and friends. That young couple are becoming more and more the focus of both our societies. Finding a way for them to coexist between us could become one of our greatest challenges. We should never forget the couple also have a third option. The pull from the Muggle world is certainly a strong one, and that would be a disaster for all of us. We are certainly prepared to work with our friends at the Ministry to plot a course that is suitable for all of us, especially the young couple in question. This saw Amelia relax slightly. The minister would be pleased to know the goblins had the exact same concerns as them. Director, that is a goal I am happy to work toward. Can I ask if Harry and Hermione's status could become public knowledge? From what you said, am I to understand that this knowledge is known amongst your nation? That fact is certainly well known inside Gringotts. Whether it gets released further than that would be a family matter, something that would need to be discussed between Barchoke and everyone else involved. Do you think releasing that news would help this case? I think so. Blood bonding is an old magical tradition that fell out of favor when the pure blood movement gained preference. Matrimonial matches became more about protecting the bloodlines and joining families than whether the couple were suitable to be married to each other. Having witnessed Harry and Hermione together on many occasions, can I assume they have a strong bond? This had Ragnarok laughing, and allowed Barchoke to enter the discussion once more. He couldn't believe the foolish error he'd made and needed to recover swiftly. Amelia, it's the strongest bond anyone here has ever seen. Full body, with an aura that turned golden. Our society moved in the opposite direction to yours. Marriage is sacred to us, so a strong blood bond is vital. I'll let you see the memory of their bonding later, and try to explain why I didn't tell you. I would need to discuss the possibility of releasing this with both of them, and the Grangers. That was fair enough. She then floated the idea of a Gringotts branch opening in Hogsmeade. It was well received. If the law was changed to allow goblins to live at the branch, that would certainly be something we would like to move forward with. It should also encourage more businesses into the village, possibly even rivaling Diagon Alley someday as a commercial center. With all three people in the room realizing they basically wanted the same things to happen, the barriers came down and ideas were being put forward on the best way to achieve their common goals. All thought it was a very productive meeting. It was now time to start the negotiating process, officially. Sirius needed all his Gryffindor courage for what he was planning here. All he had to do though was think of the woman who would soon become his wife, and he knew this had to be done, however awkward it might prove. The warming charms on his thickest cloak were struggling to cope with the severe cold. His time at Hogwarts hadn't really prepared him for weather this cruel. He thought Henrika was joking when she told him the sea would freeze over for a couple of months every year in Lulia. He was beginning to believe her, as well as being thankful that they were a month or so away from experiencing that phenomenon. He had found the house he was searching for without too much trouble. Sirius couldn't remember if he'd ever been inside a house totally made of wood before. The door was soon answered by a blonde colossus of a man that looked as if he would give Hagrid a run for his money in an arm wrestling contest. "Hello sir, I'm Sirius Black. Would you happen to be Mr. Hobson?" "Sirius Black. In the name of Thor, what possessed you to go out dressed like that? This isn't London, we're just below the Arctic Circle here. Get yourself in, man, before you freeze in your fancy breeches." Sirius was hustled into the hall, the homely warmth seeping into his bones within seconds. The house may be wooden, but the welcome was certainly gregarious and genuine. "Forget this Mr. Hobson rubbish, I'm Lucas." Sirius shook the massive hand that was offered, thankful it didn't crush his fingers. "Let me take that cloak and then we can go through and meet the missus. Moa, we have a visitor, all the way from London too." He found himself being led into a room that just made you want to kick off your shoes, sit by the fire and never leave. This effect had nothing to do with the stunningly beautiful woman who'd just risen from her chair to greet him. Moa Hobson was clearly Enrica's mother, though she didn't look old enough to have a child that age. Sirius bowed, took the offered hand and keyed the back of it. "Mrs. Hobson, it really is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, Lucas, we've got a live one here. He knows how to treat a lady too, and my allure didn't affect him in the slightest." "Yes dear, it would appear our Henrika has chosen well. Sit, Sirius, and tell us all about yourself. You'll stay tonight of course, though the nights are nearly 20 hours long at this time of year." This had Lucas laughing at his own joke, though Sirius didn't quite get it. He decided to press on with why he was here before agreeing to any sleeping arrangements. They might throw him out the door in the next few moments. He also decided to forego the use of Lucas and Moa. He needed to be formal for this. Mr. and Mrs. Hobson, I have come here to ask your permission for your daughter's hand in marriage. This saw Lucas leave the room and Sirius thought he'd blown it, only for Enrica's father to quickly return with a tray containing a bottle and 3 glasses. Wonderful news like that should be greeted with a glass in your hand to celebrate. Have you ever tried AKVAVIT, Sirius? His no was greeted with a smile that was either predatory or signaling a prank was being played here. One taste and Sirius knew it was a prank smile. He also knew that 2 glasses of this AKVAVIT would certainly see him staying the night. He wouldn't be fit to go anywhere else. Moa had brought out what was obviously a scrapbook. When Henrika moved to Scotland to teach, we began to get the British newspaper delivered. It comes to us a day late, but that is not a bad thing sometimes. We had Enrica's letter saying she was all right just before we got the issue where she faced that basilisk. Sirius could see the fear in this beautiful woman's eyes. It was a fear he had shared. I was at her bedside waiting on the potion to work its magic. This gave me time to think. My thoughts turned to what my life would be like without your wonderful daughter in it. I asked her to marry me within moments of her recovering. We hope to become engaged on Boxing Day, with a wedding date still to be arranged. I have invited family and our friends to stay at my house over the holidays. I would like to extend that invitation to you both too. The fear was now replaced by tears of delight in Moa's lovely eyes. She writes all the time and we always knew she was going to be very busy, between working at Hogwarts and Gringotts, but we both miss her so much. We would love the chance to spend the holidays with you both. The house will be very busy, and we'll be planning some outings and activities to keep everyone entertained. You would be very welcome additions to the madness that we hope the holidays will be. One thing though, could you not tell Henrika you're coming to London? I would like it to be a surprise for her. This had a jovial Lucas refilling their glasses and offering a toast to Christmas in London, and much holiday madness. Moa then offered her own toast, showing both men the picture taken of the soon-to-be engaged couple at the ministry summer ball. To Henrika and Sirius, a beautiful couple. Sirius couldn't let that go unanswered, so offered a toast of his own. To the beautiful Hobson women, may there one day be many more of them. That was something Lucas would certainly drink too, before indicating the scrapbook Moa held. Henrika writes all the time, so we feel like we already know you. We want to use this time to fill in the blanks, about you and the rest of the people in those pictures. The last time Sirius had felt this comfortable in someone's house was when he ran away from home and stayed with James. Lucas and Moa were certainly physically nothing like the Potters, their attitude to life though appeared surprisingly similar. They certainly made him feel just as welcome as that scared 16-year-old boy had felt all those years ago. Sirius had soon kicked off his shoes and told story after story. When Moa then brought out another book with pictures of Henrika growing up, it was his turn to listen as stories of the woman who would be his wife were being offered. The long night passed pleasantly and easily. The skating evenings were proving a massive success. The first years had been making everyone jealous at breakfast before McGonagall stood and announced the schedule for the rest of the school to participate. The most noticeable event amongst the group of friends was Blaise holding Parvati's hand as they skated along during the second year's evening in the room. This was a gigantic boost to Parvati's confidence, and something her friends and family approved of. Ronald Weasley's detentions were over, so he had been allowed to attend. He stood at the railing and laughed at those who slipped. That lasted until the food appeared. Eating was far more interesting to him than skating ever would be. Ron actually reveled in having a table all to himself. He didn't have to share the food on it with anybody else. The Parvati development from Wednesday evening saw Henrika being approached about a couple of things. Bill arrived for their lesson on Saturday morning with an answer from her and Sirius, and a couple of envelopes. Harry made his way over to the Slytherin table to personally deliver them. If Blaise appeared shocked to receive an envelope, Draco was astonished. Opening that envelope kicked his level of incredulity up a fair few notches. He and Pansy were invited to Lord Black's engagement party on Boxing Day. Pansy was ecstatic at what this would mean. "Oh, Draco, this is wonderful. Father was really unhappy that I wasn't at the ministry summer ball. We won't make the Christmas one either. Here though is something that will pacify him. I think these invitations will be extremely hard to come by. This will make him think twice about ending our betrothal. Lord Black's interest will ensure that. Pansy, we both know who's behind this, and I'll bet he still claims I don't owe him anything. Both were watching Harry as he left the hall to attend his training. On entering the room, their training didn't begin immediately. They all understood there were things to be discussed first. Harry started the ball rolling, not happy with some of the news he'd been receiving from his father. Assistant Ambassador, I want you to know these changes did not come from us. We are very happy having you for an instructor and will certainly resist any moves to see you replaced for our weekend lessons. Bill was actually quite touched with the concern these four were showing him. It was time to let them see that concern was misplaced. Thank you very much for that vote of confidence. I can assure you all I will also resist any moves that would see our weekend lessons halted. What this is though is simply a case of putting Hogwarts needs first. Do any of you have the slightest doubt that Remus Lupin will be a better defense teacher than Lockhart? The only answer Bill got was 4 looks that clearly wondered if he'd lost his mind. Thought not. Now, Hogwarts and the Ministry have stuck their neck out in supporting Remus for the job. Gringotts really needs to be seen to be doing the same. On the wizarding side of the divide, like it or not, they see Harry here as the public face of the Goblins. Augusta would also look foolish if she championed this change in Professor, only for her grandson and his betrothed to still be receiving their timetabled defense lessons from me. You 4 are treading water in that class anyway. We all know this is where you do your main work in defense. I may ask Remus to help the occasional weekend, but you will still be working with me. This cleared the air somewhat, and allowed Bill to ask the question his boss wanted answered. How do you two feel about your bond becoming known to the public? Again, Harry was first with his answer. I think it would be hypocritical of me to have a problem with it. I publicly bonded with Hermione to change her status in the nation, and offer her protection. If they think that this news being made public would also offer her protection in the magical community, then it gets my vote. This had everyone turning to Hermione for her opinion. Her answer was a very simple one. He is mine and I am his, and I really don't care who knows it anymore. Do you know what our parents said to this? Our weekly letter from Crawley usually arrives tomorrow. This had Bill smiling. Dan understands why you both bonded, and thinks that, if it will stop his daughter being attacked by witches or wizards, it should be made front page news. As long as it doesn't appear in the Crawley Observer until you two are a bit older, he's fine with that. Emma and Barchoke both agreed with him. Harry then asked the question that he had really been struggling to comprehend. Will the Ministry really try and award a goblin lands and a title? They were all aware that the land in question wasn't by any stretch of the imagination a huge tract of the Highlands. It was more the possibility of being able to own and live on his own land, as a goblin, that was responsible for the excited anticipation. The title of Baron was also purely a ceremonial one. Legally being able to own his own Scottish glen as a goblin though was like being offered a kingdom to Harry, worth a lot more than any title the Ministry could dream up. It certainly looks as if they are going to have a damned good attempt at it, which is why it is so important to support Remus Lupin's appointment. We're all trying to push the joint message that by working together, everyone benefits. What about you, Neville? Are you okay with the news of your parents being used like this? His answer was also simplicity itself. Harry helped my family, we're glad of the opportunity to help his, that's what family does. Bill couldn't help but wish his youngest brother was more like this, or that he would at least one day grow up in a similar vein. The twins and Ginny were friends with these 4, and had blossomed from that friendship. Every Sunday, Bill got to witness Fred and George put on their serious heads and work their asses off in his lessons. That Master Pitsley confirmed they performed just as well in their potions class would be a very pleasant surprise to both of their parents when their report cards were issued. With the discussion over, it was now time to get down to the serious business of defense. Augusta was also getting down to the serious business of defense. The wry smile playing on her lips was there for a specific reason, a reason that just entered her office. Ah, Professor Lockhart, please have a seat. The new Hogwarts wards have been minutely examined, and found to be working perfectly. That cannot be the case, they must have overlooked something. I'm sorry, Professor, I can assure you that nothing was overlooked. Now, After our last discussion on the matter, and knowing you are a man of your word, I will regretfully accept your resignation. You will be delighted to note though that I was able to find a first-rate replacement. Please ensure all your belongings are removed from Hogwarts before Christmas. We're very lucky the new professor can start in the new year. We of course all wish you well in whatever venture you undertake next. Augusta resumed her paperwork after that dismissal, knowing full well Lockhart was too shocked to even leave his chair. She carried on working for a few moments before pretending to notice he hadn't actually left yet. "Oh, I'm sorry, Professor, is there anything more I can do for you?" Madam Longbottom, perhaps I was a tad hasty in indicating I would leave the castle." "Hasty? I thought you ran as fast as your legs would carry you. Oh, I see, you're talking about your decision to resign. Unfortunately that decision has already been made. I can't have two defense professors, I would be left needing to dismiss one of them. Surely it would look better on your resume if you could truthfully state you resigned from Hogwarts, rather than having to be sacked. You can leave anytime, Professor." Augusta now allowed some steel to creep into her voice, ensuring Lockhart understood it was time to go, from her office and also the castle. "With the students returning home on Monday, you've taught your last class at Hogwarts." The Pottle sisters were currently chatting away, both making a deliberate effort to ensure a gulf was never allowed to open between them again. "I hope you don't mind us pushing for Blaise to be invited to the engagement party. Susan and Hannah will be allowed to invite partners to the party, but I didn't think you would be up to asking anyone just yet." "Oh, Padma, it's worked out brilliantly. Blaise obviously sussed why he was being invited. He asked me earlier if I would be his date for the party. Of course I said yes. Making the dress code include goblin formal wear means we already have that angle covered too. Yeah, Fred, George, Roger and Cedric will all be invited tomorrow. And Harry has already arranged an appointment with the goblin tailors for them, and their dates. Sirius really didn't want to invite a lot of people who sat back and did nothing while he rotted in Azkaban, and you know he's a big kid at heart anyway. The party will be family and friends, and a lot of fun." The Pottles didn't celebrate Christmas as such, but this was quickly turning into a holiday they would remember for a long time. Not only were they getting to spend it with friends and family, there were already promises of at least one party, more ice skating in Muggle London, and even more shopping too. What was not to like? Augustus Rookwood didn't like what he was doing, but needs must. It was a very fortuitous occurrence that the plinth his thin straw mattress rested on was not made of the same material as the rest of his cell. Attempting what he intended on the black granite that Azkaban was constructed from would have rendered his already perilous attempt at escape clear into the totally hopeless bracket. As the pain in his mouth became unbearable, he removed his fingers to find traces of blood on them. This saliva-blood mixture was immediately transferred to the very rudimentary wand he was constructing. Lengths of straw from his thin mattress were bound together with hairs he'd pulled from his head. This was then being coated in the mixture coming from his mouth. Hopefully over the coming months this process would be able to infuse enough of his magical essence into his very basic construct to allow it to cast a couple of spells. This wand was never going to allow him to fire curses at anyone, that wasn't its purpose anyway. He needed this wand to open the cell door, along with any others that blocked his way out of Azkaban. It would then hopefully hold together enough to cast a warming charm on himself before he was forced to enter the North Sea. A simple Alohomora would suffice to open the doors in Azkaban. With prisoners being denied wands, and dementors waiting in the corridors, the prison's reliance on such a simple spell was perhaps understandable. Augustus would first need to hack a piece of stone from the plinth before he could even think of making a protection medallion to get him past the dementors. That would then need to be shaped, have runes carefully carved into it, and then be infused with his blood to activate them. He was forced to use what he had available in his cell. Conjured tin plates and cups lasted just long enough for the food to be eaten and any liquid drunk. Knives, forks or spoons were never supplied. They certainly weren't stupid enough to provide their prisoners with anything that could be used as a weapon. That was why his fingers once more returned to his mouth. Augustus needed something that could carve stone. The only thing he had available in Azkaban were his teeth. He reckoned his molars should be best for cutting out a piece of stone while his incisors would be needed to carve out the required runes. Between pulling out teeth as required and the finger scrapes he expected to get working on the stone, Augustus didn't think there would be any shortage of blood for his wand and protection medallion. He also knew that this was going to take months that outside factors ensured he needed to take anyway. While getting out of his cell, past the Dementors and out of Azkaban prison itself was going to be an amazingly difficult feat, he then still had the problem of being trapped on an island in the middle of the North Sea. To enter that same sea in December would carry a 100% guarantee of death. He would basically be committing suicide. It was simply far too cold for anyone to survive for any length of time in the water just now. Augustus knew there was only one narrow window available, during a couple of months of what passed for summer here, to make the attempt. Only then would he have any chance of making landfall, and only then could he begin the task of returning his master to power. Rita knew she was going to have a Merry Christmas. Having a front-page story in the Prophet on Christmas Eve practically guaranteed that. It wasn't her usual type of story either, though the paper's editor had still begged for her return to work at the Prophet after reading it. Rita wasn't interested in returning to that lifestyle. She would enjoy Christmas before focusing on her new subject. Gilderoy Lockhart's perceived persona was just begging to be torn apart. Whilst today's piece was all wholesome and light, Rita knew it was in character assassinations that her real skills lay. Even to a casual observer, Gilderoy's literary self-portrayal didn't in any way match the reality of the man himself. She intended to discover all his dirty little secrets, and then inform everyone about them. It would be somewhat ironic if she managed to get a book out of destroying this famous author. The title, Liar Lockhart, just flowed off the tongue. A miraculous collaboration. The picture below displays a scene that many readers will agree is nothing short of miraculous. Frank and Alice Longbottom have found themselves trapped inside their own bodies for over a decade. That is clearly no longer the case. Since August, they have been receiving treatment that has peeled back some of the trauma damage inflicted when these two brave Aurors were tortured by the Cruciatus curse. This is a result that was thought to be impossible by the best healers in St. Mungo's. Fortunately, this news was never passed on to Alice Longbottom's godson, a certain Centurion Crow. Her godson was aware goblin healing was different from that used in St. Mungo's, and an offer of assistance was made to the Longbottom family. Madame Augusta Longbottom had this to say on the matter. While the care my son and his wife received whilst in St. Mungo's was second to none, we had explored and exhausted every treatment that the healers had available in their attempts to improve Frank and Alice's condition. The offer from Gringotts came with no guarantees, other than they certainly wouldn't cause my son and his wife any harm. We had nothing to lose, and a distinct possibility of gain, so of course I said yes. They were also examined by Muggle healers, using advanced medical equipment to produce scans of Frank and Alice's brains. These scans are providing vital clues to further improve their treatment. This treatment was made possible and arranged through the Grangers, themselves both Muggle healers, and whose daughter is Harry's girlfriend. I have no words to describe how my grandson, Neville, and I feel over their recovery, nor to express our gratitude for those who made this possible. Here is a wonderful example of what can be achieved when everyone works together. I then contacted St. Mungo's to inquire if they had any comment to make on this situation. The interview I was given with one of the senior healers was, to say the least, enlightening. Healer Woodcock was clearly excited by the momentous news. As healers, it's far more important to our profession that the patient recovers, rather than assuming any form of professional posturing over who is actually responsible for healing them. The Goblins have very kindly offered a month's secondment for one of our healers, allowing them to spend time in Gringotts learning of this new healing technique. This is hopefully the first step in a process that will see exchange programs put in place. I understand that the Muggles have facilities where any breakthrough in healing is shared with the rest of the world. This is something I would like to see us as a community adopt, as anything that helps our profession heal patients more efficiently is certainly something we can't afford to dismiss. With attitudes of cooperation and collaboration springing up all over our magical community, it provides hope that we can move forward, and that the coming years will not only be happy but prosperous. The picture showed a beaming Alice Longbottom with an arm around her son and his betrothed. They had used this occasion to make their betrothal announcement public, with Frank and his mother standing behind them. It was the epitome of what a happy family portrait should be, 3 generations each looking forward to a better future. The large breakfast table was full to bursting, and Lucas just had to comment to the lady sitting at his side after reading the latest developments. Amelia, Moa and I were worried about our daughter coming to Britain. Your country's reputation for intolerance of anyone without what they see as the correct breeding is renowned. But this, Lucas indicated the paper, and then the company around the table. Muggles, goblins, Vila and even a werewolf were all chatting away amiably. That the children present were not only involved in whatever was being discussed but their opinions being listened to was also a shock to the Swede. This was not what he expected in pureblood Britain. The Hobsons had been an instant hit with the extended family, especially amongst their children. They all adored Henrika, and seemed to have no problems in extending that emotion to include her parents. Lucas and Moa though made that transition very easy to accomplish. Amelia smiled at Lucas' understandable confusion and tried to help him grasp the reality of the situation. If only what you were reading in that paper, and what you see around this table, was a fair reflection of our country, then I would be very happy. Unfortunately it is not, yet. There are people on both sides of the divide, wizard and goblin, whose views are far too entrenched to ever accept this as the new normal. We know they are just biding their time, waiting on something to focus attention on and turn public opinion back the way they want it to go. When I see the children acting like this though, it gives me hope that one day it might be better. After a moment's silence, Amelia decided to put into words what she'd only thought before. The more I get to know the goblins, the more I see them just like ourselves. We have the same problems and similar aspirations. Helping each other to reach mutually beneficial solutions is rapidly becoming the biggest thrill of my life. The boy sitting at the end of the table is the catalyst for all this change, and also the reason we're all sitting here together. Harry would be the first to admit he had lots of help, but it was him who chased Binns out of Hogwarts, and who started the ball rolling to set Sirius free. While believing every word Amelia said, it was still hard for Lucas to comprehend how one so young could have achieved so much. I know my daughter thinks very highly of him, of all of them actually. Her letters home always contain a mention of this group, and whatever they've been up to. I feel as if I know most of them already. This group have the potential to change our country for the good of all. Even their peers simply observing their behavior is beginning to change attitudes. I see our job as parents and guardians to do our best ensuring they can continue to behave the way they are, neither breeding nor background affecting who they choose to befriend. This was something Lucas would certainly agree with, but Amelia had even more to say on the matter. Hogwarts is unrecognizable now from the school it was a mere 2 years ago. Your daughter is playing an integral role in that. Remus Lupin is another excellent teacher, and another vital part of the jigsaw that, when complete, will see Hogwarts as one of the finest magical schools in the world. Theirs is the generation that will take our society forward, and it all starts with Hogwarts. If we can reach the children of Death Eaters with the message that there is a better way, then and only then will the British Magical Society be able to proudly hold its head up on the international scene for the first time in generations. This was not the time for such serious conversations though, and both were soon pulled in the direction of more jovial subjects by those around them. Padma, Hermione and Harry had all loved how they spent Christmas Eve last year, so a repeat was arranged for everyone today. Barchok and Amelia were unfortunately having to work today, but the rest of the adults, including Augusta, appeared to be looking forward to the day. Sirius of course had to add his own twist to the holidays. Knowing not everyone in their extended family celebrated Christmas, he still intended to get them all involved by introducing Kris Kringle to the proceedings. Hermione dissolved into fits of laughter when Harry started looking around for this person her godfather was talking about. Sirius then explained the concept. Everyone's names are in this hat, we each draw one and must buy that person a gift. You don't tell anyone whose name you drew, rather just wrap their gift up and write their name on it. There will be a sack beside the Christmas tree for these presents, and we'll hand them out tomorrow at dinner. This just added another layer of excitement onto what was already building for the day. The hat was rapidly passed around the table, with Sirius agreeing to accept the name that was left. 19 names were soon chosen, leaving Sirius with Moa. He had hoped for someone he could get a joke present for. Playing a prank on his mother-in-law to be though was not a good idea. He wondered if this was him finally growing up, and sincerely hoped not. Luna sat that night trying to write a letter to her father, the problem being she just didn't know where to start. They had barely entered Sirius' house when there was a loud scream. Henrika had found both her parents standing waiting on her. Their history professor, who was always so in control of her emotions, acted like a little girl as she pounced on them, before dragging Sirius into the family embrace. Harry and Hermione had led the group away from the family reunion and directed them to the rooms they would be staying in. Both they and the Grangers often stayed here, so were using their regular rooms. Luna was sharing with Hermione while Neville doubled up with Harry. Padma was sharing a room with her sister, leaving Susan and Hannah to bunk in another. With the Pottles, Augusta, Amelia, Barchoke, Remus and now the Hobsons staying too, it was a busy house. Every day of the holiday had something arranged: a visit to London Zoo, shopping in Diagon Alley, or a simply unbelievable visit to something they called a cinema. Luna was having a fantastic time. There lay her problem, and she resolved to talk to Hermione about it when she came in. She and Harry were currently saying goodnight, and, by the way Hermione had just practically floated into the room, Harry must be quite good at it. She flopped down on her bed in a daze, then Luna noticed where her eyes kept wandering, to her left hand, or rather the ring now on it. "Everything all right, Hermione?" With a squeal of delight, she shot off the bed and had Luna practically in a headlock with excitement. "Oh, everything is so much better then, all right, Luna. Things are just fantastic." Hermione then pulled back to let Luna see her ring. Harry thought that, since our blood bond will be made public shortly, I should wear a ring to tell the world I am his. He gave it to me tonight so I would wake up on Christmas morning with it already on my finger. Have you ever seen anything like it, Luna? I just love it. Yes, it matches your bracelet. The ring did indeed match her bracelet, having the same filigree design that indicated she was part of Harry's family. The stone though appeared to be a blue diamond, rather than the sapphires that her bracelet sported. I think it's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen. When the tears began to fall, Luna just couldn't stop them. While Moonlight shot over and jumped on Luna's knee, Hermione pulled a chair up beside her younger friend. What's the matter, Luna? I thought you were enjoying your holiday. Oh, Hermione, I'm loving my holiday, that's the problem. Last year was our first Christmas without Mum, it was horrible. Dad tried so hard to make it the same, yet the both of us spent most of Christmas crying. I think that's why he's not spending it at home this year, it's just too hard without Mum there too. Ginny and Colin were so jealous of me coming here for the holidays, but I'd much rather be doing what they are, spending Christmas with my Mum and Dad. Moonlight was snuggling into the upset girl, practically forcing Luna to stroke her. Hermione felt out of her depth here, and offered to go and fetch her Mum. Luna didn't want to involve anyone else. I'll be fine, Hermione, just give me a minute. I was trying to write a letter to my dad and just felt horrible that I was having such a good time with everyone, while he is on his own. After thinking of what her mum would say in this situation, Hermione tried her best to comfort the crying girl. Don't be afraid to tell him you are having a good holiday, Luna, that will make your dad feel a lot better about not being with you at Christmas. Do you really think so? Seeing her efforts were working, Hermione continued in the same vein. I really do, Luna. Your father loves you very much, he's just missing your mum too. We haven't really looked at what we'll be doing over the summer holidays, maybe when Henrika and Sirius set a date we might talk about it next week. Whatever we do though, you should know that we will want you there as much as possible, your father will be invited too. Luna's eyes were now sparkling, and not just from the tears she had shed. I would really like that. Coming to Hogwarts and having friends has been the best thing that's ever happened to me. You and Padma have treated me like a little sister, and Harry. This drew a smile from Hermione. Harry thinks you are pretty special too. Oh no, not like that. Hermione was now giggling. It's okay, Luna, I know you're not Ginny. You see Harry just for who he is, that's what makes you special to him, that and the fact he's just about adopted you as his sister. This had Luna blushing. That's the way I think of him too. Someone I can depend upon, for anything. Ginny is trying, you know, she's been in love with the boy who lived since she was about 6 though. I've read some of that rubbish too, I much prefer Harry the way he is. Do you need any help to finish that letter? I'm sure Irgit will take it for you in the morning. I think I'll be fine now, though I might need more parchment. Today was just wonderful, no wonder you wanted to do that again. It's the people who we were with that made today wonderful, Luna, and you are certainly classed as one of our family now. With her feelings of guilt beginning to fade, Luna resumed writing a long letter to her father. If it made him feel even a fraction of the happiness she'd been experiencing, then she knew her dad would be smiling as he read. Christmas morning was off to a flyer before a present had been opened. Padma's joyful yell alerting everyone to what now adorned Hermione's finger. All of those in Grimmauld Place were happy for the young couple, and each had their own reasons to be happy too. The Pottles were so very happy still to have both their daughters, that one of them was now betrothed to Neville was certainly a very pleasant bonus in their eyes. Neville would be going to chat with his mum and dad today, accompanied by his betrothed. Christmas just couldn't get any better than that for the Longbottoms. Amelia was delighted she would get to spend today with Susan and Hannah, no jumping through blown-out windows this Christmas. With Hannah's parents attending the ball tomorrow night, this was as good as it got in her book. Sirius though thought this Christmas was easily the happiest of his life, and certainly light years ahead of last year's. Sitting here a free man, surrounded by friends and family with the beautiful Henrika by his side. He was thinking it couldn't get any better than this when his mind wandered a few years into the future. He pictured himself standing with his wife as their children opened their presents. For far too long, that scenario was nothing more than an impossible dream for Sirius Black. Now it was a dream come true, or at least it soon would be. The Hobsons too were very happy with their lot. Spending Christmas with their daughter and her intended had certainly put smiles on their faces. They had both held some reservations about their daughter marrying into what was an old British pureblood family. That Sirius clearly intended for them to play a large part in their lives was the best present they could have been given. Remus also didn't need to look too hard for reasons to be cheerful. Sitting here amongst friends already made this a red-letter day in his book. Having a new job starting in the new year meant he even had something to look forward to. It had been many years since life had been this good to the werewolf. Dan could hardly take his eyes off the ring on his daughter's hand. After her initial squeal of delight, Emma had clearly been worried over his reaction. Hugging both Hermione and Harry quickly quashed those fears. He knew this was just another level of protection for Hermione. It might be more political than the practical bracelet, but what a statement it made in any world. That ring not only shouted that Hermione was Harry's intended, it also broadcast just how financially powerful this young goblin was too. He wasn't a jeweler, but Dan had no trouble imagining that ring being worth more than their house and business combined. It was simply stunning, and its beauty could only be matched by how happy it made his daughter. That made it priceless to all of them. Harry had Hermione sitting at one side of him, and his father at the other. This was only the second time he had celebrated Christmas, but already knew it wouldn't be the last. Any occasion that got the entire family together to celebrate should be encouraged, something he certainly intended to do. He could tell from the smile his father was wearing that he actually agreed with him. Henrika leaned over and keyed Sirius. "What was that for?" "Just for being you. What you did with my parents was simply wonderful. You've made us all so happy. Just wait until you see what I've got planned for New Year." The look Henrika was now giving him clearly indicated she had no intention of waiting. "Do you remember our first date?" This got another kind of look. This one said of course she did, and he should continue. "I've hired the entire boat for New Year's Eve. We'll spend it going up and down the Thames and bring in the New Year dancing to the music." He couldn't say any more. Henrika was far too busy showing him that she really approved of that idea. Sirius quickly put winning Enrica's approval at the top of this and every other Christmas wish list. Molly was also having a Merry Christmas. Anytime her entire family were back under her roof was going to be a happy occasion for the Weasley matriarch. A glance though told her they currently weren't all here. Her husband and eldest son had once more gone for a stroll out in the orchard. They both returned and removed their heavy cloaks, earning them a rebuke from Molly. "It's Christmas Day, can't you two forget business for one afternoon?" "Sorry Mum, just something I needed to discuss with Dad." A sigh escaped Molly's lips. "And it could only be spoken about in the orchard. I never thought I would miss your father sitting telling us all about biting teacups or backfiring toilets. He can't even talk about his job in his own home anymore. The first we find out about what's going on is when we read about it in the Prophet. I'm sorry, Molly, but the things Bill and I work on now are secret, and need to stay that way." This set Ron off in a grade 1 huff. That white owl delivers letters to Crow all the time. You can bet his father tells him what's going on. His mother, father and Charlie were all shocked at this belligerent attitude. The others had all seen it before. Bill was really getting tired of it. And you know why that is, Ronnie boy, because Harry is not only a centurion but an Order of Merlin, first-class holder. Yeah, right. They just handed him those, like they gave Parvati all that gold after she set the basilisk on people. Mental, just mental. Molly couldn't understand her son's attitude about this, and wasn't long in telling him so. Ronald Weasley, I better not hear you've said that about the poor girl outside these four walls. Too late, Mum, he actually said it to Parvati's face, in front of the entire house in the Great Hall. Ron was staring daggers at his sister but Ginny wasn't caring, she pressed ahead. Neville threatened to call him out if he did it again, and McGonagall gave him 2 weeks' worth of detention for it. As you can see, Ron still thinks he did nothing wrong. All I did was tell the truth, but no one wants to hear it because she's a friend of Crow's. The truth is you see it, Ron, and that's where all the trouble starts. Bill thought it was time his youngest brother heard a few home truths. No one gave Harry anything he didn't earn. Before taking the job of tutoring him, I saw all his scores. The Sorting Hat really couldn't have placed him anywhere but Ravenclaw. He's the top student of the year, with Hermione and Padma taking the next 2 places. Neville Longbottom is pushing his way through the pack to join them. Ronnie here needs Percy to sit and force him to do his homework, and he's still in the bottom 4. Crabbe, Goyle and Finnegan, really pushing yourself there, Ron. Hey, at least I'm not last. You were in some of the classes, purely out of laziness too. Ginny is already pushing her way to be near the top of her year group. Fred and George are also shooting through the rankings with Percy here looking a good bet for next year's head boy. Like Charlie, me and Dad, they are all achieving what they want through hard work. You're jealous of Harry, but let's ask his friends here if they know anyone who works harder than him. Fred was first to provide an answer. We work on defense with him once a week and it nearly kills us. Harry and Hermione exercise and practice every single day. I really don't know how they do it. This drew agreement from George before he added his own thoughts. Fred and I thought we were pretty handy at potions. Harry is miles ahead. Master Pitsley is probably the top potion master in the whole of Britain, yet he comes to Hogwarts to teach Harry. We're learning so much more than we ever would in normal potions classes at Hogwarts, and we'll be sitting our potions OWL this summer. This was a shock to both parents. Sirius twins though would be a shock to just about anyone. Ginny wasn't about to be overlooked here though, she had her own thoughts to add. Harry does all his extra training yet still makes time to teach us defense every week. As a teacher, he's also miles ahead of Lockhart, and it's the favorite class of all the first years. Hey, it's bad enough you lot are all going to hobnob with them tomorrow, I really don't want to hear about it today too. And that's the problem, Ron, you just don't get that we're actually talking about you here. If you go through the rest of your life the way you're approaching Hogwarts, then I hate to think what will become of you. Doing just enough to get by is a bad habit to fall into. You seem quite happy to embrace that as your entire philosophy on life, while deriding those who don't share your opinion. You also seem to go out of your way to ostracize yourself amongst your peers, a really, really stupid move. A big part of going to Hogwarts is to meet other people the same age as you. Hey, I offered Crow my friendship, he didn't want it, his loss. Charlie hadn't been as involved as the rest of the family in this matter, so offered an opinion from what was almost an outsider's point of view. Do you really believe Crow refusing your offer of friendship is his loss? I don't think he's too bothered by it, Ron. I've never met the boy, and certainly wouldn't expect an invitation to Lord Black's engagement party. With Bill, Fred, George and Ginny going though, I would certainly hate to have been in his year, and not been invited. Percy was also keen to see Ron mend the error of his ways. If he made head boy next year, he wouldn't have the time to sit on his youngest brother, and then Ron would slip even lower in the rankings. It's worse than that, Charlie, Draco Malfoy got an invitation. This is a boy who Crow punched out and challenged to a duel at the welcoming feast when they were first years. He also had his knife at Lucius Malfoy's throat too. That settles it, with Malfoy there I wouldn't have gone anyway. And that is why I'm worried about him. Fred and George have Quidditch, extra defense lessons and also help out with the first-year defense club. Percy here is going to have to concentrate on his own exams soon and I won't be in the castle as often to keep an eye on him. Why won't you be in the castle as often? Ron, you're totally missing the point, as usual. Their father rarely raised his voice. When he did, it was time to sit and pay attention. Ever since you set foot inside Hogwarts, it's been one bad report after another, and none of it was ever your fault. I'm willing to bet you never apologized to this girl either. Dad, you taught us to never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. How stupid would you need to be to write in that diary, and then she gets thousands in gold for doing so? Am I the only one who thinks that's wrong? The Pottle girl was as much a victim in this as Luna Lovegood. If that was my little girl lying down in that chamber, I could only hope they would still have gone down there to rescue her. With total confidence, 5 of his children answered at the same time. They would have. Fred had to add his own twist. If it was Ron down there though, they might just have left him. Arthur was coming more and more to rely on his eldest son's advice, and there was absolutely no way Bill would steer him wrong on a matter regarding their family. Bill had claimed that Ron wasn't coping with life at Hogwarts as he should, instead treating it like some holiday camp with good and plentiful food. The fact that the 4 of his other children who currently attended Hogwarts supported Bill's view was forcing Arthur to take action when he really didn't want to. For a pureblood, attending Hogwarts was as much about interacting with your peers as it was gaining an education. Lessons could be taught at home and exams sat at the ministry. Hogwarts was about growing up and gaining life experiences with witches and wizards the same age as you, something that couldn't be achieved at home. For Ron to leave Hogwarts after 7 years with poor qualifications and more enemies than friends would be an unmitigated disaster for his youngest son. Leaving after 2 years would mean Ron would be remembered as that annoying kid, still giving him room to prove he'd grown up since then. Spending the rest of his years at Hogwarts as he'd spent the first would see his son struggle to do anything with his life. A wizard's time at Hogwarts were their most formative years. Spending 7 years creating bad impressions and gaining enemies was something Arthur couldn't see his youngest son recovering from. It was time for the head of the Weasley family to make a decision. Ron, unless there is a marked improvement in your behavior, you will be withdrawn from Hogwarts at the summer. Any more incidents where you openly court trouble will see you brought home before then. You can try and pull the wool over your mother's eyes as she homeschools you. We will be having some long discussions over the rest of these holidays, so there can be no doubts exactly what I mean by marked improvement. With the decision made, Ron's Christmas wasn't going to be very merry. Someone else was missing the warmth and good food of the Burrows' Christmas celebration. Somehow gnawing on the remains of a sandwich he'd liberated from a bin yesterday didn't match up to all the wonderful tidbits Wormtail would normally be enjoying about now. This was certainly not the first Christmas he'd spent as a rat. It was his first spent alone though, and Peter was finding that fact harder to deal with than he'd ever thought possible. Yes, he was alive, but this could hardly be called living. By scavenging old copies of The Prophet from his infrequent sorties into Diagon Alley, Peter was able to build a picture of what was happening all around him. Lucius Malfoy now residing in Azkaban was a real shock to the system, as was Dumbledore being chased out of Hogwarts. With the Ministry building up its Auror force, and actually administering justice, Peter knew the sands of time were running out for him. To an outsider, it appeared as if the Potter family were demanding, and receiving, retribution against those who had wronged them. There was just no way their greatest betrayer wouldn't be near the top of that revenge list. It almost brought a smile to his lips when reading that Sirius was about to become engaged to that stunning Swedish Vila. Trust Padfoot to land the most gorgeous female he'd ever seen. This drew Peter's mind to the party tomorrow night, and how he would have been a guest if he hadn't turned betrayer. He had to quash thoughts like that immediately. Peter had made his decision all those years ago, a decision he may have regretted but still didn't see how he had any other choice in the matter. Peter was again being forced to make a decision he didn't want to make. He felt though that again he was being left with no other option. Sooner or later they would find him. Whether that was due to a sustained search or a mistake on his part was immaterial, they would find him. His only protection from the fate that awaited him after capture was to once more have a powerful protector, his master. He was going to have to leave this refuge and go looking for the one person who could save him. That this same person might actually kill him instead was the reason why he delayed this journey for so long. He fully expected a Dementor's key if the Ministry ever got their hands on him. Peter would do anything to avoid that fate, including going searching for his master. It didn't take much searching for Gilderoy to discover who was going to replace him at Hogwarts, or should that be what was going to be replacing him. Armed with a name, it also didn't take him long to get his hands on the really disturbing information either. Remus Lupin was registered at the Ministry of Magic as a werewolf they were going to allow to teach children, not if he had anything to do with it. Gilderoy thought it was his duty to inform the wizarding public that this monster was going to be let loose on their children. He would write the story and then offer it to the prophet for printing. This wouldn't be Wandering with Werewolves though, rather a timely warning a werewolf was going to be inside Hogwarts, as a professor. Even Gilderoy had to admit there had been major changes in their community recently, this though would be a change too far. There was no way parents would stand for a dark creature teaching their children, especially directly after the basilisk fiasco had them all terrified for their safety. After they kicked the beast out, Gilderoy planned to string them along for a day or so on whether he would return to the castle. Dropping hints that this is what happens when you don't have a headmaster, and a totally unsuitable person attempting to run Hogwarts, should see him in new accommodation for his triumphant return to the castle. After saving all the children from a werewolf, they could hardly give the position of headmaster to anyone else. Sitting down to write, he had to continually remind himself this wasn't a work of fiction. It was an unusual sensation for Gilderoy Lockhart to be writing the truth, or at least his version of it. Draco thought this new version of Christmas for the Malfoys would take some getting used to, just him and his mother sitting down to dinner. No father, no guests and certainly no lavish parties. The only bright spot was his invitation to Lord Black's official engagement function tomorrow. That these invitations were very much sought after kept Pansy's father off their case for a little while longer. The man was pushing though, and Draco had no intention of handing over control of his inheritance to anyone. His mother had a black family heirloom that he would be taking to the party as their gift for the engaged couple, a tiara that family custom dictated should be worn by the bride when a black marries. It was in her possession since she was the last black to be married, and now it would return to its rightful family. Draco would be wearing the clothes he received for the Merlin ball to the engagement party, thus covering the fact that he couldn't afford new dress robes. Apart from Blaise, the only other Slytherin they knew who were invited was Greengrass, her father having some long-standing business connections with the Blacks. He had been taught enough of pureblood politics to understand what was going on here. This was an opportunity for both him and Pansy to mingle in this company. Their future invites would depend on how successfully they could pull this off, though Blaise had given him a word of warning. He had told Draco this group did not act like any he had ever met. The closest he could come to putting a name to it was they behaved like a family. Blaise had easily been accepted but knew he was under constant observation. Not because he was a Slytherin, it was purely to observe that he treated Parvati properly. Both Draco and Blaise had seen Neville very publicly claim Parvati as his sister. They also hadn't missed Crow holding back the other two girls. McGonagall saved Mouth Weasley from some serious trouble, and all the idiot had cared about was missing dinner. Draco could see his father had made some poor choices in his life, binding the family to a half-blood bastard and then the basilisk fiasco immediately springing to mind. He was going to have to make his own choices from now on, and those choices would begin tomorrow. Anyone who had outrightly opposed Crow had been politically, financially and sometimes even physically taken apart. His father and godfather were only two names on a list that also included the once great and untouchable Albus Dumbledore. Draco intended to do whatever it took to ensure his name never joined those on that list. His problem would be how far he would need to go to appease this group, or even become part of it. You didn't need to be a genius to understand that uttering the word, mudblood, would see a blade instantly appear at your throat, and the next thing passing your lips had better be an apology. That most of the wands which would also be trained on you would be held by purebloods was really food for thought. Professor Hobson had taught them that the term blood traitor was coined by the half-blood bastard, purely as a means of turning purebloods against each other. When old families like the Bones, Abbotts, Longbottoms, Blacks, Diggories, Weasleys, Davies and Lovegoods appeared all in favor of the direction their country was moving in, who was Draco Malfoy to assume he knew better and then stand against an assembled force like that? Draco decided that, instead of a plan, an open mind might suit their needs better for the party. He would have a quick talk with Pansy about this before they set off tomorrow, though wasn't expecting any problems from that direction. All Pansy's efforts were directed toward maintaining their betrothal, and she would adopt whatever attitude or beliefs that were necessary to achieve her goal. Draco found himself looking forward to tomorrow night for another reason too. The Merlin Ball at Hogwarts was one of the best functions he'd ever attended. He was hoping tomorrow night might be arranged somewhat along the same lines. Harry was also looking forward to tomorrow, though he was in no hurry at all to say goodbye to today, or should that be goodnight to Hermione. He'd noticed even in Ravenclaw House that they seemed to take a little longer each night to part, the problem being that neither wanted to let go of the other. His arms were currently locked around her while Hermione rested her head on his shoulder, snuggling into his neck and doing funny things to his insides. They would then whisper to each other about everything and anything, purely to put off the moment when they would need to part. So, do you know who got Sirius his secret present? Hermione couldn't hold her giggles. That was Mum. The dog bowl and leash were funny, but the collar with, "If lost, return to Henrika Hobson," engraved onto it was hilarious. Ah, so that would mean it was Dan who gave that gift to Amelia. I knew it had to be Muggle but still can't work out what the thick wand and restraints were for. Neither could anyone else, though I thought Sirius and Remus were going to choke with laughter. She was glad Harry was taller than her, therefore couldn't see how red her face was buried in his neck. He could probably feel the heat of her embarrassment though. That was a truncheon and handcuffs, it's what the police carry, Muggle ors. Didn't you notice that time they brought us home in Crawley? I knew I recognized the hat from somewhere but I was too worried about you that day to notice much else. I think Luna liked her book on mythical creatures. That was you. I thought it was Father. I assumed then he'd picked Susan's name out the hat. She loved her necklace. I asked him to get that book. Goblins have different views on the subject, something I thought Luna would appreciate. Amelia has been such a help to us. Father was delighted to draw Susan's name. Who did you get? I drew Lucas. It was hard because we've only known them for a few days. I think he liked his tankard though. I think he loved his tankard, especially since it had the Hobson coat of arms on it. I just spotted a shop that sold all different items that you could get coats of arms on, and I don't think they stocked t-shirts in Lucas' size. We better say goodnight and let Mum get to bed. What? Shush love, her room is at the end of the corridor we're currently hogging. She's just keeping an eye on us, we are getting older you know. Not old enough. Hermione was once more glad Harry couldn't see her face. It was red again after letting that thought slip out. We'll be old enough when we're old enough. Don't wish your life away, Hermione, I'm really happy with where we are now. Harry, why are you so good to me? Harry lifted her chin so he could see her face. Because you are mine, and I am yours. He finished that with a tender key that left both of them wanting more. You are mine, and I am yours. Hermione then offered a key of her own before breaking their embrace. Good night, Harry. She then rather cheekily raised her voice a bit. Night, Mum. Hermione then shot into her room, leaving a rather embarrassed Harry and Emma in the corridor outside. Deciding to follow his bonded's example, Harry called out, Night, Mum, before heading off to his own room. Emma had came upon the couple as she was heading to her own room. Not wanting to disturb them, she was waiting on Hermione and Harry saying goodnight before calling it a night herself. She thought these two made the sweetest couple, and was also delighted to see that at least this part of their relationship was progressing in what she considered an age-appropriate manner. Her 13-year-old daughter receiving a cuddle and a good-night key from her boyfriend was perfectly acceptable behavior in her book. The entire bond thing would work itself out over time. She had forgotten though that Harry always seemed aware of what was happening around him, and was mortified in case the kids thought she was deliberately spying on them. All that was instantly banished from her mind though with the incident that just made Emma Granger's Christmas. Harry had just called her Mum. The silence at the breakfast table alerted Sirius that there was something wrong. One glance at the prophet informed him of just what that something was. Another dark creature set loose inside Hogwarts was banner headlines across the front page. Sirius didn't read another word, he was already looking around the room for Moony. Where's Remus? Has he seen this? He was here but left after the paper arrived, said it ruined his appetite. No wonder, Sirius, this is pure character assassination. How anyone could think Remus Lupin in any way matched what was described in that article is beyond me. I know, Emma, but I need to go find him. With that, Sirius was out the door and heading for Remus' room. He got there just as his friend was finishing packing his meager belongings into a well-worn traveling bag. You should be able to get your money back for the robes. They were a lovely Christmas present, but it doesn't look as if I'll need them now, and the sheep would piss themselves laughing at me if I turned up to work dressed as a wizard. Even a wolf has to have some dignity, Sirius, and sheep laughing at you is just not something that can be taken lightly. Tell Harry thanks for the clothes too, they really are the finest I've ever owned. I know you never return a gift to a goblin, can I leave them here? Remus hadn't once looked up as he finished his packing, and tied the neck of his bag. Sirius wasn't fooled in the slightest by the feeble attempt at joking. Moony was really hurting here. Sirius shut the door. It was time for some tough talking with his friend. You'll need the clothes Harry got you for Henrika and my engagement party tonight, you will be there. Yes, this news is gonna cause a stink, but I promise at the end of it, Remus Lupin will be smelling of roses, or at least not left stinky. This drew Remus' full attention. And just how do you hope to achieve that? I am a werewolf, and I am classed as a dark creature by the Ministry. Whatever you say against that article, those facts remain. I never read that article, I don't need to. What you're forgetting is that you are also Remus Lupin, a thoroughly decent wizard. You're my best friend, who'll also be best man at my wedding and godfather to Sirius and Henrika Black's firstborn child. I won't allow you to leave, at least not like this. Sirius, what option do I have? I couldn't get a job cleaning glasses at the Hog's Head after that article. Lord Black couldn't get that job either, they don't wash their glasses at the Hog's Head. We were expecting this news to come out, Remus, not so dramatically or so soon, but it would have broken anyway. The difference this time is you now have powerful friends who will fight for you, but you need to understand this is not out of any sense of charity. Augusta wants you at Hogwarts simply because she thinks you are the best person for the job. Amelia wants you there so her Auror candidates at least know one end of their wand from another when they leave Hogwarts. Trust me, that is not a joke. Sirius then got deadly serious. We both know Voldemort isn't really gone, and, when he returns, he'll be going after Harry. Henrika has already attacked a basilisk trying to keep them safe. I simply can't lose Harry, Hermione or Henrika. I need you in that castle, Moony. I need someone I trust implicitly to have my wife and godchildren's backs. They're my family and so are you, Moony. Azkaban taught me I don't cope with being alone too well, neither do you, and sheep don't count as company. Look, Sirius, it's not as if I want to return to those sheep. Contrary to what you keep insinuating, there was no shepherd's delight under the moonlight with my favorite you. How can I possibly teach at Hogwarts after today's prophet? The parents would never stand for it. The smirk on Sirius' face was reminiscent of the one he would wear just before pulling off a particularly audacious prank. Remus was really worried now. Moony, we know the Marauders were pretty hot shit, and we probably were. Compared to Amelia, Augusta and Barchok though, were mere babes in the woods. You already have ministerial support for taking up your teaching position at Hogwarts, and Fudge will defend that decision. They then have a scheme in place that means you probably won't rate a mention in the Prophet tomorrow. All their reporters will be busy chasing down other stories. With today's front page, I'll bet an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot has already been called. All your problems might even be sorted before tonight's party. At least give it until the end of the holidays before returning to your flock. I don't know about hot shit, Sirius, but I think you're full of it. Voldemort will shave his legs and take up belly dancing before they'll allow a dark creature to teach at Hogwarts. Sirius now had his arm around his friend's shoulders, leading him away from the room, and the still-packed bag. Moony, my old chum, did I ever show you my favorite photo? It was taken exactly a year ago today and Henrika somehow acquired a framed copy for me. If a 12-year-old boy can chase Dumbledore out of Britain, getting you a teaching job in Hogwarts should be child's play. Then again, that boy has an awesome kick-ass godfather, and a wicked sword. No one would be surprised that Sirius' prediction proved to be correct. An emergency Wizengamot meeting was tabled for noon. The glints of anticipation on certain faces were hard to miss. Here was the pureblood rallying point they had been searching for. Here was a cause that would allow them to draw a line in the sand and say no further. They had no idea a tidal wave was just about to hit their beach, and sweep more than their puny line away. Wizengamot member Duncan, I was under the Imperius. Avery was first to his feet after Amos opened the proceedings, making his intentions clear right from the off. Can I ask if the minister was aware that this creature would be entering Hogwarts, and what does he intend to do about this disgusting situation now it has been exposed? Cornelius had expected nothing less and had his answer well prepared. The ministry was asked if Remus John Lupin could be allowed to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. After ensuring proper and robust methods would be in place to remove any hint of danger from the students, the ministry gave its consent. His qualifications and references were all excellent. He's easily the most qualified applicant we've had for the job in many years, and the children will be lucky to have him teaching there. The minister sat after giving his answer and began counting into himself. Amelia had bet both him and Amos that there would be at least 10 seconds of silence after that answer. Cornelius hadn't expected to make it back into his seat before the bedlam began. He now owed Amelia 5 galleons as the expected bedlam took almost 20 seconds to arrive. It then took a good few minutes for Amos to get the chamber back into some kind of order. Duncan was then allowed to respond to the minister's answer. It was an angry Avery who responded, not quite believing what he'd just heard. The only way to keep the children safe is to remove this creature from Hogwarts, or remove its head. Amelia calmly stood to rebuff this attack, though inside she was seething. It was time to use some of that anger to verbally kick this Death Eater bastard's teeth right down his throat. In this chamber we administer the law of the land. I'll have no more talk of beheading a member of our community. This is a similar situation to those who were cursed with the Imperious to do a Dark Lord's bidding. Remus Lupin didn't choose to suffer from lycanthropy either. In fact, he was a mere boy when infected. Duncan felt the ice-cold hand of fear grip his gonads. Those claims of Imperious had never been questioned inside this chamber. A fair bit of gold had changed hands to ensure that catastrophe never happened. The problem here was that none of the gold had gone into the hands of Bones, Diggory or Fudge. The mood inside the chamber had now changed dramatically. They weren't used to witnessing members being slapped down solely, and Amelia Bones appeared to be ready to get bloody over this matter. Even though he was afflicted with this terrible disease, Remus Lupin attended Hogwarts as a student. In those 7 years, he not only passed his OWLs and NEWTs with distinction, but also gained the respect and trust to be chosen as a Gryffindor prefect. This was before the invention of Wolfsbane Potion 2, yet a young Remus still managed to pose no danger for those 7 years, and more than keep pace with his peers. This was all news to the vast majority of those members in the chamber, and certainly hadn't been mentioned anywhere in the Prophet's article. The minister, quite rightly, demanded that we introduce protocols to ensure the children's safety before he would agree to allow this teaching appointment. Those protocols stood up to the most rigorous examination we could put them to. Professor Lupin will be supplied with Wolfsbane Potion to ensure he retains his mind while transformed. He will also be escorted by an Auror from the castle to a secure location outside the Hogwarts wards before the full moon rises. The new wards at Hogwarts are amongst the most powerful in the world. They will not allow a transformed werewolf anywhere near the school. Amelia was knocking their arguments down like Skittles, and she still wasn't finished. As you know, due to poor teaching in this subject, Assistant Ambassador Weasley has been traveling to Hogwarts twice weekly for the last 18 months to teach Harry Crow's defense classes. This was paid for by Harry's father. Professor Lupin has so impressed with his teaching that this will no longer be the case. The Hogwarts defense professor will now teach all 7 years, as he's contracted to do. On the few days his condition leaves him too unwell to teach, an Auror will cover those classes. I now open our protocols to this chamber. Please feel free to question them thoroughly. After all, everyone is here today purely to ensure our children's safety while they attend Hogwarts. The shout came before Amelia could even sit down. Why don't you get this Weasley to teach defense, save all this trouble? With a smile, she was able to tell the absolute truth. Bill Weasley was a highly skilled curse breaker before becoming an assistant ambassador. To put it bluntly, Hogwarts simply couldn't afford him. He probably earns a larger salary than I do. The only reason Hogwarts was able to attract a professor of the quality of Henrika Hobson is because someone else is paying for it. Surely there is someone else who could teach defense. Is Lockhart really that bad? Amelia decided to deal with both questions at the same time. Last year, Dumbledore actually employed a wizard possessed by Voldemort to teach defense, certainly putting the children in far more danger than having Remus Lupin as a professor ever would. Lockhart is so ineffective. Harry Crow was actually persuaded by the first years to teach them defense. When a second-year student is a better teacher than the incumbent professor, something needs to be done. Both Madame Longbottom and myself have witnessed Remus Lupin's teaching methods, and we also have dependents attending Hogwarts. The castle will be safe for them, you have our assurance of that. With the rug effectively pulled from under them, those who wanted to object purely on the basis that Remus was a werewolf were left looking around for support. That Amelia had mentioned the unbelievably delicate matter of those escaping punishment by using the Imperious Curse defense inside the Wizengamot chamber meant there were now quite a few members who were desperate not to draw attention to themselves, so their objections died too. Cornelius let the arguments against Lupin's appointment peter out before standing again. As that matter now appears settled, and since we are all here anyway, I would like to introduce something for this chamber's consideration. Before that though, I would like to first set the scene by giving this chamber the chance to view Tonks' memory of what actually happened inside the Chamber of Secrets. There was never going to be an objection to that, even the fact that they were using a goblin device to view this memory was being conveniently ignored. The memory captured and held everyone's attention, even those who had watched it before. This time the memory ran just a little bit longer as Tonks reported to Amelia, while they looked on as Barchoke cradled a trapped Hermione while Harry's stretcher was placed beside them. The Wizengamot watched in fascination as Aurors couldn't move the beast an inch, the creature's skin being so resistant to magic that their spells simply glanced right off. It was left to the goblins with transfigured metal bars to shift the beast enough to slip the girl free. She had thankfully passed out by this point, sparing her any more pain. Cornelius once more stood and addressed the chamber. I think we can all agree that was one headline the prophet got right, those 6 really are the heroes of Hogwarts. This resulted in a round of applause, then Cornelius began to reveal what he was up to. I hope the chamber will agree with me that these heroes deserve to be rewarded. With Professor Hobson becoming engaged to Lord Black today, and the betrothal announcement from the Pottles and Longbottoms, it's also clear these heroes are going to play a prominent part in our society in the years to come. With the success of last year's summer celebration ball, I'm also proposing that we again adopt that method to distribute those awards. So far, the minister hadn't said anything too controversial. That was about to change. The affection that the goblins clearly showed Miss Granger was rather difficult to understand, she is after all a first-generation witch. That difficulty remained unexplained until we were supplied with more information I am now at liberty to share with this chamber. It has been correctly reported that goblins don't use betrothal contracts, and never arrange marriages between families. Instead, they insist on a much more ancient form of magical joining. In a ceremony held in Gringotts, Centurion Crow and Miss Granger blood bonded, and will marry when of an appropriate age to do so. The Goblin Nation already considers her a Centurion's mate, and the daughter of Ambassador Barchoke. The stunned silence that greeted that announcement saw Cornelius simply push on with what he wanted to say. Taking all those factors into consideration, and having again watched all 6 work as a team to overcome such overwhelming adversity, I would like to propose the following awards. Auror Nymphadora Tonks, Order of Merlin, 1st Class. Professor Henrika Hobson, Order of Merlin, 1st Class. Neville Longbottom, Order of Merlin, 1st Class. Padma Pottle, Order of Merlin, 1st Class. Hermione Granger, Order of Merlin, 1st Class. Since Harry is already a holder of this prestigious award, and also a lifetime Hogwarts champion, I'm hoping the chamber will ratify the title of Harry Crow, Baron of Kingussie, on him, and the small parcel of land that comes with this barony. This would allow both he and Baroness Hermione to live in close proximity to the castle after they graduate from Hogwarts. There was a moment's pause before the guarded question was asked. Minister, isn't the boy already in line to become a lord? What's a barony in comparison to that? Here was where some of them would pass yesterday's Christmas dinner into their underwear. At the moment, Harry holds the rank of Centurion, and an Order of Merlin, 1st Class. Both of these make him an adult in either society but don't come with any titles. As it began to sink in just what their minister was proposing here, another tentative question was asked. Isn't it against the law for goblins to own land, and live anywhere but inside Gringotts? This would be the moment that defined his ministry, or saw him kicked out on his ear. Yes, that is currently true. It is also true that we in this chamber collectively have the power to change that law. Cries of, "Never," were some of the more printable comments that came from around the chamber. Lunacy was another well-used term. Cornelius let them rant for a few moments before holding up his hands for silence. He was surprised at himself with how calm he felt. When analyzing his feelings further, Cornelius was even more surprised to find he was enjoying himself. He'd never felt more alive. One shouted comment drew gasps inside the chamber, and forced an instant reply from Cornelius. "If the boy has already chosen to live his life as a goblin, then I say let him rot under Gringotts. The only thing young Harry has chosen is the witch who'll be at his side." Even in goblin society, their actions are regarded as somewhat preemptive. It's extremely rare for goblins to undertake this right under the age of 17. Harry has been raised as a goblin, so it seems natural to me that, when he meets the right girl for him, this is the method he would use to show that their level of blood bonding certainly confirmed they are indeed right for each other. Knowing this young couple as I do, and with all of us having just witnessed a demonstration of just how devoted they are to each other, I have no hesitation in passing on my personal and ministerial congratulations to both of them on their bonding. The minister had once more left them with really nowhere to go with their arguments. The issue about the boy who lived now being bonded was effectively closed. The chamber's focus now switched to this proposed change in the law. Again, Cornelius had something up his sleeve. Like everyone in this room, I was taught history by a ghostly professor whose lessons were born from the worst type of bigotry. Even death didn't stop his revenge on the nation he loathed with a passion that ran all the way to assisting a young Voldemort in the hope the emerging Dark Lord would then exterminate an entire society. What we need here is some truth, facts and figures that we can base our judgment around. For that, I asked Ambassador Weasley, and his eldest son, to bring us facts that could be corroborated into this chamber. By your leave, I will invite them in to present those facts now. When there was no objections, Cornelius signaled to the clerk to fetch the Weasleys, before offering his final remark to the chamber. As you well know, a change in law of this magnitude needs to sit with this chamber for 40 days, there will be no vote on the matter until January has ended. What I'm anxious to avoid here is another panic similar to the one a certain story in today's Prophet instigated. Let everyone hear the facts of the matter, take their time to form the questions that need to be asked, then, and only then, will we have the appropriate debate and vote. That is the way our law is supposed to operate. While I am minister, that is the way our laws will operate. Arthur and Bill strode into the chamber, having his son stand so confidently beside him, while facing the most powerful legislative body in Britain, was a very proud moment for the head of the Weasley family. A nod from Cornelius was their signal to begin. Looking through all the records in the ministry, and with assistance from Gringotts, we were able to confirm that the last sortie between wizards and goblins was indeed 1612. Arthur found himself rudely interrupted by a loud and angry shout from the chamber. By my reckoning, that means our current arrangements have kept the peace for almost 380 years. Why the hell would we want to change a law that works so well? Bill could see this was a deliberate attempt to bully his father, and disrupt their presentation. Bill knew his father was a wizard who was too polite to deal with this situation the way it needed to be dealt with. His son though was used to negotiating with goblins. It was time to begin earning that large salary they paid him. Excuse me, but since I was invited by the Minister of Magic to this chamber, I assumed I wasn't here for decoration. I'm afraid I have to take issue with that statement you just made. If you class the reigns of terror instigated by Grindelwald and Tom Riddle, I refuse to call that criminal Voldemort, as peace, then the definition of the word has changed since you left Hogwarts. I'm quite aware of the definition of peace, I was alluding to the situation with the goblins. I beg your pardon, sir. Goblins never allude, rather say exactly what they mean. I find it quite refreshing. So, what you were alluding to was that wizards were too busy fighting each other to bother with the goblins. This raised a few chuckles as it became instantly apparent that young Weasley could tie knot in knots, verbally, magically and physically. Don't put words in my mouth, boy, just whose side are you on here? Bill's entire demeanor just got a lot more serious. The rest of the chamber ceased to exist as he focused on Knot. Oh, I wasn't aware there were sides to join. I thought the vote was at least 40 days away yet. We were asked here today to present some facts, and sir, the only person allowed to call me boy is standing beside me, please remember that in future. Bill didn't actually say, or he would have to remind him, but everyone clearly got the message. In those few minutes, Bill Weasley had established himself as a player in the game, a player with powerful backing. Arthur waited until Nott had acknowledged his error before continuing. We compared Goblin and Ministry records of the casualties caused by this brief conflict and found them fairly comparable, single digits the only difference between both sets of figures. We then compared this to the British witches and wizards killed during the conflict with Grindelwald. Over 7 times the number of them lost their lives when compared to 1612. When we ran the numbers for Riddle and his Death Eaters, the figure was almost 30 times more. That's preposterous, and irrelevant. This time there was no give in Arthur, he stood proud and answered straight back. While all we have is mostly the numbers of casualties for 1612, the Death Eater victims are well documented. We have names, dates, places, and, in some cases, even the names of those who committed the atrocities. We were asked for facts and that is what we are presenting here. It was Antonin Dolohov who murdered both my brothers-in-law. The 4 Death Eaters who accompanied him on that attack were never identified. It wasn't goblins who killed them, wizards tortured Gideon and Fabian Pruitt to death. This led to Amelia standing, and making a statement of her own. It wasn't goblins who almost wiped out the Bones family either, rather cowards who hid behind masks. It was goblins who ensured my last living relative couldn't be controlled by any potion a wizard chose to slip her. The goblins have also erected protective wards around our home to ensure those same cowardly mask-wearing bastards will not burn us out while we sleep in our beds. Augusta then slowly rose to her feet, her emotions rang clear in her voice. It wasn't goblins who tortured my son and his wife until they almost lost their minds. It is certainly goblins who are slowly returning them to their family. The goblins can never replace the lost years, nor do we hold any false hope Frank and Alice will ever make a full recovery. For everything the goblins do give us though, we will be eternally grateful. Our home is also protected by the same wards that keep our children safe at Hogwarts, and I could easily make a case for both the Ministry of Magic and St. Mungo's receiving that same level of protection. Any evil bastard who would deliberately fire a killing curse at a baby boy, after first killing both his parents, wouldn't think twice about attacking a hospital filled with the sick and injured. Augusta was hoping someone would mention denying access to those forced to take the dark mark while under the imperious curse. None of them though dared rise to the bait. Her simple answer would have been, prove it. Instead, she fired a parting shot before sitting back down. If I discovered the Longbottoms would have goblins for neighbors, I would be delighted. In our hour of need, I know their reaction would be like the one we just witnessed earlier in that brave Auror's memory. They would come running, ready, willing and more than able to render assistance, not cowering under their beds in the hope the bogeyman would pick on someone else, and leave them alone. It was almost as if a gauntlet had been thrown down. Anyone who'd lost family in either war stood and recited their relations' names like a roll of honor. The sheer number of names making the point far more effectively than mere numbers ever could. When you could put names or even faces to the figures murdered, it suddenly became a devastating presentation of the harm done to their society. That none of the named had died at the hands of goblins, and no one in the chamber could recall an ancestor who had, more than proved the point that the minister wanted made today. The goblins hadn't been their enemies for almost 400 years, wasn't it about time they stopped treating them as such? Bill had one last card to play, or, to be precise, a memory. The Goblin Nation keeps an archive of memories, and have done so for centuries. This one is from May, 1610. The memory showed a bustling little town, with wizards and goblins going about their daily business. It was only spotting the occasional group of students in Hogwarts robes that gave a clue to where this location actually was. Yes, witches and wizards of the Wizengamot, this is Hogsmeade. As you can see, at that time it was considered the Scottish equivalent of Diagon Alley. The village would prosper from the Hogwarts students visiting during the school year, and yet those same students would then do their school shopping in London over the holidays. Everyone was prospering until some wizards got jealous, and greedy, they thought. The goblins had the better land in Hogsmeade and arrogantly ordered them to move. When they didn't, Bloody Bins and his band of pre-Death Eaters started burning goblins alive in their home. Thus began the conflict of 1612, and the demise of Hogsmeade. No one felt like disputing Bill's explanation of historic events. It wasn't really important at the moment. they certainly couldn't dispute the Hogsmeade of today was a pale shadow of the memory they were watching here. The Goblin Nation would like to reopen a Gringotts branch in Hogsmeade, but are currently barred under ministry law from doing so. Let's not forget the outstanding young man who's at the very center of this whole debate. Is this chamber really going to confine Harry to dwell below Gringotts if he chooses to live his life as a centurion? As someone who knows him very well, I can put my hand on my heart and honestly say that would be a great loss to our society, a great and unnecessary loss. Amos asked if there were any more questions, and once more Sirius was proven something of a prophet. They had practically forgotten the name Remus Lupin by the end of the session, or the fact that a werewolf would be teaching at Hogwarts in a little over a week's time. The prophet would surely lead tomorrow with the story that the boy who lived had chosen his bride. For the members of the Wizengamot though, it would be considering changing the laws on goblins that would demand the most attention, and once again this would become a decision that would mostly be determined by their political leanings. For those of the light faction, the decision wasn't too difficult, their savior and champion had chosen his bride. That she was not from an established magical family was a little disappointing, that this witch then chose the old ways to bond though was certainly a point in her favor. Neither her courage nor the couple's commitment to each other could be questioned though, at least not by anyone who watched a memory of what happened inside the Chamber of Secrets. The possibility of the goblins being allowed to settle outside of Gringotts was not as scary a thought as Harry leaving their society forever, that would be a disaster in their eyes. That he clearly had other options available meant they would offer whatever enticements were needed to keep him amongst them. They would be voting yes to the Baron of Kingussie, and not one member thought to object to a Muggle-born being awarded their society's highest honor. Those of a dark persuasion were becoming terrified of the influence the Goblin Nation was having on their society, and their inability to be able to put a halt to it. Unlike the light, they had no leader to rally behind, with even the most bigoted amongst them having to admit the boy who defeated that basilisk cut a powerful figure to oppose directly. For those who also carried the dark mark, things just seemed to be lurching from bad to worse. These new goblin wards were nothing short of a nightmare they seemed destined to be forced to face. Already their mark barred them from entering Hogwarts, and apparently now the homes of some prominent purebloods. Placing those wards around the Ministry of Magic or St. Mungo's would be an unmitigated disaster, denying them access to their power, prestige and even healing. Their problem was, on what grounds could they object to wards that protected people from what was now regarded as a criminal organization? All had spotted the verbal trap that Ch. Longbottom had set, and none had risen to the poisonous bait. Their problems were increased though by Bones publicly mentioning their condition in the chamber, drawing everyone's attention to something they would like to see buried deep and never talked about again. Out of principle, they would oppose the Baron of Kingussie, though they were far more worried about these wards than having goblins for neighbors. If the ministry chose to erect these wards, they wouldn't be able to attend the celebration ball anyway. Depending when those wards were erected, they might not even get a chance to vote on this matter. Not one thought was spared to the fact a mudblood would become an Order of Merlin, first class, holder, or that a werewolf would now be teaching at Hogwarts. The neutrals would, as usual, control which way the vote was decided. Their views were similar to those of the light faction regarding Miss Granger eventually becoming the bride of the boy who lived. While they would usually be in favor of anything that increased commerce in their community, the memory of what Hogsmeade used to be was a powerful enticement. They also realized that there would then be increased competition for that commerce, from the goblins. As neutrals, they also understood that purchasing the wonderful new wards the goblins were making available would see their supposed neutrality end in the eyes of those no longer able to access their property. Whether that was a price worth paying to protect their families would be a decision for individuals. In short, they neither wanted the return of the Dark Lord nor any more goblin influence on their society. Many would seek private meetings with those involved at the vanguard of this proposal, quietly promising Amelia and Cornelius support in exchange for their assurance there would be no more changes in these laws for at least a number of years. Since that was already the plans of those at the ministry involved with the goblins, their assurances would be given. Gilderoy had sat near the back of a packed public gallery, the hood of his robe raised so he wouldn't be recognized, unless he wanted to be. Today had not gone as he had planned, not even close. Who cared about this Lupin person's qualifications or teaching abilities? The man was a werewolf, end of story. Instead of winning his job back, he was forced to sit here while his character was further abused and eroded. Claiming a 12-year-old boy was a better teacher than him was simply ridiculous. Watching that memory again, surrounded by members of the public who were seeing it for the first time, left Gilderoy with the distinct impression he was now the only one who considered that notion ridiculous. Their opinion was crystal clear: they would rather see Harry Crow named king, than force him to leave them forever. The journalists who were sitting furiously taking notes were well aware of this opinion, and Gilderoy expected to see that reflected in their stories tomorrow. It was always easier to influence public opinion when you were telling people something they actually agreed with. Gilderoy left the chamber a disappointed wizard. He hadn't gotten his job back, he also hadn't gotten any fan mail since leaving the Hogwarts wards behind. Gilderoy's only consolation was that things simply couldn't get any worse. He had no idea just how wrong he could be. Hermione had been nervous about tonight, and that was before learning the Minister of Magic had announced that she and Harry were blood bonded to the Wizengamot. Tomorrow the entire country would know. She was dressed like a princess in another new goblin creation that Harry gave her as part of her Christmas, and she was also wearing jewelry fit for any queen, the ring on her finger being her clear favorite. Hermione was in no way nervous that she might outshine the lady whose party this was. We were talking about Henrika Hobson here after all. No, what was making Hermione nervous was that the goblin tailors had taken into account her developing body when they designed this dress for her. It almost made her feel grown up, and for some reason she was nervous as to how Harry would react to that. The dress might make her appear slightly older, but inside Hermione felt like a nervous little girl, and didn't know why. These bouts of self-doubt were becoming rarer, but they still held the power to make Hermione question everything that had happened in the last couple of years. It was almost as if things were going too well, and she was expecting everything to end when the clock struck midnight. She would be back in Crawley. Hogwarts and Harry were nothing more than wonderful dreams, and Hermione Granger was once more the friendless bookworm. Hermione, are you ready? Oh, my, our little girl is growing up. You look so beautiful. Thanks, Mom, and thanks for everything. I'm sitting here staring into the mirror, almost having to pinch myself to see if this is real, yet you and Dad have had to cope with so much more, and I just really needed to say thank you for all you've done for me. Hermione, stop. You're going to have my makeup running soon, and we can't really greet our gentlemen looking like a couple of pandas. Betsy applied my makeup. Mum, it won't run. Well, as wonderful as Dobby is, that's not one of his talents. If you're ready, your father and Harry are downstairs. Harry and Dan were standing waiting on the Granger ladies at the bottom of the staircase. Their reactions to seeing Hermione were totally different. Harry had a beaming smile on his face. He approached Hermione and keyed the back of her hand in greeting. Dan meanwhile was experiencing that pivotal moment in every father's life when it suddenly hits home that their daughter is growing up. This beautiful and confident young lady in front of him surely couldn't be the child that he used to read bedtime stories to. Where did the time go? Emma could see her husband struggling with his emotions at the moment, so spoke with Harry to give Dan a chance to regain his equilibrium. You seem very pleased with yourself, Harry, aren't you even slightly apprehensive about tonight? It's not just family who'll know your secret now. He shook his head, though the broad smile never wavered. Back in May I spoke to Sirius about asking Hermione to be my girlfriend. I said then that she is beautiful, smart and just wonderful to spend time with, and tonight, everyone can see I was right. Asking her to be mine before anyone else could swoop in and steal her away is easily the best decision I ever made. The entire country now knowing of our bonding is not something to worry about. How they treat us now might affect our decisions on where our future lies, but it won't change the fact that we're together. All Hermione's nerves had fled. Now she was back on Harry's arm. He was once more dressed in Harry, Darcy, mode, and Hermione thought asking him to share a carriage with her that 1st of September was easily the best decision she ever made too. Dan was now the one left shaking his head. In all this extra training and lessons you do, Harry, were any of them on how to chat up girls? I don't think I was ever as smooth as that. Hell, I'm not that smooth now. Sorry to disappoint, Dan, but no. I've only ever been interested in one girl, and now she's mine. If that isn't a reason to smile, then I don't know what is. Dan offered Emma his arm before following the couple in front of them who were practically floating toward the ballroom. Boy's a bloody natural at that too, there must be something he can't do. Emma knew Dan was cracking jokes to get himself together. Seeing Hermione in that dress had been a shock for her too. She though already had her few moments to get over the shock. Emma tried to help her husband out. Hermione says Harry's a terrible singer, she thinks it's a goblin thing. Seeing Dan smile at that let her know he was going to be fine. It also earned him a key on the cheek, a key that promised more later. They were the last house guests to arrive in the ballroom, something Padma was quick to point out. Got here at last, did you? Were you lost, or just unable to part with the Christmas present Sirius got you? Nothing was going to shift Hermione's smile tonight, especially not her friend's teasing. Now Padma, don't get jealous. Just because I now have a book that gives me access to everything stored in the Black Library. It was an open-mouthed Hannah who just had to butt in, there was something a lot more important she wanted to know. Never mind talking about some old books, Hermione, how the hell do I get a figure like that? Sparing Hermione's blushes from Hannah's question, Padma answered for her friend. It's easy. You just get up in the middle of the night, run for miles and then cross swords with Harry here for an hour or so. Do that every day for well over a year and, hey presto. Told you it was easy. They were all closer now, and had gotten well used to what passed for Padma's sense of humor. Hannah though appeared to be considering if the torture Padma just described wasn't a sacrifice worth paying to have a figure like Hermione's. Susan looked as if she was on the verge of volunteering for this figure-defining training too. Hermione though just stuck her tongue out at her best friend, which, as she expected, also earned a quip back from Padma. Oh, way to ruin the effect, Granger. Standing there like a fairy princess, and then she wastes it by being childish, such a pity. If a fairy princess had you for a best friend, you would probably be a toad by now. Hermione's playful answering barb just cracked Luna up, a playmate for Trevor. Which started everyone else laughing. They had to cut their now normal joking around short though as the guests started arriving. Hannah couldn't wait to introduce her friends to her parents while everyone else was simply looking forward to a great night. Sirius and Henrika had both been adamant that tonight was their night. They didn't want to spend it surrounded by guests they didn't know, just so it could be said the right people had been present. They had also been reticent about asking the people in power at the ministry who were perceived to be on their side, in the struggle to change magical attitudes inside Britain. With the meeting being held today, Amelia had advised that this would no longer be the case. The officials in question would have already stood and declared their position on these matters inside the Wizengamot. That was why Cornelius, Amos and Arthur had to all flukel home to inform their respective wives that they had been invited to Lord Black's engagement party tonight. The Diggories were actually the first to arrive, with Cedric having Katie Bell on his arm. Having been present when the twins had asked Angelina and Alicia, Cedric, being the gentleman that he was, had asked the third Gryffindor chaser to be his date, much to Katie's delight. A still shocked Remus had quickly approached Amos to thank him for his support in the chamber today, thanks that the chief wizard refused to accept. Had those objections against you been about your inability to teach our children, my answer would have been different. If the Wizengamot expect me just to blindly follow the old bigotries, then they elected the wrong person, Chief Wizard. Cedric has told me how bad a teacher Lockhart is, and how lucky he feels to be receiving extra lessons. Education shouldn't be about luck, and that's where you come in. Bringing the defense classes at Hogwarts to a level they should be is all the thanks any of us expect. With that, Remus finally began to comprehend that the British magical community was not only capable of changing, it appeared now ready to accept some. Dan and Emma had been watching for the arrival of the Creevies. Colin had quickly shot over to where the rest of the Hogwarts contingent were gathered, leaving his parents adrift in a situation they knew little about. Being taken under the Grangers' wing saw grateful thanks being offered by both. Colin's father saying that milkmen didn't usually get invited to parties held by lords and ladies drew laughter from Sirius and Henrika, with Lucas and Moa also promising to help the overwhelmed couple with anything they didn't understand. The Muggle couple offering thanks to Barchoke for Harry looking after Colin while he was at Hogwarts meant that the Creevies would fit right into their company. The Weasleys' arrival saw the Hogwarts contingent grow even more, and also gave Harry an idea how to switch Remus' mind onto something else. A quick word with Fred and George, with the name Moony being mentioned, soon had them practically stalking the Marauder. Their other friends were all very accepting of Harry and Hermione's bonding. It was surprisingly easy since the couple weren't acting any different than they normally would. Ginny had been more concerned that Professor Lupin's arrival would see the end of Crow's Marauders. All involved with teaching the club quickly confirmed they wished to continue with it, making Ginny, Luna and Colin very happy. That club really was their favorite time at Hogwarts, and all three were wearing their Marauders badges tonight. Even Roger turning up with Cho Chang as his date didn't dent the group's good mood. Cho had pretty much kept to herself after apologizing to Harry and Hermione. They certainly weren't expecting any trouble from her tonight. All the Hogwarts students had naturally sat together, seeing them occupy one side of the ballroom. When the Greengrass family arrived, Daphne didn't hesitate to lead her younger sister over to join the large group. Draco and Pansy arrived with Blaze. After thanking their hosts for being invited and handing over the gift, Draco and Pansy followed Blaze over to join the crowd. The news of what had transpired at today's Wizengamot meeting was spreading like wildfire. Pansy had heard it from her father, so of course passed it on to Draco. What Pansy hadn't mentioned was the idea this had sparked in her mind. Her goal tonight was to get Granger alone for a few moments and hope the girl could answer some of the questions the Slytherin had. If that meant she had to play beep up all night, Pansy was more than prepared to do exactly that. Cornelius was fashionably late in arriving, not through choice or playing games to get noticed, simply because his wife took so long to get ready. Why she had to try on 5 separate outfits, only to finally decide on the one she's put on first, was a mystery way beyond the minister's understanding. He'd learned years ago just to say his wife looked beautiful in everything. He was after all a politician. The Minister of Magic was presented with what he thought was a perfect example of how the political landscape of their country was changing the minute they walked into the ballroom. Barchoke was dancing with a simply stunning Miss Granger around the black ballroom, and their actions didn't even raise one eyebrow amongst the guests who were present. It wasn't so long ago, even entering this house would have meant that neither the goblin nor the muggle-born witch would have left it alive. A witch who would certainly have considered the murder of both the filthy goblin and the mudblood, simply for daring to entering the home of a pureblood, as acceptable behavior was sitting alone sipping fire whiskey. Dolores couldn't see any prospects that this latest vote against their way of life wouldn't gain a pass through the Wizengamot. There were just too many powerful figures lining up to support it. Add to that a werewolf would be teaching inside Hogwarts and their entire society seemed to be going to the dogs. There were now multiple creatures holding teaching positions at the country's premier school of magic, with a Vila, a goblin and now a werewolf passing themselves off as professors. This would surely eventually foster the belief amongst tomorrow's adults that this was perfectly acceptable and even normal behavior, and something that Dolores Umbridge was desperate to put a stop to. What she needed was a way to directly compare Hogwarts against other magical schools, public humiliation appearing to be her best option for forcing people to face the truth, and see the proper standards of blood purity being restored once more. Dolores knew there were enough archaic rules and outright stupid ideas just lying around in the archives of the Department of Magical Games and Sports to cover practically any eventuality. The trick would be in finding just the right one. Good old Ludo Bagman was strutting around the ministry like a pompous prick because the Quidditch World Cup was returning to Britain, due to all of her hard work in undermining the opposing bids for the tournament. The mere thought of pulling off a second coup would see her departmental head providing Dolores with all the help she would need in her search for a way to show Hogwarts for what it really was, an affront and a disgrace to their ancient way of life. Young Astoria Greengrass' eyes were wider than Luna's at what was happening all around her tonight. Normally, on occasions like this, she and Daphne would sit demurely beside their parents and only speak when directly spoken to. Tonight they were sitting amongst people around their own ages, chatting about things that interested them, and having a great time. On hearing that she would be starting Hogwarts in September, Ginny, Luna and Colin promised to look out for her. With all the older students saying the same too, she would have friends in every house before she even set foot in the castle. This certainly wasn't what she'd expected. Astoria now couldn't wait for September to arrive. Pansy was beginning to think the only way she was going to get Granger alone was to dance with her. The muggle-born witch was never off the ballroom floor. Finally, She and the Ravenclaw Pottle were heading for a bathroom break. This looked about as good an opportunity as she was going to get. She left Draco's side and hurried after the pair. Blaise had noticed her departure, but a shrug from Draco in answer to his enquiry was of no help. Parvati though had also seen Pansy leave and was looking for answers from her date. "Have you any idea why Parkinson shot out of here after my sister and Hermione?" "No, sorry, but I don't think it's anything you need to worry about. Both of them are being nominated for Orders of Merlin. I think they'll cope if Pansy is stupid enough to try anything." Bearing in mind we're also in Lord Black's home, both girls' parents are sitting over there, and then there's Harry and Neville to consider. You would have to be a moron to try anything against those girls anyway, but to do so tonight would be insane. Listening to Blaise reassured Parvati, but not as much as seeing that Harry had also noticed Pansy leaving. Even whilst dancing with Luna, he still missed nothing that went on in the ballroom. Both girls had soon noticed Pansy following them. It was too deliberate to be anything other than that. On entering the large ladies' room off the ballroom, Hermione and Padma let their lessons take over. Padma approached a mirror and pretended to touch up her light makeup while Hermione moved to the other side of the room, ensuring there was no way Pansy would be able to use her wand on both of them at the same time. The young Slytherin witch entered the restroom and immediately sussed the situation she was in here. Knowing these two had no reason to trust her, Pansy made sure both her empty hands were in full view of Padma and Hermione. "I was hoping to have a private word with you, Hermione. It's a rather delicate matter. You can trust Padma with anything you want to say to me. She won't say a word, and, if it's what I think you're going to ask, Padma might have more knowledge about it than me." Deciding just to go for it, Pansy blurted out what she was desperate to know. "I wanted to ask you what's involved in a blood bonding. I was hoping it could be a way of stopping my father withdrawing my betrothal to Draco." Hermione could clearly see the desperation that had led Pansy to resort to asking them for help. She also hated to disappoint her. "I'm sorry, Pansy, I don't think it would help your situation. Even if you blood bonded with Draco, your father could still betroth you to someone else. The bond only really becomes legal when you finalize it." A puzzled Pansy asked what she thought was a simple question. "Why wouldn't we finalize the bonding?" It was Padma who supplied the answer. "The bonding will finalize the first time you have say after performing the ceremony." "Oh, I couldn't possibly do that. I'm not nearly ready for that step yet." Pansy found herself being offered a hanky by Hermione. She hadn't even realized she'd been crying. "Don't worry, Pansy, none of us are. It's something Harry and I won't be doing for a good few years yet. We're just lucky our parents want us to be together. The blood bonding ceremony shows a couple how compatible they are, but, until finalized, has no legal standing under the current ministry laws. It actually has more legal status in the Goblin Nation where we're already considered mates. If Harry and I were to take that final step, we would be considered husband and wife in 2 of the 3 societies we inhabit. My mum and dad still expect to see me married in church though, and we hope to finalize our bonding after that ceremony. This will see us legally married in all 3. Having pinned all her hopes on this solution, Pansy was now quite distraught to find it wouldn't be of any help. Not caring that these girls weren't exactly her friends, she just had to talk to someone about this. "It was only being invited here that stopped my father breaking the betrothal over Christmas. He's still looking at a couple of candidates to offer me to though. Draco and I have been betrothed since we were 2, we've grown up knowing that someday we would marry. How can he just take that away from us?" Here was a side of betrothals Hermione hadn't considered. Being betrothed since infancy had seen these two grow up together, already knowing what awaited them in the future. No wonder Pansy was distraught. Draco was not only her betrothed but her best friend too. Hermione remembered how she felt the night her dad had pulled her out of Harry's arms. That was enough to have her offering to help Pansy. "If coming here tonight helped keep you both betrothed, we need to put out heads together and see what else can be done to keep your father from considering breaking that agreement. We will probably need to tell a few more people exactly what's going on though. If it keeps me and Draco together, I don't care if it makes the front page of the Prophet. I have to ask though, why are you helping me?" Hermione actually smiled at the Slytherin as she gave Pansy an answer the witch wasn't expecting. "Although the 3 of us are from totally different backgrounds, and will certainly have differing views on life, there is one thing we all have in common. Each of us has already found the person they want to spend the rest of their lives with. Anyone trying to separate Harry and me, or Padma and Neville, will have a fight on their hands. How could we not help you?" Pansy didn't get to say any more as Parvati burst into the rest room, closely followed by Henrika. The signs that Pansy had been crying were unmissable, as were any signs of an altercation between them. Whatever was going on, they certainly weren't fighting. "Everything okay in here?" "We're fine, Pav, just having a chat with Pansy. Thanks for checking on us though, nice to know you've got our backs." "No problem, sis, though I better get back and tell the boys everything's fine, before they come rushing in here too." As Parvati headed back to the ballroom, Henrika stayed to help sort out whatever problem they were having here. It was a relieved Draco who finally saw Pansy re-enter the ballroom. She then practically dragged him onto the dance floor, obviously to talk. "How far are you prepared to go to keep our betrothal? Pansy, you know I can't give in to your father's demands. He would soon have a whole new set for me if I did." "I'm not talking about giving in to my father, you know I agree with you on that. If we were invited to Lord Black's wedding, and then spent some of the summer in Crow's company, do you honestly think my father would risk throwing that away? Who else is he going to find for me with connections like that? What did you have to promise to get that? I won't swap one manipulator for another. I want us to live our lives the way we choose." "And so do I, Draco, so do I. What we need to do here is give a clear message that we're willing to change. You've already said we need to. We've been promised to each other practically all our lives. I'm not about to stand still and let my father go back on his word now. The idea I had wouldn't work, but I was then offered another chance. We both know getting close to Crow would stop my father in his tracks. Does this mean I have to beep up to Crow? Look at Blaze, or even Longbottom, they don't act like that. Crow is not interested in anyone beeping up to him. If we want to see the Malfoy name rise to prominence once more, this is really the only way. You said it yourself, if Crow defeats the Dark Lord, Magical Britain will probably all but name him king. If that were to happen, you and I would never be a prince or princess, but we could be part of that royal court. That's the way a Slytherin would operate. We get to stay together, gain some influential friends, and may also have some fun along the way." She could see Draco was considering this option, get her father off their backs without having to make any concessions, well, none that hurt anyway. If we were to do this, what did they want from us? They want a public show that we're willing to change. The name Malfoy still carries some weight in certain circles, a message to those same circles is what's needed here. You asking Granger to dance will send that message loud and clear. Crow will then ask me. If that doesn't keep father off our backs for the next few months, nothing will. So, all I need to do is dance with Granger. Pansy nodded in answer, but Draco could clearly see now would be an extremely bad time to tease her. He gave her a tighter squeeze as they twirled and earned a nervous smile. Will you do this, for us? Draco had effectively lost everything. Yet Pansy had stuck to his side like glue. She was even plotting against her father to ensure she stayed glued to his side in the coming years. If dancing with Granger keeps you by my side, then I'll do it. I would dance with her Muggle mother if it meant we stayed together. Her mother is a beautiful woman, Draco, so that wouldn't exactly be a hardship. Don't go ruling it out though, I don't know just how far we need to take this. Tonks was standing watching Hermione dancing with her cousin when Henrika approached. Would you please pinch me, Professor, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Or, you of all people should know what this group can achieve when they put their minds to it. You're not joking there, I now have a bank balance I still have trouble accepting, and today was recommended for an Order of Merlin, first class. I can't speak for the rest of the country, but thieves certainly changed my life out of all recognition. My mother dancing with my father in the Black Ballroom is also a pretty special occasion for our family too. I'd like to thank you for that. We're going to be family ourselves, call me Henrika. Thanks, Henrika, though I still want to be called Tonks. Some parents should never be allowed to name their children. What can you tell me of Remus Lupin? Why, Tonks, you interested? Yes, interested in finding out just what I've let myself in for. I'm going to be the Auror who escorts him off the Hogwarts grounds for his transformation, and then takes his classes for a day or so. I'm familiar with the way the castle runs, and, after that announcement this morning, Madame Bones is sure an Order of Merlin nominated Auror making certain the werewolf is out the castle will put an end to any parental concerns. You won't have anything to worry about, Tonks. Remus is a really nice guy. Sirius will also be there. He plans on staying with Remus to help him with his transformation. Henrika watched the Auror's eyes widen at that before supplying the information she was missing. Sirius is a dog animagus, so will transform too, and be perfectly safe. This had Tonks staring at the beautiful Vila before asking a question. Our family really is nuts. From Aurors to psycho witches that will never see the outside of Azkaban, and now you tell me the head of our family is a dog. You sure you know what you're doing by marrying into it? Henrika only needed to glance at the dance floor where her husband-to-be was currently waltzing with her mother. Hell yes, Tonks. Cornelius was actually enjoying himself for a change. There was no ministerial business being done here tonight, he was being treated as just another guest, a refreshing change. This allowed him to spend his now free time observing the voters of tomorrow, and acknowledging that Amelia had been correct on 2 of her main points. Just watching these young wizards and witches together confirmed they had to be treated equally, and that losing Harry to the goblins or muggles would be an unmitigated disaster. Watching as Lucius' son was not only civil to a muggle-born witch, but danced with her too was certainly something Cornelius really needed to see for himself. Harry was clearly doing his damnedest to ensure his generation was susceptible to the changes he wanted to see happen. It was now the minister's job to try and mold their society into one that would accept these changes too. Cornelius knew he would have a fight on his hands. The dark faction weren't going to surrender any power lightly, but he found himself relishing the challenge. This was why he got into politics in the first place, before he started playing the system, or did the system play him? While Amos was watching the same group, his focus was on another dark-haired boy. Cedric appeared to fit comfortably into this cosmopolitan mixture of witches and wizards. It would probably be hard not to. Here was a group where everyone was listened to, and no opinion was dismissed as being wrong, just different. Cedric had told him this before, but witnessing it firsthand was certainly an eye-opener. In any command situation, Harry would clearly take leadership of the group. Like they'd witnessed with the chamber incident, he still listened to and valued the opinions of those around him. His power of command though was so strong, an Auror and a Hogwarts professor had followed those commands too. Amos was delighted his son was part of this group, but even more so after seeing the way Cedric interacted amongst them. The party was hailed as a great success by all the guests. As a certain young couple were getting ready to leave, their host for the evening returned Pansy's tactics from earlier and wanted a private word. Mr. Malfoy, I understand what my godson is doing here and think he is wrong. Harry then retorts that I'm getting old and cynical, you just got elected as our test case to prove which of us is correct. Pansy was trembling as she held onto Draco's arm. She, like her betrothed, had no idea what Lord Black was up to. Neither had long to wait for their fears to be answered. On New Year's Eve, a lot of the people present here tonight will be celebrating on a Muggle boat sailing along the Thames in central London. There will be dinner and dancing, and I'm inviting you, and the date of your choice, to join us. Dress as Muggle, but there will be clothes here waiting for both of you. Your wands will also be left here, safely waiting on your return. It's a private party, but the crew and the band will of course be Muggles. Send me an owl when you reach your decision on attending. Draco managed to mumble a, thank you for the invitation, before they both entered the flow. Sirius then felt a pair of arms encircle him from behind as Henrika key at his cheek. That was a very nice thing you did there. I'm sorry love, but it wasn't. What do you mean, what else could it be? Her future husband attempted to explain. Just because I don't believe in most of their pureblood doctrine, that doesn't mean I don't know how to use it to our advantage. Knowing this was a foreign concept to his beautiful fiancée, Sirius then told Henrika exactly what she'd just witnessed here. Young Draco has rather a hard choice to make, one I deliberately foisted upon him. If he's going to be in our company, and around our family, we need to know where he stands. If he attends our New Year party, Draco will know he'll struggle to be accepted back into the circles his father used to frequent after that. It will also tell us just how far Parkinson is prepared to go to see his daughter in the same company Pansy was in tonight, all very informative. If they make some excuse, this will also tell us they're only paying lip service to the changes our group of kids are spearheading. And what do you hope he does? Oh, I hope Draco turns up. This earned him another key from Henrika, though again she had misread Sirius' motives. Just the knowledge that his son attended a Muggle party would probably see old Lucius top himself. I certainly won't shed any tears if that happens. Breakfast next morning also saw the prophet delivered, with the expected front-page story. Using a picture of Harry and Hermione from the Ministry Summer Ball was again rather predictable, the headline though was a bit of a surprise. The journalist had obviously researched bonds, and again put their own spin onto the information. Claiming that this was an ancient magical ceremony that predates betrothals was correct, claiming the bond was stronger than any betrothal wasn't strictly true, though no one at Grimmauld was going to argue that point. This article was overwhelmingly positive and supporting both of their bonding and the proposed ministerial awards. Padma and Hermione were just glad they had explained the situation fully to Pansy last night, otherwise she might have thought the blood bonding ceremony would protect them from her father's manipulations. Remus was delighted the now rather positive article on him being cleared to take up his teaching post at Hogwarts was relegated to the inside pages. Orders of Merlin and new barons were far more important to the British magical community, or rather who the minister was proposing to give those honors to. Dan was rather confused about Harry being awarded a barony. Though only the reigning monarch could award titles. This had serious chuckling. Do you think the Queen awarded Tom Riddle a lordship? The title, Lord, originally meant those with power over others. Since Voldemort literally held the power of life and death over his followers, one could easily make a case for the Nutter considering himself a lord. The Blacks are an ancient family, with the head of the family being lord over the rest, and again nothing to do with the Muggle peerage system. Sirius is right in what he says, though this title is different again. Making me a baron still has nothing to do with the monarchy, the title comes with the land. Harry had a rather cheeky grin on his face as he made his next suggestion. Hermione, perhaps we could buy them something like that for Christmas next year. I can just see your dad as a Highland laird, and it isn't even that expensive. We could buy a couple each with the money we got from the basilisk. So, you're saying this is about the land, not the title. None of them could miss the gleam of excitement that was visible in Harry's eyes as he spoke. It was always about the land, Dan, never the title. Granting this land to a goblin means the ministry will have to change the law. The last change was nothing more than a small step, this would be a giant leap. I could have goblins building homes and living on my land, legally. This will easily be the biggest thing to hit the goblin nation in over 4 centuries. Goblins became masters of wards not only to protect Gringotts and the vaults, but in the hope that one day we could return to live on the surface. No goblin home will ever be attacked by wizards again, not without squads of warriors arriving while those same wizards are still trying to bring down the wards. Emma then shifted the focus to Amelia and Augusta with her question. Just what are the chances of this getting approval by the Wizengamot? I'm actually optimistic about our chances now, certainly more so than before the meeting. Amelia agreed with Augusta's opinion, before adding her own thoughts on the matter. I've had a number of members approach me privately. They are more concerned about the speed and frequency these changes are being introduced, rather than having any outstanding reason for opposing this change purely on its merits. Reassurance that we won't be revisiting this for at least a few years will have them on board for the vote. I personally think we really need to let everyone get used to these changes before even considering any more. Barchoke then offered the nation's view of this. If passed, we certainly intend to open a Gringotts branch in Hogsmeade, but would hold off with any further integration for a while. We would be approaching the new Baron of Kingussie for permission to build a small settlement on his land, using that as a stepping stone before we have goblins and wizards once more living alongside each other. It was Hermione who then brought some levity back to the table, proving hanging around with Padma was certainly having an effect on her. Well, I personally know this Baron and don't see there being a problem with that. I also think we should spend some of the summer in Kingussie, probably just before we return to Hogwarts would be best. Are we any closer to working out our actual plans for the summer? This saw all eyes shift to the couple whose wedding would determine so much of those summer plans. One look between them was all they needed to decide Henrika would pass on the news. We haven't set a date yet, Sirius and I don't want to jinx the vote by prejudging the result. Everyone at this table is hoping for a yes vote, meaning we'll have another ministerial awards ball to attend. Since the vote won't be held until the 5th of February, How about we all get together the following weekend and work out our schedule then? Parvati was first to point out something that might have been overlooked. That weekend also contains Valentine's Day. Oh, I'm sure we could come up with something for that. Sirius smiled, telling everyone they had certainly known that fact before proposing that date. Neville though had another reason for instantly agreeing to this proposal. If we're out of Hogwarts, I'll get to visit my mum and dad. There was unanimous agreement after that. The entire company had visited Frank and Alice over the holidays, though a few still only through the viewing wall. While the Goblin healers had been delighted that the new scans gave detailed information on exactly how their treatment was progressing, the Muggle physicians had been astonished. Only by claiming this was a radical new treatment, attempted on patients that really had nothing to lose, were the Muggle doctors satisfied, for now. Whatever this treatment was, the Muggle healers now held clear evidence that neural pathways to the brain had actually began to repair themselves at a rate thought to be impossible. While Alice continued to slowly improve, Frank was displaying symptoms similar to patients who'd suffered from a stroke. One side of his body was certainly weaker and his speech was currently slurred. Both Augusta and Neville still thought this was a wonderful improvement. It was only in comparison to Alice that a little disappointment would surface. The Goblin healers now had the new scans to help focus their treatment, and a healer from St. Mungo's would also be on their case in the new year. His parents' treatment had certainly passed every one of Neville's original expectations. As their condition improved though, Neville's expectations were growing right alongside those improvements. He was currently hoping his parents may be able to join them on holiday at Harry's private island. That would be a real dream come true for Neville. The healers knew of his dreams and hadn't yet ruled them out for this summer, though were fairly certain it wouldn't be a problem the following year. Just knowing it would happen someday was good enough for Neville. With that agreed to, Sirius then revealed what he had arranged for today, another day of holiday madness for the extended family. It was a smiling Lucas who thought the old axiom about losing your daughter didn't really apply here. It would appear the Hobsons weren't just gaining a son but a whole tribe. Both he and Moa were extremely happy with that arrangement, and had already been invited back to London in February for the wedding discussions. Edmund Parkinson was also smiling as he watched his daughter and her betrothed greet their new friends before they boarded the Hogwarts Express. He had taken a chance by allowing Pansy to accompany Draco to that Muggle event Lord Black had hosted. The important word for Edmund though was accompanied. Draco would be the one permanently tainted by this. Pansy was just on the arm of her betrothed. At least that's what Edmund would claim if he was forced to negotiate another contract for his daughter. What had clinched it for Edmund was that this is the company he wanted his grandchildren to grow up in, amongst the Potters, Longbottoms, Blacks and Bones. He'd thought betrothing Pansy to Draco had guaranteed her inclusion into the upper echelons of British magical society, only for that to all blow up in his face. Draco though had surprised him with how maturely the boy had handled the situation, certainly more maturely than Lucius had. He could see the hand of the Crow boy all over this approach. Having the Malfoy scion on his side lent credibility to what he was trying to achieve at Hogwarts, and also at the Ministry. That was another reason Edmund decided to come to Platform 9 3/4 today. He wanted not only to see what was going on but to ensure he himself was publicly seen. He had heard whisperings that some direct action would be taken to ensure this new Goblin initiative died a horrible death. Edmund thought action of that type could work both ways, either getting the desired result or collectively lighting a fire under the Ministry's ass that might see them tackle the Death Eater problem once and for all. With public opinion so swayed toward the light at the moment, Edmund feared it would be the second option that came to pass. If it did, then his daughter's new friendships should be enough to shield her from any fallout. Whether Pansy's friends would consider saving her family from any downturn in fortune would be a much harder question. They certainly made sure Lucius got what was coming to him. Barchoke was quite pleased with how today's meeting with Arthur had gone. They had scaled these meetings up from monthly to weekly events for the foreseeable future. The Ministry and the nation were both working hard to ensure the minister's proposal made it through the Wizengamot on the 5th. Weekly meetings allowed them to try and anticipate any problems, and take actions to smooth those problems away. The meeting venues alternated between Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic, with Arthur playing host to him and his assistant today. The trio were currently making their way through the Ministry's atrium when the hairs on the Goblin's neck stood up. This was a response to danger that had saved his life in the past, and instantly forced Barchok to take a closer look at their surroundings. It was the middle-aged witch who was rather mechanically walking toward them that really set Barchok's alarm bells ringing. The goblins believe that a person's eyes are the window to their soul. Those of this witch were telling Barchok that the lights may be on but no one was home. All this took a split second, a second that saw the witch begin to raise her wand. He yelled, "Attack!" before pushing Arthur away, just as a killing curse passed through the space the head of the Weasley family had just occupied. Barchok's warning and actions had Bill taking the witch out the fight with a cutting curse to her wand arm, only for curses to start raining down on them from another two locations. The atrium descended into chaos, with Bill and Arthur trying to make their attackers keep their heads down while Barchok got as many people behind the Fountain of Magical Brethren as possible. He was helping a witch with a young child, using his shield to protect them the best he could when a sudden impact sent him to the floor. The attack was soon over, lasting no more than 90 seconds, but the screaming went on considerably past that. The entire atrium was now flooded with horrors. And the situation was once more under control, with 4 attackers currently in custody and healers flowing from St. Mungo's to treat any casualties. Amelia found Barchok face down on the ground, with Bill and Arthur Weasley standing protectively over him while calling for a healer. She had known Barchok had foregone his accompanying guards in favor of showing a more friendlier face of the nation, and Amelia was mentally kicking herself for not replacing those guards with oars. "Barchok, can you hear me? I'm wounded, Amelia, not deaf, of course I can hear you." "What hit me? I can't really see it from this position, and neither Weasley will let me move." "You have a piece of golden statue sticking out your shoulder, that's why they won't let you move." "Amelia, please tell me it's not a golden piece of house elf. I'll never live it down if a bloody house elf managed to put me on the ground." Cornelius raced to the atrium, with visions of mayhem and murder happening under his watch adding speed to his legs. Finding a wounded Barchok, both Weasleys and Amelia laughing was certainly not what he expected. As far as Cornelius was concerned, this was no laughing matter. Ron Weasley wasn't laughing, though he was probably the only person on the Express who wasn't. His holidays had been utterly miserable. Constant lectures from both his parents had certainly marred his enjoyment of the Christmas period, and then the prophet told everyone what his father and Bill had been up to. 3 more Hogwarts students and a professor up for Orders of Merlin, and Crow going to be made a baron. The world was going crazy and he appeared to be the only one in his family who could see it. His sister's main concern had been over what effect the new defense professor would have on Hogwarts. Ginny was relieved and delighted her Marauders Club would still be running. The twins were over the moon about having one of their heroes as a professor, while Percy was too busy mooning over Penelope to care about anything else. It was as if every member of his family had turned against him, and Ron knew just who to blame for his troubles: Crow. Hogwarts champion, Goblin Centurion, Order of Merlin, First Class, Holder and the Git would now be a baron of some Scottish glen. How was any ordinary person supposed to compare themselves to that? As if that wasn't bad enough, he not only makes his friends rich but gets them nominated for awards too. Ron had sat in his compartment, watching the continual stream of students pass his door to go and talk to Crow. Not one of them even gave him a second glance. He shouldn't be surprised really, his own family would probably do the same. His father and Bill both worked with Crow's goblin father. As far as Ginny was concerned, Harry Crow could do no wrong. The twins took extra lessons with Crow and thought this made him a great guy, surely proving beyond doubt they were both nuts. Penelope was very close to her Ravenclaw charges, which probably meant Percy would think the sun shone out their asses. After spending the entire trip from London going over and over the same points again and again, Ron was in one stinker of a mood as the express pulled into a freezing Hogsmeade. Finding himself behind Crow's crowd in the queue for a carriage up to the castle certainly didn't improve that bad mood any. Then Madam Bones and Lord Black appeared. Being close enough to hear what they had to say just pushed Ron over the edge. "There was an attack today at the ministry. Your father, Arthur and Bill Weasley were the targets." Hearing that his father and brother had been attacked, again because of Crow, saw a red mist descend on Ron. While everyone else froze to listen to what Lord Black had to say, Ron reacted. "You bastard, my family." He lunged at Crow, only to find himself flying through the air. It was a very brief flight before impacting heavily with the hard, frozen ground. Having the wind knocked out of him left Ron unable to speak. The deadly knife now steadily held mere inches from his face meant he had nothing to say anyway. The anger pouring off the person who was holding that knife probably meant Ron wouldn't have been able to speak even if he could draw breath. He'd never been so terrified in his life. When Crow then spoke, Ron could see he meant every word that was said. You have previously attacked Hermione, and this is the second time you've had a go at me. This stops here and now. No more excuses or apologies, no more making allowances because you're a Weasley, a family I happen to like. You pull shit like this again against me or mine, it's going to cost you a body part. Is that clear enough for you to understand? I need to hear you say yes because I think you're too stupid to take this warning seriously, and I want witnesses that you clearly understood what any further stupidity is going to cost you. If Ron was in any doubt, Crow's eyes told him this was one bastard who would clearly do exactly as he said. Since he was attached to all his body parts, and wanted to remain so for the rest of his life, he managed to croak a yes, which saw the knife disappear. Ron's troubles were far from over though, and angry Percy dragged him to his feet before Madame Bones had a word with him. Your father is fine, purely because Barchoke called out a warning, and then pushed Arthur out of the path of a killing curse. Hermione now had her arm around Harry, giving and receiving comfort from the contact. Amelia, how are our father and Bill? Both are okay. Your father was hit with a piece of shrapnel as the curses blasted through the ministry atrium. He's currently being treated in St. Mungo's but in no real danger. Bill has cuts and bruises, though his jacket probably saved him being in the bed next to Barchoke. Percy thought of his own dragon hide jacket that he wore under his robes, a Christmas present from Bill. He also knew his eldest brother and father would both hit the roof when he wrote to them about Ron's latest escapade. He could see homeschooling in Ron's future. Sirius was making sure their family got the full picture. Barchoke was lying in bed and trying to crack jokes when I left him to come here. Amelia says it's a miracle no one was killed in the atrium. The ministry have all the attackers and are considering what action to take next. This was clearly an attempt to scupper the vote next month. The Goblin ambassador being murdered in the Ministry of Magic could have started another war between us. I didn't want you lot finding out about this in tomorrow's Prophet, and I also wanted to give you both the chance to visit Barchoke yourselves. Two rapid yeses meant Sirius didn't need to say any more. A quick goodbye to their friends had Harry and Hermione ready to leave. They were waiting on Amelia though. The head of the DMLE spotted the second year she had come here to speak with. After approaching him, Amelia made sure to cast a privacy spell. The entire country would know this information by tomorrow, but she only wanted one person to hear it at the moment. Mr. Knott, your father instigated and took part in that attack today. He used the Imperious Curse on 3 people and fired curses during the attack too. You are in no way implicated in this attack. I just didn't want you discovering these facts from tomorrow's Prophet, and to offer you the opportunity to return home if you wished. Theo's head was spinning at this news. How could his father do something as stupid as that? If Madame Bones was already so sure of her facts, then his father was heading for Azkaban, leaving him the de facto head of the Knott family. The offer to return home was an incredibly tempting one, but one Theo knew he couldn't accept. Him heading home now would leave a suspicion of guilt attached to his name, something he couldn't allow. He also had a housemate's example of how to handle the exact same situation. He answered as his pureblood status demanded. Thank you for your time, and showing me this courtesy, Madame Bones. I believe I would like to stay, though, if possible, I would like a word with Centurion Crow. As they approached, Theo understood what was required of him here. Draco was doing a superb job of ensuring the Malfoy name wasn't trampled in the mire and forgotten about. He would now need to do the same for the Knotts. He had 2 younger sisters who would now be depending on him. Theo swore not to let them down. With a bow to Harry, Theo said what he needed to. Centurion Crow, I have just been informed my father has been implicated in the attack on your father. I wanted to say this was the first I had heard about it, and that I in no way support my father's actions. Serious lessons allowed Harry to answer Theo exactly as he needed to, and tradition demanded. Mr. Knott, I think I have made my position on matters like this very clear. Only the guilty should be punished. If it proves necessary, I will publicly reiterate my position. With honor satisfied, Theo headed for the castle while Amelia had a portkey that would take them to St. Mungo's. Spotting the goblin guards outside his father's room certainly reassured Harry, but not nearly as much as seeing him sitting up in bed and talking with his guests. He so wanted to rush forward and hug the person who had raised him, but that would embarrass both of them. He was a centurion after all. "Well met, father." Harry never got to say any more. Hermione suffered from no such embarrassments or rank. She shot off his arm and, while mindful of the goblin's injuries, enveloped their father in one of her hugs. She made no attempt to hide her tears either. "Well met, father, we were so worried about you. Don't fret, my daughter, I'm fine. I'm only confined to this bed until these healers can make sure I'm not stealing any of their precious golden fountain. They want to ensure they got every last piece out of this old goblin." Master Sharpshard's laughter was joined by Harry's as an exasperated young witch asked a serious question. "Father, I understand the nation's language and am slowly learning your culture. Do you think I'll ever master a goblin's sense of humor?" That the three goblins in the room thought her question was hilarious told Hermione the answer to her question was probably not. The Minister of Magic stood in the background, his conversation with the ambassador immediately put to one side when the goblin's family had arrived. Seeing this young Muggle-born's reaction to Barchoke only hardened Cornelius, resolved that the aftermath of today's attack needed to be met with swift and decisive action on the ministry's part. The minister shuddered to think how bad things could have gone today, and certainly recognized they were extremely fortunate to emerge from this situation with no fatalities and so few serious injuries. What was also spurring Cornelius on was the obvious affection this young witch had for the goblin. He thought it was a fair bet to say that the two biggest influences on Harry's life were currently sitting on that bed, and neither of them had roots that were embedded in the magical community. The ministry would respond to this by treating the incident as exactly what it was, an assassination attempt by a member of the Wizengamot on the ambassador of a nation friendly to their government. He thought they had been walking a tightrope before today's events. Now they would be embroiled in a battle he'd hoped to avoid, a battle that needed to be won. Had today's attempt been successful, his ministry would have been involved in battles of a far bloodier kind, against goblin steel. The very thought of a golden centurion crow at the front of those goblins, out to avenge the murder of his father, was enough to give the minister nightmares. While the Wizengamot chamber could get, there hadn't been a member killed inside its walls for generations. Cornelius would still speak to Amelia about increasing security for the emergency session they were going to have to call. He had a feeling they just might need it. Hermione felt a sense of real contentment, and slowly began to realize why. She was waking up snuggled into Harry. They had left the hospital last night and Sirius had brought them to Crawley. Dobby was soon whipping up something for them to eat as they told their story to her mum and dad before both she and Harry headed off to bed. Her last memories were of checking to see if Harry was okay with what had happened, and she supposed they had then fallen asleep together. Morning. Looks like someone didn't make it back to their own bed. She gave Harry a peck on the cheek in greeting. Hermione was happy to be here though nervous about the circumstances that led to it. "I hope it was Mum who put this blanket on us, and not one of the elves. I would hate Mum or Dad to think we were sneaking about." Betsy arrived with a pop. "Not to worry, mistress, the missies covered both of you after finding you sleeping." Betsy and Dobby weren't sure what to do. "We didn't want to wake mistress because she looked so peaceful." "That's fine, Betsy, you did exactly the right thing." 2 glasses of orange juice appeared on Harry's nightstand as Dobby got in on the act. They sat up in bed, drinking juice and discussing the upcoming day. "I don't think we can return to Hogwarts today. You heard the minister last night. Not as going on trial today at an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. I need to make an appearance as Centurion Crow, and be at father's side. I want to be there too. Perhaps Sirius will take me." Harry thought that was a good idea and agreed they should ask him, before voicing his concerns about another matter. "If they went after my father, I'm worried they might think your parents are a softer target. We know they can't get anywhere near this house, not without the nation rushing squads of warriors to Crawley. It's when Dan and Emma are outside of here I'm worried about." A knock at the bedroom door saw Emma enter. She was smiling as she sat on the bed beside them. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop but I heard our names mentioned just before I knocked. Is there anything we need to know?" "Nothing specific, I'm just worried about you both when you leave the safety of this house. I don't know if we could ward where you work, Perhaps emergency portkeys would be a better option. It's certainly something I'll be talking with father about. It may be nothing, but far better to be careful and put some precautions in place. You and Barchok haven't steered us wrong yet. Dan and I will certainly take your advice on this matter. I hate to ask this, but I think it's something we need to talk about, since it would have such an effect on all of us. What would have happened if the attack yesterday had been successful? Harry understood why Emma was asking this question. It didn't make answering it any easier. Hermione burrowing into his side gave him the support needed to deal with this. Politically, it would have depended on the Ministry's response. If they had then gone after the Death Eaters, and really sorted the problem, they might have been able to avert a war. Otherwise, Centurion Crow would be right at the front of the fight. At that point, the Grangers would be better getting out of the country. You would be right in the middle of a war that wasn't yours. Never, Harry. Harry gently placed his finger on her lips, stopping his mate before she could get a head of steam up. Hermione, don't you remember, we had this discussion. Goblin females can't be warriors, as a witch you're underage, and, as for muggles, it's not their fight. I would need all three of you well out of it. She removed Harry's finger, determined to have her say. The discussion I choose to remember is the one where I said you couldn't ask that of me, anything but that, Harry. Having asked the question more to discover what would happen to Harry if he lost his father, his answer had taken her aback. Emma could see the raw emotion expressed between them. She also thought it was better if this was openly discussed amongst all of them. Would you really fight against witches and wizards, Harry? A wizard murdered my mum and dad. If another wizard then assassinated my father, I would certainly have cause to. I am a centurion though, and Hermione was present the day I swore a blood oath to defend the nation. If the nation goes to war, I'll do the same as every one of its centurions and warriors. I will fight. Hermione had, of course, known how Harry would react if the nation went to war. She gave her mother another piece of information to help save her worrying too much. Both Amelia and the minister knew what Harry would do, too. You could see it last night at the hospital. That's why this will be dealt with very quickly. The ministry is desperate to show Harry and the nation they can take care of this problem. Dan then sauntered into Harry's room. Politics before breakfast. I thought you two would have been fencing by now. It was a sheepish Hermione who answered her father. We overslept. Well, let's get changed to meet the day and then have breakfast together. Sirius will be here soon and it will be interesting to see what the prophet makes of yesterday. We got so used to reading your newspaper that Dobby now gets us a copy. It actually helps that we have met a lot of the people that are mentioned daily in its pages. Taking that as her cue to go to her own room, Hermione scooted out of there to exchange her pajamas for something more suitable to go down to breakfast with. She needn't have worried though. Her father was much more concerned with asking Harry a question about the ramifications of yesterday than saying anything about her falling asleep in her mate's arms. Do you really think there would have been a war between wizards and goblins? We've been prepared for one since I entered Hogwarts, Dan. I've been breaking ministerial laws right, left and center, and have only been getting away with it because the ministry doesn't want to acknowledge that I'm a goblin. That they're now actually changing some of those laws is what prompted yesterday's attack, a backlash from bigoted purebloods desperate to put a stop to these reforms. This was something neither parent could remember hearing from Harry before, leading Dan to ask the obvious question. Why would you deliberately break ministerial laws? We knew Voldemort wasn't really dead, and his Death Eaters were all poised in important positions awaiting his return. The ministry didn't have this information because Dumbledore kept it a secret, and we couldn't tell them because goblins are barred from interfering in wizarding affairs. Had Voldemort returned and then risen to power, the nation would certainly have gone to war when he then turned his attention onto Gringotts. This was the lesser of two evils for us, and had been working far better than we could have dared hope, up until yesterday. The mere thought of her boy having to go to war had tears forming in Emma's eyes. But why you, Harry? Why does it always have to be you who's in danger? A surprisingly strong arm slipped around Emma's shoulders. Because I'm the only one who can. Mom, the ministry wouldn't give a shit about what happened to any other goblin. Lifting her hand, she tenderly brushed his long black hair away from his face. I've only just gotten a son. I can't lose him. I won't lose him. Tell me this is going to be sorted without a war. As Hermione said, the ministry are desperate to appease us. Not is certainly going down, as will anyone who helped him, but it's what they do about the Death Eater problem that will really determine how this turns out. Nott was a member of the Wizengamot, at the very heart of their government. The minister really has to take action to ensure that can't happen again. Whether that same Wizengamot will allow him to could determine all our futures. That's why Hermione and I decided to give Hogwarts a miss today. We really need to be there. Will it be safe? I think the only blood spilled on the floor will be political. Amelia will have her Aurors there to make sure of that, otherwise I wouldn't be letting Hermione anywhere near the place. Harry had lowered his voice as he said that last part, but obviously not enough. I heard that, Crow, we'll discuss it over breakfast. What's keeping you lot? A now dressed Hermione re-entered the room to find her tearful mother holding onto Harry and her dad looking worried. Seriously, I leave you alone for a few minutes and my mum makes a move on my boyfriend. Mrs. Granger, kindly unhand my mate. Hermione's smile let them all know this was her attempt at humor. Unable to resist, Dan reached out and ruffled his daughter's hair before cracking a joke. Seriously, I think that Padma Patil is a bad influence on you. Oh, it's not Padma, that was me trying out my goblin sense of humor. For some reason, this just cracked Harry up with laughter. It wasn't that funny. Okay, Harry, enough. This was just making him laugh all the harder though. You're finally getting it, Hermione, you're more goblin than you think. With that, Dan and Emma headed off to get themselves ready for their day, leaving their daughter impatiently tapping her foot as Harry still rolled about the bed with laughter. Both thought that, after the last 24 hours, laughter was exactly what Harry needed. Harry and Hermione missing at breakfast inside Hogwarts was certainly noticed. Most had now heard his father had been attacked in the Ministry, though it wasn't until the Prophet arrived that all the details became known. Ron was so upset, he really couldn't face his breakfast. There was his father's picture on the front page, the signs of battle all around him as Arthur Weasley publicly thanked Ambassador Barchoke for saving his life. Homeschooling was looming for Ron, after attacking the son of the goblin who was the only reason his father was still alive. That wasn't what was really leaving him uninterested in food though. He had charged Crow in a rage and swung his best punch, connecting with nothing but air. Ron still didn't know how he ended up flying through that same air as it all happened so fast. Crow though was in total control of every move he made, and that left Ron Weasley with no appetite. Not only had he believed Crow when he said that next time it would cost him a body part, Ron now knew with utter certainty that he would be helpless to stop Crow carrying out his threat. The lesson that Crow was not to be messed with had finally sunk into his thick skull. He just hoped it wasn't too late and he could still remain at Hogwarts. Theo Nott was currently questioning his decision to stay at Hogwarts. The entire school now knew what his father had attempted. He felt as if the walls were closing in on him. Help actually came from an unexpected source. Pansy put a comforting hand on his arm before offering some words of hope. It will get better, Theo. Trust me, I know. Providing you had nothing to do with this, Harry won't hold a grudge, and we both know the rest of Hogwarts will follow his lead. He's even helping Draco and me, and that after Lucius almost got all of them killed with that bloody diary. Millicent thought this would be a good time to confirm some strange rumors she'd heard, and perhaps divert a little of their house's attention away from Theo. Is it true then that they even have the two of you acting like a pair of muggles? The smile and enthusiasm that Pansy answered with was a shock to everyone who was now listening, which included most of Slytherin House. We spent New Year's Eve at a private party organized by Lord Black. Yes, it was on a muggle boat and all the staff were muggles too. We spent that evening being served delicious food and dancing to a wonderful band while cruising up and down central London. At midnight, there were fireworks along the embankment and it was easily the best party I've ever been to. The waiters served us these fruit cocktails that were non-alcoholic and simply divine. They even had little paper umbrellas sticking out them. I actually saved a couple as souvenirs when Hermione told me they would just be binned. Her mum was taking pictures and we'll see them when they return. Pansy trailed off at that, not wanting to remind Theo why the couple weren't currently in the castle. These remarks coming from the pureblood Princess Pansy Parkinson silenced the Slytherin table, then Daphne got in on the act too. My young sister and I had a wonderful time at Lord Black's engagement party. Are you saying New Year's was better than that? Oh Daphne, London is so much bigger than just the bits we normally see, beautiful too. It was such an intimate and romantic evening, and starting the new year dancing with Draco made it one of the best experiences of my life. That pansy spoke so glowingly of something that was, in effect, Muggle certainly alerted a few Slytherins to the not-so-subtle changes that were beginning to affect all of them. Padma and Luna were busy reading the part where the reporter had interviewed a witch that Barchok had been injured saving, or rather saving both the witch and her young daughter. Both girls had no trouble imagining Barchok putting his life on the line to save a child. It got better as they read, since it turns out it was the little girl's birthday and, after a special treat, she had just been heading back home from having lunch with her Auror father in the ministry restaurant. Both girls knew how goblins felt about a person's birthday, and reading that would certainly perk Barchok up. The now 4-year-old witch could be seen peeking round from where she was hiding behind her mother as the press photographer had taken their picture. It had taken all Barchok's persuasive powers to have him entering the Wizengamot chamber without being accompanied by a squad of warriors. Ragnarok had been incensed over the assassination attempt on the nation's ambassador. He had managed to convince the director that, with his son at his side and their assistant ambassador at his back, he would be safe. Barchok's arm was currently in a sling. Both sets of healers didn't want him using it for a day or so to give in his shoulder time to heal. Harry was in his centurion uniform, with his helmet tucked under his arm as he walked beside his father. Those green eyes scanned the entire chamber as he effortlessly appeared every inch the warrior who was alert for any threats. Bill was behind them with his father waiting inside the chamber. That there were only 3 chairs at the table set aside for them was immaterial. Harry placed his helmet on the table before taking a watchful position behind his now seated father. None in the chamber could miss the statement that was being made here, just as none could object to it. It would be difficult to justify removing someone's bodyguard when a member of this very chamber had already tried to kill them. That his bodyguard was the boy who lived would make any decision along those lines doubly difficult, if not bloody impossible. Amos opened the proceedings before adding that he was really pleased to see their 3 guests fit and able to attend here today. Taking the line of ignoring Harry's presence set the tone for everyone else. It was then Amelia's turn to move the proceedings forward. Not appearing from the floor, shackled to a chair and inside an iron cage certainly achieved that. Yesterday afternoon, an attempt was made to assassinate the ambassador of a sovereign nation friendly to this government, an act that could have seen our society plunged into war. 3 of the attackers were under the Imperious Curse, a fact that has since been verified by questioning all 3 while under Veritaserum, something they voluntarily agreed to. As our laws justly state, these 3 were not responsible for their actions and will face no criminal charges. This was greeted with nods of agreement and a few calls of, "Here, here." Theodore Knott Sr. is an entirely different matter. He too claimed to be under the influence of the Imperious, though exhibited none of the symptoms. He also refused to be questioned under Veritaserum, claiming this was his right as a member of the Wizengamot. While correct that Wizengamot members can claim their words should be believed, there is one situation that cuts right through that privilege. Harry's hand was resting on the hilt of his sword, his grip tightened as he noticed others slowly making their way into the chamber, only relaxing when realizing that Amelia had wisely decided to flood the chamber with Aurors. With his mate, father and godfather here today, Harry thought that was an outstanding decision. Amelia's next sentence provided Harry, and the entire chamber, with their first clue as to why she thought this action was necessary. She approached the prisoner and spoke directly to him. "Theodore Knott, I am giving you this final opportunity to voluntarily accept Veritaserum, otherwise I shall be forced to charge you with treason." This started uproar amongst the chamber, an uproar that soon died down as all the extra Aurors made their presence known. I would remind this chamber that treason is defined as trying to illegally overthrow the government, a charge that could easily apply in this case. I would again like to remind this chamber that there is only one possible sentence if someone is found guilty of treason. The choice is Theodore Knott's to make. Knowing that truth serum would soon expose his guilt, and that the penalty for treason was death, Theodore conceded to the only option now open to him and accepted the serum voluntarily. After asking a few questions to ensure the serum was working effectively, Amelia then got right to the meat of the matter. "Did you cast the Imperious Curse on 3 people to attack Ambassador Barchok?" "Yes." With that admission of using an unforgivable curse, his fate was already sealed. Amelia though pressed for more. "Why did you do that?" "I am a pureblood, I." Will not have goblin filth living next to me like an equal. Was anyone else involved or aware of your plan? No. I approached a few like-minded people about striking back at these creatures, every single one of them wanted nothing to do with anything I was planning. From a professional point of view, there was something about the attack that troubled Amelia. Here was her chance to satisfy that curiosity. After using the Imperius to get 3 people to attack, why did you then get involved yourself? I hadn't intended to, but the goblin blew the attack before it could be sprung. I was observing when I saw the younger Weasley with his back to me, I couldn't resist. The blood traitor moved at the wrong moment and all I hit was the fountain. Then I was under fire from all sides and woke in a cell. So you intended just to watch as all 3 were murdered? Yes. It was then Amelia slipped in the question that was the main reason behind filling the chamber with her ores. Were you yourself under the influence of the Imperius curse when you took the dark mark? Before any objections could be raised, the entire chamber heard Nott's one-word answer that would redefine the map of British magical society. No. Those ores were now needed as Amelia faced an angry backlash, with shouts and threats coming from the Wizengamot members. Why was that question asked? It has no bearing on this trial. As order was being restored, the minister himself stepped forward to answer the chamber. In her role as head of the DMLE, Madame Bones is responsible for the safety of everyone in this chamber. From the chief warlock to those in the public gallery, all fall under her remit. She approached me with a method of greatly assisting her department as they carry out their work, not because she needed my permission but simply to warn of the implications this would bring with it. With ministerial backing, she intends to see wards erected around the Ministry of Magic to ensure an incident like yesterday will never happen again, because no marked Death Eater will be able to pass through the wards. Fearing that this was a massive lurch to the light, one of the moderates posed a question. Wouldn't that just mean the people involved yesterday would have been placed under the Imperius curse outside the wards? Amelia had an answer prepared for this eventually. It's no secret I already have these wards installed around my home. With Master Auror Moody and some Auror volunteers we tested that very theory last night. In every single case, passing through those wards affected the person under the curse. Some were then able to throw it off while all were affected enough for their behavior to be noticeably different from what could be considered normal. As this was sinking in, Amelia had something else she wanted to say. I would like to take this opportunity to personally and publicly thank Ambassador Barchoke for his swift and courageous actions yesterday. Assassination attempts aside, one of my Aurors almost losing their wife and child in the ministry atrium is not something I could ever tolerate. Swift action has to be taken to ensure people can walk about their ministry in safety. I'm simply doing the job I'm paid to do. Personalizing the attack halted most of the objections as members considered those occasions when their own families had visited the ministry. This tactic was never going to work with the hardcore amongst the dark members, they had simply too much to lose. What of those who had the dark mark forced upon them? Should they be punished because of the actions of one individual? This was a question Cornelius knew would certainly be asked. His answer would decide if he was still minister by the end of today. Amelia's departmental remit already made her responsible for the wards protecting the Ministry of Magic. The only way to stop this ward replacement was to remove her from that position, something the minister had just made clear he had no intention of doing. The chamber would then have to remove him first to get to Amelia, again something Cornelius was hoping to avoid. It is possible to allow specific people through the wards, though history provides us with a warning of what can happen when security is breached with the case of the Trojan horse. Troy's walls protected the city until they allowed their enemies access. Since neither myself nor Madame Bones held our current positions when the Death Eater cases were being dealt with, a certain level of reassurance would need to be reached before we employed this method. Namely, answering the last question Nott was asked, while under the effects of Veritaserum. There it was, out in the open, but Cornelius had more to say. We are aware that specific methods can be deployed to render Veritaserum ineffective, especially knowing the question to be asked and having time to prepare, therefore this questioning would have to be carried out today. It appeared as if the numbers of Aurors present had doubled, which was probably the only thing keeping people in their seats. The minister held his hands up for silence and hoped he could placate the chamber with his next statement. I realize we are practically forcing members to accept this, but, since we inherited this problem, I can't see any other solution. What would be the point of wasting your time barring all the windows and doors if you then basically invited an enemy such as Not into your home? I also realize that, historically, Wizengamot members have been exempt from being forced to answer questions under Truth Serum. I have no intention of breaking that history. Any member who feels the indignity of answering this question under Truth Serum is just too much may leave this chamber with no stain on their character, safe in the knowledge that their family seat will be here waiting on their heir. Cornelius and Amelia both knew that forcing this issue could start a war, the very thing they were desperately trying to avoid. By leaving those marked with a way out, they hoped this could be accepted without the battle that would surely come with backing them into a corner. They weren't looking to create any martyrs to the pureblood cause here, just isolate them so they could no longer play any major roles in their society. The ministers, no stain on their character, would be the official version. People would make their own minds up over those who would rather leave than answer that particular question under Veritaserum. Harry had a long discussion with his father over what might happen today. This was more than they expected to get. A slight nod was all the indication Harry needed to speak. The minister had just handed them a golden opportunity to get their point across. "Minister, could I be allowed to say a few words?" He took the silence that followed as permission and put their ideas forward. The ministry are to be commended for taking such a fair stance on what is an impossible situation. I would like to bring to this chamber's attention a matter that fits nicely into what is being discussed here. Last night, Madam Bones traveled to Hogwarts to ensure Theo Not didn't discover what his father had been involved in by reading about it in this morning's Prophet. Theo's first reaction was to apologize to me, saying he had no idea what his father had been planning, something we heard confirmed earlier. I know Mr. Not has yet to be sentenced, but could we consider his innocent family when that time comes? Theo would appear to be nothing like his father and could be a great asset one day in this chamber. It would be a shame to deprive all of us of that because of his father. When Harry asked to speak, Cornelius wasn't sure what to expect. The minister was as surprised as everyone present by the lad's request, only to be blown away by his follow-on. I also understand young Pauline Not is down to attend Hogwarts in September. With 2 of the 3 members of the selection committee currently in this chamber, I would like to put her name forward as a candidate for a Potter scholarship. Hermione was sitting in the public gallery, so proud of her Harry. As Harry had said to Mum this morning, he really was the only one who could do this. These may be mostly Barchoki's words, but they were far more effective being spoken by his son. She had to nudge their godfather though. Sirius had gotten so caught up in the proceedings that he forgot he had a part to play. I would certainly support that nomination. Too many of our children are tarred with the same brush as their parents. That statement coming from Lord Black carried a lot of weight. All knew his parents had been as dark as their family name implied. Amelia, too, was caught off guard from this approach. She had to answer though. I agree in principle with that suggestion, although we will have to look at all the candidates. One glance at Harry and she knew Pauline Not would be receiving a Potter scholarship, even if he had to pay for an extra one himself. That's very magnanimous of you, Harry. I don't think so, Minister. What we were hoping to see here today was justice being done, and we're confident it will be. Vengeance on innocents is not something we seek or support. Harry had once more surprised the chamber. They were expecting the Goblin stance to be that everyone possible be punished for this attack on their ambassador. It is common knowledge I receive extra lessons in defense, but my favorite subject since before starting Hogwarts has always been history. Our current professor is always quoting that if we don't learn from our history, we're doomed to repeat it. In 1612, Dreyfus Bin slaughtered innocent goblins and was tried, then sentenced for his crimes. His son Donald was almost as bad as his father, resulting in him being barred from Gringotts for life. Cuthbert Binns committed none of the crimes his father and grandfather were infamous for, yet circumstances saw him being punished too. A bitter and twisted Cuthbert Binns ended up doing more harm to the nation than the rest of his family combined. The nation has no wish to create any more enemies, though it always has room for more friends. Everyone in the chamber was glad of Harry's interruption. It gave them that moment needed for tempers to cool and reactions to be considered. The points he had raised also added another dimension to the situation. No one doubted what he had said here had just protected the Not family, and also spread that protection to others. If the knots were to be treated as innocents, then no blame would be attached to the sons and daughters of those who had to leave this chamber for the last time today. It also unfortunately gave the truth serum time to wear off Knot Sr. With nothing left to lose, he was determined to have his say. "Stay away from my family, you bastard." Not content with being the son of a mudblood, you stand there claiming to be kin to that creature next to you. Both of you should be put down like the animals that you are. Amelia hit the prisoner with a silencing curse, sparing them from listening to any more of that bigoted bile. Harry felt compelled to answer that accusation though. "We obviously have different ideas of what an animal is. Personally, I think a person who fires the killing curse at a toddler doesn't even deserve to be classed as an animal. That Tom couldn't even do the job properly makes your so-called Dark Lord an incompetent arsehole too." Amos wanted to stand and applaud that statement, instead he concentrated on doing his job. Since Theodore Knott has already confessed to his crimes, we can move directly on to sentencing. As the charge of treason wasn't brought forward, and no one was killed, the accepted punishment for using unforgivable curses and attempted murder would be life in Azkaban. Do we have anyone in this chamber who disagrees with that sentence? Giving plenty of time to allow for any objections, Amos then brought his gavel down as Knott's fate was sealed. The minster's mind had shot forward and focused on something he just felt the time was right for attempting now. As a still silenced Knott disappeared into the floor, Cornelius made the snap decision and just went for it. "Before we ask those members carrying the mark for their decision, I would like to put something to this chamber first. On the 5th of February, this chamber is scheduled to make a very important decision. Since I fear some members might choose not to be here when that vote is cast, I would like to offer this chamber the alternative of voting on this today. A decision of this magnitude should not pass or fail in this chamber due to what could be considered a technicality." Even Amelia and Amos were left stunned at this move. While she herself thought that, without any marked Death Eaters in the chamber, the vote was now a certainty to receive a positive response, Cornelius clearly didn't want to hand ammunition to those who opposed it. "They changed the wards to guarantee the vote," was an accusation Amelia could already envisage being made against them. Amos had quickly checked through the rule book to see if this move was legal. Providing the chamber agreed unanimously to hold the vote today, it was. Since they were all here, including the Goblin representatives, it was agreed to proceed. One of the members stood and directed a question toward Amos. "Since the proposed Baron is actually here amongst us, could he be asked what his intentions would be if the award were to be made?" Amos glanced toward Harry, who nodded that he was quite prepared to answer, and did. "We in no way wanted to be presumptuous and just assume the award was going to be made, so discussions have only taken place in the loosest possible sense. We have my godfather's wedding, a possible ball and our summer break from Hogwarts to arrange. Part of those holidays would definitely be spent living in Kingussie. It would certainly be somewhere Hermione and I would think of as home." That answer went down very well with those inclined to say yes. A question was then posed to Barchoke about opening a Gringotts branch in Hogsmeade. After confirming they were very keen to do so, the Goblin ambassador then answered the follow-on question about goblins living amongst wizards as honestly as he could. "Our two nations have been separated for centuries. I don't think any of us are quite ready to be living cheek by jowl this time next week." Again, without attempting to prejudge any decision reached here, I made tentative inquiries to the proposed Baron of Kingussie about the possibility of some goblins living in his glen as a first step. We goblins don't use crystal balls, but I would foresee a Gringotts branch opening in Hogsmeade long before any goblins even thought about settling there. Our whole approach to this would be to take things very slowly, giving all of us time to get used to the new situation. The contrast between the demented and bigoted ravings of their former member, Knott, compared to the reasoned thoughts of Barchoke couldn't have been starker, or more thought-provoking. To the majority of the chamber, Knott's views were unpalatable, yet the Goblin ambassador was painting them a picture that they could all live with. When the questions moved to possible arrangements for the summer ball, it was hard to contain the excitement at what was effectively the Goblins' table. The decisive yes vote had those in the public gallery applauding loudly, with Hermione and Sirius jumping up and down while holding on to each other in sheer joy. The expressing of joy was confined to the public gallery though, those on the floor of the chamber understood the session wasn't over yet. It was left to Amos to bring the proceedings back on track. We have one more piece of business that must be dealt with before this session can be closed. Having already heard the question that would be asked, and the chamber giving a guarantee that only this question will be asked, would any member like to forego their Wizengamot privileges and voluntarily accept Veritaserum? While this question was left hanging, Cornelius gave them notice of the time scale involved. Madam Bones hopes the new wards can be installed over the weekend, beginning on Friday evening. This will be the only opportunity to accept this offer. The rest of today will see every branch of the ministry made the same offer, starting in the Ore department. With no one making a move to accept the offer, Amos was left with no other option but to bring down his gavel, ending the session and also any Death Eater involvement in the Wizengamot. It wasn't so much a victory for the light, more of a disastrous day for the dark. The Goblin party waited until they had reached the privacy of Arthur's new office before celebrating what was a stunning result for them. Sirius and Hermione soon arrived, with the latter immediately finding herself wrapped in a familiar strong pair of arms while being hoisted up into the air by her jubilant centurion mate. Harry then lowered her until their lips met. I've never key-ed a baron before, I could certainly get used to that. I've never key-ed an Order of Merlin holder before either, Dumbledore really wasn't my type. This started Barchoke laughing, both at his son's joke and his daughter's reaction to it. Did you forget what else was settled in there today? Congratulations, my daughter. I am a very proud father, a father who now has 2 Order of Merlin, first class, holders in his family. Hermione had actually forgotten what else was approved today. The awards were a package deal, but all the emphasis had been on Harry's barony. That Hermione had actually forgotten something saw Bill and Sirius laughing. This was the first time either had experienced the phenomenon of a gobsmacked Miss Granger. It was into this oasis of mirth that Cornelius, Amelia and Amos entered. They hadn't been experiencing much laughter as they worked their way through the ministry to make their dark mark exemption offer. Unsurprisingly, they had no takers so far. What was losing your job when compared to a stay in Azkaban? Arthur, I just spoke to your staff. While no one volunteered to take truth serum, I can't see you having anyone missing from work on Monday. Arthur graciously accepted the minister's backhanded compliment, but it was a bowing Barchoke who offered his nation's gratitude. Minister, that was masterfully played today, on all fronts. A smiling Cornelius was still coming to terms with the rush that pushing through this legislation had provided. He had a definite spring in his step and felt at least 10 years younger. Thank you, Ambassador. You and your son certainly helped. Sorry for just dropping it on everyone like that, I just didn't want the awards to be tainted by people claiming we rigged the vote by barring the Death Eaters. All 6 who received awards today thoroughly deserved them, as today's vote proved. It also ended beyond doubt that anyone who claimed they'd been under the Imperious curse when working for Voldemort was lying. We plan to marginalize them by taking away their power base, meanwhile keeping our eyes open that none of them try and do a Malfoy on us. Amos was pretty certain that wouldn't happen. They would be risking so much that I think they'll play the longer game here. Both Malfoy and Nott are now in Azkaban, and I'm assuming the Nott vaults will be frozen too. He attacked a Goblin ambassador, the nation had to react. Barchoke's grin showed that the Goblins had all different levels of reacting. His wife was served with her 24-hour notice, though we do have an advisor helping with her choices. An apology was also offered from Amelia. Sorry Barchoke, for announcing these wards without confirming it with you first. You offered this service previously, and I'm hoping the offer is still open. Of course, Amelia, Friday evening suits us just fine. Are we erecting a new ward scheme just here, or is St. Mungo's included too? It was actually Cornelius who answered. We thought to leave St. Mungo's for now. Like you said, Ambassador, we want to take things slowly and give people the chance to get used to this new idea that Death Eaters are not welcome in our society. Now, if you will excuse us, we have many more departments to cover before people begin leaving for home. The minister then led Amelia and Amos back out of the office to the 6 Aurors who were accompanying them on their historic and momentous task. It was only still having to take potions for his wound that gave Barchoke a valid excuse for escaping the director's office without having to consume at least 1 tankard of grog. With the reactions his news sparked in Gringotts though, Barchoke fully expected the nation's celebrations still to be ongoing in 2 days when his potion regime ended. This gave Barchoke some time to spend with his son and daughter, which had led directly to where they were now. Both he and Harry had loved Hermione's idea, so his son knocked on the door. The door was answered by a wizard who appeared to be in his mid-20s, his wary expression changing instantly when he noticed just who was at his door. Ambassador Barchoke. Sir, I can't thank you enough for yesterday. If you hadn't been there. Or Duggan, every day you report for duty, you are prepared to do exactly what I did yesterday. I know you were on duty several times at Hogwarts, spending your time there helping to protect my son and daughter. Between warriors, no thanks are ever needed. His wife had headed for the door as soon as she heard the ambassador's name mentioned. Andrew, don't keep these people at the door. They are certainly welcome in our house. Andrew Duggan rather sheepishly held out his hand to Barchoke. My wife is of course right, I was just so shocked to see you standing there. You are indeed very welcome in this house. It was handshakes all around as the trio were led into a rather plain but certainly homely living room. A certain young witch was sitting playing with some stuffed animals. This is Danielle, our daughter. On hearing her mother say her name, the youngster looked up to see they had visitors. There was no hesitation on her part as she rose from the floor and headed straight for Barchoke, pointing to his sling. Does it still hurt? Sitting to be on the same level as the child, Barchoke gave a merry chuckle. It did, but not any longer. I have to wear this for a couple of days. On hearing that it didn't hurt, Danielle then did what she wanted to do in the first place and hug the person who her mummy had said saved them both. Thank you. There was hardly a dry eye in the house, though Harry was smiling at how well his father was adapting to receiving hugs. You are very welcome, young lady, I just hoped it didn't spoil your birthday. To a goblin, that is a person's most important and special day. With complete innocence, the now 4-year-old witch asked the nice little man a serious question. What's a goblin? That led to a smile and a knowing look in Harry's direction. My little boy used to ask me that very same question. Not wanting this to turn into a blubber fest, Hermione slipped her hand into Harry's bag and withdrew the wrapped present they had bought for Danielle. She knelt beside her father and the little witch. We didn't want yesterday to spoil your birthday and brought you this. Danielle had been taught proper manners, so looked pleadingly toward her parents for permission to accept the gift, permission that was soon forthcoming. She politely accepted the gift and then her manners ran out. Danielle frantically ripped the paper off to discover what was inside. She squealed, "Thank you," before rushing off to introduce her new stuffed unicorn to the rest of her collection. Her mother looked on in awe. How did you know? Danielle had unicorns on the jacket she was wearing yesterday, and what little girl doesn't like stuffed animals? Hermione was still on her knees as Danielle then introduced her new human friend to all of her stuffed animals. Watching as Hermione interacted effortlessly with the child brought a lump to both goblins' throats, Danielle's long black hair sending Barchoke and Harry's thoughts years into the future. The Duggans were also watching the scene but had a different thought in their minds. Their daughter had no idea what a goblin was, far less possessing any knowledge of the prejudices that were linked to that race. They silently swore Danielle would never learn any of those prejudices from them. The catcalls and whistles didn't bother Sirius one bit. It took McGonagall's iciest tone to garner his attention. Lord Black, I know she's your fiancé, but Professor Hobson is still a member of staff. Kindly save this type of behavior for when you don't have so many young students as witnesses. Sorry, Professor, but it was my godson's fault. The mischievous glint in Sirius' eyes told everyone he wasn't in the slightest bit sorry for his total breach of etiquette. Harry said he'd never keyed an Order of Merlin winner before, and could hardly wait to try it with Hermione yesterday. I couldn't let my godson have one up on me, that just wouldn't be fair, so I had to experience it with fiancé for myself. Those in the hall for breakfast had initially practically ignored Sirius, being far more interested in the 2 returning students he'd escorted back to Hogwarts. That was soon reversed though as the marauder approached the staff table and then greeted his fiancée by snogging her breathless. Any confusion over Sirius' statement was soon cleared up as the owls began to deliver today's edition of the Prophet. With everything that had happened in the Wizengamot chamber yesterday, it would have been understandable if the Prophet had struggled over what headline to lead with. The newspaper though knew exactly what its readers would want to know first. Baron who lived will call King Usi home. That one line uttered by Harry yesterday was enough to convince the Prophet readers their ministry knew what it was doing. Assassination attempts, new goblin laws, non-pureblood orders of Merlin winners and certain people not being able to gain access to the Ministry of Magic paled into insignificance when compared to the news their savior would now be living amongst them. Theo not though scanned the publication to discover where his father was mentioned. The fate that befell the impulsive Death Eater was never in any doubt from the instant his guilt was proven. That Crow had actually spoke to the Wizengamot in the hope of protecting the innocent members of the Knot family was unbelievable. That he'd gone as far as suggesting Pauline for a Potter scholarship was simply mind-blowing. Just mentioning he didn't want the innocents harmed should be more than enough to protect his family from any retaliation. Even the idea that his young sister might end up with the same status as Lovegood or Creevy was hard to believe, but Crow would certainly take a personal interest in whoever was awarded those precious scholarships. Neville and Padma were rather shocked by their news. It was one thing to be nominated for something, they were now faced with the reality that both would be holders of the ministry's top award. Then Neville spotted his grand entering with Padma's parents and it was hugs all round for the family reunion. A real air of celebration began to grip the hall. McGonagall approached and congratulated all the students involved, though Augusta had something to add. "Professor McGonagall, I want to have a meeting with 5 students in my office this morning. Looking at them, I don't think they'll be fit for classes until after lunch anyway." The extended family had learned a hard lesson before Christmas and were including Parvati in this as well, especially with her mother and father visiting the castle. Augusta was also aware Henrika didn't have a class first thing today, so she and Sirius were invited too. There were some glum faces at the Slytherin table as a few individuals contemplated the effect these wards would have on their families. Pansy's contemplation took the girl in a whole different direction. She certainly wasn't glum. Pansy Parkinson was ecstatic, and couldn't wait on the warning bell for their first class. Rather than sit there any longer, she excitedly dragged Draco out of the hall early. They had barely made the corridor when Draco wanted to know what she was up to. "What's in the profit to put you in such a good mood? Did I miss something?" She flung her arms around her betrothed and hugged him tight. "That news today has saved us. Word will soon spread of who those new wards affect. When it becomes known that my father is one of those unable to enter the ministry, no family will touch a betrothal between their son and the daughter of Edmund Parkinson. And knowing you're not wanted makes you happy. I'll never understand witches. If no one else will take me, that means you're stuck with our betrothal, and that makes me very happy. And since no one else will want the son of Lucius Malfoy for their daughter, looks like you're stuck with me too." 2 very happy Slytherins headed off hand in hand to their charms class. Neville had never seen his grandmother so happy. He was guessing that she'd been visiting Great Uncle Algy, probably to rub his nose in her grandson's achievement. Neville was wrong though, Augusta still had that pleasure to look forward to. After the Wizengamot meeting, she'd popped into Arthur's office to congratulate Harry and Hermione before following them and Barchoke back to Gringotts. She couldn't hold her excitement any longer and just had to tell Neville her news. "I visited your mum and dad yesterday and put something the healers had mentioned to me into practice. The healers think both are approaching the stage where we should be giving them targets to aim at. Yesterday I gave them a target that certainly has both of them motivated. The day their son becomes a teenager, he will be one of the guests of honor at a ball where he and his betrothed will both receive orders of Merlin, first class. If Frank and Alice can get themselves healthy enough, they will have places reserved at our table." Padma had her arms around Neville and it was probably just as well. He felt as if his body was going to burst wide open while trying to contain the combination of pride and joy currently coursing through it. Receiving this award was always going to be a great honor. Having his parents there to see him presented with it just pushed his emotions through the roof. To Neville, it didn't matter what the ministry handed him, just having his mum and dad there would be his real reward. The excitement in the room was palpable, and that was before Sirius added to it. "If we have our wedding at the start of the holidays, we can be back from our honeymoon in time for my Lady Black to receive her Order of Merlin, first class." Sirius then turned his attention to the portrait of a former head of the Black family, and former Hogwarts headmaster, Phineas Nigellus Black. "With my wife by my side, I intend to make the name Black one to be proud of. Considering I have centuries of bigoted assholes like you to make up for, that will be quite a task." The portrait so wanted to hurl abuse at this descendant, standing there proudly boasting he was going to marry this creature and taint the House of Black forever. What held Phineas back was the forces that were arrayed against the mere portrait. The room currently held the head of House Black, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor and also the Hogwarts Champion. Phineas was never a stupid wizard, and his portrait contained all his best attributes, so he held his own counsel on this matter as they chatted about weddings, holidays and balls. That didn't mean his eyes weren't boring into this happy group with a hate so hot it should have scorched his canvas. Funnily enough, Phineas Black's views were currently being shared in secret little bands the length and breadth of the country. Never meeting in groups of more than 3 or 4 people each knew could be trusted, they had been drawn together to discuss the dilemma all were now facing. Some had preempted Monday and resigned on the spot, claiming they didn't want to work for a ministry who was more interested in their relations with the goblins than those of their own people would cut little ice with their now former colleagues. Everyone would still know the real reason behind why they left. By denying them access to the ministry, Hogwarts, some of the most influential families in Britain, with St. Mungo's sure to be on that list soon too, they were slowly but surely being corralled in a pen of their own making. That their families were being spared this officially sanctioned form of bigotry left public opinion solidly behind the Ministry of Magic on the matter of these new wards. Their case for objecting had also cleverly been revoked with everyone given the chance to prove they had been forced to take the dark mark, leaving them in a form of limbo. Whatever restrictions were placed on them by this system, it was still far better than having Azkaban as your new address, something that would surely happen if they pushed this attack on their liberties too hard. With Longbottom in charge at Hogwarts and Crow effectively leading the students, their children would be spending 10 months of the year in an environment that deliberately set out to erode their pureblood beliefs. A mudblood being awarded an Order of Merlin sent out all the wrong type of messages too, mainly that blood didn't matter. Their entire problem though was exacerbated by them being cut adrift like a rudderless ship. The Dark Lord didn't share power, rather demanded total obedience on pain of death. Only Lucius Malfoy had felt secure enough in his position to step in and take some semblance of control after that fateful Halloween. That Malfoy now resided in Azkaban left them not knowing who to trust, and certainly had none of them wanting to put their name forward to take over that poisoned chalice of a position. When a member of the Wizengamot could be caught, tried and sent to Azkaban in the space of 24 hours, it was clear your family name, bloodlines, fortune, they all meant nothing now. As if that wasn't bad enough, the ministry was being championed in its rush to embrace the light by Fudge, Bones and Diggory. Throw in the goblin connection with the boy who lived and this gave you a formidable force to be reckoned with. In every single case, those meeting agreed that something needed to be done about the situation. The reality was though that, again in every single case, no one wanted to be the person who was going to do something about the situation. It would probably disgust those pureblood Death Eaters to know that similar secret conversations were taking place deep inside Gringotts. Dragontooth was practically breathing fire while venting his anger. Why would we want to live amongst the human filth? This is all that bastard Crow's doing, and Ragnarok is strutting around as if he had discovered a dragon who lays golden eggs. We need to put a stop to this. His father though wasn't impressed by his son's juvenile anger. You need to learn patience, and not go acting on an impulse, or do you want to be considered the same as our fool of a director? Making a human a centurion on nothing more than a whim and then granting friend status to little ugly witches, disgusting. We need to use finesse here, your clumsy attempt to injure Crow's by. CH will see the spotlight trained on us if anything happens to her. I wasn't trying to injure her, I was trying to kill the witch. How was I supposed to know she was wearing armor? You should have planned and prepared for every eventuality, not jumped in without even knowing anything about the human girl. She's a human girl, and should be slaughtered on sight for daring to show her face below the bank. What more did I need to know? Bloodfang growled at his son's impudence. It was getting nearly as bad as his impatience. When a being carries a weapon, you never dismiss the danger without very strong evidence telling you that no danger actually exists. You acted the confident fool and she bested you. If that wasn't bad enough, you then attempted to murder her, in full view of people we couldn't buy off. His father's voice had risen to a level where Dragoontooth knew it was time to lower his head and shut his mouth. To do otherwise would only antagonize his father more. Seeing this allowed Bloodfang to reveal some of the details he was working on to his son. To reverse this disgusting decision of living above ground, and bring down Ragnarok, we have to attack the director where he's most vulnerable. He has practically aligned the nation behind Crow, and we need to prove to everyone that was a massive mistake. By discrediting Crow, or getting him to leave Gringotts, all Ragnarok's gains will disappear like humans in a dragon pen. It will be quick but painful and certainly bloody. The bloodlust was clearly visible in Dragontooth's features. Crow had been a constant thorn in his side since they were infants. Father, do you really think you can force Crow out of Gringotts? I intend to see him storming out the door, swearing vengeance on goblins. At which point, I may have him killed, depending on whether or not it then suits my plans. The admiration a son had for his father was clear to see, causing Bloodfang to throw his son a bone of comfort. You were at least right about one thing that day: the way to Crow is through his mate. You just went about it all wrong. We need to take our time, let the ugly by. Collector Award. Let Crow spend the summer with her family, growing closer all the time. When the dust from all this has settled and they have grown complacent, only then will we strike. Those Muggle parents hide behind some of the nation's best wards, but wards that were devised to deny access to wizards. What do you think Crow's reactions will be if these two Muggles are found in their home with their entrails pulled out all over the floor? His son's eyes nearly popped out his head. You want him to know goblins slaughtered them? Of course I do. How do you think that he calls a mate will react when she finds her parents like that? Knowing they died in agony and at the hands of goblins, she will never pollute our tunnels with her presence again. Mark my words, where she goes Crow will follow. The director himself might even order Crow's extermination. The Centurion knows too much about us and could possibly be persuaded to lead forces against the nation. The bloodlust was back with Dragontooth. I was denied the pleasure of seeing the daughter bleeding on the ground. I want to be the one who guts her even uglier mother. Father, please. This would be a two-pronged attack, with Ragnarok facing an unprecedented political backlash that, as a counselor, Bloodfang would be well positioned to exploit. He didn't expect to end up as director this time but could easily see himself in the position of kingmaker. He needed Dragontooth to grow up and get his act together, then perhaps his son might one day claim the title of director for their family. That will depend on the reports I receive about you between now and then. I need to know I can trust you to follow orders before you would be allowed anywhere near this cleansing mission. In another eerie parallel that wasn't Death Eater related, Bloodfang had just handed his son an incentive to improve that was every bit as strong as the one now pushing the Longbottoms to excel. Alice loved watching the intelligence slowly return to the eyes she'd adored for so many years. At the moment though, that intelligence was being masked by the frustration her husband was feeling because his body wouldn't respond as it used to. With slurring and a stammer, it was also difficult for him to verbally get his message across. After a few attempts though, Alice thought she'd deciphered the gist of it. If you can't make it, you want me to go to the ball without you. Frank nodded in relief. It was a short-lived reprieve though. After a key from his wife, she reminded him of something. We are a team, Frank. Professionally and personally, together for the good times and the bad. If you're not able to attend, I'll be right by your side. I still think you're being too hard on yourself. Neither of us will ever be the people we were before. As long as I can take your arm and walk beside you into the ministry, that will be more than enough for me. Neither Mum nor Neville will be expecting any more either, just us being there will make their evening special. She lovingly wiped away the tears that were forming in the corners of his eyes though had no trouble making out what he was saying this time. Forever. That's right, darling, and don't ever forget it. Our son reminds me so much of you. A smiling Frank was pointing at his wife and mumbling, P. At her. Yes, you Longbottom men need a strong witch to pull you out those shyness shells you would seem to be born with, and our son has found himself a real beauty in every sense of the word. She would never let Neville face his troubles alone, just like'll be there for you. We have time darling, I'm still sleeping for the most of the day too. We're getting a little better every day though, so just keep looking forward. As the couple embraced, the healer from St. Mungo's was unsure if this latest episode in their healing program was really working. He aired his concerns to the goblin healer standing watching beside him. I don't really understand how raising Frank's anxiety levels will help with his recovery. Present thinking is that this would only hinder his progress. The goblin had been expecting this. While open-minded, this healer still labored under the impression that magic could fix just about everything. Unfortunately, this also meant to them the reverse would also be true. If magic couldn't fix it, then nothing could be done. Their medication may be repairing the damage, but they have to help that process along, and that is hard on them. To help them continue pushing when they feel exhausted, you have to offer some kind of incentive to achieve that level of commitment. Even as they are now, both would be able to walk into that ballroom and sit long enough to see their son and his mate receive their awards. We're pushing them to see how much more they're capable of. Is this a normal part of your treatments? When a limb is injured, even magic can't repair it to the degree where it is working at 100% in mere moments. You need the patient to rest and allow the healing to knit, then exercise to get that limb fully functional again. Repairing organs is no different, so the treatment will be similar. They've had the rest period, now comes the exercise part. As you can see, we carefully monitor the situation to ensure neither overtaxes themselves. The healer was taking a note of everything that was said. He was after all here to learn. Remus had been worried about taking the second-year defense class. None of the rest of Hogwarts had experienced anything like a competent teacher in the subject and had welcomed him with open arms, but they'd had Bill Weasley almost from their first day in the castle. He explained to his students that today would be about determining what level this class were at, joking that he really didn't know how he was going to teach a class with 4 orders of Merlin, first class, holders in it. When Padma joked back, carefully, Remus just had to laugh, and his reaction set a relaxed atmosphere for the rest of the lesson. With the glaring omission of those who'd chosen to have their lessons from Lockhart, this class were actually far ahead of where they were expected to be. Since everyone else he'd taught so far was way behind, this class were actually breathing down the necks of the third years in terms of knowledge and ability. He would have to adjust his lessons accordingly. After the bell, those same 4 award winners hung back, and it was Hermione who removed a ledger-like book out of Harry's bag before offering an explanation. We would normally speak with Professor Weasley about our plans for the Marauders tonight after this lesson. Would you mind taking a look over them for us? Remus was delighted to do so and asked if he could attend too. He was timetabled for first year tomorrow, and this should let him ascertain what level they were at, and possibly skip the introductory lesson he'd needed with the other years. On seeing what they planned to teach the first years, Remus' eyebrows nearly disappeared into his hairline. Had anyone else shown him this, Remus would have been sure he was being pranked. This looks brilliant. Like today though, I think I would rather wait and see you 4 teaching before making any comments or suggestions. Auror Tonks will be here tonight too. The full moon is at the end of this week, so she'll be covering for a couple of days and needs to know the lesson plans for each class. This earned a smile from Harry. No problem, Professor Lupin. Auror Tonks has seen us teaching the Marauders before and used to escort Hermione and me to training every morning. We like her. The 3 nods of agreement left Remus wondering just what he'd let himself in for. When the occupants of the burrow received Percy's owl, none of them were sure how to react to the news Ron had attempted to attack Harry Crow, or Crow's ultimatum on the matter. Unlike his parents, Bill knew Harry was serious with his threat, just like he knew Ron wouldn't have been able to land a blow on Harry. Bill had moved back home for a few days until Barchoke could arrange new wards for the Weasley home. That they had wanted his father dead as much as the Goblin ambassador shook all of them, and he would be staying at the burrow until those wards could be arranged. The warding of the ministry would now push that back, but Bill wasn't complaining. The director himself had decreed that these wards would be erected at no cost to the Weasley family, citing they were only placed in danger because of his father's job as liaison to the nation. Ragnarok felt it only fair that their nation offered a level of protection to those who worked for its best interests. While Arthur clearly worked for the ministry, he was undoubtedly also working to further the interests of both parties. That made Arthur Weasley someone the nation certainly wanted to protect. The 3 Weasleys present eventually decided Bill would let Ron know his fate when he visited Hogwarts at the weekend. This would also provide some time for their tempers to cool. Neither male Weasley could dissuade Molly from sending her youngest son a howler. Truth be told, neither of them tried that hard. Remus was trying hard to figure out why he was here. These 4 had the first years hanging off their every word. When they then had their students practicing shield drills as a refresher, the original Marauder almost needed to sit down. Henrika and Tonks had been watching him, waiting on his reaction. Both were now smiling as the Auror offered some solace. Don't take it too hard, Professor, I've been there too. Henrika here thought it would be a good idea if these 4 went up against some trainee Aurors in a speed and accuracy drill, Just as well they made it best out of 3 or we would have left here with egg on our faces. They beat them. Harry called it a draw, but we both know the truth. I felt a bit of a fraud accepting, but I didn't want moral to take a nosedive. Ours being defeated by 4 second years would have done just that, at least then it would have. Now these 4 would probably be favorites to win. To tell the truth, I feel a bit of a fraud accepting this Order of Merlin too. I was against going down there in the first place, and then it was those 4 who killed the Basilisk and Voldemort. I just felt so useless. It was Henrika who quickly rubbished Tonks' doubts. I think Dan Granger said it best, it took the 6 of us down there to accomplish what we did. You've seen their teamwork, neither you nor I could emulate that in the time we had available. You stood guard over Parvati and me while being prepared to attack Riddle if he truly regained a body. I know those 4 very well, and they certainly regarded your role down there as crucial, just as I know they would want your award to be the same as theirs. I agree with Henrika on that point. I'm also going to need both of your help. Unless I can match what the first year are being taught here, I'm going to be the one with egg on my face. I neither have access to this fabulous room nor those dueling dummies. How am I meant to compete? It's not a competition, Remus, this is an after-school club. As club staff sponsor, Henrika was very protective of Crow's Marauders. The first years are learning the practical side of magical fighting here, they're using neither notes nor textbooks. They need to know the theory behind the procedures they're learning here, and also those behind the spells they're using. If you talk it over with the 4 of them, you could all be teaching the first years the same things, with them then getting a few hours of extra practical experience every week. Remus could instantly see the benefits in that system and knew he would have to change his current plans. Knott's arrival in Azkaban left Rookwood thinking he would have to change his plans, rather the information the convicted Death Eater was providing did. His crime of attempting to kill a pair of Weasleys and a goblin in the Ministry atrium saw Theodore receive a much smoother ride than Lucius had. He still managed to provoke a reaction from Bella though. Something about just how the Ministry and Gringotts were cozying up to each other didn't sit well with any of them. That the goblins had developed wards which wouldn't let those carrying a dark mark past was also a worrying development. It was when he mentioned that the goblins not only knew about their master's Horcruxes, but had been actively searching for them since that fateful Halloween night that had Bellatrix exploding. Her tirade was aimed more at all the thieving goblin bastards she was personally going to torture to death than the person who seemed to just have passed on some very bad news. This was leading Augustus to believe that their master's Horcrux Bella is protecting was currently stored in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. This presented the ex-unspeakable with another set of problems. His initial plan was, once he was outside his cell, to ask Bellatrix to tell him where she'd hidden their master's Horcrux. He was certain a promise to return their master to life would see that information being passed on. Bella would also know that when their master returned he would want his loyal followers beside him. Azkaban would certainly be his first target, especially with all the inside information that would be available to him. Rookwood though was now having thoughts of an entirely different nature, thoughts of how grateful Bellatrix would be if he took her with him. Augustus had never had a willing partner before, not without using the Imperius anyway. He was aware Azkaban would have had a detrimental effect on Bellatrix, but, where he had been no oil painting to begin with, she had been a stunningly beautiful woman before being locked in here. With his intellect and her power, Augustus Rookwood and Bellatrix Lestrange would be a mighty force for the dark. She certainly could be relied upon to be an asset with his attempts to resurrect their master. These thoughts were running through his head as he worked, and those plans he had could be suitably altered to include both of them. 2 was the maximum though, and even that was only because he had access to more blood than Augustus had originally anticipated. Pulling out his teeth provided about the amount he expected, it was his fingers that were supplying all the extra. While extracting his own teeth was every bit as painful as he'd imagined, gripping the tooth with his fingers while attempting to carve a chunk of stone with it was excruciating agony. All his fingers now had permanent grooves worn into them almost to the bone, while the tips were raw and bleeding from grazing off the abrasive stone he was attempting to carve. This would certainly cure him of biting his nails. Apart from the teeth he would be missing, his nails were filed right into his bleeding flesh. Presently he was finding that it was only possible to work on his project one day in 3, the other 2 were needed to nurse his hands back into some kind of working order. As well as his blood seeping into the stone as he worked, there was also plenty excess to feed to his straw wand. It wasn't necessary to decide whether the protection medallion was for 1 or 2 people until it was time to carve the protection runes. His current estimate to begin that phase would be around Easter. It may take a few weeks longer for carving the extra runes, but Rookwood was already thinking of the rewards those few extra weeks of pain could bring. One thing Knott's information did cement in his mind though was the date he would attempt his escape. While the ministry celebrated its new orders of Merlin winners, he reckoned that would be the best evening to go for a swim. After the Marauders, it was back to the common room and time for their final study session for Master Pitsley's potions class. Hermione was fretting about this one since they had missed his class on Monday. Harry though ran her through the entire procedure and she answered every one of his questions correctly. By this time, they were the only 2 members of their group left, the rest having headed off to bed already. Hermione then took advantage of this unexpected alone time and snuggled into Harry. "When will you find out about the house in Kingussie? Father is having it surveyed and we should hear from him in the next couple of days. What has got you so excited about this house? I have quite a few, you know." She was glad Harry currently couldn't see her face. Hermione was sure she was blushing at how silly her answer would sound. "We've stayed together at my house, Gringotts, Padma's, Neville's, Grimmauld and a number of Potter properties. I've enjoyed every one of them, but, even with the Potter properties, I always feel as if they belong to someone else. I'm hoping Kingussie feels like home because it's ours. You earned it." "We earned it, Hermione, it's all ours." She then let Harry hear her idea. "Last year you shared Neville's birthday party because the ball was on the 31st, this summer they're planning it for the 30th. I was hoping we could hold a birthday party for you both the following evening, in our Kingussie home." Hermione was waiting on his laughter but it never came. Instead, Harry lifted her chin and tenderly kissed her lips. "I think that is a wonderful idea, our very first party in our very own home. Once we hear from Father we'll know if it's feasible. The house itself might be nothing more than a large cottage which, while fine for us, will hardly be suitable for a large party." The sparkle in Hermione's eyes clearly announced to anyone who knew her that she'd just had an idea, a really good idea. "A marquee. It'll be the middle of summer so a marquee will work. That means it doesn't really matter how big our new house is, or what condition it's in, we can still hold a birthday party for you and Neville in Kingussie." After recent happenings, it was nice to concentrate on something relatively normal, for a change. Even though the event was still 6 months away, Hermione was already gripped with excitement at the organizing she would need to do so their first party would be a success. Harry's goodnight key blasted all that from her mind. When her mate keyed her like that, Hermione had trouble remembering what day of the week it was. She headed off to her bed wearing a goofy smile, her only thoughts being of how good it would feel while they moved their relationship along as they got older. 4 Ravenclaws were heading down to breakfast. Luna had Moonlight cradled in her arms. The smart Kneazle knew tasty treats would be coming its way soon. Instead of tasty treats though, it sounded as if the hounds of hell were racing through the corridors toward the group. Hearing the demented howling reverberating off the stone walls and seeing Luna struggling to stop Moonlight heading for the hills alarmed the other 3. Harry and Hermione had their hands on the hilts of their swords while Padma's wand was already drawn. Luna was rather quickly moved into the middle of them so the trio could offer some protection to the little buddy with her hands full of panicking cat. To say they were surprised when Ron Weasley came careering around the corner would be an understatement. The source of all noise was right behind him. The volume this thing was broadcasting at meant there was no way to decipher what, if anything, was being said. Ronald obviously had no intention of hanging about to hear any message anyway. As he sprinted past the group, a pair of blades flashed and pieces of parchment then fluttered gently to the floor. The resulting silence was deafening. Moonlight calmed almost at once, appearing embarrassed for scratching her buddy friend who gave her such nice tidbits. What the hell was that? It was a still gasping for breath returning Ron who answered Hermione's question. That was a howler, said by my mum. The rest of my family are really unhappy with me that I tried to attack Harry after that trouble at the ministry. I'm really sorry about that by the way, I acted without thinking, again. Could you please thank your father for me? That was really decent of him to push Dad away from that killing curse. Harry accepted the obviously genuine apology before having to ask a question in return. Your mother sent that to you. Oh, I was expecting it. Started running the minute I saw the owl drop the bloody thing, but it opened and then chased me along the corridor. Mums don't usually do that, so Bill must have had a hand in creating this one too. Thanks again for destroying it. I'll need to tell the twins how you manage that. It won't really matter to me as Bill is certain to take me home with him at the weekend. Being homeschooled by my mother is not really something I'm looking forward to. Ron headed off to eat more breakfast. He'd been down early as he only had so many Hogwarts meals left. Ron intended to make the most of every opportunity to stuff his face. Okay, I'm still confused here. This was such an unusual state for Hermione that they could all see it bothered her. Why would a parent deliberately humiliate their child like that? Harry was also left shaking his head. Don't look at me, no goblin would ever use such a device. You've seen Master Sharpshard in action. We goblins like to do our bollockings in person. Even worse though, family matters are only ever discussed amongst family. Broadcasting family business like that to the whole castle is something no goblin would ever do. Luna was the one with the inside information here. Oh, Mrs. Weasley can get so loud you can hear her right across the dale. It's usually when she's shouting at the twins though. They were just about to enter the Great Hall when Padma decided to share her thoughts. Okay, I'll say it, purebloods are just nuts. This had them laughing as they sat down to breakfast, though Hermione clearly still had something on her mind. Harry, we've met and certainly now heard Mrs. Weasley. Can we talk to Bill and maybe get Ron a reprieve? As bad as he's been, Ron's more of an annoyance rather than dangerous. I just don't think anyone deserves that fate. This saw Harry pause from selecting his breakfast. He did apologize, and mean it this time. There's also the change in Malfoy to consider. Those thoughts would have to wait. As Irgit flew towards them with hopefully the details they'd been waiting on regarding Kingussi. Learning about their new home was far more important to Hermione and Harry than any thoughts of Ronald Weasley being homeschooled. Auror Tonks was rather confused, not a new feeling to be sure, but it was a stranger to her while on duty. Usually there were precedents, procedures in her training to fall back upon, but nothing had really prepared her for this situation. She'd just watched as a wizard drank a potion that looked and smelled like 3-day-old vomit from someone who had just spent hours binging on haggis and neeps. Disgusting couldn't even begin to describe the concoction. Tonks was nearly vomiting herself just from watching him drink it. As she walked beside him through the school grounds, it began to dawn on the Auror just what was confusing her about this situation. It was the way he dealt with this whole procedure with a quiet sort of dignity, certainly not the reaction she'd been expecting. I think it's strange the way you seem so accepting of this, drinking that revolting potion and then being escorted off the school premises like some sort of criminal. Being called strange by a woman whose hair has been 3 different colors since we met earlier tonight is what seems weird to me. I think I'm insulted. The smile he gave her might have been strained, but it was there all the same, making the situation seem even stranger to Tonks. I guess I'm just amazed at how accepting you were of all this. I don't think I would be. This earned a chuckle from Remus, confusing Tonks even more. Just what part of this do you find funny? Oh, I was just thinking back to the last beautiful witch who asked me that same question. She couldn't understand it either. This is who I am though. The wolf only has control 1 night a month. Her confusion just reached another level. Was this beautiful witch your girlfriend, or are you just trying your chat up lines on me? I have to say, being chatted up by a werewolf under the moonlight was not what I had in mind when I crawled out of bed this morning. This actually got a laugh out of the marauder. You're more like serious than you know. The answer to both your questions though would be no. The witch in question was the best female friend I ever had. I certainly loved her, but she was way out of my league for there to be any relationship other than friendship. She was actually way out of James's league too, but he changed enough to catch Lily's attention. When I look at Harry I might see James, but his words and actions are pure Lily, until he goes all goblin on us and charges a bloody basilisk with that sword. Just at that, a massive black dog came charging across the grass toward them. Took you long enough. The dog then transformed and Sirius was wearing a wide smile. Well, Moony, when you're saying goodnight to your fiancé it's just not something that can be rushed. Hey, Tonks, I can take Remus from here if you want. What, and have a werewolf and a Grim running around Hogwarts? Not on my watch. I'll escort you both through the wards and into the safe location. That's my job here. Hey Moony, what have you been telling my cousin here? It's as if she doesn't trust me. Oh, she didn't need any help from me with that one. Tonks here is smart enough to figure it out for herself. Beautiful and smart. Are you sure you're not trying to chat me up, Professor Lupin? Not tonight, or Tonks, certainly not tonight. This left Sirius looking at them both with some bemusement. Okay, you two, what did I miss? This scheme had seemed fine when Gilderoy had talked it over with himself. It was now blindingly obvious there was something he'd forgotten to take into his calculations. It was bloody pitch dark out here. He wasn't afraid of the dark per se, it was more about the cover it provided for anything to sneak up on him unawares. Lockhart had no idea how true that would soon prove to be. He was originally going to attempt this from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There was no way though he would be going anywhere near that dangerous place in the dark. The locked front gates of Hogwarts was about as near as he could get, and, having first made sure Hagrid had spent the evening in the Three Broomsticks, Gilderoy proceeded to put his simple plan into operation. Emptying out the sack of entrails and blood from the butcher's right at the front gate, Gilderoy then cast a sonorous on himself. Ho-a-woo how-you-hoo. The howl reverberated around the castle and its grounds, just as Gilderoy had hoped. When they then found the blood and guts in the morning, the werewolf would be kicked out and they would be coming crawling back to him, begging Gilderoy Lockhart to return to Hogwarts. He decided to give it one more howl before beating a hasty retreat, just in case a real werewolf decided to make an appearance. H-O-O-O-O-O-W what the F*** was that? The bright flash had illuminated every detail of just what he was doing. Then Gilderoy found himself being asked questions by a witch wearing a strange hat. Normally having his picture taken and being interviewed by the press were amongst two of his favorite things, not tonight though. Rita had also cast the sonorous on herself. She wanted as many people as possible to know exactly what was happening here. Gilderoy Lockhart, can you explain why you are standing there with your hands covered in blood while howling like a wolf? The photographer's flash went off again as his camera caught the panicked look in Lockhart's eyes. A panicking Lockhart was only ever going to react one way, by drawing his wand and casting the only spell he was proficient in, also forgetting he still had the sonorous cast on himself. Everyone within a quarter-mile radius heard him scream, "Obliviate," while his wand was pointing at Rita Skeeter. Rita though had been studying her victim for a while and knew his modus operandi inside out. She should, since Lockhart talked about it to himself. With only his portraits for company, Gilderoy would chat away to himself all day long, allowing Rita to discover most of his secrets and be here tonight. Disillusioned in the dark, they had followed and waited on Lockhart putting his scheme into operation before she and the photographer revealed themselves. Knowing her latest victim's modus operandi also meant Rita had talked with her powerful friend on just how to protect her memories. The warm fur hat she was wearing was nothing more than camouflage for the goblin wrought and charmed protective steel helmet that was under it. That protection very effectively kicked in and blasted Lockhart's spell straight back at him, with the photographer's flash indicating that he'd at least caught part of that action. The photographer's latest picture would actually show Lockhart's curse rebounding and knocking him flying into the entrails he'd spread along the grass. Being a careful man, the photographer took another picture of Lockhart lying there amongst the blood and guts, just in case. Tonks arrived a few moments later and confirmed this evening was just getting stranger. A clearly dazed Gilderoy Lockhart was sitting in a pile of blood and guts, smiling as if he hadn't a care in the world. "Oh, hello, you're pretty. What's your name?" "What's my name?" This drew a groan from the Auror. "Bloody hell, must be my night for getting propositioned. Can anyone tell me what the hell happened here?" The front page of the Prophet informed the entire country just what was going on there. The picture really was worth 1,000 words. Lockhart was sitting in a gory mess of his own making while smiling like a loon. Tonks had her wand covering him while Rita Skeeter could be seen writing notes. Rita explained that she had been researching material for a book on Lockhart, pointing out that these investigations were uncovering truths that showed a much darker side behind the award-winning toothy smile. When her research uncovered his plot to discredit someone who was quickly becoming one of Hogwarts' favorite professors, Rita had felt compelled to act even though her research was far from over. While she hinted that doing her public duty might cost her in book sales, she never mentioned the large payment from the Prophet for this story nor the free advertising for her yet-to-be-written book this article just provided. What Rita did clearly state though was her thanks to goblin craftsmanship and ingenuity that protected her memories from Lockhart's attack, an attack that was also clearly displayed in a smaller photograph. Her research had led to the knowledge that the memory charm was really the only spell Lockhart was proficient casting, so she had obviously taken precautions to protect herself. His own spell rebounding saw the once famous wizard now unable to remember his own name, leaving Rita very thankful for her borrowed protection. How a person can accomplish everything that Lockhart claimed to have done in his books while really only being able to cast one spell would be revealed in her forthcoming novel, a true biography of a wizard who had conned all of them. The mood inside Hogwarts was that of jubilation and relief. They were ecstatic that Lockhart wouldn't be returning, ever. There was also a fair mixture of relief in there as well, relief that there hadn't really been a werewolf roaming the grounds last night. Harry's comment to the Ravenclaws that Tonks securely locked Professor Lupin off the Hogwarts grounds and that Lord Black had spent the entire night watching over his best friend was soon spread around the castle. Rita was correct in that Remus was becoming popular as a very good teacher of his subject. Whether that popularity could have survived Lockhart's attempt to discredit the werewolf is thankfully something they would now never have to find out. That Lockhart was now in St. Mungo's still not knowing his own name was considered poetic justice by most who had ever sat through one of his classes. Roger's comment that perhaps they could post all those questionnaires about Lockhart they were forced to complete back in September to St. Mungo's, to see if it would jog his memory, raised a few laughs. Padma though had to have the last word. Since Rita Skeeter is hinting that most of what he wrote was actually done by someone else, those questionnaires didn't really apply to Lockhart anyway. Bill had worked the four of them hard this morning without receiving one complaint. They appeared to be so glad to see him back in the castle that they just got on with the lesson and did their best. At the end of the class, all four also took time to talk to him about the Marauders and what they had planned for this week. As usual, Bill made a few suggestions that Hermione carefully noted in the ledger they used for club business. As they were getting ready to leave, Harry then totally surprised their tutor. "Assistant Ambassador Weasley, your brother Ronald wanted to thank my father for pushing yours away from that killing curse. Could you pass that message on to my father for me please?" This so dumbfounded Bill, he really had to ask for confirmation. "Ron actually said that. Oh yes, just after he apologized to me for acting without thinking, again. He really seemed to mean it this time too. Well, see you tomorrow." The four walked away, leaving a completely flummoxed Weasley behind. As they headed off to their dorms for a much-needed shower, Neville nodded his agreement of the way Harry had handled that situation. "It's a Weasley family matter, Harry. You provided the information without expressing your opinion, it's now up to them what they do with Ron. Had you asked if he could stay in Hogwarts, with your father saving Mr. Weasley they would have felt obliged to say yes." This drew a harumph noise from Hermione. "I just don't get all this life debt malarkey, how far do you take it? You and Harry have now both stopped Voldemort, does that mean the wizards and witches of Britain owe you both life debts?" Padma just couldn't resist. "No, it means they're owed orders of Merlin, first class. Just as well as girls already have our dates snagged for the next Merlin ball, these two would be fighting the girls off with beater bats." Neville was gaining the confidence to tease right back. "I won't be going to any balls without my beautiful betrothed on my arm. See, Hermione, get them young enough and any wizard can be trained." Padma was now squealing with laughter as Neville began to chase her along the corridor, leaving Harry and Hermione in their wake. "Neville's right, Harry, you did the best you could. In all honesty, you did more than he deserves. Let the Weasleys deal with their own problems, we usually generate enough of our own to be getting by with." Harry slipped his arm around her waist and offered a gentle key. "I certainly can't argue with that, nor the fact we both need a shower." It was Hermione's turn to chase Harry along the corridor, not for saying she needed a shower but rather for ruining a lovely moment. Ronald Weasley was enjoying a lovely moment, or rather a lovely dinner. What made it especially lovely was that he never expected to be eating it, not in Hogwarts anyway. He was sure Bill was going to smack him one earlier as he verbally tore strips off his youngest brother, just as he was certain that he would be heading home to the Burrow today. Turns out Ron was wrong on both counts. Bill though had left him in no doubt whatsoever that he was now standing on the very edge of being withdrawn from Hogwarts. For Ron to remain in the castle would take a marked improvement in behavior, study habits and academic achievement. He had of course agreed to everything but Ron had his own plans that being homeschooled would destroy. If he wished to meet his own goals, then his behavior simply had to improve, there was no other option. He would have to try and control his temper, certainly not an easy task. His study habits too would have to be worked on. He needed to be here for 7 years, and the only way to do that was to pass some OWLs. Other than making it to 7th year, Ron had absolutely no interest in academic achievement. His intention was to take the easiest subjects he could and scrape passes with as little effort as possible. Ron's master plan for Hogwarts would kick into gear next year, but only if he was still here. He was honest enough to know he would never make prefect, and certainly not head boy, but that left one very important position open to him: Quidditch captain. He would try for the team next year, though didn't expect to be picked. It was more to declare his interest. He hoped to be playing in 4th year, but certainly expected to be on the team by his 5th. By 7th year, McGonagall would simply have to give him the badge. There were no other options available to the head of Gryffindor. Neville would probably be prefect, but he didn't even watch the Quidditch matches. Dean was still hung up on some Muggle game, while Seamus was already more interested in booze than brooms. As for the girls, Parvati and Lavender would be more concerned about breaking a nail than catching the quaffle. No, Ron was certain the Quidditch captaincy would eventually be his. All he had to do was stay in Hogwarts until his older competition left. With that captaincy would come Scouts, and Ronald Weasley's path to fame and fortune would be right there waiting for him. A decent playing career would open the door to his real goal, a coaching job. Yes, Ron had his future all planned, but first he needed to keep his head down and ensure he stayed at Hogwarts. It was great to get away from Hogwarts for the weekend and see their extended family again. Grimmauld was taking on the mantle of a second home for some of them now. Moa and Lucas were delighted to be back in London and included in that family, with the Vila hugging the children 2 at a time and finding it hard to believe how much she'd missed everyone. "I'm surprised you were all allowed to leave Hogwarts for the weekend." She currently had her arm around Hannah, and that's where her answer came from. After last year, they'll probably make it a school rule that Harry has to be out the castle every Valentine's Day. McGonagall couldn't wait to accept our permission parchment. This drew some laughter, but Hermione wasn't even smiling. Someone trying to poison your boyfriend with chocolates full of love potions is no laughing matter. The people who ate them certainly didn't find it funny. Thankfully, Amelia got the law changed, and the new wards at Hogwarts would filter out any parcels that contained poisons. This was something Susan agreed passionately with. "It wasn't funny at all. Girls and boys fighting over the same person isn't my idea of a prank." The story was soon explained to those who hadn't heard it before. Luna was particularly puzzled. Why would you eat something if you didn't know who sent you it? She found an arm snaking around her shoulders as Harry gave her a comforting squeeze. "That's exactly what I said and did, Luna, something everyone here needs to take to heart." They all moved to put their stuff away in the rooms they had stayed in over the Christmas holidays before gathering for their family meeting. There was a lot to discuss. Emma and Dan had brought the large book of Potter properties to help plan their summer. Some that didn't quite make it last year would certainly be getting considered for these holidays. Harry already knew Rome was out. Sirius had asked to borrow it so he could take Henrika there on honeymoon. It was Sirius who got the ball rolling, as all the adults had their diaries out. The Ravenclaws were working off a holiday planner that Hermione had already prepared. "The Express dumps this lot back in London on the 19th of June. My fiancé and I are looking to hold our wedding on the 26th of that month." Sirius was being deliberately formal, trying to contain his excitement at the surprise he now had for his future wife. "The wedding will be in Lulia, and of course everyone here is invited." Henrika was staring dumbly at her parents for confirmation. Their wide smiles had her heart doing backflips that her future husband would be so considerate and thoughtful. That was until her father spoke. "Sirius has been back and forth to Sweden, making sure all the arrangements are in place. He's even rented out half a dozen holiday homes so everyone will have somewhere to stay while they attend. Your mum's not been able to talk about anything else, so of course half the country now knows about your wedding. By the 26th, the entire region of Scandinavia will know every detail." Henrika missed her mother playfully. Having a swipe at her father, she was too busy rewarding her fiancé. Since Sirius was now otherwise engaged, this left Barchoke to fill in the blanks. "Lord Black has those properties rented for the week before and after the wedding, with Gringotts supplying the portkeys to take us there and back. You may only be able to stay for the weekend, but it was easier to book the block of homes for the 2 weeks. This was met with nods of appreciation from all the adults. Whether they arrived on Friday evening before leaving on Sunday would depend on what other holidays they planned here. Harry had been thinking about that and offered his suggestion on the matter. I think the way we did it last year was brilliant, 1 week busy and then 1 week relaxing. What I would like to say though is that we should keep those relaxing weeks to just us. Luna, your dad is counted as one of us too, and like his daughter is welcome anytime. Hermione didn't know someone could blush and smile at the same time, but Luna managed it. She then expanded on Harry's suggestion. We've all got friends that could be included in some of our holiday, it's just we want to keep the quiet times to just us. This was where Dan felt he had to say something. I agree with that idea, but we may have to limit the numbers, depending on the amount of adults available. Emma and I accompanied these 4 to Florida last year and had a great time. I really don't think we could keep an eye on 8 of you, never mind anyone extra you might want to add. This again made sense to those sitting around the room, though Hannah, Susan and Parvati all clearly wanted to visit this other world their friends had told them about. Since it will obviously be after the wedding, Moa and I would be more than happy to help out any way we can. Spending time with people you like while seeing different parts of the world is not exactly a hardship for us. Put both of us down for whenever we're needed. This was a very popular announcement, though Harry then gently explained the situation to the Hobsons. It's not a case of need, Lucas, you and Moa are invited to anything and everything that we decide over this weekend. That goes for Luna's dad and of course Alice and Frank. We're just hoping that work schedules can be arranged so that we can all take part in pretty much everything we decide. Hermione's grin was goblin-worthy as she revealed one of their hopes. Can you imagine certain Slytherins coping with Florida? Padma and Neville were holding onto each other while laughing at that image. The rest weren't sure just what Florida entailed, so didn't want to say too much. Parvati though had a question for them. Who do you mean when you say certain Slytherins? We were thinking of Pansy and Draco. Blaise would be your call. We would never make you choose between him or Lavender. We just thought she would appreciate something like sightseeing and shopping in Paris more. Hermione's answer just kicked the excitement in the room up another level as she enlarged then stuck her holiday chart to the wall so everyone could see it. It now had the wedding date confirmed and the blocks either side of it color-coded for Lulia. The ministry ball and a certain joint birthday party had already been fixtures on her chart before today. With the wedding now confirmed, Hermione ran her wand over the chart and highlighted 2 3-week blocks, one in July and the other in August. We hope to spend the week before the ball and the one before returning to Hogwarts in Kingussie, leaving us these 2 blocks to plan for holidays. Ideally, we would like to return to Florida for the first week again, and the island after the ball was just wonderful. If we can all agree on what to do for the other weeks, then everyone will be able to schedule their summer. Augusta had really enjoyed her summer last year, with this one already certain to be better. She was first to put her options to the group. Like last year, I would be delighted to accompany everyone on the quieter weeks. Florida might sound fun to our younger members here, but to me it just sounds exhausting. This drew some laughter and Neville sprung to his grand's defense, citing she wasn't that old. I also have another reason. We won't be visiting your mum and dad tomorrow, Neville, they'll be visiting us. The healers want to see how they are after getting out for a few hours, so they're coming here tomorrow afternoon. They should make the ball and may even come on holiday with us, not Florida mind you. Neville was out of his chair and hugging his grandmother. Padma had also followed her betrothed to do the same. There was hardly a dry eye in the house, though Hermione did try to get everyone's attention back. She knew Neville would need a moment to get himself together after that. Okay, so we have Lucas and Moa for all 6 weeks, Augusta for the quiet weeks, and Father, will you be the same? Just the thought of spending time with his children, and people he had genuinely grown to like, had Barchoke quickly agreeing he would be there for the quiet weeks too. As names began appearing on Hermione's chart, she turned her attention to her mum and dad. We can't really take the whole summer off, but if we make Sweden a weekend, then your mother and I should be able to swing both 3-week blocks. Moa was quick to offer reassurances the children would be fine and well looked after in Lulia, no matter how many decided to stay, or for how long. The Paddles were the next names to appear on the sheet of parchment. They too were having to make the wedding a weekend jaunt, though would then accompany their children for the first block of the holidays. They would also be going to the island. No one who'd visited there last year wanted to miss that serious announcement that Lord and Lady Black would be delighted to join the party for the last block had Henrika rolling her eyes while the rest chuckled at her antics. Remus was still in Hogwarts, so his participation would be discussed when they returned, but Amelia also put her name forward for the last 3 weeks too. Hannah rather shyly asked if her parents could be included in Florida, to provide an extra set of adults. She couldn't contain her wide smile when their names quickly appeared on the parchment for that week. One glance at Hermione's chart was enough to see that the adult supervision would be more than enough to cover all the friends spending their holidays together. A few nods and the parents had all agreed to that, creating a real mood of celebration. Then Emma placed the book on the table as Padma emitted a squeal more reminiscent of her twin sister. This saw some glances being sent in her direction, but she was unrepentant. Once you all see what's in that book, you'll be squealing too. As they began to search for another 4 destinations to fill the holiday chart, Padma was proven right on more than one occasion, and not all of those squeals came from a Hogwarts student. Padma enjoyed spending some time alone with her sister. They were both in their room at Grimmauld. What was Father desperate to speak to you about? Oh, can't you guess? He's had a few more betrothal offers for me and wanted to know what I thought. Seeing that Parvati didn't seem too excited by that prospect, Padma wondered what the problem was. Her inquiries just received a set of shrugged shoulders. This time last year I would have been talking your ears off about this, and been so excited I wouldn't be able to sit down. I think that diary changed all our lives. Betrothals now don't seem the be-all and end-all I thought they were. Sorry, sis, I wasn't including you and Neville in that. We can all see how happy you are. I guessed you didn't mean as, Pav, but I thought this was what you wanted. I know Father wouldn't betroth you to someone unsuitable. Mother would never let him. Sitting with her head down, Parvati knew she owed her twin an explanation. It was my desperation to find someone for myself that saw me trapped by that bloody diary. It also showed me how immature I was being. Being possessed by a Dark Lord is a sure way to make you grow up. Padma now had her arm around her twin as Parvati told the only person she could really talk to about what was on her mind. I now have a famous sister, who has an even more famous betrothed, with best friends people are already trying to get close to. She held her hand up to stop Padma interrupting. I'm not complaining, sis, just pointing out a fact. I also have thousands of galleons in Gringotts, again thanks to you and your friends. Parvati Patil is now very desirable, and that's my problem. I want someone to like me for me. What about Blaze? Oh, we get on fine, and at least he was interested in me before all of this. If he comes to Florida, that will give Mother and Father a chance to see for themselves what he's like. After the ball, Father might approach the Zabinis about a contract between us. With an order of Merlin, first class, in the family, the Patils now have options that weren't open to them before. Parvati's smile robbed those words of any jealousy or hurt. Both sisters were well aware what would have happened if Padma hadn't come down to the chamber. And what do you think about being betrothed to Blaze? This rather caught Parvati on the hop, and made her think about the possibility of that happening. Blaze is really nice and treats me well. With Neville and Harry watching his every move, I can understand that. With you and Hermione snagging your 2 guys, I would place Blaze right at the top of everyone else. That was why I asked him out in the first place. I know I'm the Gryffindor, but I don't think I would be brave enough to do what you and Neville did. My insides were churning waiting on the result of your bonding, so I don't know how you felt. I was terrified. I think Neville was too. When I felt the bond forming, I've never been happier in my life. Getting betrothed was never top of my to-do list. Getting betrothed to Neville was simply amazing. Take your time with Blaze. I'll even speak with Father and get him to hold off with the betrothal offer until you feel ready, if you want. I'm sure we could get Harry to invite him for another week too, if you're serious about Blaze. This got a smile from her twin. That actually sounds good, but can we wait until after Florida? Spending a week in his company should give us both a better idea of where we're going. I also want to see how Blaze reacts amongst everyone else. I like our extended family, and any boyfriend is going to have to fit in. Veela, Muggles, Goblins and a werewolf added to us being from India might be too much for a Slytherin pureblood to accept. This had Padma chuckling. We are a rather weird lot, aren't we? I wouldn't change it though. Harry and Hermione were currently talking with a couple of those muggles and a goblin. They were desperate to find out about their house in Kingussie but were surprised when Emma was the one doing the talking. She even had some obligatory photographs. The house is badly in need of renovation but the countryside around it is simply stunning. It reminded me of some Victorian landed gentry who would use it as a hunting lodge for their guests. There were certainly enough stuffed animal heads hanging from the walls to support that idea. While noticing the visible shudders this produced in Harry and Father, Hermione still had another question she wanted answered first. "Mum, you've seen our house." Barchoke immediately took on the role of mediator. "My daughter, you have stayed in our dwelling at Gringotts. I believe the word you used to describe it was Spartan. We wanted to make the house into a home ready for the summer. While we goblins can easily handle all the structural repairs the building required, to do any decoration I needed help. It was certainly a help to get all the carcasses out of the building. We goblins only mount the heads of thieves and criminals as a warning to others, not animals we have killed." Dobby took the mounted heads and sold them. Turns out they were all antique. "It gave you two quite a budget for redecorating, though probably not that much where Harry's concerned." Dan's levity lifted the mood once more as both Harry and Hermione hung excitedly on his every word. "There's 12 bedrooms, a number of reception rooms and a lovely big dining room. Plenty of room for the people who are here this weekend to stay but not really suitable for a massive party. Barchoke, your mum and I intended to take you both there on Sunday for a look before you head back to Hogwarts." Harry was looking at the photographs while Dan spoke. Their new home would certainly be more than suitable for him and Hermione. After a quick apology to her mum, Hermione was also devouring the photographs with her eyes. The building had a kind of grey, rugged exterior. Then again, it needed to have to survive life in the Scottish Highlands. Her eyes were drawn to all the fireplaces, almost one in every room, imagining spending her evenings sitting in front of a roaring one with a good book. Is there a public room that could be turned into a library? Emma had samples of materials, color charts and even pictures of the style of furniture that might turn this wonderful house into a home. Her daughter's question though just started her laughing while thinking of the old axiom, the more things change, the more they stay the same. "Oh, I think you should be able to fit one in. Now, about color schemes, I thought that something like this would work well." At this point, Dan and Barchoke withdrew, wondering if the now totally absorbed trio even noticed they'd gone. The healers didn't want Frank and Alice's first time out of Gringotts to be Longbottom Manor, fearing too many memories might actually hinder what they were trying to achieve here. Getting out of their room and meeting people was just wonderful for the couple. That they got to see their son and his betrothed with all their friends already made their visit a success. Behind their smiles both Dan and Emma thought Frank resembled someone recovering from a stroke. They decided to pass on all the information they could find on that subject to the healers looking after the couple. It might be nothing but they couldn't ignore something that was so obvious to them. Neville was simply ecstatic. For the first time in his life he was seeing his parents outside of a hospital room. That Padma and all his friends were there too just added to his emotions. Hearing of their plans for the summer, Sirius and Henrika found themselves being congratulated on their upcoming marriage. Alice was being carried along with the excitement and enthusiasm in the room, but she had to protect her husband and not commit themselves before they were ready. She would hate to say yes and then have to disappoint Neville. The ball and then a birthday party the following night might be too much excitement too soon for us, but this island sounds like something we could look forward to. Neville would have been happy with a lot less than that, so there were no complaints from him. Nothing was going to put a dent in his good mood today. Rather than crowd the recovering couple, everyone then withdrew to leave the Longbottoms having tea with the Pottles as the two sets of parents began to get to know one another. Harry found himself being wrapped in a tearful Emma's arms after they left the two families to their tea. "Harry, every time I see Frank and Alice, I can't tell you how proud I am that you made it happen. There are just no words. Neville would have done the exact same for me if the positions were reversed. I'm also getting to go on holiday with my godmother and godfather. How special is that? What do you make of that, Luna? It looks like I don't count anymore." Everyone could see Hermione was joking, but the witch in question certainly offered no complaints or resistance when her bonded took her in his arms and showed everyone just how much Hermione meant to Harry. Neville may be the happiest person on the planet at the moment, but Harry wasn't far behind his friend. Peter was studying copies of the Prophet. He'd lifted out the rubbish on a very rare spying mission to Diagon Alley. They were painting a picture of the British Magical Society he didn't like. The Ministry had finally gotten its act together, and their alliance with the Goblins was set to change their world beyond recognition. Peter certainly wasn't the most powerful Gryffindor of his year group, nor the smartest. Then again, he was up against Remus, James and Sirius. Peter was certainly clever enough to see what the Ministry was up to here, and, while he hated what it would force him to do, he thought it was pure genius on their part. The Dark Lord had coined the term, blood traitor, to tarnish those families who had the correct bloodline but didn't agree with his philosophy. The Ministry had just gone one step further. Their use of these new Goblin wards to stop marked Death Eaters entering the Ministry building was brave, bold and brilliantly executed. By targeting individuals instead of families, they had avoided a pureblood backlash. Giving those same individuals the chance to take Truth Serum and say they were forced to accept the Dark Mark under the Imperius left them with nowhere else to go. It was either leave the Ministry or a one-way trip to Azkaban. The Ministry had just created a whole different class of sub-citizen, and the wizarding public backed them all the way. These Death Eaters had made their choice and were now no longer welcome in their society. Peter could only see these wards spreading and wondered how long it would be before the first business or shop had them installed. It was also entirely plausible that Gringotts would erect the same wards at the bank that protect the Ministry, denying those carrying the mark access to their gold too. Peter read the issue where just about every reporter the Prophet had was at the Ministry, waiting to see what the first day of the new wards would bring. The Prophet was proclaiming a stunning victory for the Ministry since there was not one incident. Everyone marked had stayed away. The Prophet had no option but to proclaim this, since nothing happened and they had no story otherwise. It was time for Peter to leave Britain, and he had his escape route all planned. The Channel Tunnel wouldn't officially open for another year. The tunnels themselves were complete though. There would certainly be precautions in place to stop rats infesting the tunnels, but then again, he was no ordinary rat. His main worry was currently that these Goblin wards would be erected across the entrance, with the Ministry appearing to be on top of things. Peter thought it would only be a matter of time before someone decided to do it. He would need to leave and find his master. Only at his side would Peter be safe. The Ministry wanted him, and so did the Death Eaters. He was the one who led their master to his destruction, so he would find no succor amongst his former colleagues. That the public now knew his master wasn't dead meant the Ministry would be seriously looking for him. Peter would have to get to the Dark Lord first, otherwise someone very dear to him would perish, himself. Hermione had been wished a happy Valentine's Day from Harry, so was unconcerned when neither a card, flowers or gift appeared at breakfast. She had arranged with Irgit to deliver her own card to Harry, which earned her a thank you key from her mate. Both Pottle twins received cards. Parvati was delighted after getting one from Blaze. Luna was left blushing as she received a friend's one from Colin, with both Hufflepuff witches also getting cards from their year mates, Justin and Zach. After breakfast, there were 5 people heading off to Kingussie with the intention of looking over Harry and Hermione's new home. The 3 adults expected to be spending some time there too in the coming months, something Emma was really looking forward to. Telling everyone they would see them back in Hogwarts for dinner, the excited couple set off with their parents for Scotland. The Portkey landed all 5 in front of quite an imposing building, set squarely in a scene that wouldn't look out of place on a tin of Scottish shortbread. The Goblin Masons were world-class, and the outside of the building already looked clean and crisp, with the coat of arms above the door being replaced by the relief of a wing-spread crow clutching a sword in its talons. Hermione was busy taking everything in when she suddenly found herself being scooped up bridal-style into her mate's strong arms. "Harry, what are you doing? Put me down. After making the gaffe of not asking your father's permission for your hand, I got a hold of a book on Muggle customs. It said I'm supposed to carry you over the threshold of our new home. This is our new home." Hermione then wrapped her arms around her mate's neck and rested her head on Harry's shoulder, ignoring the sniggering that was coming from her mum and dad. Barchoke opened the door and allowed his son to carry Hermione across the threshold, into a short entrance hall that was festooned with flowers. "Happy Valentine's Day, Hermione, these are for you." Emma was standing behind them slack-jawed, and not at them now keying. "Harry, these are beautiful. Daniel Granger, you have a lot to live up to." This led to a whine that was almost comical. "Harry, you're making me look bad here. Harry gently lowered Hermione to her feet before sheepishly turning to face them. Sorry Dan, you're about to really hate me. Mum, these are for you. Harry had a bouquet of pink roses in his hand and suddenly thought he'd made a terrible mistake. Emma burst into tears before practically smothering him in her arms. It wasn't until he spotted the wide smile on Hermione's face that Harry started to relax from the knowledge he hadn't just made an almighty blunder. That changed again when he felt Dan's hand settle on his shoulder. No words were exchanged though, a reassuring squeeze and a smile was more than enough to tell Harry that Dan was really pleased. Hermione grabbed his hand and dragged him deeper into their home, only to find Betsy and a squad of Potter elves waiting on them in the main reception hall. "Welcome home, mistress. We's all waiting on your orders to fix house." Emma was standing there clutching her precious roses with her jaw once more hanging slack. "I imagined your father and I spending weekends here with paintbrushes in our hands, now I find out you have an army of magical helpers. You are all welcome to come here anytime you want, Hermione and I are in Hogwarts for most of the year anyway. Dobby should be able to pop you up here in a jiffy." Hermione was nodding in agreement at Harry's open invitation. She certainly wanted her mum involved in turning this building into a home. What she knew about home decorating and interior design could be written on the back of a postage stamp, and Harry was even worse. The goblins seemed to think that stone was the very height of chic, so they really needed her mother on board for this. "Mum, the elves may do the work but they will need someone to tell them how they want it to be done. Let's get those color charts and material samples out and we can see what should go where. What about furniture too? If you and Dad can shop for us, the elves will soon bring it from Crawley to here." This certainly rekindled Emma's enthusiasm. She would help decide how each room would look and feel. With the elves expertly carrying out all the work, it didn't get much better than that. Harry then offered his contribution to the decor of their home. "As long as all the marks where the animal heads once hung get covered up, you ladies can do whatever you like. Father will arrange for you to have funds for anything you think we need. Hermione, after we've seen all the house, could we go for a run and see some of the grounds? Once we decide what room is going to become the library, we can then look outside. This is just fabulous, Harry, our own home. Not yet 14 and she's ready to move out. It's nothing like that, Dad. You, Mum and Father will certainly always have rooms anywhere we live, and it's not like we'll be staying here without you until after we're married. You can all stay at our house this summer, instead of us staying at yours." Harry had an idea and just threw it out there. "We could easily have a shooting range outside. Dan, we never did get around to seeing just what your guns can do." That certainly perked up Dan and Barchoki's interest. "We could set up a clay pigeon shoot. You would like that much better than firing at paper targets." When Dan explained exactly what a clay pigeon was, and what was involved in shooting them, there was never any doubt this was going to happen. Both goblins present were really keen to see this idea become a reality, and Harry even took the idea one step further. "That sounds like a fantastic speed and accuracy drill, firing at flying clay discs. We could even use wands or guns at the targets. We need to let Assistant Ambassador Weasley see that once we have it up and running. Will these guns be safe for all of us to use? A gun is merely a tool, Harry, it's how you use that tool that counts. You taught Hermione how to use her sword, and you both take precautions when you use them. You also treat your blades with respect, give that same level of respect to whatever gun you use and it will be fine." Barchok wanted to know more about these guns while Hermione and Emma dragged Harry away to see the rest of the house. Hermione and Harry had learned so many different Scottish words that existed purely for this country's poor weather, and how it made you feel. Dreech, drooket, chittered, smear, snaw and snell were all words both had become accustomed to, as well as becoming accustomed to the conditions those words described. On a day like today though, both felt Scotland was simply one of the most beautiful countries in the world. That they now owned this tiny little corner of it just made that feeling all the sweeter. The air was crisp, clear and so fresh you could taste it every time you drew breath. This was also one of those exceedingly rare February days where there was not a cloud in the sky. With barely a hint of wind either, it was still cold but refreshingly so. She had also ensured Harry had received proper, running clothes as a part of his Christmas. She loved seeing him in his tunic, but it wasn't really practical for those dry but icy cold days at Hogwarts where they would brave a few laps around the Black Lake. Jogging bottoms and a fleece top now protected them on those mornings when the mercury didn't sneak up past freezing. As they approached a rocky little valley where even the local heather struggled to gain a foothold, Harry's eyes were sparkling with more than the cold. This would be a perfect location for a small settlement. Goblins will tunnel into rock, using the spoil to build the outside part of their home. There must be room for about a dozen dwellings here, and that hillside is granite, simply the best building material. Hermione was caught up in the enthusiasm Harry was displaying. She was pretty enthusiastic about their new home herself. I would love to be able to go running around our home and meet goblins living here. How soon do you think that will happen? Oh, certainly not before the ministerial ceremony. We may have already been granted this land and house, but I have no intention of pushing it. There could be the first signs of work beginning before we head back to Hogwarts in September, certainly before we return home for Christmas. This saw Hermione leap into his arms and Harry had to spin around with his mate so they didn't topple over. Sorry, Harry, just you saying return home for Christmas did something to my insides. I just had to jump on you. Their lips met as they shared their most passionate key to date, standing in their own glen and just a few miles or so from their new home. Both were now breathless, and not from the running. We'd better head for home. Betsy will give me hell if I make her mistress late for lunch. Harry Crow, you mention anything about needing a shower and you better start practicing keying Irgit, because that's the only female that will be keying you for at least 6 months. This had both of them laughing as they swung around to complete the homeward section of the loop route they had mapped out to enable them to see as much as they could of their new home. Their arrival back in Hogwarts was only about 20 minutes later than the rest of the group who'd spent the weekend at Grimmauld. All had shared a great few days and it was now time to pass the joy around. Hermione and Padma started handing out invitations to Florida to their 6 Ravenclaw yearmates. This rapidly resulted in them facing a barrage of questions from half a dozen excited friends. Harry nodded to Parvati and they made their way to the Slytherin table together. She had an invitation for Blaise while Harry handed envelopes to Draco and Pansy. Harry just had to chuckle at the reaction he received from the couple. Don't panic you two, it's not a Valentine's card. Draco looked really worried there for a moment. Parvati was also having to deal with a wide-eyed Blaise. His envelope did contain a Valentine's card, with an invitation to Florida tucked inside. You'll get to meet my parents as they'll be there too, along with Hermione's, Hannah's and the Hobsons. We're not sure if Professor Lupin will be able to make it or not. All the adults are choosing between what weeks they can holiday with us over the summer. Her potential boyfriend wasn't sure if he heard Parvati correctly. Do you mean this is only part of your holiday? Well, we're all going to Sweden for Sirius and Professor Hobson's wedding, with heading to Florida the following weekend. Southern Italy and Paris follow. Florida before we're back in Britain for the Ministry Ball. As there are 6 award winners, we'll have more tables this year so I'll be able to take a date. Quick as a flash, Blaise was in there. Parvati, I would love to accompany you to the Ministry Ball, and any other time you need a date. A wide smile and a nod of her head gave Blaise his answer. As a happy Parvati now headed back to Gryffindor territory, Blaise knew he would have to write home about this holiday, and some other things. Clutching her invitation in trembling hands, Pansy was frightened to release her grip in case it disappeared. She was still nosy enough though to ask a question. Are the Hobsons going to Florida? Professor Hobson's mother and father that we met at Christmas. Yes, we're going to be spending the entire summer with them. You'll be getting invited to the wedding in Sweden too. That's still being organized so those invitations are still some weeks away. A shocked Draco managed to mumble his thanks to Harry before he headed back to the Ravenclaw table. With the covetous glances being sent their way, he was beginning to think Pansy had the right idea of holding onto hers tightly. Luna almost started a riot when she handed out invitations to Ginny and Colin. Ginny was just so excited to be going anywhere, but Muggle-born Colin knew exactly what a trip to Florida meant. Luna confirming that they would be visiting some other world had the young wizard hyper. Dean Thomas mentioning that his family were saving up to visit the Florida theme parks and hoped to go next summer just added to the excitement. Parvati then sat beside Lavender and began to wonder if she'd made a mistake. It was too late to change her mind now though. Lav, I've got something here for you too, but it's not Florida. I thought you'd enjoy something that's a bit more us. How does a week sightseeing and shopping in Paris with the gang sound? Parvati now had some appreciation of just how annoying someone emitting a high-pitched squeal close to your eardrum could be as Lavender pounced on her, before sitting back and looking serious. "We need to study your issues of Vogue, we'll be able to see the real clothes that have been in that magazine actually in the shops. Lavender, you already know every issue from cover to cover. But that was before I knew we were going to Paris. We still have the April and May editions to look forward to." The Hufflepuff table had its share of excitement too, with Justin and Zach receiving invitations. Muggle-born Justin had actually visited before. His tall tales had his housemates wondering whether to believe him. Susan and Hannah though were able to confirm some of what Justin said, thanks to Emma's ever-present camera and all the photos she took from last year. As the excitement spread through the hall, Remus was sitting with Henrika at the staff table. The werewolf though had a different calendar that ruled his life. The family had of course known this when they made their plans. He would be available for the wedding, ball, trip to the island and Florida too if he wanted. "That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Tell Hermione to put my name down for all of that." "How did you know it was Hermione that arranged the schedule?" "Henrika, we both teach the girl. It was always going to be Hermione or Emma doing the organizing, and my money would certainly be on Hermione." At that, they noticed the girl in question was looking toward them. Henrika, giving Hermione a double thumbs up, saw the parchment brought out and Remus' name added. Both professors struggled to contain their laughter at the super-efficient Miss Granger. Harry had a few more invitations to pass out but needed to see a certain someone first. It was a few days later that a strange-looking bird delivered a letter to Luna while they were at breakfast. "It's from my dad." Luna's explanation was totally unnecessary, nor did she have to say this was good news. None of her friends had ever seen the little buddy so happy. "He's going to be in Sweden and meet us there for the wedding. Dad's also interested in joining us over part of the holidays. He doesn't say which, but I'll find that out later." Hermione had her arm around the girl she was beginning to think of as a younger sister. "That's great news, Luna. We get home on the Saturday, stay with Mum and Dad and then head for Sweden on Monday morning." "All right, and let him know. I don't think Lucas or Moa would mind if he was a day or so early." Luna was about to ask the bird if it would wait and take a letter back for her when a certain regal snowy owl had other thoughts on the matter. The strange feathered creature knew its place and had no intention of getting into a disagreement with a hacked-off bird of prey. It would seem Harry, Hermione and Moonlight weren't the only ones in the process of adopting Luna into their family. Irgit was making it clear she would carry any mail for the young witch. Hermione already had parchment, ink and a quill out for Luna to write her reply. They were all really keen to meet the man who Luna clearly adored. Ragnarok walked with Barchok over the land in Kingusi now owned by a goblin. Both were impressed with the site Harry had indicated might be suitable for dwellings. "Your son has surpassed all expectations we had for him. He's also surpassed anything the nation could have asked of him. Like the Ministry's Death Eaters, his successes have also swept all the nation's doubters aside. I feel we too should be rewarding him, though I am seeking your advice on the matter first." This was certainly a welcome change of attitude from the director, but Barchok was unsure how Harry would react to more honors. His son had now established himself as a centurion, even amongst his goblin peers. Barchok knew this was not the time to change that status but waited until the director spoke before saying any more. "My intentions would be to elevate his two friends to the same status as his mate, friends of the nation. They fought side by side with a centurion and were in the same extreme danger throughout the entire incident. I want to show we're proud of that without in any way overshadowing the ministry's own plans. You know all the parents and politicians involved. What do you think?" "I know that would be something Harry would like very much. The families involved would be happy with that decision too." "When, where and how were you thinking of doing this?" "All of those would need to be considered before we could hope to predict how the ministry might respond. I was thinking as soon as possible, which would limit the location to Hogwarts, and we'd want to keep the formalities to a minimum." Barchok again thought that was a brilliant suggestion. More importantly, a suggestion he could sell to the people involved. The last thing they wanted here was to be accused of trying to steal the ministry's thunder. An invitation for the minister to attend might help with that too. Let him see how low-key the awards were. "I think this is something I should take to Arthur Weasley. Talking to Augusta might prepare Hogwarts for this happening too." Ragnarok was happy with that. just as he was delighted with the proposed site of what would be the first goblin dwellings outside Gringotts in centuries. This project is one of the most important we've ever undertaken. I want this entire glen warded with our strongest protections within hours of the ministry ceremony. We can have everything in place just waiting. On that happening, I want your family to wake up the next morning in the most heavily warded location in Britain. Knowing his family would be the focus of any Death Eater or disgruntled goblin backlash, Barchok really couldn't be happier with the director's approach to this matter. He still intended to see the house warded too. When it came down to the safety of his family, Barchok took no chances at all. As was becoming their new norm, the four hung back after their lesson to talk with Bill. After the questions about the Marauders class, Harry again had a surprise for their tutor. We're looking to add a touch of adventure to our holidays this summer and plan to spend a week in Cairo. We wondered if you would like to join us. After hearing what was involved, Bill quickly agreed, and couldn't wait to start phase 2 of the plan. They headed off to lunch and Bill made straight for the crops of red hair at the Gryffindor table. The entire family now knew about Ginny's plans for the summer, and Bill, confirming that their parents were delighted for her, and of course she could go, saw the littlest Weasley almost flying without a broom. Bill had more news for his siblings though, and his attention moved to Percy. How would you like the chance to visit Egypt this summer? You would have the opportunity to do some studying, see things very few wizards have, and also take time out to have some fun. I take it this has something to do with Centurion Crow. Why me? Every so often, the goblins will spot someone in Hogwarts they think could work for them. That's what happened to me, and I've never regretted my decision. I understand you had your heart set on the ministry, but I just want you to know there are other options out there. I'll be in Cairo too, and Barchok is using that fact to get us access to places very few have ever seen. Bill was interrupted by a squeal that had Percy on his feet and his hand reaching for his wand. Seeing Penny with her arms around two of her young Ravenclaws stayed his hand. Whatever was happening, she was clearly very happy about it. His eldest brother's droll voice drew him back to their previous conversation. Oh, did I forget to mention that Penny was being invited too? They really think very highly of her, you know, her Ravenclaws and the goblins, that is. This week in Egypt will give you both a chance to look over the situation. You can bet the goblins will be doing the same to you. A week's holiday with my girlfriend, seeing wonders with a possible job offer when we leave Hogwarts. Did I also forget to mention Madame Bones will be there too? Impressing her could see offers coming from the ministry as well, especially if you two get the head badges you deserve next term. Before I say yes, you need to tell me the catch. There has to be a catch here. Well, of course there is. We have to put up with the twin menace of Fred and George for the week. There was a loud thunk as Fred's head hit the table because George excitedly lunged across both his twin and the Gryffindor table, desperate to confirm what he'd just heard. We're really invited. They want us to come too. We never get invited, ever. Fred's head might currently being squashed into the table by his twin, but it was another brother who held his total attention. Fred's eyes were silently begging Bill not to say this was a prank. They want to spend some time with their 4 training partners and thought this was the best week to do that. Fred's head was then yanked off the table as both twins shouted at once. We're going to Egypt. Like at least half of the Gryffindor table, Ron had been listening intently. He was just about to shout about him being the only member of the Weasley family currently inside Hogwarts who wasn't invited on holiday when he bit his tongue. Stopping for that moment let him see that Crow was never going to invite him anywhere. He'd tried to attack most of them at one point or another. He also decided to look on the bright side. A week at the Burrow without the twins would be as good as a holiday. Roger and Cedric were also delighted to be invited. Both would be writing home today for permission to go. Neither expected that to be a problem, not with Madame Bones, the new Lord and Lady Black and their private defense tutor going too. Professor McGonagall standing at lunch was such an unusual occurrence the hall was soon quiet. Her announcement certainly perked their interest. Tonight at dinner we'll see Hogwarts welcome some special guests, and we will be holding a feast in honor of that. I expect everyone to be here and dressed in school uniform by the start of dinner. Please ensure that any student not currently in the Great Hall hears of this information. As the 4 headed off for their lesson with Sirius, Hermione was denouncing the latest rumor sweeping the castle as drivel. Can you honestly see McGonagall holding a feast just because Sir Nicholas is getting made an honorary member of the Headless Hunt? Do you know what type of food they serve at ghost parties? Even Ronald Weasley wouldn't eat it. It can't be that bad. Harry, they deliberately let food rot until it positively reeks in the hope of getting some sensation when they pass through it. This drew a disgusted expression from Padma. Hermione, too much knowledge can be a dangerous thing. I could quite happily have gone my entire life and not known that fact, just thinking about it nearly has my lunch passing right through me. And I give out too much information. I could certainly have done without that mental image, Miss Pottle. Harry had another question though, so interrupted the girls. Just how rotting are we talking here? I'm still not sure Ronald would be able to resist. Can't you just see him holding his nose while shoveling the food into his mouth? That was too much for Neville. Oh yuck, I declare Harry the winner of this grossing me out contest, and can we please change the bloody subject? Sure, honey, whatever you want, we know you've got to share a dorm with him. Padma then played her ace. Imagine, waking up to that in the morning. That tipped the scales for Hermione. Okay, we have a new winner. Sorry Harry, but I can't think of anything grosser than that image, so Padma is still the reigning champion. He accepted his defeat with good grace. Her title is safe, Hermione, I can't think of anything grosser either. They arrived at the 7th floor to find an excited Sirius waiting on them. That Henrika and Remus were there to put all thoughts of tonight out of their heads. They were far more interested in what was about to happen. Sirius could hardly wait to tell them. I know all 4 of you are becoming frustrated at the lack of results in your search for an animagus form, even though I warned you it would take time. There is a potion you can take though that will help you with this process. The Marauders didn't have access to this potion because it's incredibly difficult to brew, but we all know a goblin that would have no trouble completing it. The 4 would also have no trouble accepting something Master Pitsley had brewed. Hermione though felt as if they were cheating. Do you mean we drink this potion and that's it, we're all animagi? No, the potion only shows that you have a form, and what that form is. You still have to do all the hard work required to master the transformation. Think of it like an enticement, it will not only show you what's possible but let you see your form. 2. That way, if it's a flobberworm, you can decide whether it's worth all the work or not. They all knew Sirius wasn't really joking with that last part. Who would want to spend months working hard to discover what their form was, only for it to be useless? Why would anyone want to be a flobberworm? Harry didn't really know what to ask Hogwarts for, but she provided a room anyway. It was large and dome-shaped, with a high ceiling. 3 sofas surrounded a thick mat on the floor. They naturally headed for the sofas as Sirius explained the process. This is just a glimpse you'll get today and will keep your own mind. We won't have to deal with feral lions or anything like that running about the room. You'll only transform for a minute or so, try and make the most of it no matter what you get. There was no surprise that Harry went first. Sitting on the mat with everyone watching him closely, he drank the clear liquid that tasted faintly of peppermint. Harry was beginning to think Sirius had pulled a prank on them when his body suddenly felt as if a dragon had just sat on him. They watched intently as Harry transformed into some kind of bird. It was slightly bigger than the common blackbird but appeared really ungainly on the ground. It was Hermione who recognized the high-piercing chirp, and also what the problem was. She gently lifted the bird up before it appeared to flop out of her hand. What was ungainly on the ground was sheer poetry in motion in the air. Harry was zooming about the room quicker than the latest Nimbus, and certainly living up to his form's name. I recognized the chirp before his form. You just never see them on the ground because they don't ever land. Harry's a Swift. They all watched as Harry twisted and turned around the room in a display of aerial acrobatics no broom could ever match. They then noticed another transformation as the mostly black bird became golden. Harry then wobbled in the air before diving toward Hermione. She held her arms out wide to give him something to land on, but he shot right to her chest, clutching onto her robes with his short legs until the transformation reversed, and her arms wrapped around a golden centurion. During the resulting key, Harry's armor faded as he returned completely to normal. Their foreheads were now resting on each other as Harry spoke to the room. That was amazing, the flying wasn't too bad either. This had both Marauders roaring with laughter while Padma and Neville plied him with question after question. Hermione though had one that stumped everyone, except Harry. You told us that mass plays a role in transfiguration, how can you then change into a much smaller creature? They all sat back down as Harry attempted his explanation. A normal swift will have a brain about the size of a hazelnut, certainly smaller than a walnut, yet I retained all my memories and my thoughts were just as they are now. I couldn't speak because the animal can't, but my chirping alerted you to my problem. Swifts just aren't equipped to speak, or launch themselves from the floor. Even my armor worked, though it slowed me down. What I'm trying to say is the swift is still me. This received total agreement from his godfather. While transformed, I'm still Sirius Black, though with a little bit of Padfoot in there too. You wouldn't get that today because the potion masks those animal instincts. This had Remus roaring with laughter. I had forgotten about that. When Sirius first managed the transformation, he hadn't gained total control over those instincts. We used to throw sticks, and he couldn't help but fetch them. This had all of them laughing but earned Sirius a key from his fiancée. Nice to know you can be trained. While this was fun, it hadn't really answered her question, not something Miss Granger was about to put up with. Harry already knew the signs and got back on track. We already know each person has to have a magical form or they can't become an animagus, and that's the vital difference. You see, it isn't really transfiguration. You can't consciously decide I'll be a lion today and a bear tomorrow, it has to come from within. Your own magic will allow you to transform into your specific magical animal. If you have one, there is no other way to become an animagus. They didn't look convinced, so Harry tried a different tack. We've all seen goblins and elves performing transfigurations. Have you ever seen a goblin or elf animagus? The answer would be no, because it's impossible. Even goblin masters of the subject can't do it. Only a witch or a wizard can perform the feat, just as only a Veela can undergo their transformation. Henrika has a choice of when to transform, but that form is already predetermined, again not transfiguration. She is a Veela and her form is part of her. His godfather was again nodding in agreement. I can't argue with any of that. I suppose it's just another way of looking at the subject. It's easy to see though why an animagus transformation would be considered transfiguration. The Ravenclaw in Padma totally lost out this time as the excited witch just had to butt in. I don't care what it's called, I just want to try it. With that, the discussion was well and truly over as they clearly had their next volunteer for the potion. The excitement of their lesson saw their session overrunning, leaving them rushing to make the recently announced feast on time. Harry was thinking how right the Weasley twins were when they christened them the Order of the Avs, since all four of them had bird forms. His thoughts were disrupted when he noticed his centurion dress tunic had been laid out on the bed. With no time available to investigate this unusual phenomenon, that's what he would be wearing. Meeting Hermione and Padma in the common room, it was clear both were wearing new robes. Let me guess, the robes were lying on your beds just waiting on you. So you've no idea what's going on either. Sorry, Hermione, all I know is that we're going to be late if we don't get a move on. They weren't surprised when they met Neville in a new set of robes too. Is anyone else thinking that today's lesson was planned to keep us late, and not asking any questions about this feast? This earned Padma a key on the cheek from her betrothed. You could only be an owl, but we really need to fly or we'll be late. Oh yes, my big strong hawk, let's swoop down there. Hermione was now groaning. Are we finished with the bird puns? It's already getting old. Harry tugged her along on his arm. Well, I'm hovering here trying to find a pun that will work for a kestrel. Since I'm struggling, I would say we were finished. Oh dear, that goblin sense of humor just doesn't get any better. I suppose I should join in and say we need to get down there swiftly, but my heart really isn't in it. This had Harry roaring with laughter that stopped when they entered the Great Hall. While Harry's eyes were instantly drawn to his father, he couldn't miss the presence of the director, Minister of Magic, members of their family along with about 50 goblin warriors and some centurions standing around the perimeter of the hall. McGonagall stood and beckoned them forward. As the guests of honor have finally arrived, we can now begin this evening's festivities. Her broad smile informed the quartet they weren't in any trouble. I'll now hand over to Director Ragnarok to handle the formal part of the proceedings. As they reached the front of the hall, Harry gave the centurion salute before kneeling. Well met, Director. I am rather surprised to see you at Hogwarts though. The other three knelt and offered the goblin greeting too, before Ragnarok replied in English. Please rise, we hope to keep this as informal as possible. As the quartet got back on their feet, Ragnarok addressed the hall. Barely months ago, a titanic struggle took place underneath this very castle. These four were involved in a battle that demanded every ounce of their courage and recently acquired skills. They fought side by side, caring not who was which, wizard or goblin. Centurion Crow needed every one of his friends' help to overcome their foes, something I would like to recognize here. Harry relaxed for the first time, understanding what the director was about to do and that the warriors were here merely as witnesses. His hand found Hermione's and squeezed it reassuringly before the director continued. Mr. Neville Longbottom and Miss Padma Patil, betrothed to the House of Longbottom, Gringotts would like to bestow Friend of Our Nation status on you both. At that, Barchoke and Master Pitsley came forward, both had a scabbard containing a sword in their hands. As they fitted the blades to their new owners, whispered instructions were passed. As both goblins retreated, Neville drew his sword and the words choked in his throat for a moment as his eyes focused on the word, Longbottom, engraved the entire length of the magnificent goblin blade. I thank the nation and hope to prove myself worthy of this honor. Padma had noticed their families present and proudly drew her sword. She too hesitated though when she saw her blade also carried the name, Longbottom. A tingle passed right through her body at the thought of one day being Neville's wife. She also gave her response in Goblin. A delighted director nodded his acceptance as the four made their way back and the feast began. Padma headed over to Gryffindor with Neville and sat beside Parvati. The sisters sitting together at either table had become such a normal occurrence that not one eyebrow was raised. Cornelius was quite impressed with the simplicity of the ceremony, yet the emotional response from all four was hard to miss. Even the couple not receiving an award were clearly delighted for their friends. He said as much to his opposite number from the nation. Ragnarok couldn't be happier with how this evening had played out. The compliment from the minister just added to that. Thank you, minister. We goblins are a simple people who value honor, courage and honesty. How could we not wish to honor those young people? They stand for everything that's good in both our worlds, a fact emphasized by your government's own upcoming recognition of their achievements. Approval of his plans from another national leader was a new but very pleasant experience for Cornelius. He also got a chance to experience for himself how the extended family operated. As the feast ended, all converged in a large group and congratulations were passed from every one of them. Cornelius had made a career out of studying people, but even watching closely, he couldn't decipher any hierarchy amongst the group, apart from their children being at the center of everything. It may be a very strange mixture, but it certainly worked for them. Making something similar work for the whole of the British Isles though was a daunting challenge. He would ask Arthur tomorrow about the possibility of inviting the director to their awards ball in the summer. Both Grangers had visited Hogwarts before, but this time it was full of bustling students, every one of whom appeared to know their children. All of the first years were easily identifiable by their Crow's Marauders badges that they all proudly wore on their robes. Emma thought they must have met all of them now as they came over to congratulate Neville and Padma. There was no question that Harry and Hermione were delighted for their friends, though Emma had a question she just had to quietly ask. Harry, why is Hermione's the only sword without a name on it? She's blood-bound to you, same as another couple we know. It's really simple, what name would they put on her sword? Emma was about to answer when it hit. There was still a decision to be made in a few years' time. She'd put her arms around both of her children and couldn't help the smile that was on her lips. One day she would be a grandmother. Whether those children were called Crow or Potter would matter not a jot to Emma Granger. She would simply love them with everything that she had. Tonks wasn't sure what it was about Remus Lupin, but every month saw her arriving at Hogwarts just that little bit earlier and had her leaving later too. Using the excuse of passing on information about classes might fool Remus for a while yet, but she wasn't kidding herself. She'd never met anyone quite like him. He was smart, witty, and his self-deprecating sense of humor never failed to make her smile. It was such a refreshing change from some of the boastful macho assholes in the Auror department who were always trying to impress her, even more so now since the chamber incident. That Tonks was continually seeing Remus at his worst just intrigued the female Auror all the more. What would he be like when he wasn't just about to transform into a dark creature? She did have a plan to see him outside Hogwarts, and not at this particular point in the lunar calendar either. It was time to let him know of these plans. I understand we'll be seeing more of each other over the holidays. Sirius has roped all of the Tonks family into going to Florida with the gang. She was sure that news had raised a small smile, but his answer gave nothing away. With all the friends they've invited along, a few more adults will certainly be welcome. With Susan there too, Amelia will be delighted that an Order of Merlin holding aura will be accompanying the group. Both had been so engrossed in their conversation, Padfoot was able to sneak right up to them before transforming. You'll both be together in Sweden too, especially since you're our best man and bridesmaid. Too loud, what's? Had Sirius backpedaling. Sorry Tonks, I thought Henrika had asked you. She wants to see me after I lock you two up for the night. You've just left her though, didn't she tell you that? The marauder sported a wide grin as he answered. We didn't have much time for talking. Remus interrupted Sirius boasting. And just when were you going to ask me? This dented Sirius smile. I didn't think I needed to ask you, who else was going to be my best man? Oh, I thought you were going to ask Harry. Don't be stupid. Why would I choose a handsome goblin to stand beside me when I can have you there to make the groom look good? Tonks was affronted and was just getting ready to rip Sirius a new one when Remus burst into laughter. He's frightened Henrika will finally come to her senses and ditch the old mutt. Too true, I'm not taking any chances. That woman is the best thing that ever happened to me and I can't wait to get a ring on her finger. Tonks now recognized this form of gallows humor for what it was, this pair's way of dealing with a situation that must be horrendous for both of them. Sirius was going to have to be a helpless witness while his best friend suffered the pain and indignity of becoming a werewolf, and their banter probably developed over years of facing this together. As they made their way through the tunnel under the Whomping Willow, Tonks was pleased that she'd just been presented with yet another opportunity to get to know the enigma that was Remus Lupin better. Since the best man and bridesmaid were required to dance with each other too, it wasn't going to be a hard decision for her when Henrika asked the question. Peter emerged from the tunnel and stood on French soil. It actually felt really good to escape from Britain. Peter was smart enough to know though that it was only the country he'd escaped from, his troubles would follow him around the globe. With the resources Potter and Black had at their disposal he would soon be a dead wizard, unless he could once more gain the protection of his master. Discovering where the Dark Lord was hiding would be an impossible task except that this Death Eater had help not available to anyone else. That fateful night his master had been banished, Peter had been the first person to race into the partially destroyed house in Godric's Hollow. Finding young Harry still alive was an even greater shock than discovering his master was no more. His master's wand was lying there though, and Peter had grabbed the precious item before barely making it back out the house undiscovered as a distraught Hagrid arrived. He removed that wand from his tattered robe and laid it flat on the palm of his hand. Point me. The wand spun a couple of times while seeking its master before settling down on a bearing that was roughly east. Peter lined himself up with a landmark on the same bearing before the wand was once more safely stowed away. He would certainly make better time as Peter, but Wormtail would be the safer option until he reached some less populated areas. With no idea of the distance he would have to travel before he reached his master, the rat put its best paw forward to continue his quest. Even finding his master and helping him return to life was fraught with danger. The wand he had safely tucked away on his person had killed its fair share of Death Eaters too. The difference was that, if Peter did nothing, he would eventually be captured and only one fate awaited him then. He might still die at the Dark Lord's side, or even by his master's own wand, the difference being he would have a chance to live first. When Peter looked at the problem like that, his decision was not a hard one. We have some hard decisions to make. Padma was lying flat on her back, struggling for her next breath and knackered from their sword practice. She was receiving messages of pain from places in her body she didn't even know had muscles, and silently swearing to curse her betrothed for suggesting they should really learn how to use their new swords. Since Neville was currently faring little better, it was left to Harry to ask what those decisions were. We all have to decide on our course electives for next year, and also what to do about the Marauders. That last one certainly got the other three's attention, so Hermione focused on that first. We set up the Marauders because Hogwarts had another crap defense teacher, now we've got Professor Lupin. What do we do come September? I don't think there is any way we can fit 2 classes a week into our schedules nor take 2 years' worth of students at the same time, especially since they will be at different levels. The groan came from Padma as she now saw the problem. The new first years. I don't want to abandon the current Marauders, that's just not an option, but how can we tell the new first year they're not welcome? Harry then added to their potential problem. Don't forget, the new first years will have another 2 Potter Scholarship students amongst them. How could I say no to someone I'm effectively sponsoring? Neville was also lying on the floor knackered, his eyes may be shut but he was listening to every word spoken. What if we kept working with our marauders and the 4 guys took their own class of the new first years come September? That idea found favor with all of them, but Hermione then took Neville's solution one stage further. If we're saying this club should now run with every new intake of students, we need to make plans. How about getting some of our friends involved now, working alongside us and the guys so they could be ready to take their own class of first years later? This was an idea that Harry really liked. Here was a legacy they could be proud to leave Hogwarts with. I think we need to approach Augusta and McGonagall with this, get it formalized. By the time we're ready to leave Hogwarts there could be a Marauders Club running almost every night of the week. If that means we won't be able to get this room to practice fencing, then it gets my vote. Oh, and no, I am never getting up in the middle of the bloody night to exercise or wave a sword at someone. Pottle, I've seen you when you get up in the morning, I wouldn't trust you anywhere near a sharp object. Does Neville know how grumpy you are? Neville honey, remind me when I'm not half dead that I owe Granger an ass kicking. Yes dear, can you help me up first or will we just sleep here? Neville Longbottom, the first night we spend together will not be on a cold stone floor with both of us too knackered to do anything. It had better be a damned sight more romantic than this. Hermione bent down to help her best friend to her feet. It's really only this bad for the first couple of weeks. And then the pain goes away. Oh no, your body just gets used to it. Granger, what kind of a friend are you? You don't even have the decency to lie to me. Harry was also helping a groaning Neville to his feet. I haven't felt this bad since Professor Weasley's very first lesson. I seem to remember the second one was just as bad. You use different muscles for fencing, Neville. Just be thankful we're using swords and not battle axes, the training for that is. Padma was now on her feet and attempting to glower. See, Hermione, that's how you do it. Tell us how lucky we are and that the situation could be much worse. Oh, I was going to tell you that Betsy gives wonderful massages, but if you'd rather. Padma spun round and keyed Neville. Good night, see you in the morning. Come on, Hermione, let's go. Hermione found herself being dragged out of there by a stiff-gaited Padma, leaving 2 laughing boyfriends behind. Sorry Neville, I know nothing about massages and the goblin cure can be as bad as the pain of sore muscles. I'm almost afraid to ask what it is. Oh, nothing sinister, just lying in a bath of ice water. After 10 minutes, you don't feel a thing. Neville could quite believe that. I think I'll stick to hot baths, and one of them sounds great just about now. After dropping Neville off at Gryffindor, Harry entered Ravenclaw to find Hermione waiting on him. Padma's getting a massage just now, it will put her to sleep and she'll feel much better in the morning. Sounds like you're speaking from experience there, I didn't even know elves could do that. Neither did I until Betsy offered. When I was back in Crawley at the end of last summer, I was really physically pushing myself hard. I was in severe pain one night, missing you like crazy and lying in bed crying. Betsy helped my aching muscles and told me what you had been up to all day. She really got me through a tough time. I just can't understand why anyone would mistreat an elf. They're so loyal and trusting, they're certainly part of our family. Mum and Dad adore Dobby, and he just loves working for them. I just wish there was some way to ensure all elves were treated as they should be. Harry leaned forward and keyed his bonded gently on the lips. When you get so passionate about something your eyes actually sparkle, it's so beautiful I just had to key you. This led to her cheeks blushing and those same eyes avoiding his. Sorry, Hermione, I didn't mean to embarrass you. You didn't, Harry, it was just my mind rushing off in another direction. With Harry remaining silent, Hermione was left to explain her remark. Every time you do or say something like that, it does funny things to my insides. I never expected to be keying anyone at Hogwarts and then I met you. You are mine and I am yours. I am also the happiest witch in the world. I just keep wishing we were a bit older so we could practice some of the things running through my mind. Her head was down and that blush grew deeper still as Harry wrapped Hermione in his arms. You are mine and I am yours, that means we'll eventually get to do whatever is running through that wonderful mind of yours. Add in what's running through my head and it will take us years to do it all. I'm looking forward to spending those years with you. Hermione's head had shot up and she was now looking him in the eye, searching for any sign he was just saying these things to make her feel better. I'm sitting here with a beautiful girl in my arms, a girl who is my mate and wife-to-be. Do you think you're the only one with thoughts like that? I think it's our hormones, Hermione. I stop them from getting away from me by knowing that you are mine, and the day we both want will come soon enough. This will shortly be our second summer together and I don't intend to spend one day of it away from you. He didn't get to say any more. Harry was too busy with Hermione keying him. They eventually parted and a rather breathless Hermione attempted to look on the bright side. 3 more summers after this one and we'll never have to say goodnight at the stairs again. You're getting the hang of this, Hermione. That sounds so much better than 4 and a bit years. Another year she'd have to wait, another year because they wanted to see safety protocols introduced to cut down on the injuries and eliminate any possibility of fatalities. Dolores didn't want to see less fatalities, she wanted more. The Tri-Wizard tournament would show Hogwarts for the farce it had become, while at the same time raising her own profile to a point where she couldn't be ignored. Coming straight after the Quidditch World Cup, the name Dolores Umbridge would then be on everyone's lips, she'd see to that. The biggest surprise for Dolores was finding such an ally at Drumstrang. She would certainly be secretly rooting for their champion to win the tournament, that way she could be assured they would be a pureblood. That so many purebloods were literally forced out the ministry sickened Dolores, especially since she never got a promotion out of all the sudden and unexpected vacancies. She knew one day Dolores Umbridge would be back on top, and then it would be time to pay back all those who had wronged her. The scar on the back of her hand was all the reminder she needed of who sat on the very top of that list. They were sorting through the list in Augusta's office. Unlike last year, the selection committee had no reason to exclude the person who ran Hogwarts from the meeting. So, we're agreed. Pauline Knott and Natalie MacDonald will be the Potter Scholarship students for next year. Sirius and Amelia both nodded their agreement to Minerva. Natalie was a Muggle born while Pauline was a pureblood. Apart from one of them not being a wizard, they really couldn't have picked 2 more balanced or deserving cases. Having watched the success of the inaugural Potter scholarships, this year's were allocated more along the lines of which students would benefit most from joining this rather exclusive family and gaining that personal as well as financial support. Natalie's parents were somewhat older than was considered the norm to have a first child, her mother being in her mid-40s before conceiving their miracle baby. With her father going to be 60 on his next birthday, the couple were understandably very protective of their only child. Discovering that Potter support system would be in place for Natalie might be the only reason the MacDonalds would allow their daughter to attend Hogwarts, and might also be the only reason they could afford it. For Pauline Knott, this scholarship would completely remove any taint that lingered from her father's deeds, that was worth more than gold to the remaining Knott family. Now that all 3 were happy with their decision, Augusta revealed the real reason she was so keen to have this meeting in her office. I've finally decided that Muggle studies simply can't continue being taught the way it is. Just by spending time with Dan and Emma I can tell the entire course is a load of tosh. It hasn't been updated in at least 50 years and leaves Hogwarts looking stupid to anyone with even a modicum of Muggle background. This is simply unacceptable to me. She was finding no disagreements from her audience, though all 3 wondered where Augusta was going with this. I have checked abroad and discovered that each country sets its own Muggle studies curriculum. Apparently Muggles aren't the same the world over and there are tremendous differences in these curriculums. This leaves us with a massive problem, more than one actually. If we were to bring a Muggle into the castle to teach the course, we are all aware that they would either be ignored or simply disbelieved by the very people who would benefit most from this course. What we need is someone of impeachable breeding yet with enough understanding of Muggles and their world to pass on that knowledge to our students. Now, if this person then had a wife who was already a professor here. Sirius couldn't contain his laughter, thinking he'd just been pranked by a master. It was only as his laughter wound down that he realized everyone else in the room was taking this suggestion seriously. I think that's a wonderful idea, Augusta. Susan raves about the difference Enrique's made to the history course. With her and Remus in the castle, Sirius would have plenty of support on the best methods to get his points across. His former head of house agreed with Amelia. Having Lord Black teaching Muggle studies would certainly remove the stigma that's attached to the subject by the pureblood children, and we all know Sirius has more experience of that world than any of us. Before Sirius could raise any objections, Augusta revealed this was certainly something she'd put a lot of thought into. Emma and Dan have been looking over the former course and its objectives. After they stopped laughing, both started forming new ones for us. They've also had the advantage of having Harry, Padma and my Neville staying in their home, giving them a fair idea just how clueless we are in relation to their world. They would be delighted to work with you on this and are certainly a resource you should use. Both you and Henrika, being Hogwarts professors, would see you living and working together in the castle, and also allow you to see Harry and Hermione every day. Augusta handed him some printed sheets with the Grangers' proposed course objectives. Sirius surprised himself by understanding all of it. When he then started thinking about the best way that could be taught to the students, Sirius knew what his answer would be. Her last point too really resonated with the Marauder. Sirius was being offered an opportunity to spend every day with those he loved and perhaps begin the journey to make the black name stand for something good and worthwhile. He had no intention of making it easy for them though. There was always budgets to consider, and the longer he held out the more course materials he would be able to wring from Augusta and Minerva. As the conversation progressed, Augusta's apprehension began to dissipate. She was sure she had her new professor of Muggle studies. As the conversation with Whitefang progressed, Barchoki's apprehension just grew and grew. I can't really put my finger on it, but I just know they're up to something. One day that spoilt whelp, Dragonbreath, was walking around as if a dragon had chewed his nuts off. Next you'd have thought he just inherited a mountain of gold. He's more focused on his training too. That's totally against everything the ass has done before. Barchok knew Bloodfang was far too wily an operator to give anything away. His son though was a whole different matter. The animosity between Dragontooth and Harry had been present right from their first meeting, with Harry coming off second best in the early exchanges. It was only after Harry started to dominate their clashes that the real trouble started. Always said you killed the wrong brother. Bloodfang is the real brains of that family, which is why it want him who issued the challenge. His son though takes after his stupid and impulsive dead uncle, without inheriting his uncle's skill with a blade. Without his father's golden influence behind him, little Dragonbreath would be using his fancy blades to peel vegetables. Making soup is about all the gobshite is good for. Do you mean as a cook or as an ingredient? Whitefang's laughter rang out at that before the old goblin became serious again. Those two are bad to the bone, and would ruin any cauldron of soup. Trouble is coming though, just make sure it doesn't catch you unawares. I can see you or Harry having to kill them both. That would be a day to sell tickets for the pit. We'll take precautions, my friend, and here's a little something for your troubles. A bag of gold coins left Barchoki's hand and disappeared into the old goblin's tunic. I know you'll listen out for any more information on this. I would certainly appreciate hearing it. Both parties understood that appreciation would come in the form of a bag that jingled, but Whitefang surprised the ambassador by stopping at the door. That's a son to be proud of you've got there. You and him are doing wonderful things for the nation, so you don't even need to ask. Besides, I hate that bastard Bloodfang's guts. As he left, Barchok then focused on the immediate problem, locating the threat. Harry was safe in Hogwarts for another few weeks, but there were two people currently in their medical facility that would be a juicy target for those barbarians. He would arrange a guard and speak to the healers about the possibility of moving them. Emma had turned Kingussi into a fine home for their children, so perhaps that could be a possibility. He would need to contact Augusta for her opinion. Augusta was currently speaking to the second years just before their history class ended. We are going to try something this year that hasn't been done before. Since I know some of you will be struggling with which electives to choose, I had hoped to arrange an evening where the professors could put on a bit of a display to promote their subject, and perhaps help you reach your decisions. As she'd expected, this was met with a wave of enthusiasm, though Augusta was surprised to see Harry's hand immediately go up to ask a question. Is this a voluntary event, Madam Longbottom? I hadn't intended to make attendance compulsory, Centurion. I was hoping you could configure the room of requirements so we could hold it there. This received a shake of the head from Harry. Sorry madam, I have already chosen my electives and will not be attending. Having kept the fact that Sirius was going to be the new Muggle Studies professor a secret, this was going to be their big reveal. She was really keen for Harry to be there. His non-attendance would certainly put a damper on the evening and probably encourage others not to go. You really should attend, Centurion. I guarantee there will be a surprise or two and I don't want to be forced to make it compulsory. This didn't sit well with Harry. Should you make this event compulsory, I still wouldn't attend and certainly contest any punishment handed out because of that. Hermione could tell from the way Harry was sitting that this couldn't end well. Augusta too wasn't used to being told no. Hermione just didn't understand what Harry's problem was here. Neither could Augusta, nor could she let a student challenge her authority, even if it was a student she knew well. I'll give you a moment to explain that answer, Centurion Crow, then you and I will be heading for my office. Harry never backed down an inch. When you say these professors are putting on a bit of a display of their subjects, Madam Longbottom, what exactly do you mean? Does the care of magical creatures professor perhaps have my father there to tell us how we should look after him, feed and water twice a day while keeping his cage clean? What about Professor Lupin or Professor Hobson, will they be modeling for the creatures professor? Perhaps a house elf, centaur, merperson in a tank even. You will perhaps understand why the very mention of that subject disgusts me, and since Hermione is far better at teaching me about muggles than anyone you could possibly find, I will not be attending this display evening. As I said, I have chosen my electives. The bell for end of class rang throughout the stunned room, allowing Harry to pack his stuff and leave without another word being spoken. He didn't get far though before his arm was grabbed and he had a face full of an exceedingly angry Neville. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to my gran like that? You crossed the line, Crow. I was not aware I insulted your grandmother, it was certainly not my intention. She asked me for something, I said no. She asked for my reasons, I gave them. I don't give a shit about that, it was the disrespect in your entire manner that I'm talking about. You just trod all over her as if she meant nothing, she means bloody everything to me. I wasn't talking to your gran, I was talking to the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Yeah, and not wasn't trying to kill your father, just the Goblin Ambassador. Would that have made you feel any better if they'd succeeded? At that both girls interceded, physically pushing themselves between the two and forcing them further apart. Hermione managed to get a shocked Harry turned and heading in the direction of a certain alcove she knew of. They were bigger this year but she solved the problem by plonking Harry down and sitting on his lap. At this moment in time the only thing Hermione was certain of was their talk this year wouldn't be interrupted by their two best friends bringing them some dinner. Harry, you are mine, and I am yours. Why are you saying that now? I just want you to understand that, no matter what we say here, that's not going to change. People argue, Harry, it's not the end of the world. We need to talk about this and be totally honest with each other. You are mine, and I am so bloody lucky. That Harry ended his proclamation with a light key to her lips was Hermione's first indicator that things might not be as bad as she thought they were. First, I agree with everything you said in there about those the Ministry class as creatures. This drew a smile from Harry but Hermione was far from finished. Can I ask you if you think Augusta or Neville agree with your opinion too? I thought they did. Of course they do, Harry. We've both seen Augusta sitting chatting to Father late into the night, they certainly consider each other as friends. We both know Remus and Henrika fit squarely into that category too, for all members of the extended family. Stopping and taking a calming breath, Hermione then continued with trying to explain exactly what he'd done. I know the creature situation disgusts you, and I share that disgust, but you just dealt with Augusta as if she was Dumbledore, you stomped all over her. She already shares your views but had probably never thought of the situation from that angle before, all you needed to do was gently point that out to her. And that's why Neville was mad. Neville was way beyond mad, Harry, he was bloody livid. Anyone else would have received a punch in the mouth before they could leave the class. I never intended any insult to his gran and clearly said so, why did he then need to bring Father almost being assassinated into it? That was just his temper talking, we both know how he feels about Father. Yet he doesn't know how I feel about his gran. Hermione left that for a moment before asking the question that was the crux of the matter. Are you prepared to apologize to Neville, even though you think you did nothing wrong? Is their friendship not worth that? We both know Padma is involved in this as much as I am. A goblin should always do the honorable thing, Hermione. He paused and Hermione could see there was more to be said. She sat quietly on his knee and waited on her mate putting his thoughts into words. I'm frightened I'm beginning to forget just who I am, Hermione. There's a war going on inside me that's every bit as crucial as the one outside Hogwarts. I'm going to have to make decisions here and now that will affect us in the years to come. Now that she'd got him started speaking about this, Hermione had no intention of letting him stop. She did have to correct his misconception though. We're going to have to make decisions, Harry, now spill it. They were still sitting there chatting when Penny and Percy found them hours later. There's only 15 minutes to curfew, are you two okay? Percy sent Neville to bed and I made sure Padma got to her dorm. When I didn't find either of you there we came looking. This saw a groan coming from Harry. Does the entire castle know what happened? It was actually Hermione who provided the answer. Harry, our entire year group watched it happen. You two weren't exactly quiet. You know how this place works, it would have been all over Hogwarts within minutes. This had the agreement of the Gryffindor prefect, though Percy had noted an anomaly he thought was worth mentioning. Normally people's responses go along house lines, not this time though. I think everyone is so shocked that you and Neville were actually fighting. We weren't fighting, Percy, we just had a disagreement. The prefect in Percy didn't seem impressed with that. You weren't fighting because your girlfriends got between you, and that's the only reason you're not in trouble. That will change if you don't both head to your dorm right now. Deciding that was a good idea, Harry and Hermione headed off to Ravenclaw Tower hand in hand. Augustus cradled his precious stone disc in his hand, allowing the blood seeping from his damaged fingers to coat his ticket out of Azkaban. Rookwood was delighted with how things were going. He was actually ahead of the schedule he set himself, and that was before he redesigned the runes to protect two people. The delicate work he was doing for this stage meant that he had to carve during the day, there was no way to work by sense of touch now. While this was risky, it also held the advantage of allowing him to lie here and dream of what this treasure he held in his hand could possibly bring to him. The Death Eater had been putting everything he'd heard spoken about in the wing together to formulate a plan, and not just those relatively recent comments either. Even with this protective disc and a straw wand, Rookwood understood the odds of him escaping the prison, getting off the island and reaching the mainland were still heavily stacked against him. Knowing that fact, Rookwood was willing to attempt something so audacious that he might find himself dead before he set foot outside the high-security wing. If it worked though, Augustus could find himself achieving everything he'd ever wanted. That he would have Potter to thank for this was something Rookwood hoped he got the chance to do, thank the little shit personally and painfully. With all these pleasant thoughts running through his mind, Augustus Rookwood was certainly the only person in the high-security wing who was smiling. It was hard to believe Harry and Hermione were smiling as their swords flashed and clanged at speed. Sirius certainly struggled to believe what he was seeing this morning. He at least had the sense not to disrupt their concentration and waited for a break to announce his presence. Merlin, when did you two get so quick? Sirius, what brings you to Hogwarts on a Thursday morning? Is everything all right? Harry, I was just going to ask you that. I got a flow call from Henrika to say that you and Neville had a big fight, and that I should get my ass to Hogwarts. Then I find you two fencing like a couple of maniacs in the courtyard. What's going on? Oh, this is so getting old. We never had a fight. Padma and Hermione were there. Do you think they would let us do something stupid like that? We had an argument over the way I spoke to Augusta. I intend to sort it at breakfast. That news took away most of the worries Sirius had. Glad to hear it. Now what's this I hear you're not taking the subject your godfather is going to be teaching? You are both looking at Hogwarts' new Muggle Studies professor. After receiving their genuine and heartfelt congratulations, Sirius though he had the entire situation under control. So, can I assume I'll see you both in my class? The serious expression that came over both of them warned Sirius there was more going on here than he thought. I'm sorry, Sirius, my answer is still no. I'm also intending to drop a few subjects next year too. I feel I'm losing my way in Hogwarts and treating my time in the castle as a bit of a holiday. That attack on Father shows the Death Eaters haven't gone away, and Voldemort is still out there too. I need to train more to meet that threat, and sitting in Muggle Studies with you isn't going to do that for me. Hermione and I intend to set our own timetable to prepare for this threat. We can't really live our lives in peace until this threat is dealt with. Turning his attention to Hermione, Sirius asked if she agreed with this new regime Harry wanted to instigate. Harry actually wanted to deal with the entire situation by himself. We were up most of the night while I convinced him that simply was not an option. An invisibility cloak can certainly come in handy. Compromises were made and now. Both of us are getting what we want out of this. Professor Weasley thinks our magic is reaching the point where we can start to learn some of the more destructive curses. We intend to do that come September, but not just at the weekend anymore. We're only taking 2 electives while dropping herbology and astronomy. Since Harry has no intention of sitting his OWLs anyway, there really is no point in continuing with these subjects. They won't help us fight who we need to. This puzzled Sirius, as he knew how seriously these two took their education. They weren't placed in Ravenclaw by accident. If you don't sit your OWLs, what are you going to do about NEWTs? We don't intend to sit them. We actually don't intend to be here past 5th year now. Harry's glib answer had Sirius once more turning his attention to Hermione. And you're okay with this? What will you do? This was met with a wide smile that confused the hell out of Sirius until Hermione explained the reasoning behind it. My brilliant bonded mate pointed out something to me that he'd sneakily researched. The Muggle legal age to get married in Scotland is 16. Do you know we actually live in Scotland now? I plan to marry the Baron of Kingussie the summer he turns 16. Any further planning past that will depend on the situation with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. A horrible thought just struck Sirius. Aw shit. I guess I get to be the one that passes this piece of news on to Dan and Emma. That these two planned to marry a year earlier wouldn't create too many waves, especially since it was legal to do so. What would spawn the hurricane though was the thought of their son and daughter training to fight Death Eaters and Voldemort. As the implications of this sank into Sirius, Harry's arm slipped around Hermione. Told you he was the best godfather in the world. The best godfather in the world had kept them late, delving deeper into their plans, so everyone was already sitting at breakfast when they arrived in the Great Hall. Padma was unsurprisingly at the Gryffindor table keeping company with Neville and Parvati. The atmosphere was so thick with apprehension and expectation that you could have cut it with a knife. All eyes were on the couple as Harry escorted Hermione to a seat beside Luna before heading alone to the staff table. Madam Longbottom, if I offended you in any way yesterday, I offer an unreserved apology. My intention was merely to inform, never to insult. Harry then shifted his attention and offered a respectful bow. Professor Kettleburn, I meant no slight on you or your abilities as a professor either. You merely teach the course that is dictated to you. That I have issues with the material you are obliged to teach should not reflect negatively on you, your subject, nor Hogwarts. Harry received a nod of acceptance from the professor before Augusta stood. For myself, no apology is necessary, Centurion. I am well aware no insult was intended. Instead, I would like to offer an apology of my own. You were attending Hogwarts as a goblin, something that was forgotten yesterday, and your reaction could and should have been anticipated. With a rueful smile, Harry answered Augusta. No apology needed, madam. Forgetting I'm a goblin is an easy mistake to make. He didn't add it was one he almost made himself, that would be discussed when only family were present. Harry returned to sit beside Hermione and Luna while everyone around them ignored the elephant in the room, the confrontation that was still to come. They were making their way to herbology when Neville approached. Harry, don't worry about it, Neville. I hear the word, creature, and the red mist descends. I shouldn't have. You didn't do anything, Harry. It was. Padma had seen and heard enough. She was delighted these two were able to get over this. Both had a stubborn streak a mile wide and, as she'd suspected and hoped, Hermione had clearly been working on her mate as much as she'd been doing with Neville. Okay, you two, enough. Do you intend to keep that up all day? Pack it in and let's not keep Professor Sprout waiting. Hermione, did you guys miss dinner last night? Oh, Hogwarts looks after her champion. We had something brought up to us in Harry's room. We spent half the night talking and we'll need to tell you about it. It's the half of the night you spent when you weren't talking I want to hear about. Now, Padma, that would really be telling. Parvati kept her voice low so only her sister could hear. Did she just say they spent the night together? Padma just couldn't resist teasing her sister. The fact that it was true just made it all the sweeter. It wouldn't be the first time, or even the second. Even though it wasn't her money she was spending, Emma had balked at the prices being charged for quality period furniture, especially with the amount that would be needed to fill the house in Kingussie. That all changed when she made a startling discovery. She could buy pieces that were badly in need of repair for a fraction of the cost, and the elves would soon have them looking as good as the day they were made. She and Dan had then spent some wonderful weekends roaming through flea markets and antique fairs with a hired van in their search for broken and worn furniture. The sellers were always happy to manhandle whatever junk they bought into the van, thinking they had found a right couple of mugs here. The elves would then take each piece directly from the van to King Usi, and those same sellers would have been kicking themselves if they ever laid eyes on the finished piece again. The Pottles, Longbottoms, Grangers, Sirius, Barchoke and Amelia were currently occupying sofas and wing-back chairs that had been bought in this manner. The elves had even recovered them all in the same antique fabric, so the entire collection matched. The room may have been decorated to offer an air of tranquility and peacefulness, but that design was about to undergo a severe test. Augusta got the ball rolling. We all know why we're here. We have 4 of our children wanting to tailor their Hogwarts curriculum to that of a more defense-orientated nature. This had Alice asking a question she really needed to know the answer to. Is this because Frank and I had to leave Gringotts? We don't want them altering their schooling because of us. That can't be the case, Alice. They don't even know about you living here. We wanted to keep that as a surprise for when they come home at summer. Barchoke glanced around the room to see if anyone else had let something slip. There were no takers. It was time to perform his godfatherly duties and support the couples. I spoke to Harry and Hermione at length about this. Those two really have put a lot of thought into their plans for the future. Harry originally plotted this course solely for himself. Hermione, as you might imagine, was having none of that. I certainly wasn't surprised when Neville and Padma signed up for this too. Those 4 watch each other's backs and neither couple would want to be left behind. Dan interrupted Sirius before he could say any more. I thought Hermione was attending Hogwarts to receive an education, not training for combat so she can fight a war. I also distinctly remember being told that goblin females can never become warriors or fight in battles. Why are Hermione and Padma different? I give everyone in this room my personal guarantee that, should it come to a pitched battle, neither of those girls will be anywhere near it. Barchoke spoke with such authority that they all looked to him, hoping he would explain his statement. If it comes to a battle, every blade Gringotts can muster will stand beside all the wands Amelia has available, and we will slaughter our enemies. The problem is though that the Death Eaters know this. They won't fight a pitched battle with the outcome a foregone conclusion. They will pick what they consider weak targets before attacking from ambush, and that is why our children train. They need the skills to escape from any attack or hold their attackers at bay until help arrives. The gathered family found Amelia agreeing with every word Barchoke just said. Most Death Eaters are cowards, hiding behind masks and attacking in packs. They almost won the last time because people stood back and let them literally get away with murder. That won't happen again. I'm pretty sure these 4 have no intention of going looking for trouble. They just want the ability to deal with any that comes their way. The head of the DMLE aimed her next comment specifically at the parents of the girls. Dealing with Death Eaters is the job of my department, not your daughters or sons. We simply can't ignore though that forces out with the control of anyone in this room have made those same 4 students targets for these animals. We will do our very best to keep them free from harm, but we need to be honest here and say we can't protect them for every minute of every day. I see this as nothing more than them training to cope with any situations that slip past all our protections. The ambassador and the Auror had turned the situation on its head, but Dan still wasn't convinced about their children dropping subjects and then leaving Hogwarts at 16. What about their education? How will this affect them in later life? Dan, you and Emma aren't looking at the whole picture here. Our daughter will leave Hogwarts with 7 OWLs, and I'm willing to bet anyone in this room she will score outstandings for all of them. No one was prepared to bet against the Goblin at the best of times, and certainly not on the quality of Hermione's grades. All 3 will also certainly be capable of passing their NEWTs in potions and defense. Throw in their orders of Merlin, first class, and any doors they want will be open to them. They're finishing Hogwarts, but that doesn't mean they will be finishing their education. There would be a long line of tutors queuing to teach those 4 any subject they wanted. Again Amelia added her backing to the Goblin ambassador. Those potential results alone would see Hermione qualify for most jobs in the Ministry. In Order of Merlin and being married to Harry would tick any boxes her qualifications missed. I think they're actually being fairly sensible about this, getting a wide educational base while training to protect themselves. I also think the news that they'll be leaving Hogwarts after OWLs shouldn't pass outside the family. we're not even sure yet if that part will include Neville and Padma. Sirius then attempted to play mediator. The way Harry and Hermione were speaking about this, ending their education was certainly not on the cards. I heard Hermione mention to Harry that there are university courses in diplomacy, something he seemed really interested in. If that's the case, then we'll be relying on the only two people we know who've actually attended university to steer the family in the right direction. This left Dan gobsmacked, while Emma wanted to make sure there was no magical, muggle misunderstanding going on here. Is that even possible, transferring from one system into another? It was a now smiling Amelia who fielded that question. It's not well publicized, but the occasional muggle-born student will transfer back into the system they left at 11. The ministry can issue Muggle Education Award certificates to match their achievements after sitting our exams. It's really then up to the individual to study the Muggle material they are sure to have missed while at Hogwarts. She had been worried how they would deal with the backlash that was certain to come if Harry left Hogwarts after 5th year. Here though was a scenario that would negate that problem nicely. I have to say, Harry leaving Hogwarts in order to study for the position of ambassador will not raise any eyebrows in our community. That type of education is not really available anywhere except as a junior in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, something I can't see Harry accepting. This drew a laugh from Barchoke. A centurion working as an office junior in the ministry sounds like an exceedingly bad joke. Dan burst out laughing and couldn't stop for a minute or two. He needed to wipe his eyes and drink some tea to get himself back under control. Sorry folks, I just needed to let that come out. I was suddenly worried about Hermione's university fund until I remembered I was citing in what is to all effects and purposes her house, and she received a fortune from the sale of that basilisk. The whole situation just freaked me out for a moment there. If you'll excuse me, I need to go and shoot something to calm down. A key for his wife, and Dan left the room with everyone now staring at him. A cry of, "Pull!" was soon followed by a pair of shotgun blasts. Dan was immensely pleased to see he had again hit both discs that sailed out from the bushes. This was such a wonderful setup, but he could never bring any of his friends from the gun club here. How would he explain his gun handler to them? Dobby was at his side, ready to take his shotgun and hand Dan its partner that was already loaded and ready to fire. Who would have believed that elves would love the sound a shotgun made, and all politely refused to wear ear defenders, claiming they were unnecessary. They were always more than willing to operate the clay pigeon thrower, but Dobby had gained prestige amongst his fellow elves from being the only elf trained to handle and load the shotguns. Pull! Blast! Blast! It was such an easy rhythm to slip into that Dobby had to inform his master they had an audience before handing over the loaded shotgun. Instead of snapping it shut, Dan removed the cartridges before turning to see who his guests were. It turned out Emma was having great difficulty explaining what clay pigeon shooting was to a room full of purebloods and simply brought them all out to see for themselves. Barchoke had heard the explanation from Dan before, but it in no way did justice to what was happening here. He was desperate to discover what one of those weapons would do to an enemy, yet wouldn't ask that question while there were ladies present. He would get his answer from Dan later. Dan was secretly pleased he'd clearly impressed his audience with his skill. He was also glad to be unaware there were people watching him while he was actually shooting. That looks fantastic, you have got to let me have a go at that. Amelia couldn't let that pass unchallenged. Sirius Black with a gun in his hands, time to run for cover. Oh, there are strict safety protocols that need to be learned before anyone gets their hands on a shotgun. Pranks and tomfoolery aren't allowed anywhere near a shooting site. I'm hoping we can fit some time in over the summer where I can teach our crew the basics. Smeagol was flabbergasted at what Dan was suggesting, though for another reason than magicals using guns. Can witches learn this as well? Absolutely. Emma has tried shooting a few times. I would be delighted to teach anyone who wants to learn the basics and get you started. Could a goblin learn this? Barchoke's request had Dan smiling. You mean a goblin who isn't Harry? I don't see why not. There should be a model of shotgun we can adapt to suit your trigger finger being longer. This had Amelia joking with the goblin. Should the ministry be worried that Gringotts will soon be issuing their warriors with these weapons? I think the minister would lose some sleep if that were the case. I see a sport here requiring skill, accuracy and timing where magical, muggle and goblin, be they male or female, can compete equally. I know my son, he will love this and I want to be able to shoot with him. Master Dan, Dobby will order more cartridges. The little guy couldn't hide his excitement at the thought of even more shooting. Won't you need more of those discs too, or do you think we're all going to miss? No sir, Lord Black. Elves copy them and is now making discs from rocks. We have many, many rocks here. Dobby thinks it will be lots of years before we need to buy more discs. The little elf picked up a rock and soon had it transfigured into an orange disc. Another elf then popped beside him and took the disc to the pile they had stored beside the thrower. Dan may not be able to bring any of his club here, but it was now looking like he was going to have a club of his own. Being outside and shooting had also given him an opportunity to clear his thoughts about their children. There was no question that Harry would never place Hermione in danger unless lives were literally at stake, allowing Dan to look on their extra training as self-defense lessons. The prospect of them one day attending university pleased him more than he could express. Here was concrete proof they weren't losing their daughter to a world that contained so many wondrous things. Hermione was sitting on the Hogwarts Express and wondering if their previous year at school could have gotten any stranger. Draco and Pansy leaving their compartment and saying they would see them at the wedding was just one of the changes her mind was having to deal with. Theo not dropping by to thank Harry for making his sister a Potter Scholarship student was another. Then there was Blaise, sitting with his arm around Parvati. He had used Harry's example from last year and asked her to be his girlfriend at the twins' birthday party. Parvati had of course said yes. Crow's Marauders had been ecstatic upon learning the club would continue next year, and a constant stream of them had popped their heads into their compartment to wish the group a happy holiday. McGonagall may have given them all her patented, "Your house is your family," spiel last September, but the Marauders looked on their club members more as their Hogwarts family. Whatever house they were in was immaterial. It showed when Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup and Ravenclaw the House Cup. Cheering came from all four tables. Fred and George also stopped by to ensure for at least the 100th time that they were indeed invited to Egypt, and, no, it wasn't a prank. They would actually be in Egypt when the results of their potions OWLs arrived, but neither seemed too worried about that. The four boys were all delighted at the thought of running their own Marauders Club with the new first years. They also had a copy of all Hermione's lesson plans and notes from this year's club to work with. All that remained to be done was to sit down at the start of the new term and study timetables to see what nights suited which club best. They also had to sit down with their parents and sell the idea of their change of curriculum, and leaving Hogwarts early. All four were relieved that Sirius had done the groundwork for them first. Harry discovering that he could study history and politics at university completely sold him on the idea. She herself was leaning more towards law, with their two best friends deciding to keep all their options open. Both couples completely agreed with the suggestion Sirius returned to Hogwarts, with that they tell no one outside the family of their plans at the moment. This would certainly affect the layout of their library in Kingussie though, with a lot of space now being required for Muggle books too. Their summer plans were also having an effect on the train. There were 11 students outside the family traveling to Florida with them. Lavender spending the week in France and another 6 joining the group in Egypt. The excitement was palpable as the express sped to London. They would be seeing a lot of their friends over the summer, but at the moment, everyone just wanted to get home. Wormtail was also traveling on a train, but not in a comfortable compartment. The rat was hiding under a freight container as Central Europe sped past. While somewhat cramped and drafty, it certainly beat walking a few hundred miles. When the train stopped, he would crawl out and transform back to Peter before checking his master's wand for direction. So far the train was progressing in roughly the direction he needed to go. Since it was now looking like he would have to cross the Alps, his directions of travel would be determined mostly by the terrain anyway. A train going in roughly the direction he needed to was far preferable to attempting to traverse mountains on foot. Unlike the occupants of the Hogwarts Express, Peter wasn't expecting hugs and kisses when he reached his final destination. At the moment Hermione wasn't able to hug anyone in greeting. At this very moment, Hermione was in floods of tears. She also had both her parents very worried by their daughter's reaction. "Don't you like it? We could not change a thing. Mum, I absolutely love it. You've done a wonderful job. You too, Dad. Nice to know I at least merited a mention. Dan's, I'm in the huff." Act didn't really work because of the large smile the dentist was now wearing. Harry came up behind Hermione before slipping his arms around his still stunned and tearful mate. "I don't remember you having this reaction to any of our other houses." She leaned back into him before answering. This one is ours though, this one is home. Emma couldn't wait any longer and dragged both of them away to see the rest of the house. Dinner that night was a real family affair with only Amelia, Susan and Hannah missing. Both girls though would be joining them on Monday as they headed for Sweden. Neville was overjoyed to see his parents, and both looking so well. Not having laid eyes them since February, there was a marked improvement in their health since then, with both now feeling confident they would be able to make the island holiday with the rest of the family. Harry was a bit worried his father hadn't told him about the suspected threat from inside Gringotts before now, though fully accepted the reason that he couldn't really do anything about it while at Hogwarts. He certainly didn't intend to have a repeat of what happened over care of magical creatures. Goblins spoke their minds, yet Harry was finding he still hadn't grasped all the social niceties required for not upsetting non-goblin people, something he had no intention of doing that day in history class either. Thanks to Hermione and Padma, he and Neville had quickly sorted the matter between them, and both were embarrassed at how swiftly that news of their tiff had raced through the castle. He would talk to his father alone later, and hopefully discover what was really going on that would make him take such cautionary action. On the Hogwarts upside though, the electives evening went ahead without Harry's presence and with only Ronald Weasley choosing to take the care of magical creatures class. This caused Harry further embarrassment over the amount of influence he clearly held amongst his fellow students. This was especially pertinent when Hermione confidently predicted that, since his views on the matter were now well known throughout the castle, not one of Crow's marauders would choose the subject when their turn came at the end of the next term. With only one student in 2 years electing to take care of magical creatures, the ministry would either have to change the course syllabus or Hogwarts would be forced to drop it. Since the school stopped offering divination for the new term, Harry didn't think Hogwarts could really afford to lose another elective subject. Talk of course kept returning to next weekend's wedding, with the bride and groom to be present. That was always going to be the case. Sirius and Henrika were also spending the weekend in Kingussie before accompanying the gang to Sweden on Monday. Alice and Frank wanted their public return to Magical Society to be the awards ball, so were giving the wedding a reluctant miss. Neville and Padma were also going to miss the first week in Sweden too, wanting to spend the time with Frank and Alice before arriving in Luleå on Friday with most of the adults. Luna's thoughts were also on her family, or rather her dad. Monday was so close yet also seemed so far away to the young witch. She hadn't seen him since leaving for Hogwarts last September, but the tone of his letters had began to become slightly upbeat as she allowed more of her real feelings to seep into her letters to him. It had been hard writing about how wonderful her Christmas had been, but her father's reply clearly indicated that was exactly what he'd hoped to hear. After that, Luna couldn't stop writing and Irgit was kept busy delivering letters between them both. She wouldn't really need to introduce her friends to her father, he would be able to recognize them purely by the amount Luna had written about each of them. Remus was also in a reflective mood, thinking it wasn't so long ago his only companionship was the flock of sheep he was shepherding. Now he was having dinner in this beautiful house with friends and people who considered him family for company. The reflective mood was induced by watching his best friend, a best friend he'd once thought guilty of betrayal. A decade in Azkaban had certainly changed Sirius, but in some ways for the better. He could imagine a pre-prison Sirius attracting the attention of a witch like Henrika, but doubted if he would have been able to hold on to her, far less propose marriage. This much more mature version though not only accomplished that but appeared to be looking forward to everything that entailed, including one day becoming a father. This line of thought focused his mind back onto his own problem, though he was still no nearer a solution. Remus was neither stupid or naive, he could plainly see Tonks was interested in him, he just couldn't for the life of him work out why. She was young, beautiful, talented, now independently wealthy and soon to be presented with their nation's top award for bravery. Why she seemed interested in a broken-down old werewolf who needed help to land his first real job since leaving Hogwarts was a mystery to him. Remus wasn't really interested in a casual relationship, especially since Sirius was her head of house. He didn't think there was a hope in hell of anything more, but would happily settle for having the beautiful young Auror as a friend. He would just have to wait and see what the future brought. Tonks had made all the running so far and Remus was prepared to wait and see where that running led to. Hermione was in shorts and sports clothes while Harry wore his tunic as they raced around their property. Both agreed that what they thought was beautiful in mid-February was simply breathtaking in late June. As they ran along the glen, she wanted to know if Harry had discussed the Gringotts situation with his father. His answer was a growl. That whole family are rotten to the core. That little shit Dragonbreath is their last hope for greatness, so much so that when I started getting the better of him at about age 6, my father had to enter the pit and fight a duel to protect me. Sometimes I wish I hadn't dropped my sword that day he tried to hurt you. Surely you don't mean that, Harry. They ran for a minute or so before Harry answered his mate. The changes inside Gringotts are every bit as dramatic as those in the magical community, with reactions about the same too. Some have welcomed those changes with open arms, most will sit back and wait to see what happens before committing themselves, but a few will plot to reverse these changes, and hopefully leave themselves in charge when the current system collapses. Dragonbreath and his family fall firmly into the last category. It took another moment for Hermione to reply. We've seen the changes in Hogwarts, changes I never thought would be possible 2 years ago. Couldn't Dragonbreath, or whatever his name is, change too? The little shit's name is Dragontooth, I call him that because I know it annoys him, and no, he won't change. People like Draco changed because it was to their advantage, both of us would change whatever we needed to in order to stay together. Fudge has played his hand brilliantly and shot up in the estimation of the nation. Persecuting the Death Eaters without damaging their family's name, standing, wealth or other members probably avoided another war. Dragontooth's family would rather see the nation fighting wizards than living amongst them, something that attacking Frank and Alice inside Gringotts would probably accomplish. Hermione could sense Harry wasn't telling her everything and wasn't about to stand for that. Spill it, Crow, you know you can't keep secrets from me. It scares me sometimes how well you know me. And never mind trying to change the subject. Okay, it's father. That shoulder injury healed about as well as could be expected and doesn't really bother him day to day, it does bother him with a blade in his hand. He's lost about 10% mobility in his sword arm, not enough to trouble him unless he was fighting for his life in the pit. That 10% could see him killed, so I'm declaring myself family champion. Anyone attempting to challenge father in the pit will instead find themselves facing me. Hermione stopped running and Harry was expecting some harsh words. Instead, she leaned in and tenderly keyed him. Like you said, Harry, I know you so well. Certainly well enough to know you could never have reached any other decision. You nearly killed yourself attacking that basilisk to protect me, of course you're going to protect your father any way you can. Do you think it will come to that? Whitefang provided the initial warning, but things have quietened since father moved Frank and Alice to Kingussie. The truth is we just don't know, and that's what has us worried. With no more needing said, they continued their run. Kingussie was almost 500 miles from Gringotts and their time was occupied for the next month at least, most of which would see father accompanying them. For a goblin to move directly against Barchoke inside Gringotts would be suicidal, both politically and literally, since the director had reintroduced father's guards. While taking precautions, they couldn't let this implied threat rule their lives, they would deal with any problems if and when they arose. Living what was considered normally for them would see the extended family attempting clay pigeon shooting today, something all the adults seemed excited about. Excited didn't even begin to describe Luna as they prepared to head for Sweden. The group had barely recovered from the Portkey arrival when she screamed, "Dad!" at the top of her voice while springing at the man who was clearly her father. Zeno Lovegood appeared gaunt, almost frail, with his long blonde hair hanging down past the shoulders of the startling and lime green striped robes he was wearing. Then again, most people would appear gaunt when standing next to Lucas Hobson. Henrika was quickly emulating Luna by being wrapped in her parents' arms while Sirius and Remus got the rest of their group organized and pointed in the direction of where they would be staying. He'd rented 6 houses for a fortnight, though most wouldn't be needed until Friday. Moa and Lucas were soon dispensing hugs to everyone and welcoming them to Lulia while promising the youngsters they would enjoy their stay. Moa needed to discuss the wedding arrangements with Henrika and Sirius, so Lucas took everyone else for a look around town. Remus went along too, and it would be a while before either Lovegood would be parted from each other. After spending the afternoon together, all those visiting could see why Zeno could be considered a little strange or even a touch eccentric. He appeared to have a completely different way of looking at the world around them. Being Luna's father though gained him instant acceptance within the family group. it was blindingly obvious both father and daughter doted on each other. They were all very fond of Luna, and her father did tell some wonderful and certainly colorful stories. Whether there was any truth in those stories was not for them to judge. Sirius decided this was the best thing he'd ever done as he stood with Remus by his side, awaiting the arrival of his bride-to-be. When Henrika appeared, every male in the little church agreed wholeheartedly with Sirius Black. Any bride who's walking down the aisle can be certain every pair of eyes in the building are focused on her. Henrika Hobson, soon to be Black, took that experience to a whole new level. She had promised her groom he would like her dress, and Henrika hadn't exaggerated. Sirius couldn't take his eyes off his bride. The dress was white, but that was Enrique's only flirt with wedding tradition. This was no sweeping gown, but rather a dress that's scalloped and heavily embroidered hem stopped above her knee. With a scooped front, low back that was covered by her cascading blonde hair and three-quarter lace sleeves, Henrika had taken the concept of the little black dress and adapted it for her wedding. The black family tiara was the only jewelry she wore. Henrika simply didn't need any more. Everyone agreed the adaptation was a resounding success, especially her bridesmaid. Tonks wore a similar style dress except for the color. It was a deep shade of violet that the Auror had changed her hair to match. She had no worries about outshining the bride. That was simply never going to happen, but Tonks could only hope the best man noticed her. Sirius couldn't remember a word of the wedding ceremony. Only Remus putting the rings in his hand alerted him he had some work to do. When the minister uttered the line, "You may now key the bride," Sirius needed no prompting. With the cheers of their family and friends ringing in their ears, Sirius shared their first key as a married couple with his wife. It wasn't until their first dance, Tonks received confirmation that Remus had indeed noticed her. "You really are quite beautiful. Is this the real you?" "More or less. My natural hair is black and my original nose slightly longer. This is my own body though. I am glad you seem to like it. This same body requires a date for the awards ball. How would you feel about helping a lady out?" She waited nervously on his answer, watching the conflict play behind his eyes and hoping Remus would reach the decision she wanted. "I've already been invited to attend by Sirius. Somehow though I get the impression your invitation is slightly different. What do you think the reaction would be if a beautiful young Auror turned up to collect her Order of Merlin, first class, with a werewolf on her arm? Sending out a message like that could see you lose your job." "My job prohibits me from associating with known criminals. Am I going to have to arrest you anytime soon?" "I think I would only be in trouble if you could read my mind. I'm not quite sure if everything I'm currently thinking about you is strictly legal. I have to ask though, why me? Remus, you're a smart, decent guy who can always make me smile. Have you any idea how scarce guys like you are? I'm not talking about your furry little problem, just as you're not interested in who I can change into. We both know those traits are part of who we are, but neither of us let that define who we are. I am just as interested in the real you as you seem to be in the real me." Well, if the real Auror Tonks requires a date for the ball arranged in her honor, Professor Lupin would be only too happy to oblige the beautiful young lady and accompany her to that special evening. Remus was delighted to see he'd made her smile again. When he looked into those gorgeous eyes he thought that making Tonks smile was certainly a job he would be a bloody fool not to apply for. Ooh. The missing marauder was currently about 2,500 miles from his former friends. The eyes he was staring into though were 1,000,000 miles away from those currently being enjoyed by Remus and Sirius. For a start, this pair were glowing red and staring at him from the eyes of a humongous snake. His mind was also wandering too, but it wasn't wandering alone. He felt his master's presence as his journey to Albania played back for the Dark Lord to view. Peter could feel his master's anger growing with each new revelation, but seeing the Malfoy trial in the Prophet ended the communication between master and servant. It ended because Peter lost conscience. The only way Peter could describe the agony was to say that it felt as if the Dark Lord just stuck his wand into his victim's ear before then casting his most powerful Cruciatus curse. Peter had never felt pain like that in his life before, and would be exceedingly happy never to have a repeat performance. His body was still trembling as he slowly regained his senses that were telling him there was a massive snake just waiting to have him for supper. It was almost as if he was feeling his master's voice inside his head. Peter certainly couldn't understand what the reptile was hissing at him. Res S Street, Wormtail, we have much to do. There are certain people that need to be rewarded while others have outlived their Cephalns SSS, something I intend to remedy at the earliest street opportunity. You are now on the reward Lee S Street, fail me again and you can join the other. Those say on that Lee S Street are already dead, they Zhu Street don't know it yet. Maniacal laughter now filled his head. Peter just wasn't sure if any of it was coming from him or whether it was all Lord Voldemort. Draco was lying in a strange bed, struggling with himself. Not to break into maniacal laughter at the day he'd just had. He was worried that if he started, it would be impossible to stop. Thinking that talking to his roommate might help, Draco gave it a try. Blaze, are you still awake? No, Draco, fell right off to sleep the moment my head hit the pillow. My brain feels as if we're still on one of those coaster things, it's whizzing around at speed and I'm sure it turned upside down at least once. I know exactly what you mean, the world we thought we knew just got turned upside down today. Draco, I thought sitting with the girls at the pool yesterday was the greatest day of my life. Today just blasted that to smithereens. We took a boat ride through a jungle, saw pirates and were shooting down a water slide while sitting inside a log. How are you supposed to deal with all that? I used to think having a good time was attending parties and looking down your nose at those lower in class than us. I actually used to practice you're unworthy, sneer in the mirror. The Muggles have built a whole magical kingdom to do nothing but have fun in, and they really know how to have fun. Draco, I'm beginning to wonder what else we've been told that isn't true. Did you see Hermione in that bikini thing yesterday, Merlin? She's a Muggle born yet smarter and more powerful than both of us. She's also gorgeous, an Order of Merlin, first class, holder and blood bonded to Harry. How the hell does that fit with anything we've been taught as purebloods? I would be very careful saying that out loud, Blaze. You wouldn't want to upset your girlfriend, and certainly not her sister or any of the others. Oh, I'm happy with Parvati, that's not what I meant. We're both purebloods yet I can honestly say Hermione is way out of our league, even though she's a Muggle born. I can see that yet it goes directly against everything we've both been taught. Something obviously isn't right, but how can we not believe what we're both seeing with our own eyes? I think we'll both need our eyes tested after tomorrow. Do you really believe Muggles can fire themselves into space using rockets? Shit, Draco, I'm barely coping with what we saw today, I don't think I can cope with tomorrow. Tomorrow, the ball was tomorrow and Augustus was ready, he'd been ready for a couple of weeks. He'd spent those weeks refining his plan until he couldn't make the slightest improvement to it. It now all came down to tomorrow. It really could only end one of two ways. Tomorrow would either be the greatest day in Augustus Rookwood's life or his last. His distilled and refined plan now saw him and Bella standing at their master's side, the Dark Lord's two most trusted advisors and enforcers. While he would be the brains of the duo, there was no doubting who held the power. Bellatrix was the most powerful witch Augustus had ever laid eyes on. She was also as beautiful as she was crazy, which added another level of danger to tomorrow. No matter how well he planned and schemed, Augustus was faced with only one utter certainty. He had no idea how Bella would react when he approached her with this scheme tomorrow. The best he could calculate, the odds were 50-50, meaning there was as much chance of Bella killing him as there was the Dementors, guards or that swim. When his sensible side objected to him taking such a risk, it was swiftly clobbered into submission by the image of Bella standing at his side. Now there was a reason worth living, or dying for. Bill went upstairs to check on his sister, just to see if she really was alright about tonight. He found her lying on her bed and happily reading a book that appeared to be Muggle in origin. Her room was also decorated with pictures and souvenirs that she'd clearly accumulated over the summer. Bill was just thinking how much healthier this was for Ginny than her obsession over those stupid boy who lived works of fiction when he was snapped out of his musings by a loud wolf whistle. Looking hot there, Bill, are you sure you don't have a date for tonight? And have her sitting at the same table as Mum. This had Ginny giggling with laughter. Mum would be planning the wedding before the first dance was over. Smart move, Bill. So why aren't you downstairs getting ready to leave? I wanted to check my favorite sister wasn't too upset about missing the ball this year. Looks like I could have saved myself a trip. Oh, I knew I wouldn't be able to attend a couple of weeks ago, all the places were sorted when we were in Florida. I am a bit disappointed, but you really should have been there last year. I also have an invite to a birthday party in Kingusi tomorrow and then another Merlin ball to look forward to at the end of September. That really was the best party I'd ever been to, until Ron tried to spoil it by shouting at Parvati for dating a Slytherin. I have a lot of friends in Slytherin, so I don't know what his problem is. Bill's heart was fit to burst with pride at how well Ginny had turned her situation around. When did you get so smart? I hang about with smart people, Bill. Harry and the gang are pretty easygoing until it comes to the subject of bigotry, they just won't stand for it. The more I think about it, the more I see they're right to be like that. There's no house or blood bias in Crow's Marauders, that would be an insult to the person the club is named after. Ron doesn't give you any hassle about your Slytherin friends, does he? Oh, he hit the roof when he found out I was going on holiday with some of them. Then Fred and George hit him with a load of pranks, and suddenly Ron didn't really care who I was going on holiday with. Those two have gotten really good, even Mum couldn't change Ron back from the things they did to him. She had to threaten both of them with not going to Egypt to get the twins to reverse it. Bill knew Master Pitsley expected the twins to ace their potions OWL a year early too. He had a feeling both their parents were going to get a shock from the twins' new attitude. They still played pranks but had gotten a lot more methodical about it. With a hug from his sister, he headed off to accompany their parents to tonight's awards ball. As the guests of honor were waiting to be called into the ballroom, Molly was busy trying to thank everyone for taking Ginny to Florida, while at the same time asking if they were sure about taking the twins to Egypt. She was describing in great detail what Fred and George had done to Ron at the beginning of the summer. Not knowing this just endeared the twins more to the group. The Pottle sisters in particular had great trouble containing their laughter. Molly wasn't laughing when she spotted Draco Malfoy in the company, only Bill's firm hand on her arm prevented a rant. She was quickly led over to a corner where her eldest son had a quiet but firm word with her. Lucius Malfoy set the basilisk loose in Hogwarts, not his son. He's in Azkaban paying for that crime. Draco being in this company tells the country that the innocent shouldn't suffer along with the guilty. 3 of the girls here were attacked by the basilisk and Parvati was possessed by that diary. If they can accept Draco being here, then you have no right to say anything about it. There are others who might, and then you'll see how this family operates. They're very like us. Mom, what do we do if someone attacks a Weasley? This left Molly floundering for words, not something she was used to. She also had to defer to Bill's knowledge. Of these people, he was the expert here. Arthur had no opportunity to invite Ginny this year. They received 2 invitations with Bill's coming to him as an assistant ambassador. She would try to keep her mouth shut while her eyes and ears remained wide open. This extended family were having such an affect on the Weasleys that Molly really couldn't afford to insult any of them with a tirade. Apart from holidays and education, Ambassador Barchoke had saved Arthur's life and then warded the borough. That cut them an immeasurable amount of slack as far as Molly was concerned. The group had 3 tables tonight, purely because they would have needed a Hogwarts-sized one to accommodate all of them. The tables for 10 were alongside each other, so, while they had to occupy specific seats for the meal, the seating would become fluid once the dancing started. Neville and Padma led the group into the ballroom tonight, and again, the Goblin tailors had done them proud. This year though, both were friends of the nation and wore their blades with pride. The biggest shock of the night was reserved for the couple who followed them into the ballroom. Frank and Alice were now officially retired from the Auror Corps, but both were still entitled to wear their dress uniforms to formal functions, and functions didn't come any more formal than this. An impressive number of awards were pinned to the beep of their robes, having been added to by Amelia recently, who presented the couple with the award for Aurors injured in the line of duty. It was Amelia, seated at the ministry table, who broke the stunned silence by standing and beginning the applause that quickly became thunderous. The Longbottoms were one of the oldest pureblood families in Britain, and seeing these 2 almost back from the dead was certainly something worth applauding. Smita and Ramrao followed the Longbottoms. The couple had again chosen traditional Indian dress, which certainly added color to the group. Parvati and Blaze were both in clothes designed and produced by the Goblins, with a similarly dressed Luna walking beside Augusta in her traditional British robes to complete the first of their tables. The new Lady Black was on her husband's arm as she led the members of their table into the ballroom. They were followed by their table's other award winner, Tonks, on the arm of Remus. The Hobson and Tonks parents preceded Draco and Pansy to fill the Black family table. There were more than a few eyebrows raised at the final couple, although the vast majority of those eyebrows owners agreed with their inclusion. Crow was on record saying only the guilty should be punished. Here was a perfect example of what he preached being put into practice. If this group could accept the son of Lucius Malfoy into their company, then there was hope for their society yet. Harry and Hermione led the procession toward their table, with Dan and Emma following on behind. The Goblin ambassador and his assistant came next, with Arthur and Molly taking up position behind them. Susan and Hannah completed their table, the restriction on numbers meaning neither which could invite a date. Both thought this was a small price to pay to be here tonight. When everyone was settled, Minister Fudge rose and made his way toward the small, and as yet unoccupied, bandstand. He stood there for a moment, just looking over the people who had crammed in here to witness tonight's award ceremony. Last summer, we decided to break with tradition and, as well as making this event less formal, we held the speeches at the beginning of the evening. Since we find ourselves in a similar situation tonight, it appears as if we've started a whole new tradition. His eyes found Harry's for the next part of his carefully prepared speech. I stood on this very spot last year, extolling the virtues of a family who fought against the darkness that threatened our country in times past. It would seem some here actually listened to what I said and drew inspiration from my words of wisdom, either that or they just followed Harry. The minister, making a joke at his own expense, earned a laugh and was a good start to the evening. The 6 people we're all here to honor tonight stood together against opponents so dark and deadly, their courage defies description. As if having to defeat the biggest basilisk in recorded history wasn't enough of a feat, they also stopped the return of the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, Voldemort. Using that name drew some screams from the audience, and not all of them from witches. I think you would have to agree, these awards are certainly merited. Please show your appreciation as they come up onto the stage to collect their orders of Merlin, first class. Amelia then approached the stage carrying a silver tray containing their medals as the minister read the roll of honor. Neville Longbottom, Padma Patil, Hermione Granger, Lady Henrika Black and Auror Tonks. Again everyone was up on their feet applauding like crazy. There was also hardly a dry eye at the 3 guests of honor tables. They had of course discussed the subject of speeches beforehand, and Neville found himself elected to give one for the entire group, simply by the process of elimination. They all had an input into the words that would be said tonight. They would simply have more impact being delivered by the eldest son of an old and respected pureblood family. Neville hated that reasoning, mainly because he knew they were right. It should be the words that were important, more than the blood status of the person who said them. He knew they would have less impact though coming from a Swedish vila, a British muggle-born or an Indian witch. Tonks was a ministry employee and couldn't really court controversy with her job as an Auror, so Neville was left to be it. He looked down to his beaming parents and proud grandmother, and Neville Longbottom stood tall. We worked and survived that day as a team, and it was a team decision that I would speak for all of us tonight. The 4 ladies teamed up on me and decided I was doing it. After remembering that those same 4 ladies were all orders of Merlin, first class, holders, I did the only thing I could and agreed with them. This again drew a fair amount of laughter from the crowd, adding to Neville's confidence. Harry said it first back in Hogwarts, we 4 friends are all so different that our friendship should never work. It does though, not in spite of those differences but because we embrace those differences. We embraced them so much, Harry and I will now one day marry our best friends. This drew more laughter, cheers and a few good-natured jeers. The 7 of us who set off for the chamber were all different, and without those differences I seriously doubt if any of us would have survived. I say 7 because the Lady Ravenclaw accompanied us too, and also played a vital role. We have 2 very good friends with us tonight who would have died in a Hogwarts corridor without the protection the ghosts deliberately provided for them. There were more than a few in the ballroom whose color drained to a ghostly tincture with that thought. Neville felt a hand rest on his shoulder and offer a squeeze of support. He turned his head to see Amelia acknowledging what he said was so terrifyingly true. Without Lady Black being able to blind the basilisk, we would have been defeated before we even started. Without Auror Tonks and the Lady Ravenclaw keeping watch on the spirit of Tom Riddle, we wouldn't have been able to concentrate fully on dealing with the basilisk. Without Harry and Hermione's goblin blades we wouldn't have been able to eventually bring the beast down. Yet without Padma and my wands pulling the basilisk away from them, they wouldn't have been able to escape those deadly jaws for long. I think Hermione's father said it best, if we hadn't all gone down there, we wouldn't have all come back up alive. It took all of our differences working together to achieve a result I still find unbelievable. Neville had the entire hall hanging on his every word, but it was to his parents he looked now. I've stood here tonight and spoke to you about what can be achieved when we embrace our differences and work together. I'm looking at another wonderful example right in front of me now. By utilizing the wide range of knowledge amongst my friends' parents, my own parents were able to walk in here on my 13th birthday and see their son be one of a group who received this award. I hope you'll forgive me when I say that means much more to me than the actual award itself. That the entire ballroom was up on its feet and applauding was a fair indication they not only forgave but understood as well. Cornelius watched Neville step back amongst his fellow award winners to many hugs and congratulations. The minister let the applause die down before stepping forward himself. I agree wholeheartedly with everything that courageous young wizard just said, and would also like to welcome Frank and Alice Longbottom back amongst us once more. We give thanks to our goblin friends for making this possible, and for inviting healers from St. Mungo's to their medical facility inside Gringotts so this remarkable accomplishment may benefit even more people. That last part had been known by only a select few. It was certainly news that was welcome here tonight. Now, as the Lady Ravenclaw can't leave Hogwarts Castle, that leaves us with one other member of the team who risked their lives that day to thank, Harry Crow. While the ministry was well aware it was granting land and a title to a goblin, Cornelius didn't want to rub tonight's guests' noses in it by announcing Centurion Crow. Harry had readily agreed to this compromise. It was a small price to pay for what the nation was receiving. Since most of you would have been here last year, you will of course be aware that this young man is already an Order of Merlin, first-class recipient, an award he proudly has pinned on his jacket tonight. As the acknowledged leader of the group of rescuers, and the most severely injured after the basilisk targeted his blood-bonded mate, we at the ministry wanted to show our appreciation for his bravery in a different manner. Please will you welcome on stage, Harry Crow, Baron of Kingussie. Harry rose to great applause and made his way on stage where the Minister of Magic presented him with that oh-so-precious scroll of parchment. There would be goblin builders in Kingussie before they returned to Hogwarts in September. Being conscious of not wanting to upstage Neville's speech, Harry kept it short and simple. That he allowed everyone to see how heartfelt his words were just increased the power behind those words. I think I said last year that family was everything to me. Thanks to that spirit of cooperation Neville mentioned a moment ago, I have my godfather and godmother here tonight. That members of my family are already considering Kingussie as home might give you some idea of what this award means to me, and for that I simply can't thank you enough. This drew loud applause, but Harry had something else he wanted to say. My father taught me to do what is right, rather than what is easy, something he lived up to by risking his own life while saving a young witch and her daughter inside this very building. I would like to dedicate this award to him, because he's my hero. Harry had added that last bit in himself, only talking with Hermione about its inclusion. It was hard to tell how the ballroom received it. The three tables at the front and those on stage were generating enough noise to compensate for any lack of applause from elsewhere. They then had to pose for the obligatory photographs before the minister made sure to shake everyone's hand as they made their way back off the stage. The six received heroes' welcomes as they returned to their tables and family. Barchoke broke with tradition by embracing both his daughter and son. You all keep talking about bringing down barriers. I thought it was time this one fell too, but only on special occasions. Hermione had to wipe the tears from her eyes from witnessing this, knowing how much this gesture meant to both of them. As they settled down for dinner, Molly attempted to make a joke. No vials of fake blood this year, Harry. Mrs. Weasley, down in the chamber we all saw enough of the real thing to last us a lifetime. On a bleak isle in the middle of the North Sea, blood was also on the mind of Augustus Rookwood. It was time to see if those months and months of effort, pain and sacrifice were actually going to be worth it. Having finished his protection medallion earlier than anticipated, he then made a few minor modifications. His last incisor had been sacrificed to bore a hole in the medallion, with more of his long hair being pulled out and threaded through it to allow his precious protection to be worn around his neck. Blood had also been added to this woven hair necklace. Any smidgen of extra protection was very welcome. It was now time to see if it and his straw wand worked as well as he hoped. A simple Alohomora was greeted with a click, allowing the Death Eater to inch open the door and peer along the gloomy corridor. Dementors prefer the dark and the Ministry weren't about to spend a canute on their prisoners' comfort, only eyes that had long become accustomed to the darkness allowed him to see anything at all. He clutched the medallion to his chest as a Dementor approached, hoping he would at least have time to force the door shut if the creature reacted to his presence. With Augustus' heart beating loud enough for the Dementor to hear it thump, the dark creature glided serenely past, completely uninterested in him. After discovering that both his creations were a success, it was time to put the rest of his scheme into operation. He wasn't 100% sure where Bellatrix's cell exactly was but found it easily enough, on the same side as his and only 3 along. He looked through the small barred opening on her door, the faint moonlight filtering through the recessed and heavily barred cell window allowing Augustus the chance to gaze upon his first woman in a decade. Bellatrix. She sat up on her mattress instantly, a voice coming from where no voice should be certainly grabbed her attention. She may be considered crazy but no one ever called her stupid. Bella may have been startled yet her voice never rose above the whisper her unexpected visitor had used. Rookwood. What the F*** are you doing out there? He then said the words guaranteed to get her full attention and support. I intend to escape and help our master return, I need your help though. That was all Bella needed to hear. She was now at the small barred opening with her face pressed against the bars. Anything, Rookwood, you know I'll do anything. I think our master made Horcruxes, I also think he gave one to you for safekeeping. If you tell me where it is, I'll give you an oath I'll use it to bring our master back. Even with their faces now mere inches apart her groan of disappointment was barely audible. Bella's distress though was clearly there for Augustus to see. I can't, it's in our vault at Gringotts and only a Lestrange can enter. While he'd been expecting no other answer, he managed to look as disappointed as she was. His entire scheme relied on Bella reaching her own conclusions to take this forward. The route he hoped to guide her on needed to seem like Bella's own idea. You got out your cell, can't you get me out too? 2 of us would have a much better chance of getting out of this effing dump together. I can get you out of your cell, I can't get you past the Dementors. They only leave me alone because of this. It took months to make and required blood bonding to me. I couldn't make another one even if I wanted to. I don't have enough teeth left and the time needed would mean the sea would be far too cold for us to survive in the water. Bella was staring at the medallion like a starving child would look through a baker's shop window. Here was something far more precious than any order of Merlin. I'm more than ready to bleed to get out of here. What if I chewed a couple of my fingers off? You could sit in your cell and rub them into the stone, would that work quickly enough? I honestly don't know but my best guess would be no. The medallion is blood-bound to me and might not accept another. His pause had Bella instantly coming back at him, just as he planned. What? You've thought of something, haven't you? I had an idea, it's a crazy one though. You want crazy then you came to the right effing place, I can certainly do crazy so tell me. This was the part that could blow upon his face but Augustus plowed ahead. The stone is blood-bound to me, it will also offer the same protection to anyone blood-bonded to me. Augustus just left that hanging, it wasn't hanging there for long before Bella snatched at the bait. What have I got to do? We cut the palm of our hands, say a few words and then consummate the bond. You mean I get F'd too? Bella's hand was instantly through the bars. Augustus had also sharpened one edge of the medallion for this very purpose. He cut both their palms before clasping her dainty hand in his calloused shovel of a mitt. I am yours, and you are mine. Bella repeated the words and a glow appeared around their joined hands. They glowed past their wrists surprising Augustus. He assumed that their joint desire to get out of here and join their master would at least be enough to heal their hands. He didn't expect any more than that. Bella's healed hand was withdrawn back into her cell and this was now the moment of truth for Augustus. The runes on the medallion were made to protect 2 people, providing one of them was him. His greatest wish was to have say with a willing woman that didn't have to be potioned or under the influence of the Imperious. For that woman to be Bellatrix Lestrange he was willing to risk his very life. He also knew he was certainly taking his life into his hands entering that door. It could be so worth it though. He entered her cell to find Bella had discarded her threadbare robe and was lying on her straw mattress. There was no underwear anywhere in sight. Ah, is my little baby shy? Come and let Bella look after you. Don't you dawdle now, we have things to do and other places to be. Augustus needed no further invitation. If Tonks is free tomorrow night, I have an invitation to a joint birthday party and no date. Tonks was loving the banter she shared with Remus. Their week in Florida had allowed their relationship to develop to the point where they were both very comfortable joking with each other. Neither was prepared just yet to put a label on exactly what their relationship was, but both were happy where they were at the moment. Since I've already been invited by the young ladies organizing the event, it shouldn't be too much of an imposition to turn upon the arm of Professor Lupin. You're actually a very good dancer. This put a smile on his face as a long-forgotten memory was dragged to the surface. Harry's grandmother said all young wizards needed to know how to dance. She taught me, James and Sirius. You were really close, weren't you? We were like brothers, like family. That's why both Sirius and I understand Harry's drive for family. I thought I lost all of mine on the one night. Everything keeps returning to that one night and no one knows what really happened. Remus then surprised the hell out of the Auror. Harry does, he remembers word for word what happened that night. Sirius told me one evening a bottle of fire whiskey took a hammering, said it was the most heartbreaking thing he'd ever heard. 2 grown men sat and cried that evening. We both blamed it on the fire whiskey and we were both lying. Tonks just held him closer as they danced, thinking she had a good man here. To an outsider watching these 2 convicts rut like animals amongst the squalor of Bella's cell, they would rightly be disgusted. The couple though were both benefiting from their fornication, so weren't exactly courting public opinion on their sexual activities. As Augustus was experiencing a wonderful afterglow, Bella was cooing softly in his ear and running her hand lovingly through his now sparse hair. Oh, that's my big strong wizard, Bella will look after you. Now you've given me one wand, it's time to hand over the other. This shocked Augustus, but Bella just continued with her soothing ministrations. As we are now blood bonded, that wand should recognize me too. You my clever man are the brains here, but when it comes to wands I think you'll agree I'm the expert. In all his calculations, here was one Augustus had not thought of. Oh my poor baby, don't you worry your pretty little head, Bella will take good care of both your wands. I've just had the best say for over a decade, I would hate to have to kill the person who just gave me that pleasure. Augustus suddenly felt the sharpened edge of his medallion caressing his throat. He immediately agreed with his new mate. This shockingly earned him a key. No woman had ever willingly keyed him before. I knew you were a clever one, now let's get on with what has to be done. Watching as she pulled what passed for a robe over her head, he offered a warning. I don't know how much magic that wand can take. He was again cut off by a key on his ravaged mouth. You do very good work, this wand is better than you think it is, so just trust me. Watching as this witch seemed to change character from moment to moment was both terrifying and electrifying at the same time. Seeing Bella with a wand in her hand was just downright scary though. They held onto the braided hair necklace that was attached to the medallion and crept out into the corridor. Bella headed straight for a specific cell and Augustus had no option but to follow. Roddy, you there, my baby. Where the F else would I be, you crazy bye, ch. How did you get out of your cell? As Rodolphus pressed his face into the bars in order to see what was happening, Bella's new wand cast a low-powered cutting curse at his neck. While the curse may have been low-powered, it was cast from mere inches away and with a surgeon's precision. Rodolphus Lestrange found his jugular sliced open and, despite clutching his throat with both hands, his lifeblood was spurting between his fingers and splattering all over his cell. Consider this the end of our marriage, you lousy bastard, you'll never cheat on me again with that Ponzi brother of yours. I want your last dying thoughts to be that I've found a better man to replace you and your precious brother is next on my list. Bella moved to the next cell, almost daring Augustus to say something. He wisely didn't. She opened the cell door to find Rabastan curled in the furthest away corner, crying while physically shaking with fear. You're not worth a curse, you piece of shit. Rabastan's shuddering was now more in relief, after hearing those words and watching the crazy leave, that was until he noticed she'd left the cell door wide open. The death that then came calling was tall, dark, but in no way could a Dementor be considered handsome. Effing arranged marriage to hide the fact they'd been screwing each other since they were both at Hogwarts, then people have the nerve to blame me for not providing an heir. I wanted to torture both those bastards to death years ago, but our master had some use for them, too effing bad. I will gladly suffer our master's displeasure for killing both those pieces of shit after we bring him back. I have one other marriage needing ended before we leave this effing dump for good. Hearing the cell door opening was a shock that woke the sleeping wizard. That shock was nothing though in comparison to the terrifying nightmare of recognizing the person who just entered his cell. Hello Lucius, surprised to see me. I told you I would make you pay for destroying one of our master's most precious possessions. I'm here to make my sister a widow too. He found himself being dragged off his mattress by the hair and his last conscious thought was, where the hell did Bella get her hands on a wand? As Malfoy blood pumped from his jugular to form a pool on the cell floor, Bella dipped her fingers in the warm liquid and began to write a message on the wall. Augustus had just watched his new mate kill her husband and both her brothers-in-law, all in the space of a few minutes. He didn't think this witch could possibly turn him on any more than he was now. As there were now 3 of them, though one occupant was dead, crammed into this tiny cell and he had to stay close to his mate because of the medallion, when Bella bent down for more blood she couldn't help but notice just how turned on he was. Oh www, my big strong man likes his little lady taking care of business. We'll take care of that later and then have a midnight swim together. How romantic is that for our first night as mates? Bella, what are you doing? Showing this ass's blood is good for something. I intend to leave a message here that will have the ministry shitting themselves. Potter will die at the hands of our master. We don't have a lot of time, nor would it be a good idea to tell them exactly what we're up to. The flash of temper behind her eyes had Augustus fearing he was about to join Malfoy bleeding on the floor. She caught herself though and pushed her body suggestively back into his groin as she bent for more Malfoy blood. That's why you're the brains, lover, and I look after the wands. A few seconds and I'll be finished here. They left the cell hand in hand, with the protection medallion clasped between their joined palms. Behind them, only the cooling body of Lucius Malfoy bore testament to the bloody writing on the wall. Potter will die. Harry thought Hermione was going to kill him so he escaped by asking Emma to dance. They had no sooner started when Harry was looking for advice. I can't understand why she's so angry. It's your first ever function at King Uzi, Harry. Hermione just wants it to be special. All I need is Hermione there, that will make it special for me. She's been fretting over this party for days, it's all she can talk about. I thought she would like me inviting the Minister of Magic to the party. Emma couldn't help but smile at his naivety. She loved the occasional glimpses of Harry as a young man growing up, and not a centurion. When she calms down, she will. At the moment Hermione will be checking over everything in her head to make sure it's perfect for tomorrow. Aren't you the one who's always saying someone's birthday is their most special day? So, asking the minister was a bad thing. No, Harry, you did right. It just raises the profile of the event and Hermione will put more pressure on herself to get everything right. Imagine if your director was coming. But he is. This was certainly news to Emma. Oh shit, does Hermione know that? Her question had Harry thinking for a moment, providing its own answer to Emma before he replied. I'm not sure, Father only told me earlier on tonight. It's a great honor for the director to attend your birthday celebrations, and Hermione will put even more pressure on herself. I'm an idiot, I should have told her at once and said what I was thinking before asking the minister. Every time I think I'm getting the hang of this, something else comes along and shows me I'm not. Emma thought Harry was beating himself up over nothing and tried to show him that. Does Hermione know all the do's and don'ts of goblin culture, Harry? She's learning all the time but it's only been 2 years, even Hermione couldn't learn all there is to know in that time. She could see the penny had dropped and Emma pressed home her advantage. You say goblins are a simple people but it will take Hermione longer to master your culture, a perfectly understandable conclusion. Why should you then think you could possibly achieve mastery for both Muggle and magical societies in the same amount of time? By the time the dance ended, Harry had his plan of action worked out. I'll ask Father if there is anything special we need to do for the director attending, and then I'll have all the information for Hermione before I tell her. Thanks, Mum. This was punctuated by a key on the cheek as Harry returned Emma to her seat. Anyone who witnessed that byplay was saying nothing about it. If they hadn't watched Dolores Umbridge's demise at last year's ball they had at least heard what happened. They had also heard Harry say that to him family was everything. There would be not one word said against the Muggle he just called Mum, and only a total idiot would actually consider attacking the woman. The Mum in question was just delighted to be able to fill that coveted role for her children. she was having to be a tad unconventional, but that didn't bother Emma in the slightest. Her two teenagers might have a whole different set of relationship issues they needed guidance on. Arranging a birthday party that would now include two national leaders sprang immediately to mind, but Emma knew their final destination would be a happy marriage. All she needed to do was offer guidance and steer them around the myriad of obstacles that kept appearing in their path. The course of true love was certainly not a smooth one, but Emma was sure these two would find their way to that destination eventually. Augustus struggled to guide Bella from her preferred path, finally convincing her that taking on the guards with only one homemade straw wand between them was an unnecessary and unacceptable risk. Both had many years' experience of the guards' routines in the high-security wing. With no more than 6 guards watching the entire prison at night, and none of them patrolling, they knew their escape wouldn't be discovered until their morning rounds. Augustus was finally able to make Bella see that they needed those precious hours to get off the island undetected, rather than take the risk of a guard being able to raise the alarm before they could kill all of them. Both could hear the guards inside a small building near the side gate they planned to exit from. It sounded like the guards were playing some sort of card game and money was changing hands. More importantly, they weren't paying any attention to what was happening outside that room. Bella held her nerve as they waited in the shadows for a diversion. A loud exchange that signaled there were winners and losers was their opportunity, and she cast Alohomora at the door. There was now so much cursing and swearing going on in the guardhouse, though, the pair could probably have tap danced their way to freedom and not been noticed. They headed down the existing path to the shore, not daring to cast a lumos to light their way. Having got this far, the final part of Augustus' plan called for a quick check of the shore for a piece of washed-up debris that would float, and then hope the wand would be able to handle a warming spell before they took to the water. Bella had other ideas. After they gathered large pieces of driftwood, she directed Augustus to lay them out in a crude shape. He then got to watch a master at work as Bella coaxed every last particle of magic through the wand he had so lovingly created. Before it finally and inevitably fell apart, Bella had managed to configure the driftwood into a very rudimentary canoe. If I'd used the sharp edge of that medallion to kill Malfoy, I might have been able to squeeze a couple of paddles out of the wand too. Don't worry, baby, we'll still get our romantic swim, as I couldn't put enough magic into this to make it permanent. Now we need to find something we can use as paddles. In his wildest dreams, Augustus never thought he would leave Azkaban in a boat with Bellatrix Lestrange sitting between his legs. Since they would both rather paddle than swim, they were pushing their craft as hard as they could through the water in a roughly westerly direction. Neither was in good physical shape, but both had wills of iron that were ignoring the pain signals from long unused muscles. The lungfuls of air Augustus' body was demanding for these unaccustomed exertions smelled and tasted wonderful. There was a hint of freedom in the air. Add in Bella's aroma from mere inches away and mix with the salty spray to form quite an intoxicating concoction. Of course, Bella could feel his reaction as their paddling rhythm had her continually brushing against him. I know it's hard, my poor baby, but you'll need to save it. We wouldn't just rock the boat, we'd sink it. With the Dark Lord as my master and you as my mate, things are finally looking up for little Bella. As far as Augustus was concerned, that was a bit of an understatement. His life had just taken a spectacular upturn. Not only was he free, Bellatrix Lestrange was now his very willing mate. He only had one more thing to accomplish tonight, and that should happen naturally when their canoe reverted back to its components. The protection medallion was back around his neck, and entering the water should dissolve the hair held together by blood necklace, sending the medallion safely to the seabed. Since it would only work against the Dementors whilst he was inside Azkaban or the Ministry itself, Augustus no longer had any use for it. It would have been a nice souvenir to keep of what he considered to be his greatest ever achievement. It was also damning evidence against him and needed to be consigned to the bottom of the sea. He didn't know if Bella had enough knowledge of runes to be able to decipher that she'd been tricked into bonding with him. Their master certainly did, though. After watching what she did to those 3 former family members tonight, without even a flicker of remorse, he certainly didn't want Bella's anger to ever be focused in his direction. Every hour their little craft held together did wonders for their chances of eventually making landfall. Their arms might be dead by then, but they should be able to hold onto a piece of their transfigured canoe and use their legs to kick for shore. Before he tried his wand and medallion, Augustus didn't know if he would see tomorrow. Now he was beginning to allow himself to look forward to it, those thoughts certainly kept his makeshift paddle pushing them through the water. Hermione couldn't wait until tomorrow. She sneaked into Harry's room to find him lying in bed but still awake. "Hermione, what are you doing here? Our parents will go nuts if they find you in my room at this time of morning." He got out of bed just in case they were discovered. Both of them on his bed would certainly be harder to explain. "I wanted to apologize for earlier. I can get so hung up on the details I forget what's important. You." She put her arms around him as they shared a loving kiss. Harry was very aware Hermione was wearing thin summer pajamas and no clothy as she held him close. "I also wanted to be the first one to wish you a happy birthday, Harry." This was followed by another kiss that left both of them gasping for breath. "Wow, Hermione, this is already my best birthday ever. So, am I forgiven then?" Harry kissed her gently and held his mate close, running his hands through Hermione's hair, terrified to let them wander anywhere else. "I told you we would argue because we're both strong-willed and downright stubborn. As long as we remember that I am yours and you are mine, always, then we'll be fine. I just love your way of apologizing, though I hope you save that method just for me." This earned a slight giggle from his mate. "Now get out of here before those pajamas drive me crazy. I've seen your dad fire a shotgun and have no wish to be a target." She of course couldn't leave without the application of another birthday kiss, sending a very happy Harry back to bed and looking forward to tomorrow. Breakfast that morning in Kingussie was a lot of fun. The teasing was spread around the table with Alice and Frank taking their fair share for managing to upstage everyone at last night's ball, and again in today's profit. Both were apologetic and yet neither could quite understand why everyone seemed delighted by this turn of events, rather than upset. Padma attempted to explain to her future in-laws. "We've all had a shot at the limelight, and none of us like it. What's written there in the prophet is not only a good story, it's also all true. 2 decorated Aurors from the First War recovering enough to rejoin society is a far greater achievement than what we did for a few hours one horrible morning in a damp and smelly chamber. I still love Harry's new house though. Eyes off, Potle, this birthday boy is mine." Hermione couldn't hold her giggling as she wrapped her bonded in a pretend possessive embrace. Alice was finding herself drawn to Smita. The two mothers got on very well. It was to her she turned for a quiet word. "Are they always like this?" "Oh, you'll see for yourself over the next week. One minute they can be so serious, throwing curses at each other while training. Next minute they're throwing each other into the sea and behaving like the teenagers they really are. I was originally concerned that one of my daughters was learning all this defense, not anymore. They managed to balance all the seriousness with plenty of time to have fun." Amelia was then shown into the dining room, and having fun was clearly the last thing on her mind. She barely acknowledged Susan's presence. It was also clear she was the bearer of bad tidings. Her first actions though surprised everyone. "Frank and Alice, I need you both to drink this first. It's a calming draft. We can't risk the news you're about to hear affecting your recovery. Just remember, every single person you care about is sitting safely in this room." After giving the potion a moment or two to take effect, Amelia delivered her news. "There was an incident at Azkaban last night. We don't have all the details yet, but here's the main ones. Both Lestrange brothers, along with Lucius Malfoy, were found dead in their cells. The bad news is that Bellatrix Lestrange and Augustus Rookwood are both officially listed as missing. Even with the administration of the calming draft, the effect this news had on the Longbottom couple was unmistakable. Augusta had lost these two before. She was not about to sit here and meekly watch them retreat back into themselves. Harry, could I impose on your hospitality for a glass of whiskey?" She had no sooner said the words when a decanter of single malt and a set of glasses, complete with silver tray, appeared on the table. Augusta poured herself a measure before standing and offering her own toast. "To the demise of 2 of the bastards who harmed my family. I hope they died screaming and that a certain crazy ch joins them soon." Sirius poured some more glasses and then he, Remus, Barchoke and Amelia joined Augusta in her toast. Dan and Emma had no clue what was going on here, until Hermione whispered that it was the 3 Lestranges that had attacked Frank and Alice. Augusta was oblivious to all the byplay. Her eyes never left those of her son and daughter-in-law. "These are different times, it isn't like before. We sit here in a house I'm certain no Death Eater can get near." This was quickly confirmed by Barchoke. Not only the house, Augusta, this entire glen was warded last night so no one carrying the dark mark can get within half a mile of the house. She pushed home her point to her children. Hogwarts and Longbottom Manor have those very same wards, and tomorrow we're going to an island that you need an invite from Harry before you can even see it. There will be no hiding behind dubious charms and listening to old fools this time. The Longbottoms will put their faith in goblin wards, and Amelia's Aurors being able to catch the bye. Ch. Amelia though had more bad news. It would seem the Longbottoms are not their target. There was a message scrawled in blood inside Malfoy's cell. Potter will die. The teens had rallied around to support Neville and his parents. Hearing this saw the focus shift to Harry. A Harry who appeared pissed off as he saw Emma having to clamp her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Seriously, what is it with writing messages on walls with blood? Didn't Voldemort teach his Death Eaters how to use quills, ink and parchment? Suddenly remembering that they had an author of some of those bloody messages sitting at breakfast with them, Harry turned to Parvati to apologize when she burst into giggles, being quickly joined by Barchok's baritone laughter. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a goblin's sense of humor in action. Harry Crow, aren't you in the slightest bit worried? Hermione, I'm a centurion with 3 orders of Merlin, first-class holders who have blades and wands, guarding my back. I also agree with Augusta, they can't get at us and Amelia will have her Aurors scouring the country for them. I have no intention of letting this news rule my life, and tonight's party is most certainly still going ahead. Harry, the minister wants to appoint an Auror guard to you. He was back at Amelia instantly with an answer. Tonks. Only the best will do for the boy who lived, and Remus liked seeing her in a bikini beside the pool in Florida. That's practically all she'll need on the island anyway. It was Sirius who led the laughter this time, delighted that his godson got one over on his fellow marauder. Amelia was also trying to hide her smile as she spoke to her Auror, an Auror who had clearly spent the night in Kingussie. Well, Auror Tonks, do you accept the assignment? All Auror leave has been cancelled while we search for these two, and the island is spectacularly beautiful. Searching the country for a pair of escaped murderers or protection duty on a tropical island wasn't exactly a hard choice, especially since Remus was going to be there too. Tonks didn't want to seem too eager though. I don't know, boss, what happens if I want to murder the person I'm supposed to be guarding? You are a professional, Auror Tonks, I would expect you to make sure you're not caught. This generated even more laughter, leaving Neville grateful for the calming effect the merriment was having on his parents. He had something to say though and looked to his friend. Harry, we head for the island tomorrow and there's too many arrangements made for Egypt to change. I was going to give the last week a miss though. Catching on at once, Harry agreed. That's a great idea, Neville, another week to spend in Kingussie sounds wonderful to me too. What does everyone else think? All could see Neville wanted to stay close to his parents until this threat was dealt with. The lure of returning to Japan was strong but one of their own needed support. There was no decision to be made and a consensus was quickly reached. Great, now you know I'll be here, and everyone is welcome anytime. Harry, should we contact McGonagall and bring forward the meeting with the new Potter Scholarship students? Both members of the selection board thought Hermione's suggestion was a very good one. They knew Natalie's parents weren't too keen on her attending any boarding school, never mind a magical one. Barchok meanwhile had some words of advice for Amelia. How this is publicly dealt with could be just as important as your search for these escapees. Pictures of a certain birthday party, and Harry publicly repeating his opinion on the matter, could go a long way to preventing the mass hysteria this news could generate. Harry had more to add. Father, not everyone has wards they can live safely behind. I don't want anyone else to be targeted because of their association with me. There's an entire Hogwarts year group walking around wearing their silver crows on everything but their pajamas. I wear mine on my pajamas. Luna's words again generated some laughter, until Hermione put her arm around the girl as both she and Padma confirmed that to be true, and that Luna was not alone in this. Harry had noticed Colin and Ginny wearing theirs in Florida. He'd never actually see Luna without hers. Can we get these turned into emergency portkeys? Set the destination to a safe room in Gringotts, just in case someone else gets their hands on one of those badges. Hermione has all Crow's marauders coming to the party tonight. It's a fair bet most of them will have their badges on them. Harry was actually blushing as he said that. knowing that every single Crow's marauder would have their badge pinned to whatever they wore. His father not only agreed, he had a further suggestion. What about getting the Lily Potter Foundation involved? I was thinking along the lines of a Muggle-Born Protection Act. Every Muggle-born student at Hogwarts gets their property warded to deny these animals access. If we could get all the parents together for a meeting, Dan and Emma could easily explain the benefits of these wards. We would need to work quickly though, before Hogwarts restarts, as the wards need to be tied to a witch or wizard. It was the Muggle-borns they went after the last time. This received a very enthusiastic response from his son. Fantastic idea, father. If we could set that meeting up for us returning from Egypt, they could all have their houses warded before September the 1st. Hannah was the first to agree with that opinion. Justin's a Muggle-born. Luna offered her support. So is Colin and Natalie, who we've yet to meet. Dean Thomas is the same, offered Parvati. As is Terry. This is a great thing to do. Harry. Padma was very impressed at this proposed action. She was even more impressed at the key Hermione gave him as a reward. They were receiving no censorship from two proud Muggles who had spent a week in Florida with some of the people the teens had just mentioned. It became a lot more personal when you could put faces and personalities to statistics. That Harry wanted to protect them and their families left Emma wanting to key Harry too. Lucas and Moa just sat back and observed the family at work, rallying around to support those members who needed it. Both were staying until Hogwarts started up again. Whether that meant Japan, Kingussie or London didn't matter to them, it was the company that counted. That Henrika would have most of this company, and her husband, around her when she returned to the castle pleased them more than they could say. Alice had been told over and over again that things were different now. She was seeing the proof of that play out right in front of her. They, while in the Order of the Phoenix, had all just done whatever Albus Dumbledore suggested. Here though was a generation that thought and acted for itself. Opinions were offered and listened to with decisions then made. This was no dictatorship. She knew the calming potion was helping at the moment, but listening here was doing more to calm the terror that had raced through her body at that awful news. The big difference between drawing comfort from what was being said and the potion was these discussions weren't artificial and wouldn't wear off in a few hours. She glanced once more at her husband and saw only steely determination reflected back from his eyes. Alice knew what his next step would be. His tremors were subsiding and his speech slowly improving. His magic though was fractured and would probably never return, certainly not to the levels they once possessed. He'd been very impressed with Dan Granger, and Dan's ability to shoot. Here was a method Frank could still use to protect their family. Magical prejudices against guns be damned. With her own magic way out of kilter, she intended not only to support her husband in this matter but join him in learning to shoot. Bringing that by Lestrange down with a bullet would be every bit as satisfying as ending her with a curse. Bella awoke to the sun on her face and the sound of seagulls' cries filling the air. It was strange how a person could miss the simplest of things. Not even seagulls would come anywhere near Azkaban. She also woke in the arms of a wizard she was only now getting her first real look at in the daylight. Where others might see pock-marked features and a ravaged mouth, Bella saw a man so dedicated to their master that he would pull his own teeth out and work for months to manufacture their escape. If only she had confided to him about the great treasure she protected for their master, both of them could have gotten out of there years ago. She ran her hand over Augustus' chest, finding the medallion gone. That must have happened when they had to swim for shore. Her canoe had held until, judging from the Muggle lights, they were about a mile from landfall. They had crawled on their hands and knees off the beach, collapsing exhausted upon finding the first semblance of cover. They were concealed from the beach amongst some grassy sand dunes, but they would have to move quickly. They needed to get away from here and under cover. Augustus was having such a wonderful dream. He was lying in the warm sand with a witch in his arms, Ki-ing. He was startled awake from that wonderful dream by the sensation of Bella's tongue entering his mouth. "Good morning, lover. As much as I'd like to stay here and start the day off properly with you, we need to get away from the coast as quickly as possible." Augustus agreed with all of that. A quick look around let him see just how precarious their position was. At a guess, I would say we're somewhere along the Aberdeenshire coast. We need to get inland and under cover before this place is crawling with horrors. We need to get to Gringotts as quickly as possible. No. Augustus was a lot braver when Bella didn't have a weapon in her hand. They needed to have this discussion, so it might as well be now. They also needed to move, so he grabbed Bella's arm and steered her inland while beginning his explanation. We need information before doing anything. Yes, we both want to bring our master back, but that won't happen if we get caught. All those bastards who didn't end up in Azkaban have had over a decade to attempt it, and they've sat on their safe asses and done F***** all. There is only us, Bella, and we're only going to get one chance at this. Our master would prefer that we took our time and did this properly, rather than dive right in and maybe end any hope of ever bringing him back. This will take planning, my department, but we can't even make plans until getting our hands on more information. Bella had stopped tugging on his arm and was now walking at his side. Augustus took this to mean she was listening, so dropped the real bombshell. I don't even know if you'll be allowed access to the Lestrange vault. She had stopped again, this time ready for a fight. Augustus expertly deflated her. You murdered the last two male heirs in the Lestrange family last night, effectively ending their line. Any child you carry will certainly not bear the name Lestrange. The goblins will know this, and those greedy little bastards will take great pleasure in closing down the vault. Can you see the ministry objecting? Bella began walking again, and using her little girl voice. Why didn't my big strong wizard stop little Bella making that mistake? He didn't answer. They both knew the reason: self-preservation. We all heard our master say he'd taken more steps toward immortality than any other wizard. We also both believe that. We desperately need information before making our next move. If you can't gain access to the Lestrange vault, we may just have to go searching for our master and get his guidance on how best to help. Bella now slipped her hand in his. You are certainly the planner, lover, and a good one at that. How are we going to find this information? I was our Lord's inside man at the ministry. I know every one of his followers who work there as well as the others we both know. They will help us, or I will let my mate loose on them. Oh, little Bella gets to play. Now that is a plan I like. The plan means we can't get caught though. We need food and clothes, but we can't go killing anyone to get them. Dead muggles along the coast will just alert the ministry to our location. At the moment they'll be having to cover at least 100 miles of coastline. We don't want those forces to be able to focus that manpower in a single area. They came upon a little cottage built to overlook the dunes and sea. It was probably some muggles' holiday home. It was lucky for the muggle owners that they weren't there that morning. While Augustus was scavenging some much-needed food for them in the little kitchen, Bella was searching the rest of the cottage for anything else they could use. She returned with a pile of clothes that she dropped on the floor. Augustus thought he was starving until Bella whipped off her robe and began trying on clothes. When she bent right down for the second time, giving Augustus a full view of her nude body and that amazing ass, he knew she was teasing him. As if trying to eat this food with so many teeth missing wasn't bad enough, Augustus was beginning to wonder if he'd bitten off more than he could chew with his mate too. He could certainly see Bella being the death of him. When they left the cottage, Augustus was bedecked in brown trousers, a white t-shirt with a red checked shirt over that. He had a large bag on his back, with their prison robes tucked in there to be disposed of later. Bella had jeans and a white hoodie emblazed with some sort of S emblem inside a shield. With the hiking boots completing their outfits, they had unknowingly stumbled on the disguise of a couple of backpackers, something that no one would cast a second look at. They left the cottage ransacked, with stuff thrown about everywhere and leaving the local police to put it down to nothing more than kids breaking in and wrecking the joint. Bella felt a lot better, washed, fed and in clean clothes. She also had a large knife tucked into the small of her back under the hoodie, and a smaller but just as sharp blade concealed up her sleeve. They not only knew where they were, just outside Stonehaven, but now had a destination to head for. The Carrows lived around Dundee, leaving them a journey of around 50 miles. She had found a small tent and quilted bags that said they were for sleeping in stashed away in a cupboard. With the food her big strong wizard also had on his back, this journey should be like a picnic compared to sitting in a cell in Azkaban. Not being around Dementors was certainly having a positive effect on both of them. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.